Chapter 1381 I am someone you can't afford to offend. The entire box is extremely luxurious and even more fragrant. Master Wu, who is in charge of crossing the river, was lying on a bright red bed, accompanied by two young women in scantily clad clothes, one on the left and one on the right. At this time, pairs of surprised eyes fell on Yang Maicheng, who was speaking. In the box, there was silence at first, and then it completely fell into noisy laughter. Countless warriors in the Colosseum laughed forward and backward, as if they had heard the funniest joke in their lives. Boy! Who are you? Who are you? What qualifications do you have to dare to talk to Master Wu like this? The sound of drinking continued. Every warrior yelled unceremoniously. Mr. Wu hugged him from left to right. Looking aloof, he looked at Yang Maicheng as if he were looking at a plaything in his hand. No one in this Black Dragon Star has ever dared to talk to me like this. You have something to ask me. Me? Do I insist on telling you? You have intruded on my territory, and you dare to be so rude to me? Now that you are here, none of you can even think of leaving. Master Wu's eyes turned cold, and his expression suddenly became cold. Master Yang, I have already said that Mr. Wu is in a bad mood today. Wait for 2 more days. Knowing that these people were not good people, Zhang Yunhao's scalp almost exploded, and he quickly spoke to Yang Maicheng, especially when Mr. Wu looked at him. Zhang Yunhao was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his stomach. He stumbled back and collapsed to the ground in fear. Huh? Isn't this Zhang Yunhao? This kid, he actually brought an outsider into the Colosseum. He deserves to die. Seeing Zhang Yunhao's trembling appearance, many people in the box recognized him. Some people even pulled out their weapons, wanting to teach Zhang Yunhao a lesson. I asked Zhang Yunhao to lead the way. Give me face and let him go. Yang Maicheng has a golden saying. Zhang Yunhao led the way and told him many things. According to the agreement, his life should be spared. However, these words made Master Wu, who was already unhappy, even more furious. Who are you? You want me to give you face? Tongue! Master Wu suddenly jumped up, anger flashing in his eyes. He was very angry. First he lost a lot in the beast fight, and then his full interest was disturbed. Now someone jumped out to give him face. Who am I? I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Yang Maicheng looked at the furious Master Wu, narrowed his eyes, and said slowly, My patience is limited. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar around him. Everyone looked at Yang Maicheng as if they were looking at idiots. Zhang Yunhao, who was hiding on one side, had a face as white as a sheet of paper. If they had apologized before, they would have been able to escape unscathed. Now, they might have to stand up and go out lying down. After all, this is the Black Dragon Star, and it is the opponent's territory. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overwhelm a local snake. No matter how strong you are, can you compete with so many people from the opponent? Ha ha ha! Mr. Wu laughed angrily. People I can't afford to offend? Are there people on this Black Dragon Star that I can't afford to offend? Okay, I want to see. Who are you? So powerful that you can't even offend me? Master Wu shouted angrily. Wang Biao! Kill them! A burly man suddenly stood up in the box. He grabbed a giant sword that was as tall as a man. He looked at Yang Maicheng and said maliciously, Boy, you must know that you can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. He was full of violent energy. His cultivation had reached that of a Nirvana master, and his face was filled with evil aura. This Wang Biao was a gangster. He once fell in love with a woman, but when he failed to pursue her, he actually slaughtered her family in a rage. After he had nowhere to escape, he came to the Black Dragon Star and took refuge with Master Wu, which was regarded as a favor for him. He has made great contributions. As soon as he finished speaking, the rotating giant sword swept across and slashed towards Yang Maicheng's throat. This sword is so fierce that even a Nirvana Grandmaster of the same level would be killed on the spot if he were not careful. Hey, this kid is dead. Seeing the power of this sword, everyone in the box sneered. Obviously, in their opinion, this sword was enough to completely kill Yang Maicheng. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. Yang Maicheng grabbed Wang Biao's giant sword with a slight twist of his right hand. Wang Biao's expression suddenly changed. Not even the Nirvana Master dared to underestimate his sword. But he was actually caught by such a weak boy? Boy, no wonder you are so bold. You turn out to be a hidden master. Wang Biao sneered, looked Yang Maicheng up and down, and smiled ferociously. I just like killing boys like you. However, Before Wang Biao finished speaking, Yang Mucheng flicked his right finger. Under the unbelievable gazes of everyone, Wang Biao's head was directly exploded by this terrifying finger force. The headless corpse was heavily sprinkled on the ground with blood and brain matter. The people in the box were frightened. Screamed. Seeing this scene, Master Wu's expression suddenly changed. Wang Biao was his second thug, but he was killed by the other party quietly. Seeing this scene, the muscles on his face twitched involuntarily, and he was extremely angry. He felt that his dignity had been provoked, and he wanted to get revenge at all costs. Give them all to me, and chop these people into pieces. The warriors in the box looked at each other, nodded, and immediately charged towards Yang Mucheng. No matter how strong you are, how many people can you defeat? When Zhang Yunhao saw this scene, he was so frightened that he fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground and begging for mercy. Trembling, Xian Nu and Jin Long stood behind Yang Mucheng, their expressions unmoving. I said, my patience is limited. Since you are ready to challenge my patience, you have to pay the price. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He gently raised his foot and suddenly stepped down hard. The warriors who rushed towards them felt a huge surge of power, pouring down desperately. This force was so powerful that it was even too strong for Pei Mo to resist. The warriors who rushed towards him were directly swept away by this force. Almost instantly, the body of the warrior who rushed towards him exploded on the spot, and he no longer existed. Mr. Wu's eyes widened and his face turned pale. He didn't expect that this kid was so powerful. He could kill more than a dozen Nirvana warriors with just a stomp of his feet. These people are not small characters in the early stage of Nirvana like Zhang Yunhao. They all have masters and perfect strength. The masters he had been snaring for many years had now been wiped out in an instant. Under Master Wu's incredible gaze, Yang Mucheng stepped forward step by step and sat leisurely in front of Master Wu. Now tell me, can you offend me? Chapter 1382 Heavenly Prisoner Star. At the beginning, Yang Mucheng said that he was someone Wu Master could not afford to offend. People in the box were laughing at him and did not think that this boy had any abilities. But now that he mentioned it again, Master Wu was the only one left in the box, and he didn't dare to laugh even if he wanted to. However, he is a big boss after all. He has seen the world, knows that the other party is extraordinary, and he still wants something from himself. Little brother, I guess I made a mistake. Okay, what do you want to know? I'm pretty good at speaking on Black Dragon Star. Whatever information you want, I'll get it to you as soon as possible, he said, crossing his legs proudly. However, Yang Mucheng did not accept this trick. I gave you a chance to speak properly before. You were willing at that time. But now you want to put on airs in front of me. But it's not that easy. Kneel down, Yang Mucheng said lightly. You? Master Wu was furious and opened his mouth to scold him. However, before he could say anything, the golden dragon stepped forward, raised his claws, and swept over him with a slap. There was a heavy slap, and half of Mr. Wu's body was smashed into the ground, with a bright red palm print on his face. Jin Long picked him up like a chicken, stepped on his head, and stepped on him in front of Yang Mucheng. You have to know that your life is no longer up to you. It's up to my boss. Jin Long looked at Master Wu and said, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Boy, who are you? Tell me your name if you dare. Mr. Wu was extremely angry. This was the first time that someone had stepped on his head like this. He wanted to kill Zhang Yunhao, the boy who brought Yang Mucheng and others to find him. But he hated Yang Mucheng even more in his heart, and wanted to cut Yang Mucheng into pieces. Yang Mucheng said lightly. Hearing this name, Mr. Wu trembled all over, and his face, which was still somewhat dependent on him, suddenly turned pale with fear. He screamed in his heart. Why did this evil star come to the greedy wolf galaxy? As the saying goes, those who are ruthless are afraid of being aggressive, and those who are aggressive are afraid of losing their lives. The young man in front of him was a being that even Lung Feng Pavilion dared to fight against. He had even killed a powerful heavenly saint. Who was he? A half-step heavenly saint? Master Wu, if you are not convinced, if you are unwilling to speak, then I will accompany you to the end. I want to see whether it is your words or my methods that are stronger. Yang Mucheng frowned when he saw Master Wu not speaking, and his last trace of patience had disappeared. Master Yang, my name is Wu Yong. If you had told me your identity earlier, how could I dare to challenge you? Master Wu couldn't help being startled when he heard this, and said quickly, What do you want to know? I will definitely tell you. Wu Yong. It's useless. Don't play any tricks on me. Otherwise, I will crush your head with one claw. Although he was surprised by the other party's transformation, the golden dragon still raised his claws and let go of the other party's head. At the same time, he grabbed the other person's collar and gave him a stern warning. Snapped. Yang Machung threw the sword on the table and asked calmly, I want to know now. Where is the owner of this sword? Wu Yong picked up the sword, looked it over, and exclaimed, And Xiaoqing's sword? Yang Machung raised his eyebrows and asked, You know? Wu Yong nodded and explained, This sword has a slender blade and extraordinary craftsmanship. It was made by a famous master. The material uses Wantian stone, which has an amplifying effect on the conduction of internal energy. The entire starry sky. Only Anjia owns the mine of Wantian stone. So this sword must come from Anjia. Moreover, this sword is engraved with the word Qing. Although this sword comes from the Yin family, not everyone is qualified to own it. I excluded them one by one, and only 3 people owned it. But the other 2 are both strong in the Tai realm. Or, their swords will not be left outside. Yang Machung was overjoyed when he heard this. But he didn't expect that Wu Yong had some skills. After all, in his opinion, it is not that easy to find in Xiaoqing's location from a sword. But now that Wu Yong opened his mouth, he immediately saw hope. Where is Xiaoqing now? Yang Machung asked quickly. Wu Yong showed a hint of embarrassment. Master Yang, this little one is not sure. Please give me 7 days, and I will find out. Yang Machung snorted coldly and said, I only give you 3 days. If you can't find out, I will let you be buried with these people. Okay. Knowing that he had no room for bargaining, Wu Yong gritted his teeth and nodded. Yang Machung settled in the Colosseum on the spot. 3 days later, Wu Yong came to the door. His face was complicated and he wanted to stop talking. Obviously he found something, but he didn't dare to speak. Tell me, what's going on? Yang Machung knew something was wrong and asked with a frown. And Xiaoqing was lured to the heavenly prisoner star. There has been no news since then. He must have been trapped inside. Wu Yong said. Where is the prisoner star? Yang Machung couldn't help but raise his brows when he saw the other party's unruly attitude. Could it be that the prison star is some kind of dangerous place? Axian and Jinlong also looked at each other with strange expressions. But Wu Yong sighed and said, This greedy wolf galaxy was once a place where a frontline sect exiled prisoners. The heavenly prisoner star is a place where prisoners are imprisoned. They can only enter but not leave. If we in the greedy wolf galaxy encounter some enemies that cannot be dealt with, we will kill them, lead it to the heavenly prisoner star, and imprison it. And Xiaoqing was introduced to the heavenly prisoner star. Since his appearance, he has never appeared again. Where is the prisoner star? Yang Machung stood up suddenly. Seeing this, Wu Yong quickly advised, Master Yang, you can't go to the prisoner star today. Not only are there restrictions inside, people can only enter but not go out. There are also many prisoners imprisoned inside, and those who enter are not allowed to go out at all. You won't be able to wait until you die, but you will be torn alive by those prisoners. Wu Yong had to be afraid. If we say, Greedy Wolf Galaxy is a paradise for thieves and bandits, so, the people living in the heavenly prisoner star are the existences that they all fear. You went in and were trapped alive in it, which is already a very happy ending. If you meet someone who is imprisoned or an exiled prisoner, you may be dead. Humph. You dare to stop me? I just need you to tell me which one is the prisoner star. Yang Machung snorted coldly and looked at Wu Yong. How could Wu Yong dare to stop this evil god? He wanted Yang Machung to leave quickly, so he quickly pointed towards the sky and said, Master Yang, that bloody star is the heavenly prisoner star. That is? Yang Machung raised his eyebrows and looked over immediately. Chapter 1383 Falling. The huge heavenly prisoner star was like a moon, suspended in midair. When Yang Machung looked at it, it actually showed a strange red color, like a blood moon. It was also like the one eye of an ancient ferocious beast, as if it was looking at Yang Machung, as if just one glance gave people a strong sense of oppression. Is this the prisoner star? Yang Machung narrowed his eyes. Okay, I get it. The history of Tianqiu Star can even be followed hundreds of thousands of years ago. The reason why it is bloody is because the former sect executed millions of prisoners on this star. The blood dyed the entire star a dark red. People in the greedy wolf galaxy have already regarded Tianqiu Star as a taboo in their hearts, and they dare not mention it easily, or even take a second look at it. Now that he knew the whereabouts of Chao-Ching, Yang Macheng naturally set off immediately without any further delay. Really, before he entered the star, he smelled a rich and terrifying smell of blood. Looking down from above, the entire star, whether it is plants, mountain peaks, ground, or lakes, is dark red like blood. Even the clouds floating in the sky were a dazzling bright red. The air is filled with sinister aura, spiritual energy, devilish aura, demonic aura, death aura, evil aura. People who enter it seem to fall into a violent emotion involuntarily. And the closer Yang Macheng gets, the more he can feel the sense of oppression conveyed by the heavenly prisoner star. You two stay outside. If I am trapped in the heavenly prisoner star, you can still rescue me. Yang Macheng looked at Xianu and Jin Long, who wanted to follow him into the heavenly prisoner star, and quickly refused. All right. Jin Long gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. At the moment, Yang Macheng flew up and flew towards the heavenly prisoner star. However, just as he passed through the blood-colored clouds, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the starry sky and swept in violently. Yang Macheng felt as if his body was being dragged towards the heavenly prisoner star by a pair of invisible hands. What a powerful gravity. Yang Macheng's pupils closed, and a hint of shock flashed through his eyes. In the starry sky, some seemingly ordinary stars contain murderous intent. The most terrifying thing is the gravity on this star. In an instant, the terrifying gravity is hundreds or thousands of times higher than the ordinary. It is enough to crush an unresponsive Nirvana powerhouse into a ball of flesh. And some stars can even be killed by heavenly saints and Dantian experts. This seemingly beautiful starry sky is actually filled with murderous intent. Look! Someone came in again. At this time, hidden everywhere on the heavenly prisoner star, everyone revealed their eyes and looked towards the sky. The young man who fell from the sky reached extreme speed in the void, and even a long flame like a meteorite was attached to his body. Then, as if there was no obstacle, it suddenly fell somewhere on the heavenly prisoner star. Boom! There was a loud noise, accompanied by dust all over the sky, and the small heavenly prisoner star. At this moment, Yang Macheng, who was like being hit by a meteorite, was inexplicably shocked and trembled. Tongue! 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 Before the dust dispersed, the figures hiding in the darkness were already like wild wolves, quickly heading towards the place where Yang Macheng fell. The first person to arrive here was an old man with a white beard. He didn't even bother to disperse the diffused dust, and rushed into the place where he fell. What shocked him was that there was nothing in the huge crater. Huh? What's going on? There's nothing left? The old man looked at the radioactive craters all around in surprise. He couldn't help but frown and said, could it be that he was burned to ashes directly? Damn it! This trip was in vain! To know, the gravity of the heavenly prisoner star is hundreds of times that of other stars. Therefore, the speed of things falling from the sky will be hundreds of times faster than normal. The high temperature generated when it rubs against the air can cause many things to burn to ashes in an instant. A trace of annoyance flashed in the old man's eyes. For these people, every time a new person enters the heavenly prisoner planet, it is an opportunity for them to obtain supplies. For example, the weapons, elixirs, magic weapons, and even clothes on the opponent's body will become the objects of competition for everyone. And for every additional item, the probability of surviving on this star will increase by 1 point. What are you looking for? Just when the old man was upset, a cold voice suddenly came from above. Brush. The old man turned around suddenly, and saw a young man in black standing quietly on top of the crater. He stood with his hands behind his back, not catching any dust. It was as if the previous fall had no impact on him at all. How can it be? The old man's eyes narrowed. So far, he has never seen someone fall into this star, and still remain unscathed. Tongue! With almost no hesitation, the old man quickly fled towards the distance. He knew that the existence that could land safely on the prisoner star was definitely not a character that he could deal with. Therefore, he immediately chose to escape. Stop it! Yang Macheng snorted coldly, and grabbed forward with his right hand. In an instant, the old man felt a surging force sweeping in. His body seemed to have been cast by a mobilization technique, and was frozen in place, unable to move. Tongue! 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 Just when Yang Macheng wanted to ask questions, another wave of voices from the distance approached slowly. Frowning slightly, Yang Macheng grabbed the old man, stepped out, and disappeared on the spot. The warriors who arrived later couldn't help but be stunned when they looked at the empty crater, and then started yelling. Damn! It was actually burned to ashes. A slovenly-looking middle-aged man couldn't help but shouted. A warrior under the realm of spiritual consciousness cannot survive at all if he enters this star. Maybe the warrior who fell into this star before was a warrior under the spiritual consciousness, and was burned to ashes before he could fall. The other person in the team couldn't help but frown slightly, analyzing the situation. It's not a good time to stay here. Let's leave quickly. Facing the empty crater, the rest of the team didn't have much desire to explore. They just took a brief look and chose to leave. Just after this team of warriors left, several more teams came one after another. Without exception, they all believed that the figure that fell from the sky had been completely burned to ashes by the high temperature generated when it fell. However, the old man who was carried like a dead dog by Yang Muchung felt bitter in his heart. Only he knew that the existence that entered the heavenly prisoner star this time was not a supply depot where they could obtain things at will as they imagined, but a terrifying existence that no one could afford to offend. It wasn't until everyone left that Yang Muchung grabbed the old man and walked out of the void. He looked at the old man he was holding with a smile and said lightly, Now! Finally there is no one left. Chapter 1384. Moving forward. With Yang Muchung's strength, he didn't need to hide from others. However, he was here to save people after all, and didn't want to cause too much trouble. What's more, everything in this star is unknown, and he doesn't want to provoke those powerful beings, which will affect his plan to find in Shaoqing. He dropped the old man casually. The old man understood the situation and did not run away. Instead, he got up obediently and stood carefully in front of Yang Muchung. You won't run away? Yang Muchung looked at him with interest. After all, Wu Yong gave him many instructions before entering the heavenly prisoner star. The people in this star are mostly brave and ruthless people. Once you touch them, even if you die, they will bite off a piece of flesh from your body. Senior, this is the heavenly prisoner star. The gravity is more than 1,000 times that of ordinary stars. If a strong person below the heavenly saint realm enters here, his strength will be greatly reduced by the gravity. What's more, you have to use your inner strength to protect your body at all times. Otherwise, if you neglect it, you will be crushed to death by the strong gravity. You are a powerful heavenly saint, and your desire to kill me is just a matter of thought. How can I escape from a senior like you? The old man arrived very respectfully. In the starry sky, martial arts are the most respected. Yang Muchung's strength was extremely strong, so he called Yang Muchung Senior very smoothly. But how did he know that Yang Muchung was physically strong? And his 5-element spirit body had already gathered into 4 out of 5, which was no less impressive than the powerful heavenly saint. Although the gravity of this star was terrifying, it was nothing to him. You are very knowledgeable and very good. If you can answer my questions, I can consider letting you live. Naturally, Yang Muchung would not explain anything, but asked directly, In the past 2 months, has any outsider entered this star? The other person is a young man who looks about the same size as me. The old man fell into silence, and then said thoughtfully, Senior, 46 days ago, someone did fall into the star. However, the location where the other party fell was too far away, and it would take half a month to get there. So I don't know who the other party is. Where is the specific location of the opponent's fall? Yang Muchung continued to ask. Near the Dragon Tooth Mountain. The old man pointed his right hand towards the distance. Yang Muchung looked in the direction, and saw that where the other party was pointing was a straight and steep mountain peak. From a distance, it looked like a fong. However, Yang Muchung didn't care about the names of these mountains. What he wanted to know was whether in Shaoqing was here. Of course, he is not the kind of fool who will believe something once he speaks. Are you telling the truth? Senior, if I tell a lie, I will be completely devastated. The old man kneeling on the ground swore to the sky and said repeatedly, That day, someone fell from the sky. It is said that there was a lot of commotion on the heavenly prisoner, but because the distance was too far and the route was too dangerous, I didn't go there. If there is a lie, I will make your life worse than death. Yang Muchung looked at Longyam Mountain and frowned. It is still unknown whether the person who fell was in Shaoqing. If you want to know, you can only find out by going around the Longyam Mountain. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung lowered his gaze. You come with me to Dragon Tooth Mountain. Yes. There was a trace of hesitation on the old man's face. But thinking of Yang Muchung's methods, he gritted his teeth and agreed. On the desolate heavenly prisoner star, 2 figures were advancing rapidly. The old man has a slovenly appearance, while the young man has a delicate appearance. This is Yang Mucheng and his party. According to the normal itinerary, it takes at least 10 days and a half to get from here to the foot of Longya Mountain. Yang Mucheng didn't want to waste so long, so he caught 2 dragon-horned rhinos. According to the old man's description, this dragon-horned rhinoceros is a kind of celestial monster with a particularly bad temper in the heavenly prisoner star. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke it. But as soon as Yang Mucheng showed his momentum, the other party obediently surrounded him and crawled on Yang Mucheng's back. Feet. This dragon-horned rhinoceros has rough skin and thick flesh. Although it looks stupid, it is actually a native demon born and raised on the heavenly prisoner planet. Their intelligence is not yet developed, but their speed is not slow. They took 2 people with them along the way. People plundered like crazy. Certainly, after entering the heavenly prisoner star, Yang Mucheng realized how terrifying the heavenly prisoner star was. The terrifying gravity is just one of them. The most feared thing in this star is the endless tree monsters. Unlike the dryads in other stars, which all grow alone, the dryads on the heavenly prisoner star are extremely numerous, and most of them live in groups. And they even like to hide in the dark. They will suddenly appear and attack the passing warriors. Kill. Fortunately, this old man went with Yang Mucheng. Speaking of this old man, his name is Chong Wei. I don't know how many years have passed since I came to this star. I am considered a half-native, and know a lot about everything about the heavenly prisoner star. As for his origin, it is somewhat tragic. He is not a prisoner, but someone who has escaped here. After entering this star, he can never get out. Why can't you get out? Yang Mucheng asked in surprise. Master Yang, look. Chong Wei pointed to the red cloud above his head. That's not an ordinary red cloud, but a restriction on the heavenly prisoner star. It's like a door. You can only go in, but you can't go out. Hasn't anyone tried to break this restriction? Yang Mucheng asked doubtfully. Chong Wei smiled bitterly and said, Of course there is. But this restricted area has a very strong counterattack force. No matter how much force you use to attack, it will fight back with 10 times or even 100 times the force. Many years ago, there were still some people who wanted to they broke the restriction and left the heavenly prisoner star. But gradually there were fewer of them, and most of them accepted their fate. I see. Yang Mucheng nodded. There are only 2 ways to deal with this prohibition. Either unlock the restriction from the source, find the restricted formation, just like a door, and open it, or use absolute power to break open this restriction. No matter how powerful this restriction is, and can reflect the attacks of Nirvana and Heavenly Saint strong men, it shouldn't be able to trap even the strong men of Dantian and Tai Realm in it. Right? What's wrong? At this moment, Chong Wei suddenly stopped, and Yang Mucheng looked over in confusion. Master Yang, ahead is Awai's territory, Chong Wei said tremblingly and cautiously. Master Ao is a man who eats people without spitting out their bones. He doesn't bite anyone's face on the heavenly prisoner planet. If we rush in so arrogantly, Master Ao can't turn a blind eye and let us go. Otherwise, we should take a detour. Master Ao? Yang Mucheng raised his brows and sneered. I don't care what his arrogance is. If he dares to stop me, I will crush his territory. This. Chong Wei suddenly turned pale, as if he were mourning for his heir. Chapter 1385 Heavenly Prisoner Star Away. Going forward, stepping into Awai's territory means death. If you don't keep walking, you'll die. In the end, Chong Wei obediently chose to lead the way. Ao Ye's name is Sun Ao, and he is the leader of this area. The heavenly prisoners are not monolithic, and there are serious internal conflicts among them in private, with each having their own territory. If an outsider like Yang Mucheng falls into someone's territory, then everything about the outsider will belong to the boss of this area. Of course, there will also be some no man's land. The place where Yang Mucheng fell was an uninhabited no man's land. In no man's land, there are usually many monsters, making it a headache for every land boss. How many sites like this are there in total? Yang Mucheng asked. There are more than 100 in total, and the regional bosses should keep in touch with each other, Chong Wei said while looking around cautiously, for fear that Sun Ao's people would pop up. From Chong Wei's expression, Yang Mucheng could also tell that Sun Ao was not a simple character. Sure enough, after he asked, he understood. Sun Ao was originally a gangster, and he was a powerful heavenly saint who was introduced to this star. After entering this area, he categorically refused everyone's attempts to win over him. He used a knife to carve out his own territory on the heavenly prisoner planet. He also attracted a group of equally powerful men to become his own mountain king. This Sun Ao is a ruthless master. If anyone offends him, he will drag you down even if he is cut to pieces. There is such a person. I would like to see what kind of person he is, Yang Mucheng said with a smile. Master Yang, please don't meet them. I still want to live for a few more years. Upon hearing this, Chang Wei trembled with fear and said quickly. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and said calmly, It seems that I have disappointed you. Under Chang Wei's shocked eyes, Yang Mucheng glanced around, and a cold voice sounded quietly. Come out! Following us sneakily. Anyone? Chang Wei was shocked. Just hearing a wow sound, a group of fierce men jumped out of the forest. The man at the head, with a shaved head and a broadsword on his back, was none other than Sun Ao. Along both sides of him, there were warriors standing in a row. They all had fierce looks on their faces, and they were obviously not good characters. Seeing these people, Chang Wei trembled. He was so frightened that he rolled off the dragon-horned rhinoceros, grabbed the ground with his head, cowed out and shouted, Master Ao, have mercy on me! Master Ao, have mercy on me! Sun Ao nodded, glanced at Chang Wei's reaction with satisfaction, and then slowly and leisurely glanced at Yang Mucheng. At this look, a hint of surprise could not help but appear in his eyes. You must know that not everyone can bear his posture. Even the strong men who are also heavenly saints are a little nervous when facing him. Now that this boy was standing in front of him, his expression was as usual, which made him look at Yang Mucheng differently. So he said, Boy, do you know who I am? Sun Ao, the powerful heavenly sage, is the leader of this area. Yang Mucheng looked at him and said, You followed us all the way the day after we entered this area. Sun Ao laughed and said, You also know that this is my territory. How could I not know that you walked across my land with such swagger? You are so brave. You dare to talk like this when you see me. Indeed his backbone. Yang Mucheng's expression was as usual, completely unlike Chang Wei beside him, who was almost frightened. Sun Ao admired Yang Mucheng's aura even more. He nodded and continued, Boy, if you have the backbone, I'll give you a way out. Come here, count out to me 3 times, and call me a proud man. Chang Wei, who had a blank face, was immediately overjoyed when he heard these words. He lowered his voice and shouted hurriedly, Master Yang, count out quickly. At this time, not only Chang Wei's face was full of joy, but even Sun Ao's subordinates were full of envy, as if Yang Mucheng had taken a huge advantage. This kid is so lucky that he was chosen by Master Ao. A long-haired man couldn't help but smacked his lips. Yes, he is a talented man. Mr. Ao rarely loves talents. If this boy follows Mr. Ao, he will definitely have a bright future in the future. Someone else interrupted. When we first joined Ao Ye's men, we guarded the gate for 3 years, carried swords for 3 years, and killed for 3 years, until finally, we fell into Ao Ye's eyes, and then we cowed out 3 times and joined Ao Ye's men. A man rode. Only then did Yang Mucheng understand the whole story. It turns out that Sun Ao also has his own rules. He is not like the big bosses in other territories, who will agree to any individual who comes to seek refuge. Instead, he has set a rule that only those who have made great contributions can be recruited under his command. Therefore, although Sun Ao has a relatively small number of men in the Heavenly Prisoner Star, his combat effectiveness is extremely strong. Therefore, Sun Ao has become a rising star in the Tianqiu Star, making many big bosses fear him. You want me to surrender to you? Yang Mucheng looked at Sun Ao. That's right. Sun Ao nodded with a smile. Yang Mucheng looked at him and said, With your cultivation in the Heavenly Saint realm and the power you have on this Heavenly Prisoner Star, following you is indeed a good choice. When Sun Ao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on his face had just stiffened, and he heard Yang Mucheng say, It's a pity that you are not qualified to make me surrender. I'm not qualified to make you surrender. So who is qualified? Sun Ao looked at Yang Mucheng with a cold face and said, Does Chu Tianjiang have this qualification? The Chu Tianjiang Sun Ao mentioned was the most powerful boss on the entire Tianqiu Star, and his strength was dozens of times stronger than that of Sun Ao. Even a bad wolf like Sun Ao would not dare to be a little presumptuous in front of Chu Tianjiang. Therefore, in his opinion, if Yang Mucheng wanted to surrender, he would only choose Chu Tianjiang. But who would have thought that Yang Mucheng still shook his head? Although Chu Tianjiang has this kind of strength, He is still not qualified to make me surrender. Boom! As soon as these words came out, Sun Ao and all the warriors present were shocked. They did not expect that Yang Machung would be so aloof and arrogant. Not only did he not look down on him, Sun Ao, but he even looked down on Chu Tianjiang. Boy, what did you say? Master Ao admires you. But now you have the blessings that took you 8 lifetimes to cultivate. And yet you don't know what is good or bad. Master Ao, stop nagging this kid and let me kill him with one knife. The warriors behind Sun Ao had a hint of ferocity in their eyes. Sun Ao was also angry. He waved his hand to signal to his men to calm down and looked at Yang Machung with a sneer on his face. Oh, then tell me, who on this star is qualified to make you surrender? No one on this star has such qualifications. Yang Machung said lightly. Chapter 1386 give you a way out. No one has this qualification. Boom! Yang Machung's words sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. A pair of shocked, suspicious, and angry eyes cast towards Yang Machung. The sneer on Sun Ao's face turned into a scowl. He shook his head and hummed. I originally thought you were a good junior. But I didn't expect you to be a brat who doesn't know how high the sky is. No one on this star can make you surrender. I want to see what strength and capital you have to say such things in front of me. Sun Ao, Master Ao, have mercy on me. Chong Wei hit his head heavily on the ground and begged for mercy loudly. Master Yang has just arrived at this star not long ago. And he doesn't know your reputation yet. Before Chong Wei finished speaking, someone rushed out from behind Sun Ao. He was riding a dragon horse-like mount. It looked like a horse, but its fangs were exposed, making it extremely ferocious. With almost a jump, he arrived in front of Yang Machung. Boy, die! That man is pulling the dragon horse. Herodis, the celestial demon dragon and horse, in the middle stage of nirvana suddenly neighed in pain. This neighing sound, like an animal or a horse, is simply unimaginable. Chong Wei, who was kneeling on Yang Machung's side, was shocked by the cry, and his blood surged, and he was immediately blasted out by the sound wave. And the dragon horse, under the pull of the other party, stamped its hooves fiercely, and the ground around it suddenly collapsed. And with the help of this terrifying power, the dragon and horse stood upright, and then trampled down heavily in an instant, with a ferocious momentum, like Mount Tai pressing down on the top. Lord Ao, spare your life. Chong Wei's face lost all color. Not only would Yang Machung be trampled to pieces by Long Ma's crazy stampede, but if the aftermath spread, even he would be crushed. This kid is absolutely hateful. Looking at Yang Machung who was about to die, Sun Ao had a cold look on his face. He just felt endless hatred. He admired the other person so much, but he didn't want the other person to be so ignorant and dare to humiliate him. Thinking of this, Sun Ao looked at Yang Machung. I want to see how you died. Others also looked at Yang Machung in unison. Many people even shouted, Gao Laosi, don't trample this kid to death all at once. It's more fun to let him play slowly. This kid doesn't even take Master Ao seriously. Beat him to a cripple, and then play with him slowly. But when he saw Yang Machung sitting on the back of the dragon-horned rhinoceros, looking at the dragon horse that was as tall as Mount Tai, he raised a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth and waved his right hand. Phew! At this moment, a terrifying energy arose. This energy was like a huge wave, sweeping across quickly and directly hitting Long Ma. There was only a bang sound, and the dragon and horse didn't even make a wailing sound. They were beaten to pieces on the spot. Not good! Gao Laosi, who was on the back of the dragon horse, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. However, he only had time to retract his hands and put his arms in front of him. And then, he was eaten alive by Yang Machung's casual wave. Crack! A crisp sound sounded. Gao Laosi's arms were broken, and his chest was strangely dented, and a palm print protruded from the corresponding position on his back. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards 7 or 8 feet away, and landed heavily on the ground. Everyone immediately looked over and saw Gao Laosi lying on the ground, breathless and with only his last breath left. I told you! You Sun Ao are not worthy of my surrender! Yang Machung retracted his hand calmly. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Gao Laosi is the master of nirvana, but he couldn't resist this kid's palm. Doesn't it mean that this seemingly harmless boy is at least half a step above the heavenly saint? Or even above the heavenly saint? Those subordinates, who were clamoring before were suddenly stunned. Chong Wei, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy, was also dumbfounded. For a moment, even Sun Ao looked a little ugly. In this territory, he is the only one whose strength has reached the realm of Heavenly Saint. No wonder. The other party said that he was not worthy of his submission. But his men were beaten like this. If he didn't show up, how would he have the face to stand in front of everyone in the future? However, before Sun Ao had time to speak, Yang Muchung slowly jumped up from the back of the dragon-horned rhinoceros. I originally wanted to go all the way to Dragon Tooth Mountain. Since you came out on your own, let me do some tricks. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yang Muchung in surprise, not understanding what Yang Muchung meant. Only Chong Wei stared at Yang Muchung with wide eyes, unimaginable, and was shocked. Sun Ao. Right. Yang Muchung said calmly. In that case, I will give you a way to survive. If you can surrender to me, this matter will be over. If you don't want to, I will kill you all the way. You are so brave. As soon as Yang Muchung said these words, Sun Ao's expression changed again and again. He has seen crazy people, but he has never seen such arrogant people. Others looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief, as if there was something wrong with their ears, and tried their best to look over, as if they wanted to verify Yang Muchung's previous words. My patience is limited. Make a choice as soon as possible before my patience runs out. Yang Muchung looked over. Boy, how dare you humiliate me like this? If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be a human being. A hint of humiliation flashed across Sun Ao's face. He was actually looked down upon by such a boy, and was asked to surrender to him. Upbraid! As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Ao let out a roar. His roar this time was even more terrifying than the dragon horse demon before. The shocking roar turned into endless waves of sound, sweeping towards the surroundings. Even the gazes that everyone looked at him became distorted and blurred at this moment. The shocking sound waves turned into angry waves and surged in all directions, pushing the warriors watching the battle back step by step. When his momentum increased to the extreme, he turned around and rushed towards him with a horrifying and extreme attitude. Sun Ao's strength was countless times stronger than the previous Gao Laosi. When he rushed towards them, he was like a crazy ancient Tyrannosaurus, as if he was going to smash everything into pieces. This kid is simply looking for death, and he has completely angered Mr. Ao. Everyone looked at Yang Muchung with hatred in their hearts. But they saw Yang Muchung standing there, looking down on Sun Ao as nothing. Seeing him rushing towards him like this, he just shook his head. It seems that this is your choice. In this case, don't blame me for killing you. How dare you tease me when I'm about to die? Sun Ao's eyes widened angrily, and at this moment, he jumped up and directly bullied Yang Muchung. He held his fists together and smashed them down towards Yang Muchung like a giant spirit fighting around a mountain. However, facing this shocking blow, Yang Muchung took one step forward. Chapter 1387 Undercurrent. Just when everyone was shocked by the power of Sun Ao's shocking blow, a sound of swords resounded throughout the world, making everyone tremble. If Yang Muchung showed a domineering and unparalleled attitude before, now he is like a sharp long sword unsheathed, with its sharp edge making people dare not look directly at it. Zhang! Suddenly, the sword light shot out from the hole and exploded to the extreme. Everyone felt that their eyes were darkened, as if the entire world had been robbed of all its light by the sword light that dominated the world. Not good! Everyone lost their countenance and tried to rescue him, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the sword flew out. As for Sun Ao, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. This shocking sword light blasted directly from the center of his eyebrows and blasted out from the back of his head. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, he fell directly from the air and died before he even hit the ground. Looking at Yang Muchung, he stood there with a proud attitude. This, AY. Everyone shed tears and exclaimed in surprise. They had no idea that this kid was so terrifying and that it only took one move to kill the Heavenly Saint. Of course they didn't know that Yang Muchung also did this intentionally. When he wanted to find in Shaoqing, he only relied on himself and Chong Wei, and it was like looking for a needle in a haystack among the stars. Therefore, he could only conquer others through this method. So, he used this thunder blow to kill Sun Ao. After swallowing Sun Ao's energy and blood, Yang Muchung slowly raised his head, looked at the shocked warriors, and said lightly, Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. Everyone looked at Sun Ao, who was dying, and then at Yang Muchung. Their faces extremely pale. Even Sun Ao, who was cultivated as a heavenly sage, couldn't hold on to a single move under Yang Muqing's hands. What methods could they use? At that moment, those who dared to resist even a little bit knelt down one after another. Chong Wei on the side was stunned and couldn't react for a long time. A moment ago, he thought he was going to die. But who would have thought that in just a blink of an eye, things would completely change? Sun Ao died, and his men surrendered. Sun Ao is dead. Who of you is the leader? Yang Mucheng asked lightly. Master Yang, the villain Guaman, a tall man said dejectedly. Very well. Let me ask you, has anyone else fallen into this star in recent times? Yang Mucheng asked. Guaman was stunned. Although he didn't know why Yang Mucheng cared about this issue, he still answered honestly. There is indeed one. It is said that he was a young man who fell near Longya Mountain. It is said that he even got into a fight with the Chutian River in Longya Mountain. However, he lost his trace in the end. Guaman thought about it and said seriously. When Yang Mucheng heard this, a bright light flashed in his eyes. At first, he was a little worried about whether Shaoqing was on this star. But now, he was 70% sure. Where did that boy go in the end? Yang Mucheng continued to ask. That's unknown. Guaman shook his head. Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and nodded, already secretly feeling something bad. Maybe, Shaoqing has been killed. But he is not someone who gives up easily. Now that he has arrived on this star, he naturally wants to see people alive and corpses even if he dies. But Yang Mucheng also knew that Shaoqing's disappearance was not directly related to Chu Tianjiang. But it was also because of him. Dragon Tooth Mountain is the territory under his jurisdiction. So Yang Mucheng naturally wants to know more about the other party's details. Chu Tianjiang's cultivation level was not very high, only around the middle stage of Tiansheng. But he had a large number of subordinates, and he had recruited many powerful people at the level of Tiansheng. He is considered to be the most powerful boss in the entire Tianqiu star, including Sun Ao. All the big guys in the stars must treat him with respect and pay tribute every year. Later stage of Heavenly Saint? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. With his current cultivation level, it is still somewhat difficult to deal with beings in this realm. But saving people was the most important thing at the moment. And Yang Mucheng didn't care about anything. So he rushed there with Guaman and other people. As the person with the highest status on the heavenly prisoner star, Chu Tianjiang naturally has eyes and ears extending in all directions. And any disturbance cannot be hidden from him. What's more, it was such a big deal that Sun Ao was killed and a big boss changed hands. Oh! Another kid has entered the prisoner star? Chu Tianjiang, who had closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed in his pupils. That kid has occupied Sun Ao's territory and is coming towards us with eager eyes. Sun Ao? A trace of disdain flashed across Chu Tianjiang's face, and he said, That guy has no cultivation, but he is just a reckless man. He must have underestimated the young man before he was killed by the other party. Master Chu, what should we do? The spy asked. That kid is only at the peak of nirvana. If that's the case, then send Guan Yuan to deal with him. Chu Tianjiang waved his hand disapprovingly. He can kill Sun Ao, and he still has some strength. I will send 2 heavenly saints to see how he does. Yes. The spy nodded heavily and quietly disappeared into the hall. And at the same time, the 2 powerful heavenly saints also flew out from Longya Mountain stronghold and headed towards Yang Muqing's location. Driving straight all the way, Yang Muqing's path seemed like a smooth road. 3 days later, under the gazes of countless bosses, the 2 heavenly saint powerhouses sent by Chu Tianjiang finally arrived in front of Yang Mucheng. Original. Yang Muqing's profession does not attract much attention. Although he killed Sun Ao, Yang Muqing's cultivation was too low, and he was only at the peak of nirvana. In the eyes of everyone, he couldn't make any big waves at all. There were even many big shots who ridiculed Yang Mucheng as seeking his own death. But who knew that these 2 heavenly saints were both killed by Yang Mucheng? Following the death of the 2 powerful heavenly saints, the heavenly prisoner star immediately fell into a state of shock. Yang Mucheng is here. This news almost swept the entire Tianqiu star like a storm. For a time, all the big bosses in the territory knew about this young man who had just arrived at Tianqiu star. At the beginning, there were some well-informed areas who learned about the young man's movements. But almost no one paid attention. But who knew that this young man killed 2 powerful heavenly saints with the power of thunder? After this, the entire Tianqiu star was completely boiling. Quickly, find out for me what is the origin of Yang Mucheng. When exactly did he come to this star? What exactly does he want to do? after killing two powerful heavenly saints. What kind of cultivation level did he have? For a while, all the big guys have their eyes on Yang Machung. Chapter 1388, Famous Prisoner Star. It is said that Yang Machung came to Tianqiu Star 7 days ago to find a companion. When he killed the two heavenly saints, he was only at the peak of nirvana. But after killing the Saint Queen for 2 days, his cultivation level increased directly to the perfection of nirvana. The prison star was shaken by it. At this time, no one dared to laugh at this young man anymore. Only the cultivation of nirvana is enough to kill the powerful heavenly saint. If he reaches heavenly saint, how can he do it? This time, Chu Tianjiang is in big trouble. Many big shots looked at the sudden emergence of Yang Machung, ready to laugh at Chu Tianjiang's jokes. After all, the people who can be the boss on this star are all ruthless and ruthless heroes. If they hadn't been forced by Chu Tianjiang's evil reputation, they would not have surrendered to each other, and they would not have donated the items they collected to Chu Tianjiang every year like princes paying tribute. Nowadays, someone dares to challenge Chu Tianjiang's reputation, which is naturally what they want to see. Even if this kid can't deal with Chu Tianjiang, he's still enough to seriously injure Chu Tianjiang's vitality. A big boss who could be as famous as Sun Ao sneered. That's right. There are more than 30 heavenly saints in Chu Tianjiang. If it weren't for the fact that he has so many heavenly saints, he wouldn't be able to gain a foothold on this star. A man with a greater reputation than Sun Ao, the old boss, assumed the posture of sitting on a mountain and watching the fight between tigers and tigers. Yang Machung. This kid is coming with a fierce momentum. He will definitely tear off a piece of Chu Tianjiang's flesh this time. But there are also many people who don't think so. Humph. You look up to Yang Machung too much. And you underestimate Chu Tianjiang too much. Chu Tianjiang has been able to stand firm on the heavenly prisoner planet for so many years. How can it be possible for just a young boy to shake him? A big boss who knew the inside story looked disdainful. That boy Yang Machung can only achieve nirvana. Chu Tianjiang has too many people to kill. That's right. Yang Machung killed Chu Tianjiang's two heavenly saints. How could Chu Tianjiang stop? Guang Yuan and others are just the two weakest heavenly saints among his men. If he sends Lei Ming, Zhao Bao, and Shen Yao next, so what about Yang Machung? Someone sneered. For a time, there was constant debate on the heavenly prisoner star. Sure enough, after Chu Tianjiang got the news that the two heavenly saints in Guang Yuan were killed, he immediately became furious and sent out 3 powerful heavenly saints, Lei Ming, Zhao Bao, and Shen Yao. However, something unexpected happened to everyone. These 3 heavenly saints were still killed by Yang Machung's sword. What? Lei Ming, Zhao Bao, and Shen Yao are all dead? These 3 are veteran heavenly saints. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Check it out for me. What is going on? How did Yang Machung kill these 3 people? On the heavenly prisoner star, countless big bosses were shocked and frantically sent their men to inspect everything that happened that day. That battle was not deliberately hidden, and many people saw it with their own eyes. In that battle, Yang Machung's strength was no less than that of a powerful heavenly saint. No matter how the 3 heavenly saints joined forces, he supported them. He withstood Lei Ming's full punch and only spit out a mouthful of blood. He even killed Shen Yao when everyone was distracted, and seriously injured Zhao Bao in the collision of spiritual thoughts. 1 against 3. After learning the result of this battle, many people were shocked. At first, they thought that Sun Ao's old subordinates had also joined the battle group. But who would have thought that Yang Machung would fight against 3 heavenly saints on his own? Lei Ming is a strong man who can train his body. Every punch and kick is filled with immense power. Even a strong man who is also a heavenly saint would not be seriously injured after being punched by him. But Yang Machung only spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Bao is a strong man of mind. His mind is stronger than that of the heavenly saint of the same level. The bombardment of his mind is enough to make his opponent lose consciousness. Yang Machung actually used his mind to injure Zhao Bao. Shen Yao's inner strength is unparalleled, both in quality and quantity. Yang Machung was actually able to kill him even though he was injured. When such news spread, it was simply earth-shattering. At the peak of nirvana, can he kill the heavenly saint? Then after he reaches the perfection of nirvana, won't he be able to kill the middle stage heavenly saint warrior? Some people looked towards the area of Longya Mountain and looked at the heavenly prisoner star. Young man. Previously, many people believed that Yang Machung could not make any big waves. But now they no longer dare to ignore this young man. When the entire Tianqiu star was shaken, Yang Muqing's team was naturally also shocked. Just like what the outside world imagines. When Guang Yuan and the other two heavenly saints attacked for the first time, Guaman and Chang Wei were so frightened that they pissed themselves off. If it weren't for Yang Muqing's lust, they would have fled long ago. But who would have known that these two men came to kill them with great momentum? After Yang Muqing knew that they were Chu Tianjiang's men, he killed them with a sword. If the death of these two people was still within the acceptable range of everyone, the death of Zhao Bao, Lei Ming, and Qin Yao was beyond everyone's imagination. These three people had reached the existence of the heavenly saint a long time ago. But they were still killed by Yang Muqing, and they were not even able to escape in the end. For a while, Chang Wei, Guaman and others looked at Yang Muqing with admiration. They never imagined that this young man could be so ferocious. Next, who should Chu Tianjiang send to fight? Many people looked towards the area of Longyam Mountain again. However, for 4 or 5 days in a row, after learning that Lei Ming and others had been killed, Dragon Tooth Mountain was still silent. Chu Tianjiang did not send anyone again, which made countless big guys on Tianqiu planet speculate incessantly. But what is more speculated is that Chu Tianjiang is afraid. On this day, Chu Tianjiang, who had dominated the prisoner planet for who knows how many years, was beaten so hard that he couldn't hold his head out by a kid who didn't know where he came from. This was extremely shocking to countless people. As for what Chu Tianjiang was thinking, and whether he was really scared, no one knew. But there are already many big bosses on Tianqiu who cannot sit still. After all, for everyone, this is the best opportunity to overthrow Chu Tianjiang. And no one is willing to miss this opportunity. After defeating Zhao Bao and the others, Yang Muqing did not continue to advance, but stayed on the spot. He knew that even though he had killed 5 heavenly saints in Chu Tianjiang, he was suddenly victorious, and even Chu Tianjiang did not send people to attack and kill them anymore. It did not mean that Chu Tianjiang was afraid. Therefore, he stationed himself on the spot and prepared to solidify his foundation. But just as he stopped, the special envoys sent by the big guys arrived one by one. Zhao Yun presents a hardcore of Tianjing and wishes Master Yang a long life. Mu Hai presented a copy of Yunzhang Solitary Edition and wished Master Yang the best in the world. Gu Shirtong presents a Tianling Debao plant and wishes Master Yang a successful victory. Chapter 1389 Influence. In the camp, Chang Wei read out the congratulatory gifts sent by the various bosses one by one. Guaman and other Sun Ao's old subordinates also had surprise written on their faces. When they followed Sun Ao in the past, other big guys were certainly afraid of Sun Ao. But they would not be like this. After all, everyone has their own territory, and they never interfere with each other. But such a grand gift-giving was a surprise. For a moment, everyone felt that they had followed the right person. After all, following the boss. No one wants the boss to be a coward. Naturally, they are more inclined to follow Yang Muqing. Following Yang Muqing these past few days, I have almost experienced all the scenery of Tianqiu Star in my life. Master Yang, this is really what everyone expected. Seeing these generous gifts, Guaman was trembling with excitement. Yeah. Others nodded repeatedly. Are you proud? Yang Muqing sat on the Grand Master's chair, with a maid tapping his shoulder, looking at everyone with half-squinted eyes, and said coldly. His question immediately stunned everyone. To know, although many big bosses give gifts to Chu Tianjiang every year, they do so unwillingly. Now that they take the initiative to send gifts to Chu Tianjiang, they are flattering you and looking up to you. After taking a sip of tea and looking at the people who were confused, Yang Muqing said calmly, Do you know how these people can give us gifts in such a good way? Guaman condensed for a moment and whispered, It's because, Master Yang, you killed the 5 powerful heavenly saints in Chu Tianjiang. Yes. Yang Muqing nodded, but then shook his head. The reason why these big guys gave me gifts is because they want me to be a gunman and let me work for them and fight Chu Tianjiang until death. Otherwise, why didn't they give gifts earlier and later, but waited until I was killed? What about Zhao Bao, Lei Ming and Qin Yao? That's because they saw hope and thought I could fight against Chu Tianjiang. Is there any idiot here? After Yang Muqing nudged them a little bit, they understood the key. Master Yang, what should I do with these gifts? Otherwise, return them? Guaman said quickly. Since it's been delivered, just accept it. Yang Muqing stood up, picked out the box of Tianjing hardcore from a pile of gifts, waved his hand and said, The rest is yourselves. Let's break it up. I need to retreat, and you guys are here to guard me. If anyone comes, I won't see you. After saying that, he went straight into the secret room regardless of the complicated expressions on everyone's faces. To achieve nirvana and fight against the late heavenly sage, there is only one word that can describe Yang Muqing's current situation: difficult. The difference in cultivation level is too big. Of course, Chu Tianjiang is able to stand on this star that eats people without spitting out bones for so many years without falling. So he naturally has a secret card that no one knows. Otherwise, he would have been overthrown long ago. After I killed Zhao Bao, Lei Ming, and Chen Yao, my cultivation reached nirvana perfection. If I want to defeat Chu Tianjiang, I need at least a nirvana master, or a half-step heavenly saint. But now time is too urgent, so I can't do it in a short time. I can only improve my strength from the side. Thinking in his mind, Yang Muqing took out the Tianjing heart core. The core of Tianjing is the fruit of the tree demon, which gathers infinite with spiritual energy. Now for Yang Muqing, he can only improve his strength as soon as possible through the 5-element spiritual body. There are a total of 12 Tianjing heart cores. I wonder if they can elevate the Qilong body to Desheng. Yang Muqing swallowed a mouthful of core. Suddenly, the pure energy quickly turned into a torrent, pouring into the limbs and bones. It is completely different from the pain caused by practicing other exercises. It feels like the whole body is soaked in hot springs inside and outside. This is an indescribable comfort. At the same time, this power was quickly transformed into powerful vitality, quietly hiding in every corner of the body. As long as Yang Muqing is injured, these vitalities will emerge from his body, and the injury will be restored in the shortest possible time. There is actually such a tree demon? Feeling the growing vitality in his body, and the completion of the Qilong body, Yang Muqing couldn't help but sigh. Generally speaking, the core is the nascent soul of the tree demon, but Tianjing's heart core is different. It is the fruit of the tree demon. It blooms once every 3,000 years, and bears fruit every 3,000 years. What is produced is these heart cores, which have powerful with spiritual energy, and are inexhaustible heavenly spirits. Earth treasure. But unfortunately, this tree demon was killed in the previous battle. If this tree demon hadn't died, it would have been enough for me to cultivate the blue dragon's body to perfection. In that case, if I have a perfect body, I will have an invincible position and can compete with Chu Tianjiang. Although he felt regretful in his heart, Yang Muqing did not restrain his actions at all. He pinched it with his right hand. Another heart core was swallowed into his belly. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. The body of the blue dragon continued to steadily improve. And soon only the last one was left. Rise! Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes, and squeezed again with his right hand. Immediately, the last heart core was swallowed into his belly, as the core of the heart entered the abdomen. At this moment, the vitality that poured into the body and limbs suddenly became connected from end to end like a long river. The scattered vitality gathered together to form a huge torrent. Cole! It's finally done! Feeling the vast vitality in his body, Yang Muqing exhaled a breath of turbid air. Now, even an attack on his limbs, as long as his muscles and bones are not broken, this huge vitality is enough to make him recover in an instant. If we can reach the peak, our resilience will be even better. Secretly feeling the vitality in his body, Yang Muqing's heart moves secretly. Certainly, if it reaches that level, an item like the Tianjing heart core would require at least tens of thousands. However, this realm needs to be stabilized. After cultivating the Qilong body to great perfection, Yang Muqing began to consolidate his cultivation. During the period when Yang Muqing was stabilizing his cultivation, those who had given gifts had returned to their respective territories, and were looking for their respective bosses to return to work. Has the gift been delivered? It's delivered. Mr. Gu. The waiter hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Master Gu, I don't understand why we should give a gift to that boy. He is just a warrior who has reached nirvana. Is it possible that he can really fight against Chu Tianjiang? Ha. You don't understand. Gu Shirtong shook his head and said with a smile, For so many years, Chu Tianjiang has been the king and hegemon on Tianqiu planet, and no one has ever dared to challenge his majesty. What is his true identity? How much? No one knows. Now that such a kid suddenly appears, everyone naturally treats him as a gun to see his true background. Oh! The waiter was stunned. Gu Shirtong smiled and said, Yang Muqing is just an early bird. He accepted our things and was praised to the sky by so many people. With his young body, he will definitely be in high spirits. He will definitely try his best to get along with Chu Tianjiang. Fight to the end. The waiter seemed to understand. Of course, Gu Shirtong wouldn't explain anything to him. All in all, the attention of all the big guys on Tianqiu planet has been attracted by Yang Maicheng. Chapter 1390 Heavenly Prison. 3 days later, the silent Longya Mountain was boiling again. A powerful heavenly saint took the initiative to challenge. Yin Jiuyin took action. Unexpectedly, he is still alive. A big boss's expression changed drastically after he found out about the powerful heavenly saint who was fighting this time. Who is Yin Jiuyin? Some people were puzzled. I don't blame you. You have been to this star for too short a time and don't understand his reputation. Yin Jiuyin is a strong man in the middle stage of Tiansheng. He has surrendered to Chu Tianjiang for a long time. But he stopped taking action thousands of years ago. Everyone thought he was dead. But they didn't expect that he was still alive and asked for a fight this time. A big boss explained. Many people predicted that Yang Maicheng would definitely encounter a formidable enemy in this battle. Some people sighed secretly. There hasn't been any big war in Tianqiu Star in the past hundreds of years. The big guys in the territory have a tacit understanding to restrain their subordinates. Only latecomers, like Yang Maicheng, can stir up troubles in Tianqiu Star. But this time, can Yang Maicheng continue? Many big guys even rushed to watch the battle in person. However, when they saw this battle with their own eyes, they were completely stunned. Yang Maicheng actually killed Yin Jiuyin. Oh my god! Yin Jiuyin is the #1 master under Chu Tianjiang. His death is equivalent to Chu Tianjiang losing his arm. You can even kill a warrior in the middle stage of Tiansheng. This Yang Maicheng is really too powerful. More and more people are looking forward to the battle between Yang Maicheng and Chu Tianjiang. But at this time, the entire Longya Mountain has turned into a mess. Yin Jiuyin is dead. You know, Yin Jiuyin is Chu Tianjiang's #1 general. He once killed countless heavenly saints for Chu Tianjiang. And then he took over the entire Longya Mountain as his territory. Now, even he is dead. In Longya village. Although no one dared to show it. Everyone's expressions were full of shock and trembling. Report. Yang Mucheng's army has reached the foot of Longya Mountain. What? So fast. There was a desolate scene in Longya village. It seems that I haven't made a move for a long time. And some people have forgotten how powerful I am. In that case, let's use Yang Maicheng to scare the monkeys. Chu Tianjiang said coldly. The huge Longya village is tightly closed. The guard guarding the door quickly beat the rally drum beside him. Immediately the drum started beating. And in less than half a stick of incense, thousands of people in the entire village had gathered at an astonishing speed. Yang Maicheng narrowed his eyes. He was worthy of being the largest force that had dominated the heavenly prisoner planet for so long. The quality of these people was no worse than that of the army. As a burst of noise rang out, the crowd parted, and a huge white tiger jumped out. This tiger was all white with no trace of color. It was 4 to 5 meters long. It was actually a heavenly demon from the heavenly saint realm. But what's even more terrifying is that there is an old man sitting on the white tiger's body. Are you Yang Maicheng? The skinny old man sat on the back of the white tiger and looked at Yang Maicheng with squinted eyes. A hint of surprise in his eyes. What a good boy. He was able to kill Yin Jiuyin at such a young age. Are you Chu Tianjiang? Yang Maicheng couldn't help but ask aloud when he saw the people around him. The skinny old man was in awe. I'm not. Mentioning Chu Tianjiang. A trace of fear and apprehension flashed in the eyes of the skinny old man. As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, there was another commotion in the crowd. And an old man riding a big snake came out from behind. You can actually kill Yin Jiuyin? Chu Tianjiang is really getting better and better. A boy who has reached nirvana and consummation attacked the village and called us out. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the old man riding the snake. As soon as he finished speaking, a monk wearing blood-colored robes came out. At the same time, there was a middle-aged man dressed in white who was flying with a sword. Each of these people who came out of the village were middle-stage Tiansheng warriors. And their strength was just as strong as Yin Jiuyin. Aren't the 4 of them dead? Are the rumors true? The big bosses who came to watch the battle looked at the 4 people walking out of the village with shock in their eyes. What rumors? A big boss asked. The skinny old man Spirit King. The snake-riding old man Huang Jing. The blood-robed monk Buzwa. The sword-wielding man Lin Tai. These 4 people once followed a powerful man from the cave. A big boss sighed. It is said that Chu Tianjiang mastered the secret of Tianqiu Star and killed the strong man in Dongtian. And then, he completely took control of Longya village. What? Chu Tianjiang can trap and kill even the strong men in the cave. But what about Yang Maicheng? Everyone was shocked. The 4 mid-level heavenly saints stepped aside, and Chu Tianjiang, dressed in black robes, walked out with his hands behind his back. The heavenly prisoner star has been peaceful for more than 300 years. But today a boy like you has stirred up the troubles. You actually broke into our first stronghold on the heavenly prisoner star. How capable do you think you are? Enter my village? After Chu Tianjiang finished speaking, everyone behind him showed stern expressions. Most of those who can be caught in Chu Tianjiang's net are desperados. It's one thing to be afraid of Yang Maicheng, but if there is a fight, they are still determined to fight to the death. Yang Maicheng frowned slightly and said coldly, I just want to know how my companion is doing. If you hand him over, I will withdraw immediately. Chu Tianjiang laughed loudly and said, Yang Maicheng, do you really regard Tianqiu Star as your own territory? Come and leave when you want. You have killed so many of my Tiansheng subordinates. Even Yin Jiuing, they all died in your hands. Do you think I will let you go alive? Yang Muqing's eyes flashed coldly. I only want you to hand over your people. Otherwise, I will crush your village. The words just fell. Yang Maicheng directly released his breath. An extremely strong killing intent swept across quickly. This thought of killing everyone could not help but be secretly surprised. Xindao, this young man is indeed what he said in the rumors. Chu Tianjiang's expression changed. He knew that if Jing Tian didn't handle this matter, there would be a second, third, or even more people coming to fight against him on the prisoner star in the future. So he said in a cold voice, Yang Maicheng, and Shaoqing has been thrown into the heavenly prison in Longyam Mountain by me. Now I am afraid that he has already died in the heavenly prison. If you want to find him, you can only go to Huangquan Road. Reunion with him. Chu Tianjiang's words made Yang Muqing's eyes flash with murderous intent. And Shaoqing has indeed arrived on this star. Moreover, he also fought against Chu Tianjiang. As for Tian Lao, Yang Maicheng narrowed his eyes, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Heavenly prison. Sure enough, the rumors are true. It's over. No matter how powerful Yang Maicheng is, he can't resist Chu Tianjiang. He controls the heavenly prison. When the big guys watching the battle from a distance heard Chu Tianjiang's words, their expressions suddenly changed. An endless fear flashed in their eyes. Heavenly prison? Yang Maicheng nodded slightly, and looked at Chu Tianjiang with murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 1391 Reversal? The Tian Lao at the mouth of the Chutian River is naturally not like the Tian Lao in the mortal world. At this time, the prison in the starry sky held martial arts masters. So how could it be an ordinary prison cell? That's right. It's really a prison, Chu Tianjiang said loudly. He looked at Yang Maicheng and looked around. He saw the big bosses hiding in the dark one by one. The prisoner star was once a place of exile for a frontline sect. Ordinary prisoners would be imprisoned on this star. But as for those extremely evil criminals, do you know where they are? When everyone heard this, they all guessed what was going on. But Chu Tianjiang nodded and continued. Yes, it's the heavenly prison. And this heavenly prison is in the Dragon Tooth Mountain. Once you enter the heavenly prison, you will die. No matter how strong your cultivation is, you will not be able to escape. Call. Hearing Chu Tianjiang's words, Yang Maicheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Shaoqing was not killed on the spot, he would still have a chance. Really? Then I will kill you, and then penetrate this prison. Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with coldness. Ha ha. It's just you. Chu Tianjiang laughed and said, Let's wait until you survive today. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, the white tiger roared and rushed over quickly, jumping to Yang Muqing's left side. The big snake twisted its body and swept quickly, arriving behind Yang Maicheng. The remaining blood monks and the sword-wielding man Lin Tai also surrounded Yang Maicheng from the other two positions. This moment, Yang Maicheng was directly surrounded by 4 mid-stage heavenly saint warriors. Yang Maicheng, you, a perfect nirvana, can kill 5 of my early heavenly saints and 1 of my mid-stage heavenly saints in a row. Now, I am sending 4 of my mid-stage heavenly saints to see how you die. Chu Tianjiang laughed wildly. The big guys around him all looked horrified when they saw the scene. I have guessed a long time ago that Chu Tianjiang must have absolute means to make so many people surrender to him. Otherwise, how could he remain standing on this prison planet, and no one would dare to rebel? A big boss endured it. He couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, no action was taken. Chu Tianjiang's strength is too terrifying. It seems that Yang Maicheng is doomed this time. However, he died a worthy death. At least he helped us find out the details of Chu Tianjiang. A big boss shook his head and ordered the people around him. When we get back, just take out the 2 heavenly and earthly treasures that I have collected and give them to Chu Tianjiang to make amends. The big guys who were watching the battle were all feeling miserable. For middle-term heavenly sage warriors, plus the heavenly prison under his control, Chu Tianjiang is already in an invincible position in this heavenly prisoner star. Let's go! There's no point in staying any longer. After taking a look at Yang Mucheng, who was surrounded by 4 middle-level heavenly saints, many of the big guys couldn't help but sigh. And some even turned around and left without saying a word. In this situation, Yang Mucheng is like a bird in a cage or a turtle in an urn. Unless he has great ability, he will not be able to turn around. Hisses. The big snake under the Huangjing seat could no longer bear it. It is an ancient alien species. Although its strength reaches that of a heavenly demon, it does not have much wisdom. After it was suppressed by Huangjing, it became Huangjing's riding pet, devouring a warrior every day. Today, Yang Mucheng is attacking the stronghold. It hasn't had a meal yet, and is already dizzy with hunger. Before its owner can give the order, it is already neighing and biting towards Yang Mucheng. Snort! Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. He flipped his right hand and grabbed the Xinyuan sword. His cultivation level immediately surged to the extreme, and he slashed out with the sword at the same time. Feeling the aura released by Yang Mucheng, the big snake showed a trace of disdain in his eyes. A warrior like Yang Mucheng, who has achieved complete nirvana, has eaten not only 800, but also 1,000. As for the opponent's sword light, it was even more dismissive, and it might not even be able to break its own scales. It's not just the beast like Orochi who thinks so. Almost everyone thinks so. Master Yang! Chong Wei and Guiman cried out. However, before their voices fell, the seemingly invincible ancient alien snake was cut off by 7 inches with Yang Mucheng's sword. Boom! The head, which was as big as a small mountain, hit the ground, shaking the earth. Everyone looked at it and saw that although the big snake was still struggling, its movements had gradually slowed down, and it was obvious that it was not far from death. Yang Mucheng! How dare you kill my baby? Huangjing looked at the beheaded snake, with a hint of pain in his eyes. This big snake accompanied him on his expeditions east and west, and experienced thousands of battles, large and small, and half of Huangjing's reputation was based on this big snake. Now that the big snake died, it was equivalent to having one of his arms cut off. How could he not feel sad or angry about this? Roar! Huangjing was furious and let out a roar, and a powerful evil aura surged from his body. Obviously, he had stayed with the ancient alien species for too long, and even his inner energy had been infected. The billowing demonic energy surged up to the sky and turned into a huge snake shadow outside his body. The terrifying demonic energy poured in quickly, filling the snake shadow in an instant. The next moment, the big snake that Huangjing transformed into roared and rushed towards Yang Mucheng desperately. Yang Mucheng looked at the big snake that was sweeping in crazily, with neither sadness nor joy in his eyes. Just when his surroundings were blocked, and just when the big snake rushed in front of him, Yang Mucheng suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, it appeared above the big snake. Not good! This is the space body binding technique! Huangjing's big snake jumped into the air, bombarding the ground and suddenly collapsing. And he suddenly felt a murderous intention of death. No! Huangjing knew something was wrong. At this time, the eyes of the other 3 mid-level heavenly saints also flashed with suspicion, and they quickly wanted to take action. But it was already too late. Yang Mucheng, who appeared behind Huangjing, waved his right hand, and the Xinyuan sword slashed out a deep and bright sword light. There was only a tearing sound, and the big snake that was completely transformed by the demonic energy was actually in Xinyuan. It can be torn apart easily like window paper under the sword. In the shocked eyes of countless people, a head soared high into the sky, accompanied by a gush of blood, and then hit the ground with a pop. Quiet! The entire Longya village was dead silent. Even the big guys in the dark, who were about to leave, paused and looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise. In the previous situation, everyone thought that Yang Mucheng had fallen into a certain death situation, but no one thought that he would kill a mid-level heavenly saint in the blink of an eye. Is there any chance of a turning point? Time. The big guys who were about to leave stood still and looked ahead. The remaining 3 middle-level heavenly saints also had a hint of horror in their eyes, looking at Yang Mucheng, who was still dripping blood from the sword tip, and looking at Huangjing, who was already dead and could no longer die. They almost couldn't believe their own eye. Chapter 1392 Peerless Killing Game. Yang Mucheng fought all the way. Everyone only knew his vicious name, but they didn't know how powerful he was. They even felt a little disdainful before taking action, thinking that Chu Tianjiang was just making a fuss to deal with a Nirvana perfectionist. He actually mobilized 4 mid-stage heavenly saints to deal with him. However, who knew that one person would die in this moment? How can this not shock them? For a moment, the eyes of the remaining 3 people were full of fear. How could they still be as calm as before? This kid is nothing extraordinary, Blood Monk Buzwa shouted coldly. Now that we know the strength of our opponent, we naturally no longer have any reservations. Immediately, the momentum of the 3 heavenly saints in the middle stage was rising steadily, and they gathered in the shape of a triangle, once again shrouding Yang Mucheng in the center. The 3 breaths aroused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and formed a shocking and huge tornado with the 3 people at the center. The shocking tornado completely tore the surrounding air apart. The center of the tornado was none other than Yang Mucheng. If anyone else had been crushed by this terrifying aura, they would have been killed on the spot. But he couldn't help but look happy. He opened his mouth and sucked in fiercely. This powerful spiritual energy was swallowed by him on the spot, like a long whale sucking water. What? This momentum, which was enough to crush the heavenly saint, was actually swallowed by Yang Mucheng. This sudden reversal shocked countless people. You know, being at the center of the momentum of the 3 powerful heavenly saints, you are in a situation where one hair can affect your whole body. Even moving a finger would trigger a thunderous attack from 3 people. But Yang Mucheng just opened his mouth and swallowed, which diffused the momentum of the 3 people. For a moment, he turned against the guests. This attitude made Lin Tai, Buzwa, and Ling Wang so sad that they almost vomited blood. Kill! The Spirit King narrowed his eyes. Like Huang Jing, he mainly controls animals, living in symbiosis with the heavenly demon. The inner energy can be transformed into demonic energy, and the demonic energy can be transformed into internal energy. Facing him was equivalent to facing a strong man with the inner strength of 2 heavenly saints. He roared angrily, and his breath became high along with the white tiger sitting down. The inner energy and demonic energy merged into one, turning into a monstrous force. This momentum instantly poured into the white tiger's body, and the next moment, the white tiger's body expanded like a balloon. At first, the white tiger was only 4 or 5 meters long, but in a blink of an eye, it had reached hundreds of feet. Like a mountain peak, the white tiger roared angrily and immediately struck down with one claw. Take action! Buzwa also echoed at the same time. He took a deep breath, and a huge wave of air quickly swirled around him, even forming a huge hurricane. His chest swelled high, and all the spiritual energy, evil energy, and yin energy in the world were swallowed up by him at this moment. And then he opened his mouth and spat it out. Drink! This mixed aura gathered together and turned into spears, blasting towards Yang Mucheng. The sharp spear passed through the void, and transparent bodies flashed out, as if they could penetrate the space, and swept up Yang Mucheng's position in an instant. Zhang! The last one to take action was Lin Tai. He waved his right hand, and the sharp sound of the sword resounded throughout Longya Mountain's stronghold. Then, he stepped forward in one step, and like a flash of lightning, he arrived in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. Among the 3, Lin Tai was the last to take action, but he was the first to arrive in front of Yang Mucheng. His sword move made many of the big guys who were watching look horrified. If these 3 people don't take action, they will use it as the most powerful killing move. They don't intend to give Yang Mucheng any chance to survive. Boom! 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 The 3 midterm heavenly saints took action together. Such a terrifying momentum completely exploded the surrounding air. Ripples surged out, and even made everyone's gaze become distorted and blurred at this moment. Can he still perform miracles? Even though they were far apart, they could feel the pressing aura, and they couldn't help but feel the trembling in their hearts. What will happen to Yang Mucheng, who is at the center of the 3-man siege? For a moment, everyone focused on Yang Mucheng. Boom! Facing the attacks of the 3 heavenly saints, Yang Mucheng finally took action. Chang! His eyes widened angrily, and the aura in his body exploded to the extreme. Like Lin Tai, he directly pushed all his momentum to the extreme and slashed forward with one sword. When their cultivation has reached their level, fancy sword moves no longer work. What is truly terrifying is the artistic conception contained in each sword. For Yang Mucheng, his various artistic conceptions and various fighting intentions have already been integrated into his sword moves. This moment, everyone saw that two extreme sword lights collided together as fast as lightning. But Lin Tai's sword light was shattered by Yang Macheng. For a moment, Lin Tai lost his balance and shot backwards. His body directly penetrated the huge mountain stronghold and opened a passage in the stronghold. After knocking back Lin Tai with one sword, Yang Mucheng's body trembled, and a hint of fishy taste came out of his tongue. After all, the opponent was in the middle stage of Tiansheng, and there was still a certain gap in strength between the two sides. Being able to push back Lin Tai was beyond everyone's expectations. He got hurt! Seeing Yang Mucheng's face turn pale, King Ling was overjoyed. He slapped his right hand. In an instant, the white tiger let out a roar, and the terrifying tiger palm struck down rapidly at this moment. There was only a crackling sound resounding, and this shocking big palm, like a mountain, was already pressing on the top of Yang Mucheng's head in an instant. At this time, Yang Mucheng had just defeated Lin Tai, and the internal energy in his body had become stagnant. He found that he could no longer dodge the palm strike. Die to me! Boom! With a loud sound, the Heaven-Qing tiger palm struck down, and the surging power directly knocked Yang Mucheng from mid-air to the bottom. It's over! Seeing this scene, everyone screamed. Obviously they didn't think that Yang Mucheng could survive this palm. However, the Spirit King looked horrified. The dust dispersed, and the sky-holding tiger palm did not fall to the ground, but was blocked by Yang Mucheng with one hand. No matter how the ground under his feet exploded crazily and cracks spread, Yang Mucheng remained unmoved. And this time, the attack spat out from Blood Monk Buzua's mouth had already arrived in front of Yang Mucheng at this time. It seems that there is really no miracle. Seeing this scene, countless people couldn't help but have this thought in their minds. However, Yang Mucheng's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes were filled with silver cross stars, shining brightly. He also imitated the walking posture and took a deep breath. At this moment, the breath from 100 miles away was mobilized at this moment, turning into thousands of strands and rushing towards Yang Mucheng's belly. Then he opened his mouth and drank, and a thunderous sound erupted. Snort! At this moment, thunder and fire exploded in the world. Countless war spears were suddenly wiped out under the sound of thunder. Yang Mucheng actually single-handedly resolved the unparalleled killing situation arranged by the three heavenly saints in the middle period. Chapter 1393. Kill once. Kill again. Call. The ferocious sound of thunder was like a strong wind passing by, completely tearing the tall mountain stronghold apart. Countless warriors hiding behind the stronghold were directly blown away by the force of the thunderous sound. Some warriors with low cultivation levels were shocked to death on the spot. Even under this thunderous sound, even Buzua, Lin Tai, and Ling Wang could not help but have their expressions change drastically, and they quickly retreated towards the rear. Hisses. Everyone watching the battle looked at Yang Mucheng and felt dumbfounded. How could this Yang Mucheng be so terrifying? Does he really only have nirvana? Many people have questions in their minds. If it weren't for Yang Mucheng's aura that clearly appeared, no one would believe that Yang Mucheng only had nirvana cultivation. But even so, many people were extremely shocked and wondered how Yang Mucheng could compete with the three mid-stage heavenly saints with his nirvana cultivation. What? At this moment, even Chu Tianjiang was stunned. No matter how high he thought of Yang Mucheng, he still couldn't believe that Yang Mucheng could survive under the attack of three powerful heavenly saints. And he also showed a strength that was not inferior to that of the heavenly saints in the middle stage. What are you still doing? Hack them all! Chu Tianjiang drank loudly. Immediately, the warriors in Longya village quickly came to their senses, pulled out their weapons one by one, and charged towards Yang Mucheng with howls. Yang Mucheng's face was still dull. He grabbed it with his right hand. In an instant, the heaven and earth stirred, and the infinite spiritual energy and evil spirit quickly formed a long sword, which gathered around him like thousands of swords coming home. Then, his tightly clenched right hand quickly released. Whoosh! This moment, a burst of extreme whistling sound resounded quickly and violently. I just saw that at this moment. The thousands of long swords erupted into a terrifying sword cry. Countless long swords were like thousands of angry arrows that were ready to be fired. And Yang Mucheng's release was the order for them to be ready to go. Boom! The terrifying sword light spread rapidly, with Yang Mu as the center, and exploded in all directions, forming a terrifying blade storm. Dragon Tooth Mountain suddenly became a Shura H.L., and countless warriors were completely killed by the long sword before they even got close. For a time, A blood mist rose in the sky above Longa Mountain. Yang Machung! Stop being so arrogant! Lin Tai's eyes were horrified. He had been bumped into by Yang Machung so suddenly, and it was only now that the turbulent energy and blood in his body had calmed down. He did not dare to underestimate the young man in front of him anymore. Although he was not yet 20 years old, he was definitely the most powerful enemy he had ever seen in his life. Zheng! His eyes opened angrily, and his 3,000 long hair suddenly rose up, as if he was furious. A white robe was also flying up and down constantly. This infinite inner energy quickly poured into the long sword in his hand. Destroy! A 3-inch sword energy quickly gathered on the sword. This sword energy was hesitant and grew crazily as the internal energy poured in. It was like an aurora erupting, blasting directly from Lin Tai's position towards Yang Machung. This sword penetrated the void and pointed directly at the center of Yang Muching's eyebrows. What's more, it was Lin Tai who gathered all the strength of the heavenly saint to strike a sword with all his strength. This sword would either kill Yang Machung or him. When everyone saw the scene, they felt extremely shocked. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that Yang Machung could push Lin Tai to this level. He only has complete nirvana! A big boss exclaimed and groaned. Only the perfection of nirvana is so terrifying. If it reaches heavenly sage, wouldn't it mean that all heavenly saints and strongmen can only die of shame? A series of eyes looked towards Yang Machung. They wanted to know how Yang Machung could stop this attack. I'm so arrogant! What can you do to me? Yang Muching's eyes narrowed. Zheng! At this moment, countless long swords behind him all let out a piercing sword cry. In an instant, each long sword erupted with a burst of extreme glancing light. This glancing light gathered together and became one continuous line. It actually converged into a line in everyone's eyes and flew towards Lin Tai. Boom! 2 extreme sword lights struck together quickly and exploded. I just saw that Yang Muching's sword that united 10,000 swords was unstoppable and unstoppable. Not only did he resist Lin Tai's sword, but he also shattered Lin Tai's sword light inch by inch. What? Lin Tai's eyes were horrified. I'll give this sword back to you. Yang Machung pointed forward with his right hand, and in an instant, the sword light shot out suddenly, tearing Lin Tai's sword light apart, and then blasted towards Lin Tai. A trace of panic flashed in Lin Tai's eyes, but then his pupils widened, and the last trace of divine light dissipated. The extreme sword light blasted in from between his eyebrows, and then blasted out from the back of his head, killing him completely. In the middle period of the 4 heavenly saints, another one has fallen. Did you knock me out of the air earlier? After killing Lin Tai with one sword, Yang Muching's eyes suddenly turned and fell on the Spirit King. Silver light flashed in his eyes, and his spiritual thoughts turned into reality, making the air crackle. The white tiger that coexisted with the Spirit King retreated back in fear, not daring to compete with him anymore. But the white tiger quickly came to its senses, roared, and rushed towards Yang Machung again. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to completely swallow Yang Machung into its belly. How dare you scream in front of me, you beast? Yang Machung stepped on the ground with the sole of his foot. Boom! His kick was as if the earth was shattering and the whole earth suddenly trembled. And with the help of this terrifying power, Yang Machung rose up and charged directly towards the white tiger. He restrained his punch, and all the energy and blood in his body surged crazily. And in an instant, he was in front of Bai Hu. Boom! This punch hit directly from Bai Hu's mouth, and exploded from the back of Bai Hu's head with a loud explosion. At this moment, Yang Machung rushed to the Spirit King with all his strength. No! The Spirit King's face was full of fear, and he quickly raised his hands to protect himself. But Yang Muching's punch was too fast and too fierce, and it suddenly arrived in front of him. Boom! Of course, the Spirit King had already noticed it and protected his heart. But Yang Machung didn't care about anything. He punched him, breaking both of Ling Wang's arms on the spot. The punch continued unabated and hit Ling Wang on the chest. It was only then that the absolute power exploded. The body of the Spirit King trembled, and the energy and blood in his body reversed, and suddenly condensed into a line and exploded. The Spirit King's eyes widened and his body trembled. Before he could even speak, his whole body was like a ball of limp mud, suddenly falling to the ground and making no more sound. So far, the 3rd heavenly saint dies. Chapter 1394, Chasing into the Heavenly Prison. This ultimate decisive battle was broken in a flash of lightning. This sudden scene was unacceptable to everyone. Not only Even more so when the three heavenly saints joined forces. Two of them were already killed. The remaining blood monk Buzwa looked at Yang Muchung, trembling all over. I saw Yang Muchung suspended in midair. He was covered in blood. He looked like the Shura god of killing who had stepped out of the poised sea of blood. His eyes were so clear and transparent that it was scary. Yang Muchung grinned. In an instant, Buzwa felt his scalp numb, and he involuntarily shot towards the back. What? Buzai was actually scared away. This kid scared the living daylights out of Buzwa. Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. Buzwa, known as the Blood Monk, who walked out of the sea of blood from the mountain of corpses, was actually scared away by Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung! Listening to the commotion around him, Buzwa's eyes widened angrily, with a cold light flashing in his pupils. He shouted loudly. His internal energy increased to the extreme, and a churning blood mist quickly gathered in the air. Roar! In everyone's eyes, they saw a huge bloody skeleton writhing in the sky and earth. This skull has a green face and fangs, which is extremely scary. It let out a roar, and its huge body suddenly turned into a rolling wave of blood, pouring down from the 9 heavens towards Yang Muchung. The monstrous waves of blood were churning endlessly, causing a shocking sound of waves. Buzai is going to wash away the shame with blood. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Obviously, Buzwa was scared away by Yang Muchung in front of everyone, which made him feel that he had lost all face. So now, he is desperate to cultivate his cultivation and want to kill Yang Muchung. Boom! A sea of blood rushed towards him. However, Yang Muchung's expression remained unchanged. He had killed 3 heavenly saints in a row, and coupled with the countless warriors in Longya village, his energy and blood had been raised to the extreme. He sneered, grabbed the Xinyuan sword and slashed forward. At this moment, Xinyuan's sword fell in shock. The monstrous wave of blood that swept through the world quickly separated in front of him and turned into 2 halves. Puff! At the same time, a tearing sound sounded. Buzwa's body trembled in midair, and his pupils dilated. A line of blood spread downward from the center of his eyebrows. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Yang Muchung's sword slashed him from head to toe, and he was cut into 2 pieces in the void. So far, the 4 heavenly saints all perished. Heavenly Saint, looking down upon the stars. No matter how many sects there are, the heavenly saints are powerful enough. In some small sects, one person can suppress the fate of a whole sect. On this planet, a heavenly saint can become a big boss. On the heavenly prisoner star, no heavenly saint has fallen for many years. But now, in the hands of Yang Muchung, for people were once again ruined, and they weren't even those heavenly saints who had just broken through. In front of countless people, Yang Muchung beheaded 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, and 4 people. What a terrifying strength this is. He only has complete nirvana. Countless people were shocked and amazed at the position. If Yang Muchung reaches the heavenly saint empress, wouldn't it be possible to kill even the powerful men in the cave? It seems that we have been trapped in this prison star for too long, and we don't know that such a terrifying existence has risen in the starry sky. Is Chu Tianjiang finished now? Many people looked towards Chu Tian River. Sure enough, at this moment, Chu Tianjiang's face was so gloomy that he could even drop water. If Yin Jiuyin was killed before, and Yang Muchung had one of his arms broken, now the death of these 4 heavenly saints means that both his left and right arms are broken. Even if Yang Muchung is killed today, his Longya village will be severely weakened and will never regain its previous power. Who else dares to use Yang Muchung as a spearman again? I don't know which big boss suddenly spoke. At this moment, there was silence all around. Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At this time, who else dares to regard Yang Muchung as an idiot? If Chu Tianjiang dies, I'm afraid there will be only one voice in the prison star from now on. Everyone couldn't help but think of it. But at this time, someone suddenly had an idea and said, Chu Tianjiang hasn't taken out the prison yet. Has he? Yes. Everyone came back to their senses and looked forward again. To this day, the final outcome of this battle is still unknown. At this time, a cold voice sounded in the distance. Yang Muchung, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It was Chu Tianjiang who spoke. But as he was talking, he took something out of his arms. That object was actually a token that looked like a juzi ling, with strange patterns engraved on it, and a faint aura that was exuding like a tide. However, I want to see how you can compete with me. At this time, Chu Tianjiang was already riding a tiger and was unable to dismount. Although he really didn't want to use the token to summon the heavenly prison, Yang Mucheng killed 4 heavenly saints in a row, which not only scared the courage of the entire heavenly prisoner boss, but also scared him out of his courage. Is that the prison? Did Chu Tianjiang use this heavenly prison to trap and kill a strong man from the cave world back then? What exactly is that prison? Everyone looked forward. But when Chu Tianjiang finished speaking, he squeezed the token in his hand, and a black light suddenly burst out from the token. In that light, there are countless ancient patterns and talismans. This ray of light exploded out in an instant, turning into a sky-shattering pillar of light hundreds of feet long. Within that pillar of light, there was endless darkness, as if it was leading to another world. Yang Mucheng, if you want to kill me, follow me to the prison. After saying that, Chu Tianjiang swept swiftly towards the black light, and completely disappeared in the light in an instant. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the black light pillar. He spread his spiritual thoughts towards it, but found that the light pillar seemed to lead to another world. When he looked into it, he found that it was bottomless. But looking at the black beam of light that was about to converge, Yang Mucheng turned into an escaping light and quickly flew towards it. It wasn't until Yang Mucheng entered the light pillar that the cavernous light pillar quietly disappeared, as if everything before was an illusion in everyone's eyes. However, the mess outside Longya Mountain and the blood on the ground told everyone that everything happened before their eyes. If Yang Mucheng pursues him, his life or death will be uncertain. Looking at the disappearing beam of light, everyone couldn't help but secretly thought. At first, when Yang Mucheng entered this star, no one would have thought that he, an inconspicuous young man, could single-handedly stir up the world and disrupt the centuries-old peace of the heavenly prisoner star. Chapter 1395. Deep in the heavenly prison. The black beam of light seemed fleeting to outsiders, but to Yang Mucheng, it seemed like a long passage that never reached the end. Not only that, there are distorted spaces in all directions. Even if the divine mind penetrates into it, it will be torn into pieces by this distorted space. However, the only thing that made Yang Mucheng breathe a sigh of relief was that his spiritual mind could still slightly touch Chu Tianjiang's aura. It seemed like a long time. It seemed like a moment. For a moment, the chaotic and twisted space around him quietly returned to its original appearance. There was also a sudden dizziness. When Yang Mucheng opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that he had left the endless beam of light at some point and came to a prison. Is this the prison? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced around. This surrounding area is indeed a prison. You can see the prison cells, the corpses, the torture instruments, and the surrounding area is filled with an unpleasant smell, which seems to be like the rotting smell of corpses. But you can still see that this area has been deserted for who knows how long. That guy is no longer here. Yang Mucheng turned his eyes, and his spiritual thoughts spread around. But Chu Tianjiang's figure is no longer in this area. However, Yang Mucheng did not chase after him quickly. This area gave him a very eerie feeling, which made him very uncomfortable. Huh? When looking around, Yang Mucheng's eyes fell on a broken jade pupil slip. He recognized that this kind of jade pupil slips were usually used to record certain things. Injecting spiritual thoughts into it, the intermittent information immediately poured into Yang Mucheng's mind like a gurgling stream. I see. Nodding secretly, Yang Mucheng finally understood what was going on. It turns out that this heavenly prisoner star is the prison of Quanglong Palace. Just like what Chu Tianjiang said, the outer perimeter of the entire heavenly prisoner star is where unimportant prisoners are imprisoned. But the interior of the heavenly prison is where the truly terrifying prisoners are imprisoned. It's a pity that the prison was finally broken by the prisoners from the inside out. Not only was the entire prison destroyed, but the entire Mad Dragon Palace was also completely destroyed by countless strong men overnight. It seems that the token in Chu Tianjiang's hand should be the key to this prison. He should have mastered some of the methods in this prison. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. This area should be where the jailers rest. The real prison is outside. Based on the information, this location is the torture room. The captured warriors are basically tortured here, and all kinds of valuable information such as techniques, magic weapons, etc. are extracted from their mouths. Then, Mad Dragon Palace will throw those warriors, who have completely lost their value, into the real prison outside. It seems that Chu Tianjiang has entered it. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. No matter where you are, I have to kill you. Tongue! The cold light in his eyes bloomed, and Yang Mucheng chased out in an instant. Boom! After getting out of the torture room, Yang Mucheng immediately felt as if he had stepped into a gloomy ghost land. And the surrounding environment immediately changed drastically. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help being shocked. I saw that there was another world outside. But the entire sky was gray. The ground was covered with bones. And the howling wind seemed to have countless ghosts roaring. The endless clouds turned into huge cloud dragons, like chains holding up the sky, constantly tumbling up and down in the void. I don't know how many powerful people were imprisoned here. Such a terrible evil spirit has actually been produced. Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. When the Mad Dragon Palace controlled the star, even the powerful men from the cave were not qualified to be imprisoned here. Only those who were above the Tai realm would be imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Although the cell has been abandoned and countless traps have been completely destroyed, the terrifying place of Mad Dragon Palace can still be seen. Destroy! Yang Mucheng squeezed his right hand and shouted in a deep voice. Suddenly, a sound wave swept across, and the countless evil dragons were directly shattered by the terrifying sound wave, turned into clouds, and disappeared in this space. Looking forward again, where is Chu Tianjiang's figure? Since Chu Tianjiang dared to lead me here, he must have been extremely familiar with this place. Moreover, he said before that in Shaoqing was also thrown into this sky prison by him. I don't know that in Shaoqing. Where is your majesty? Now that he has entered the prison, Yang Mucheng is not in a hurry. There is only one exit and one entrance in the entire Tianlao. If Chu Tianjiang wants to go out, he can only leave from here. With a thought in his mind, he set up a spiritual thought at the exit. Once Chu Tianjiang approaches, he will know it as soon as possible. It wasn't until he finished doing this that Yang Mucheng moved forward with confidence. This little bastard. As everyone knows, Chu Tianjiang has been watching the scene secretly. If looks could kill, Yang Mucheng would have been torn into millions of pieces by him. I didn't expect that he would be so careful. If so, let's lead him there. Looking at Yang Mucheng's figure, Chu Tianjiang almost broke his teeth. His mind moved, and he quickly made a plan. Although this heavenly prison has been bombarded by those people in the past, and no longer accepts the deadly prison it once had. In this heavenly prison, there was originally a heavenly demon in the cave heaven realm. It's a pity that the strong men in the cave sky realm died together. But it's not like Chu Tianjiang has done nothing in these years. He is even trying to restore the murderous intention in the prison. He discovered that there were still some remaining monsters surviving in this area, and they would attack everyone who entered the prison. Yang Mucheng, I'm here! Chu Tianjiang shouted loudly, and quickly swept to one side. Yang Mucheng's eyes turned, and he spotted Chu Tianjiang's figure, only to see him flying to one side. From what he could see, the area was a vast forest, with strange plants growing crookedly. The waving vines were like tentacles, and even had sharp teeth at the end that could tear everything apart. And those ferocious-looking tree demons dispersed like a tide after encountering the Chutian River. This guy wants to use the traps left in this prison to deal with me. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Look how I destroy your dream. The next moment, his eyes opened angrily, and endless stars flashed out. At the same time, a piece of ancient flame armor erupted from his body. Ancient runes flashed on the armor piece by piece, making it look like a helmet of the gods. Destroy! At the same time, a Suzaku figure rose from the armor, and the sky-shaking flames turned into an angry sea and swept across quickly. Chapter 1396. Can you stop me? Boom! 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 This surging flame mixed with spiritual thoughts and inner energy reached a shocking extreme. There seemed to be a phoenix writhing in the sky. Wherever it passed, the terrifying high temperature that could burn everything swept out quickly and rushed into the strange forest of tree monsters. Squeak! 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 Waves of sharp shouts erupted rapidly. The terrifying flames burned to an astonishing extreme. Countless tree demons were completely burned to ashes under the flames that were enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. When Chu Tianjiang saw the scene, his soul almost flew away. He didn't know that Yang Mucheng had cultivated the 5-element spirit body, and that except for water spells, he could master all other magical powers at his fingertips. Now, this flame burst out from the red flame armor condensed in Suzaku's body, and with the blessing of his divine thoughts, it swept directly across the heaven and earth, burning everything to ashes. From Chu Tianjiang's point of view, if Yang Mucheng wanted to catch up with him, he would at least kill this forest of tree demons. There are not millions of tree demons here, but hundreds of thousands of them. He had the key to the heavenly prison to protect himself, and these tree demons did not dare to do anything to him. But Yang Muchung had another story. If Yang Muchung wanted to catch up, he would have to consume at least half of his internal energy and physical strength. But who knew that Yang Muchung would burn most of the tree demon forest in an instant? Squeak! 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 At this moment, the entire dryad forest exploded as if a pot had exploded. But Yang Muchung wanted to kill people. So how could he let these tree demons survive? The flames flashed crazily, like a raging sea of fire, completely burning everything in its path to ashes. At the same time, he activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique, frantically absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Every time a tree demon is burned to death, his strength increases by 1 point. Although his current strength has not increased significantly, it is slowly increasing in a terrifying manner. Tree King, come out quickly! Chu Tianjiang let out a roar, and violently pinched the seal. In an instant, the whole earth trembled crazily. An invisible sound wave also spread out. Boom! Boom! Just saw that the ground suddenly cracked open, and tree roots, like dragons, were pulled out of the ground quickly. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread rapidly from the depths of the forest. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and looked forward. But he saw, deep in the tree demon forest, a towering tree thousands of meters high, like an ancient beast waking up from its slumber. When the rough tree trunk slowly squirms, you can see the facial features slowly appearing. It was as if he was awakened by Chu Tianjiang, the sky demon tree king in the middle stage of Tianxing. The tree king woke up from his deep sleep, obviously a little angry, but it was extremely afraid of Chu Tianjiang holding the token, and immediately focused its anger on Yang Muchung. Roar! A shocking roar erupted from the thick tree trunk. This tree demon didn't know how long it had been living here. Each tree root was like a big dragon, with a diameter of more than 10 feet. In an instant, endless tree roots surged out rapidly, overwhelmingly rushing towards Yang Muchung. The crazy rolling was shocking, and it actually crushed the overwhelming flames that were sweeping in. This tree demon, even if it is not Yang Muchung's opponent, can at least stop this kid for a moment, Chu Tianjiang thought to himself. It seems that this forest cannot kill him, so we can only find another location. Just when Chu Tianjiang was thinking, he saw that the monstrous tree roots had already rushed in front of Yang Muchung. The flames in the red flame armor were already more than half dimmer than before. Is it possible that this tree demon can kill Yang Muchung? Such an idea popped into Chu Tianjiang's mind. But soon, he realized how ridiculous this idea was. Facing the attack from the sky demon tree king, Yang Muchung took a deep breath and spit it out suddenly. At this moment, a wave of fire that was even more terrifying than before was spit out from his mouth. In an instant, the countless dragon-like tree roots were burned to ashes on the spot. Even this monstrous flame swept forward unabated and enveloped the entire sky demon tree king. Zitsidi! The harsh cry resounded rapidly, and the sky demon tree king under the flame swung his body desperately. It was shaking crazily, and the harsh sound resounded throughout the sky. Quack! Yang Muchung thought its screams were harsh, frowned, and immediately struck down with his sword. Just hearing a squeak, the sword cut it into 2 pieces with a devastating blow. And even the heart of the tree was chopped into pieces by the sword. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianjiang was startled and hurriedly ran away into the distance. Yang Muchung glanced at Chu Tianjiang, who was escaping, and knew that he didn't have time to use the bodies of these tree demons to temper the body of the green dragon. So he simply used the ancient chaos art to absorb them and turn them into his most pure power. Even the tree king had been killed by Yang Muchung. When the remaining little tree demons saw the scene, they gathered their branches and leaves. No matter how Chu Tianjiang urged them, they did not dare to attack Yang Muchung again. Chu Tianjiang could only bite the bullet and continue to escape. Since the Dryad King can't do it, I don't believe you can't take care of anything. Chu Tianjiang closed his eyes, pinched the token in his hand, and gave a deep drink. Buzz! In an instant, a ripple quickly spread out with his body as the center. Almost at the same time, bursts of roars came from all directions, and waves of demonic energy began to surge at this moment. Yang Muchung looked up and saw the rolling black shadows coming overwhelmingly between the sky and the earth. Every black spot is a monster. There were thousands of people covering the sky and the sun. Obviously, these guys were monsters that Chu Tianjiang had raised in the heavenly prisoner star over the years. Now that they heard his orders, they all came over and killed them. Chu Tianjiang! You think these monsters can stop me? Let me show you. This prison is not enough to rely on you. Looking at the endless monsters, Yang Muchung opened his eyes angrily, and his pupils suddenly burst into light. The next moment, the endless inner energy in the body swept through the whole body like a flame. Zhang! 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 Waves of crisp sword sounds resounded loudly. A long sword formed by the influx of infinite aura quickly levitated beside Yang Muchung. Each sword burst out with terrifying sword energy. This terrifying sword energy completely tore apart the surrounding space. Destroy! Just after the last long sword was formed, Yang Muchung gave a deep drink. This sound is like a warning. Chapter 1397 Threat. Clang. The sound of the extremely sharp sword resounded in the void. The next moment, the infinite long sword swept forward quickly and violently like a surging wave. The strong wind pressure completely tore the earth apart. From a distance, it looked like a sea of swords. Wherever it passed, whether it was the huge dragon turtle as strong as a mountain, the war eagle that flew as nimbly as lightning, or the evil-eyed poisonous wolf that would not stop dying after seeing blood, this terrifying sword was all at this moment. The anger was completely torn apart. Bang! 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 Exploding blood and corpses covered it. Moving forward from Yang Muchung's position, his sword blasted out a terrifying smooth path hundreds of feet long. When he looked around, the ground was full of deep sword marks. A cold wind blew, and there was deathly silence. Chu Tianjiang was actually frightened by this scene. If the one who took action was a powerful heavenly saint, he would definitely not be a little bit shocked. But now the one who takes action is a young man who has achieved nirvana. This kind of power has exceeded his imagination. And what shocked Chu Tianjiang even more was that, after Yang Muchung struck out with this sword, a shocking suction force burst out from his body. In the entire heavenly prison, whether it was evil energy, spiritual energy, or death energy, they all turned into thousands of strands at this moment and merged into a huge whirlpool, sweeping towards Yang Muchung crazily. Boom! The next moment, a shocking force swept out of Yang Muchung's body. Master Nirvana! Chu Tianjiang's eyes almost popped out. Actually broke through? Moreover, after the breakthrough, Yang Muchung's terrifying momentum was not much worse than him. But he didn't know that since Yang Muchung came to this Tianqiu star, he has been killing people all the way through the ranks. He has killed countless powerful Tiansheng, and his energy and blood have long been accumulated to the extreme. Now Chu Tianjiang introduced Yang Muchung into the tree demon forest, and summoned a large number of monsters to stop Yang Muchung. For others, this may be a fatal threat. But for Yang Muchung, it is a big tonic pill that can improve his cultivation. This, Chu Tianjiang was stunned. However, what shocked Chu Tianjiang even more was that Yang Muchung had no intention of stopping after breaking through the Nirvana Grandmaster. On the contrary, with a more horrified attitude, he rushed directly towards the half-step heavenly saint. He didn't know. Along the way, Yang Muchung's murderous intention has reached its extreme. Whether it was the grudge with Lung Feng Pavilion or everything happening on the heavenly prisoner star, his desire for power became even stronger. The ancient heaven swallowing technique actually exploded to its extreme at this moment, absorbing all the energy in the heavenly prison into the body. Feeling the half-step heavenly saint aura of this breakthrough, Chu Tianjiang's face turned completely horrified. With almost no hesitation, he quickly turned into a ray of light and jumped out into the distance crazily. Laugh! Just as Chu Tianjiang's body was flying rapidly, Yang Muchung had already noticed his movements. With almost no hesitation, he quickly stepped forward, used the void transit to the extreme, and appeared directly above the Chutian River. Get out of my way! Chu Tianjiang was horrified. At this moment, his scalp felt numb. Yang Muchung's silent eyes showed no emotion at all, and the overwhelming murderous intent made his hair stand on end. With a roar, Chu Tianjiang punched Yang Muchung fiercely. However, when his fist rose into the sky, Yang Muchung's thunderous kick had already been quickly stepped down. Boom! Fighting with fists and kicks. Crack! Chu Tianjiang's right fist exploded on the spot. At the same time, an incomparably powerful force emerged like a tide. Wow! His body trembled, and Chu Tianjiang spurted out a mouthful of blood mist on the spot. Under this overwhelming force, his whole body crashed to the ground, slamming heavily to the ground. Boom! At this moment, the entire Tianlao trembled suddenly, as if an earthquake had been triggered. Not only did Chu Tianjiang fall to the ground, but his body also blasted a terrifying pit hundreds of feet into the earth. Boy! If I escape this disaster, I will never let you go. In the dust, Chu Tianjiang still retains his previous majestic appearance. Blood is pouring out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and his right arm is bursting, making him extremely miserable. Although he wanted to tear Yang Mucheng into pieces, he knew that he was no longer Yang Mucheng's opponent and could only avoid his sharp edge for the time being. Cursing secretly, Chu Tianjiang stood up and prepared to take advantage of the chaos surrounding the world to escape. But as soon as he stood up, Yang Mucheng was like a meteor, falling rapidly and landing in front of Chu Tianjiang without any gap. He directly stepped on Chu Tianjiang, who was about to get up, into the ground again. This banging force crushed all the bones in Chu Tianjiang's body and created terrifying cracks, crushing Chu Tianjiang's internal organs until they were completely displaced. Escape! Let me see where you are going! There was coldness in Yang Mucheng's eyes. He raised his foot, and just when he was about to crush Chu Tianjiang to death, the other party suddenly spoke. If you kill me, you will never know the whereabouts of Xiaoqing. And Xiaoqing is not dead. Yang Mucheng looked surprised. That's right. Chu Tianjiang suppressed the fear in his heart, secretly congratulating himself that he spoke in time. If it were any later, Yang Mucheng might have his head crushed. Looking at Yang Mucheng's almost murderous gaze, Chu Tianjiang gritted his teeth and said, And Xiaoqing was thrown into the sky prison by me. But he did not die. He was trapped in a certain place by me. Only I know that place. If you kill me, you will never find him in this life. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Chu Tianjiang sneered. Yang Mucheng, you are a smart man. You should know what choice you should make. The entire Tianlao is under my control. If you kill me, not only will you not be able to find Xiaoqing's whereabouts, and even you yourself will be trapped and die here. It's up to you to decide what choice you make. Looking at Yang Mucheng, who was silent, the smile on Chu Tianjiang's face grew stronger. It was obvious to him that Yang Mucheng was already afraid. If you kneel down and beg me now, maybe I can let you out. Otherwise, you will be trapped here for the rest of your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head. Looking at Chu Tianjiang, who was full of pride, he shook his head and said, Very good. No one dares to threaten me like this. You are the first and the last. I will let you know what life is worse than death. Next moment, Chu Tianjiang's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Chapter 1398 Yulong. What do you dare to do to me? If you dare to touch me, you will never let me release you from the prison. Chu Tianjiang roared. He was confident that he had great perseverance and could withstand Yang Mucheng's torture. Really? Don't worry. Soon you will be crying, begging, and telling me everything. Yang Mucheng sneered coldly. Chu Tianjiang didn't believe it. He has mastered Tianlao for so long, and he knows a lot of information. Even the former Mad Dragon Palace did not get much useful information from the warriors who were imprisoned. With their cultivation reaching their level, who is not a determined person, how could they reveal their secrets because of some severe torture? But the result was that Yang Mucheng directly circulated the flames and poured them into Chu Tianjiang's 7 orifices, burning his internal organs crazily. He also turned around the evil spirit and made Chu Tianjiang feel like he was about to be burned to death. So he froze him. Others would have been killed long ago. But Yang Mucheng used the great vitality of the green dragon's body to forcefully pour into Chu Tianjiang's body, protecting his heart and keeping him alive. Then, the sharp energy of the unicorn body was poured into it again. Ah! I said, I am willing to say it. Chu Tianjiang felt that life was worse than death, as if all the pain in his life had been experienced in this moment. Don't worry. I haven't had enough fun yet. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and sneered. Among the 5 cultivation methods of the 5 elements spirit body, except for the great vitality of the blue dragon body, the other 4 will make people feel like their whole body is about to be torn apart. What's more, Yang Mucheng made Chu Tianjiang experience Suzaku, Xuanwu, and Qilin at once? Until half a day later, Chu Tianjiang was completely convinced. Tell me, what's going on? Yang Mucheng asked calmly. Yes. All the meridians in Chu Tianjiang's body were destroyed. His eyes were full of resentment, and he just wanted to die early and be reborn. But he didn't dare to complain at all, for fear of angering Yang Mucheng and suffering the previous pain again. That day, and Xiaoqing fell near Longya Mountain. I happened to be patrolling there and met him. I saw that he was dressed in an extraordinary way and did not look like an ordinary person. So I wanted to kill him and take away his treasure. But who would have thought that this kid had all kinds of tricks? And even I couldn't do anything to him. but he was seriously injured by the magic weapon he summoned. Speaking of this, Chu Tianjiang almost broke his teeth. If he hadn't recovered from a serious injury, he would have taken action and killed Yang Mucheng. How could what happened today happen? In the end, I sent him to the sky prison. What about others? Yang Mucheng looked at Chu Tianjiang, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In the Valley of No Return, Chu Tianjiang said hurriedly. Seeing Yang Mucheng's unkind gaze, Chu Tianjiang quickly revealed everything. It turns out that the Valley of No Return is the center of the entire Tianlao, and it is also the most terrifying killing formation in the Tianlao. But absolutely no one who enters it can come back alive. At first, Chu Tianjiang was at his wit's end, so he led in Shaoqi into the Valley of No Return. Is there no return to the valley? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Come into the valley with me. If you dare to escape, I will let you taste the same taste again. Chu Tianjiang trembled all over. Although he didn't complain at all, he could only bite the bullet and chase after him. Back when Quanlong Palace was still in its heyday, the Valley of No Return was as its name suggests. There was no return. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you still can't get out. And eventually it becomes the ultimate killing formation in the hearts of countless people. Later, the prisoners rioted and broke the formation with their lives. Then they tore the formation in Wuhui Valley to pieces, broke the restrictions of the sky prison, and escaped. For these powerful people in the Tai, or even a Yuan, or ancient realms, they can leave as long as the formation breaks through a corner. Therefore, although the formation has been broken, there are still some formation bases that have not been cracked. So much so that some formations even started to function again after many years. This is the case with the evil dragon in the sky prison. There are also some incomplete formations that still have the means to kill. Below the heavenly saint, entering it means death. It's a formation within a formation. Yang Mucheng used his spiritual mind to investigate and immediately raised his brows. This formation is extremely insidious. Often you crack a big formation, but who knows that the real decisive battle will only be activated after you crack the outside formation. There are traces of a battle that happened not long ago. Since the outside formation had been cracked, the real killing pattern was directly exposed. This is a huge dragon formation thousands of feet tall. The Mad Dragon, which was completely composed of clouds and mist, soared wildly in the sky. Its huge body could be said to be like a divine dragon, even thousands of times larger than the demonic serpent Yang Mucheng had ever seen. With a random twist, the body crushed out crazily, crushing the surrounding space until it burst. Roar! Almost the moment Yang Mucheng stepped into the formation, Yulong quickly discovered it, and with a roar, he immediately rushed in crazily. Boom! 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 There was a wanton surge between heaven and earth. Wherever Yulong passed, it blasted deep long ditches into the earth, and then it rushed towards Yang Mucheng. Snort! Yang Mucheng snorted coldly, grabbed it with his right hand, and slashed it suddenly. Hiss! Yulong let out a scream, and the terrifying dragon carrying the power of heaven and earth seemed to completely destroy the world. And it was even more powerful enough to kill the terrifying existence of the heavenly saint. As a result, Yang Mucheng slashed it into two pieces with a sword strike in the air. Before it reached Yang Mucheng's side, it had already turned into two torrents, pouring in both directions. Huh? However, after killing Yulong with one sword, Yang Mucheng was not excited. Instead, he let out a light sigh with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I saw that the torrent that had flowed away actually gathered together again under a strange force, transformed into its original appearance, and charged towards Yang Mucheng again with unabated force. Break it for me! Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, thrust his right hand into the air, and a sword beam blasted into the dragon's mouth. Then, he stirred suddenly. A huge invisible sword energy burst out quickly, and with a tearing sound, the cloud mist dragon in midair was chopped into countless pieces on the spot. But immediately, that strange force actually passed through the formation again. Under Yang Mucheng's gaze, this mad cloud dragon recovered again. Huh? Is it possible that he can't be killed? Yang Mucheng groaned. And this time, Chu Tianjiang on the side sneered, looked at Yang Mucheng and said sarcastically, Yang Mucheng, there is no return in this Valley of No Return. Every formation can kill a powerful person, even if you want to break the formation. Just dream. As Chu Tianjiang spoke, the cloud dragons not only gathered together, but also became larger and more powerful than before. With a roar, they once again rushed toward Yang Mucheng crazily. Chapter 1399 The Great Saint Bird of Green Flame. Chu Tianjiang sneered, his face full of ridicule. Notice. This formation is called Yulong Formation. It is the first formation in Wuhui Valley. It may not be the strongest, but it is definitely the most difficult formation. Once you step here, the way back is completely blocked. Only by constantly pushing forward can you get out of the valley of no return. And this Yulong is an immortal and indestructible existence, let alone twisting it into two pieces. Even if it is torn into countless pieces, it can be restored in the shortest time. Puff! Yang Wuqing's expression remained unchanged as he slashed again. With a tearing sound, Yulong was cut off. But in just a blink of an eye, it rushed back. No need to try again. You can't break this formation. Chu Tianjiang smiled. When the Yulong formation was once perfected, even the powerful Tai could easily crush and kill it. Although the power of the formation now is insignificant, it is enough to kill you. Just die here with me. From Chu Tianjiang's point of view, no matter how strong you are, you can't defeat this Yulong. Although you can kill Yulong with every sword strike, your internal energy and physical strength are ultimately unlimited and will continue to be exhausted. Facing Yulong in the end, feeling his physical strength being constantly depleted. That was the most despairing thing. But at this time, Yang Mucheng sneered. You alone deserve to let me die here? You keep talking even when you are about to die. Chu Tianjiang snorted coldly and stopped talking. His Longya Mountain stronghold has been destroyed. His muscles and bones have been broken, and his entire cultivation has been ruined. Even if you don't die here, you will die at the hands of others. But if he could drag Yang Mucheng into HL, it would give him some peace of mind. This formation is certainly tricky, but it's not impossible to deal with it. Yang Mucheng loosened his right hand and released the sword energy. Oh, do you have the means to deal with this Yulong? Chu Tianjiang didn't believe it at all. To break this formation, relying on brute force is completely impossible. Whether you strike out with one sword or strike out with thousands of swords, this cloud dragon will recover immediately. If it were simple, there wouldn't be so many powerful Tai people dying here. Chu Tianjiang sneered in his heart. He looked towards Yang Mucheng, only to see Yang Mucheng standing there, motionless, seeming to be thinking about something. At this time, Yulong had already rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. I don't know how terrifying this formation is when it is complete. The power of this cloud dragon formation is actually only 1 in 100. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Although it is a pity that I have never seen the full power of this formation, I can still get a glimpse of it just by seeing this cloud dragon. Just when Yulong opened his mouth, he was about to swallow Yang Mucheng into it. Just when Chu Tianjiang looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile on his face. The next moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up with stars, and he took a deep breath. What? At this moment, Chu Tianjiang was stunned. Yang Mucheng's breath lasted for a long time. It seemed to be just a little longer than ordinary people's breath. But when it fell into Chu Tianjiang's eyes, it was extremely shocking. I saw that this breath, rapid movement, actually exploded to the extreme. Chu Tianjiang's eyes widened, and he only saw incredible things. The cloud dragon seemed to be separated by Yang Mucheng's breath, and turned into thousands of strands, and involuntarily rushed towards Yang Mucheng's belly. Roar! Yulong shuddered and retreated backwards. But no matter how fast Yulong was, it was still not as powerful as Yang Mucheng's breath. Under Chu Tianjiang's shocked eyes, this 10,000-meter cloud dragon was completely swallowed by Yang Mucheng like a kitten licking water, leaving nothing behind. Without Yulong, this Yulong formation will naturally be broken. Yang Mucheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This cloud dragon was formed by the gathering of various evil spirits, dead spirits, and Yin spirits. To ordinary people, it was poison, but to him, it was a tonic pill. As soon as the breath entered his body, he secretly used the ancient heaven swallowing technique to quickly transform it into internal energy. He had forced a breakthrough before and reached half-step to Heavenly Saint, but his foundation was still somewhat unstable after all. Now that this cloud dragon has entered his body, it has solved his urgent need. There are countless ways to break this Yulong formation, whether it's suppression or sealing, but the simplest one is to swallow him. Chu Tianjiang, do you think you are still qualified to die with me? After calming down the breath in his body, Yang Mucheng looked towards Chu Tianjiang with a smile. Chu Tianjiang didn't look as proud as before, and his whole body could not help but tremble. And Shaoqing doesn't seem to be here. Yang Mucheng looked around with a half smile and looked around. That kid might have died here long ago. Chu Tianjiang gritted his teeth. You want to see people alive? You want to see a corpse when you die? I won't look back until I see Xiaoqing's body. By the way, I also want to see what kind of killing formation is waiting for me in the Valley of No Return. Yang Mucheng strode forward. However, the next few formations completely lost the power of the previous Yunlong formation. It was obviously that they were severely damaged at the beginning, and not even 1/10,000th of their former power could be preserved. Yang Mucheng walked along the way, and when he passed a Bagua formation, he finally made a discovery. A beheaded heavenly demon. Yang Mucheng looked down at the blood lion beast. There was an extremely clear and deep sword hole between the eyebrows of the blood lion beast, and the blood had drained away. The heavenly demon in the middle stage of Heavenly Saint. The body is already cold. The fatal injury was a sword strike between the eyebrows. According to the degree of decomposition, he was killed almost half a month ago. After looking at the corpse of the sky demon, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but look happy. During this period, no one else entered the Valley of No Return. Obviously, the person who killed this blood lion beast must be Xiaoqing. At that moment, Yang Mucheng immediately rushed towards the depths of the Valley of No Return. Boom! On the 8th day after entering the Valley of No Return, a violent explosion was suddenly heard in the distance. Could it be? Yang Mucheng's heart moved. He noticed that the explosion was not far from his position, and he immediately moved forward. Not long after, I saw a figure. That voice wasn't Xiaoqing. Who else could it be? At this moment, Xiaoqing was fighting. Yang Mucheng looked towards the being fighting Xiaoqing and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It turned out to be an extremely mysterious and huge fire sparrow, with earth-shaking flames burning all over his body. But Xiaoqing was there. In this battle, Sheng suppressed this heavenly demon. Ha! The great saint bird of Qinyan in Wuhui Valley. Let me see how you die this time. When he saw this heavenly demon, Chu Tianjiang, who had never spoken a word, suddenly clapped and cheered, and his voice also attracted the attention of the Qinyan great saint bird. The next moment, the green flame great saint bird that was fighting with Xiaoqing suddenly let out a shrill scream. Chapter 1400 Killing the Great Sage with the Sword. The ear-piercing scream shook all directions. When he heard this voice, even Yang Mucheng felt his body tremble violently, and his inner energy began to surge involuntarily. Boom! And Xiaoqing, who was fighting with the Qinyan great saint bird, also received a violent sound wave impact, and was immediately bombarded and violently retreated. Young Master Yang! You? And Xiaoqing, who retreated, found Yang Mucheng and the Chutian River that led him into the Valley of No Return, with a look of surprise on his face. Yang Mucheng quickly made a long story short. He focused more of his attention on the Qinyan great saint bird in front of him. Groan! The terrifying cry suddenly sounded, turning into ripples visible to the naked eye, quickly spreading towards the Valley of No Return. Throughout the Valley of No Return, countless heavenly demons were astonished when they heard the sharp roar. They quickly rushed out from their hiding places and roared in terror. Yang Mucheng and Xiaoqing looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. What kind of heavenly demon is this? It actually has terrifying power that shakes the entire Valley of No Return. Boom! While everyone was dumbfounded, the great holy bird of green flame, which soared into the sky and emitted a shrill cry, suddenly erupted in a shocking change. The green flames all over its body turned directly into purple at this moment. Even the feathers on his body turned purple, and terrifying flames soared into the sky, completely covering the entire Valley of No Return. This terrifying sky demon actually changed at this time, and its power became even stronger. Chu Tianjiang laughed and clapped his hands. The great saint bird of Qinyan has finally mutated. This time, you all have to die here. Yang Mucheng and Xiaoqing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. There are countless existences in the starry sky, although they didn't know what the great saint bird was after the mutation. There must be something extraordinary about the heavenly demon after the mutation. Boom! 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 The terrifying coercion quickly and violently turbulent in all directions, and countless demons in the Wuhui Valley were shocked by the great holy bird and fled frantically. Some monsters with low strength were oppressed by this terrifying aura, and their internal organs burst open on the spot. In the sky, the fleeing monsters exploded in midair on the spot, turning into clouds of blood mist. Laugh! After the mutation, as if getting used to this mutated body, the great saint bird looked directly at Yang Mucheng and Xiaoqing. Its purple eyes almost condensed into substance. and the powerful sense of oppression made the void crackle and crackle. Boom! In an instant, the great holy bird with infinite pressure suddenly flapped its huge wings, and its entire body shot towards Yang Mucheng and in Xiaoqing. Avoid its edge first. When the great holy bird looked at it, Yang Mucheng had already anticipated that the opponent was about to take action. The two of them moved like lightning to avoid the terrifying pursuit of the great holy bird. Boom! The great holy bird grabbed its claws and clawed away the entire ground. But it was not willing to let everyone go. With a wave of its wings, it soared into the sky again, chasing Yang Mucheng and in Xiaoqing. During the chase, the great holy bird suddenly opened its mouth, and a bolt of lightning-like flame suddenly swept out. Base! At this moment, and Xiaoqing moved his body and steps to the extreme, barely able to avoid this terrifying attack. Yang Mucheng directly used Void Transit and dodged on the spot. This terrifying lightning flame did not hit the two of them, but shot directly to the ground, leaving a terrifying crater-like mark on the entire ground. But for some reason, the great holy bird suddenly focused its attention on Yang Mucheng. He actually gave up chasing in Xiaoqing and headed towards Yang Mucheng to kill him. Chu Tianjiang, you are causing trouble again. And Xiaoqing was stunned, but found that Chu Tianjiang had been hiding in the distance at some point, holding the token and secretly holding the seal. Before he could make any move, he saw the great holy bird charging up violently, the purple flames all over its body erupting to the extreme, and its huge wings slashed fiercely and crossed over. The huge waves of demonic energy surged out directly, transforming into two giant purple flame blades and slashing towards Yang Mucheng. Boom! The giant purple flame blades were like two long flaming knives, rushing towards Yang Mucheng. Along the way, trees and rocks were burned to ashes, and even a hill was cut in half with one knife, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Be careful! And Xiaoqing frowned and shouted. Chu Tianjiang sneered and said, Boy! This great saint bird is not an ordinary heavenly saint and heavenly demon. I used a token to make it burn its blood. I don't believe it. Even it can't kill you. And Xiaoqing was furious when he heard this, and was about to kill Chu Tianjiang. But I heard Yang Mucheng say quietly, Keep him alive. He will be useful later. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng stepped forward when facing this terrifying fire blade that could chop everything into pieces and burn it. He slowly raised the Xinyuan sword in his hand, and all his strength was quickly poured into the sword at this moment. Boom! At this moment, the light of Xinyuan's sword flashed like spreading across the night sky. However, the sword light did not grow to the extreme. It only reached 3 feet, and then stopped. The sword light was extremely bright, which was obviously formed by Yang Mucheng's half-step heavenly saint cultivation. Yang Mucheng held the sword light and slashed suddenly. The sword's light was obviously only 3 feet long, but when it was slashed, it seemed to span the entire valley of no return. It was as if the great god Pangu had swung his axe, completely cutting open the heavens and the earth at this moment. The entire Wuhui Valley was directly slashed by this sword and burst into pieces. Boom! The huge cross-flame sword was suddenly chopped into pieces by Yang Mucheng's sword. The sword light remained unabated and blasted forward. At this moment, it seemed as if time, space, and everything else had stopped at this moment. Yang Mucheng's sword with infinite power slashed down with a bang, splitting the purple flame of the great holy bird that burned nearly 10,000 meters into 2 halves on the spot. Like a torrent, he swung it like this and turned it into 2 pieces. Half. At the same time, a terrible tearing sound also sounded. The great holy bird was also split into 2 halves on the spot under Chu Tianjiang's incredible gaze. Amid the violent surge of blood, the shocking purple flames that could burn the sky and boil the sea quietly extinguished. The body of the great holy bird, which was broken into 2 pieces, hit the ground with a bang, making 2 dull sounds. Bang! Bang! It wasn't until the shocking sound resounded that Chu Tianjiang came back to his senses from the shock. He looked at the great holy bird on the ground, and then at Yang Mucheng, his eyes full of despair. Chapter 1401, Seizing Longya Village. Kill again! Looking at the appearance of the young man and the beheaded great holy bird on the ground, Chu Tianjiang's eyes almost popped out. Along the way, he tried his best to kill Yang Mucheng, but was unable to do anything, until he met the great holy bird. He put almost all his hopes into it, hoping that the great holy bird could kill Yang Mucheng. But in the end, he was still killed by Yang Mucheng with a sword. At this moment, he felt as if his heart was filled with despair. and he could no longer put up any resistance in his heart. Crack! At this time, a crisp sound resounded loudly, and the token in Chu Tianjiang's hand exploded into a crack. Finally, under the eyes of Yang Macheng and in Xiaoqing, the crack spread quickly, and the token completely turned into powder. It's over! Chu Tianjiang knelt on the ground, almost collapsing. It's just a token! You used the token to induce the great Saint Bird to mutate. Now that the token is broken, you have no means. Let me see what other tricks you can do. And Xiaoqing looked at Chu coldly. Tianjiang. If Yang Macheng hadn't said that keeping him was still useful, and Xiaoqing would have chopped this insidious guy alive with one knife. It was this guy who led him into the Valley of No Return in the first place. If he hadn't been carrying a rare treasure, he might have died here long ago. What do you know? This token is the only way to break the red cloud restriction. I have been studying it for so many years. As long as you understand the formation, you can break the red cloud restriction and leave this world. The token was shattered, and the secret inside was destroyed in an instant. Chu Tianjiang lost even his last hope and became rude in his words. He looked up at Xiaoqing and Yang Macheng and sneered. I am already a useless person anyway, and I will have no regrets in dying on this heavenly prisoner planet. But you two will be trapped on this heavenly prisoner planet for hundreds, thousands, or even more years after my death. Tens of thousands of years. Hee hee. That feeling is worse than death. You? And Xiaoqing's eyes turned cold, and he drew his sword to kill. Yang Macheng said calmly. Don't worry. This red cloud can't stop us. I will definitely get out. What? Chu Tianjiang was stunned and shouted. He looked at Yang Macheng and found that the other person's expression was natural, and not forcing him at all. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe you have the means to break this red cloud restriction. It is not unreasonable for Chu Tianjiang to be so stable. Even the old owners of Longya village were unable to break through this red cloud restriction. The opponent is a strong man from Dongtian. No matter how strong Yang Macheng is. Can he be stronger than Dongtian? Of course. He didn't know that Yang Macheng had the Shilong Mountain Range. The Shilong Mountain Range is now lit up with 4 dragon patterns, which are extremely powerful. Under the violent charge, they will definitely be able to destroy the Hongyun restriction with the force of breaking bamboo. But the Shilong Mountain Range is too strong. If it is used forcefully, even he will be seriously injured. He doesn't know how long it will take to recover. If there is really no other way, Yang Macheng will have to consider using the Shilong Mountains. The worst case scenario is to find an uninhabited star, hide it for a year and a half, and wait until the strength is restored before reappearing. Brother Yang, what should we do now? And Xiaoqing looked at Chu Tianjiang and then at Yang Macheng. The Valley of No Return has been destroyed by us. There is no restriction. Now we can leave the valley. Yang Macheng glanced around. His sword was so fierce that it directly split the entire Valley of No Return in half. Knowing what formation they had touched, the large formation that now enveloped the two of them had completely dissipated. Then leave first and wait until we get out of the valley to discuss how to break the red cloud restriction. And Xiaoqing nodded. Just when Yang Macheng and Xiaoqing and Chu Tianjiang were preparing to leave the Tianlao. A full month had passed outside the Tianlao. At the beginning, the big bosses of Tianqiu Star were still on tenterhooks, fearing that one of the two people would suddenly come back, and they did not dare to cause any offense. But as time went by, the two people who entered the prison never showed up. And when there was not even the slightest movement, many people already had confidence in their hearts. Yang Macheng and Chu Tianjiang died together in the prison. For a while, this news that came out of nowhere spread rapidly throughout the entire heavenly prisoner planet overnight. Naturally, not many people believed it at first. But after such a long time, almost everyone thought so. Even the powerful ones in the cave heaven realm can be trapped and killed in this heavenly prison. How is it possible that they can't kill Yang Macheng and Chu Tianjiang? Someone shouted with confidence. That's right. These two people might have died in the prison a long time ago. Then Dragon Tooth Mountain has become an ownerless thing? For such a long time, neither party appeared. In the eyes of everyone, Dragon Tooth Mountain naturally became a land without one. You must know that Quanglong Palace originally chose this sky prison star as a prison precisely because this star was full of various gases. Although some of the warriors imprisoned here are able to absorb various energies such as blood, evil spirit, and energy to practice like Yang Macheng. But that is only temporary after all. After practicing for a long time, you will be infected by the energy of these evil intentions. Therefore, in Jiuzhou, Those demon disciples who practice with evil energy can only absorb the softest spiritual energy to practice. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for these warriors imprisoned in the heavenly prisoner star to maintain their cultivation level without retreating, let alone improve their cultivation level. But among the locations of this chaotic spiritual energy, Dragon Tooth Mountain has the most spiritual energy. This is the place where the feng shui of the entire Tianqiu star gathers, and the natural spiritual energy is abundant. In the past, the old village leader was a strong man in the cave, and no one dared to attack him. Then Chu Tianjiang took control of Tianlao, and the village was still impregnable. Now, Yang Mucheng has entered Longya village and entered the heavenly prison together with Chu Tianjiang. They have not appeared for so long. In the eyes of everyone, these two people may have died in the heavenly prison a long time ago. How could countless big bosses be willing to let them go? This feng shui treasure? At first, these big guys were still hesitant and just sent people to investigate. But later it was learned that these two people had never appeared again since the battle that day. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and rush towards Longya Mountain, hoping to give this piece of land to make it their own. As for Longya village in Shutianjiang, there are certainly some old subordinates. But Zhao Bao, Guang Yuan, Lin Tai, those powerful heavenly saints were all killed by Yang Mucheng. Half of the sky in Longya village had collapsed. Where can we resist the attack of these wolf-like bosses? In less than a stick of incense, hundreds of big bosses had already led their henchmen into Longya village and into the village's main hall. Chapter 1402, Because of Me. Ha ha! I want to sit on the throne of Longya village countless times. Gu Shirtong laughed loudly. He put his hands behind his back and sat down as if there was no one around. Although, compared with other stars, the spiritual energy in Longya village is still extremely turbid. It is already perfect for other locations on the heavenly prisoner star. If Yang Mucheng and Chu Tianjiang hadn't died together this time, I wouldn't have had the chance to sit here. Although they are imprisoned here, everyone still wants to make their environment better. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many big guys trying to compete for Dragon Tooth Mountain. Master Gu, there are many heavenly and earthly treasures here. Several confidants searched the treasure house and found many treasures inside. When Gu Shirtong saw it, he was overjoyed. These things are not considered good things outside of the heavenly prisoner star, but they are extremely rare here. Gu Shirtong, put down these spiritual treasures. However, just when Gu Shirtong wanted to obtain this spiritual treasure, bursts of roars sounded quickly. He looked up and saw bosses filing in quickly at this moment. Many people were glaring at him. Put it down. Why? Gu Shirtong said with a smile. Natural selection. The strong survives? After Yang Mucheng and Chu Tianjiang died in Tianlao, I am the strongest in the entire Tianlao planet. This Longya village naturally belongs to me. Everything here should belong to me. If you want to make me let go, do you have the ability? Moreover, I was the first to bewitch Yang Mucheng and Chu Tianjiang into fighting to the death, and I also contributed the most to it. If you want to get a share of the pie, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Although Gu Shirtong said so, no one is willing to give up this feng shui treasure land. At that moment, many bad-tempered warriors roared and started to kill Gu Shirtong. Hey hey! Gu Shirtong laughed ferociously and took out a mirror from his arms. The light in the mirror shone brightly, and a sea of fire erupted, instantly burning several of the heavenly saints who had been killed to ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone just felt scared. Now! Who else has any objections? After killing several heavenly saints, Gu Shirtong sneered proudly. Now! I declare that Longya village belongs to me. If anyone dares to disobey, I will turn it into ashes. The big guys present looked at each other for a while. Although this treasure land is precious, life is still important. At most, Longya village just changed its owner, which did not cause much loss to them. We respect Master Gu's orders. A big boss knew that the situation was over, so he couldn't help but let out a long sigh, stepped forward and cupped his hands. From now on, we will be led by Mr. Gu. Another big boss came forward to pay homage. But there are still many people who don't want to give up, but are also afraid of the magic mirror in Gu Shirtong's hand. They stand there neither daring to step forward nor willing to step back, frozen like a wooden stake. Seeing this scene, Gu Shirtong snorted coldly. Are you very unconvinced? I'm telling you, even if Yang Mucheng doesn't show up, I will still find an opportunity to kill Chu Tianjiang. I have so many trump cards. Not to mention that now Chu Tianjiang and Yang Mucheng have died together, and they are the only ones who died in the prison. Even if it happens, I won't be afraid. As he said that, Gu Sherdong's eyes widened. He looked at everyone and shouted sternly, "Now! I give you one last chance. If you surrender, you will live. If you don't obey, you will die." Gu Sherdong's voice had just finished. The space behind him surged, and ripples suddenly spread out. It was like a door slowly cracking open. At this moment, everyone was stunned and looked there involuntarily. However, Chu Tianjiang stepped out of the cracked space. Chu came back. How can this be? Seeing this figure appearing, countless people's eyes were straightened. A man who was obviously dead suddenly appeared next to them. What happened? Gu Sherdong was stunned. Why did the people in the hall look like they had seen ghosts just after he finished speaking? Moreover, the eyes of these people seemed not to fall on him, but behind him. At this moment, Gu Sherdong already had bad thoughts in his mind. He turned around and saw Chu Tianjiang standing there. For a moment, he felt that 3 souls ascended to the sky and 7 souls flew away. Chu! Master Chu, are you back? Gu Sherdong stammered. He looked at Chu Tianjiang without speaking, and his face suddenly turned pale. He had already guessed that Chu Tianjiang had heard his words, and with a sad face, he quickly said, Master Chu, I was joking just now. With your strength, naturally it's easy to kill that kid Yang Maicheng. When the people present saw Chu Tianjiang appear, they were immediately frightened to death. Chu Tianjiang appeared. Doesn't this mean that Yang Maicheng has died in a prison? They went to Longya village with such great fanfare. How could Chu Tianjiang not settle the score with him? Master Chu, spare your life. In an instant, some bosses had already reacted and quickly kowtowed and knelt down. After all, Chu Tianjiang has been in Tianqiu Star for a long time and has accumulated too much power. How could these people not be afraid? Oh, you are kneeling to the wrong person. At this time, Chu Tianjiang shook his head and sighed. Hearing Chu Tianjiang's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and all looked forward. However, this sight didn't matter. After seeing it, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. I could see that Chu Tianjiang still had the slightest aura of a powerful heavenly saint at this moment. His energy was like a gossamer, and his face was pale. He looked like a sick man with one foot in the coffin. Master Chu? Master Chu! What are you doing? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Just like Gu Sherdong said, in this world, the strong are respected. If you have strength, naturally everyone must respect you. But now that you have lost your cultivation and are not even as good as an ordinary person, why should I respect you? Have you lost your cultivation? Gu Sherdong looked with surprise. He couldn't believe it, and even used his spiritual mind to scan it again and again. And the shock in his eyes gradually turned into horror, because he discovered that the meridians and bones in Chu Tianjiang's body had been completely crushed. The reason why he is not dead at this moment is just hanging with this breath. Like a dying patient, he will die at any time. Ha ha! Chu Tianjiang, after you lose your cultivation, I don't have to be afraid of you anymore. Gu Sherdong was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. On this day, Prisoner Star, I will be the one to decide. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Tianjiang and said fiercely, Chu Tianjiang, I still remember when you were the master of Longya village. You were so arrogant at that time. I didn't expect that you would be where you are today. Now that your cultivation is completely useless, you are a useless person. If I want to kill you, I can do it with just one finger. Chu Tianjiang looked at Gu Sherdong with a smile but not a smile, and said calmly, Don't think that my cultivation is completely useless now. But you can't kill me. Why? Gu Sherdong was stunned. Because of me. At this time, a faint voice sounded quietly. Chapter 1403 New and Old Grudges. Because of me. Faint words sounded quietly at this moment. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the silent hall. Gu Sherdong looked forward angrily and cursed unceremoniously. Looking for death. Is there any place for you to interrupt here? For Gu Sherdong, now that Chu Tianjiang's cultivation has been abolished, he is still the most powerful being in the entire Tianqiu Star. However, this look didn't matter. After looking at it, his body froze. A look of extreme horror flashed across his face, and he couldn't help but retreat towards the back. Many powerful people are wondering, who dares to say such big words? Aren't they afraid of Gu Sherdong's anger? However, before he could react, he saw Gu Sherdong quickly shooting back as if he had seen something incredible. What happened? Confused in their hearts, The big guys present quickly looked ahead. However, this look was equally astonishing. But he saw two teenagers standing next to Chu Tianjiang. One wearing white clothes, and the other wearing black clothes. The one in black is more conspicuous, with a faint smile on his face, looking harmless. However, when facing this young man, Gu Shirtong quickly shot backwards as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my god, it's actually some big guys who had seen Yang Mucheng could hardly believe their eyes. At the same time, some other people who had never seen him were slightly confused at first, and then suddenly reacted and their pupils shrank. Could it be that he is Yang Mucheng? If it's not him, who else could it be? Cole! Everyone was stunned when they learned that the young man in front of them was Yang Mucheng, who almost single-handedly destroyed Longya village. No matter how idiot you are, you can guess what happened when you see this scene in front of you. Could it be that Yang Mucheng destroyed Chu Tianjiang and subdued him in the prison? Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng and then at Chu Tianjiang. In this case, they could only guess this ending. How about it? I said that even if my cultivation is completely useless now, you can't kill me. Right. Chu Tianjiang sneered. He glanced at Gu Shirtong, whose face was as gloomy as water. Even if I'm useless, it's not your turn to take the position of the boss of Kinchio Star today. Gu Shirtong didn't finish what he said, but everyone knew what it meant. Now, Shu Tianjiang has been abandoned, and Yang Mucheng has walked out of the prison again. Isn't it still unclear where the leader of Tian Prisoner Star will be in the end? Yang Mucheng smiled lightly, but he was already sitting in the position of the leader of Longya village. Gu Shirtong, now that I'm out of prison, it's time to settle the score between us. What the hell? Gu Shirtong felt his face turn red. He is afraid of Chu Tianjiang. So forget it. After all, Chu Tianjiang is the boss of Kinchio Star, and has accumulated prestige for a long time. Not only him. Many people are afraid of Chu Tianjiang. But he was so frightened by Yang Mucheng that he retreated violently. And in front of so many people, which made him lose face. Moreover, in his mind, Yang Mucheng was always just a pawn he used to deal with Chu Tianjiang. You used me to deal with Chu Tianjiang. Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head. At that time, I was used as a spearman by you in order to find someone. Now that I'm back, I naturally have to settle this account carefully. Boom. Yang Mucheng's words caused an uproar among the big guys present. And at the same time, their faces became a little ugly. You know, they all share in this debt. Settling the accounts? Yang Mucheng, is it just you? As if trying to regain his face, Gu Shirtong looked at Yang Mucheng with a cold snort. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? As a big boss, do you think I don't have my own methods and trump cards? If I really take action, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. Gu Shirtong opened his eyes angrily and grabbed the bronze mirror magic weapon in his hand. His magic weapon has two functions. One is to burst into flames, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The other is to commit suicide by committing suicide. This is his last trump card, which he has never used. If Yang Mucheng really takes action against him, he will release the bronze mirror without hesitation to kill Yang Mucheng. Looking at Gu Shirtong, who seemed to have made up his mind, Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said, Really? Show your trump cards and your full strength. I want to see how you made it seem like I had no place to die. Wow. Yang Mucheng's contempt for Gu Shirtong made everyone uproar again. Brother Yang, do you need my help? And Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. Yang Mucheng smiled and shook his head at Xiaoqing. Young Masterin, for such a small character, why do we need to join forces? I can deal with him alone. This Gu Shirtong was just a warrior in the middle stage of Tiansheng. It would be easy for him to kill him. No matter what trump card he has. He doesn't have to be afraid. At worst, he can use the Stone Dragon Mountain range to kill him. You know, what Yang Mucheng hates most is others taking advantage of him. Gu Shirtong regarded him as an idiot and asked him to deal with Chu Tianjiang. At that time, Yang Mucheng could not take action to deal with him. Now that he had walked out of the prison, how could he let Chu Tianjiang live? Alright. And Xiaoqing nodded. He knew that Yang Mucheng and Gu Shirtong had an old feud that had not yet been settled. He didn't say much, but took a step back and reminded him loudly. Obviously, he also has great trust in Yang Mucheng. If you don't take action, I will. Looking at Xiaoqing, who was retreating, Yang Mucheng cast his gaze on Gu Shirtong, whose face was gloomy enough to drip. At this moment, Gu Shirtong was extremely angry. Even if he is an idiot, he can hear the deep disdain for him in Yang Muqing's words. In any case, he is also the number 2 person in the entire Tianqiu Star, second only to Chu Tianjiang's boss. Even Chu Tianjiang didn't dare to humiliate him like this. But now Yang Muqing, this kid, completely ignored him. You little bastard! How dare you humiliate me? Gu Shirtong was furious. However, the next moment, Yang Muqing had already taken action. But before Yang Muqing made any move, he suddenly stood up. He raised his palm and grabbed it forward. For a moment, the entire cottage hall was filled with spiritual energy and strong winds. In an instant, a giant palm holding the sky appeared above Gu Shirtong's head. At the same time as it appeared, he grabbed it hard. The raging wind brought by this claw made all the big guys in the hall stagger and almost lost their balance. What? Feeling this huge palm, Gu Shirtong was extremely angry. He opened his eyes angrily and roared. You humiliate me so much! Watch how I kill you! As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly threw the bronze mirror in his hand. Chapter 1404 Lord of the Stars. Zheng! The bronze mirror was only the size of a palm. When it flew out of Gu Shirtong's hand, an infinite burst of light suddenly burst out. At this moment, all the auras in the village were completely covered up. Boom! The power contained in this light exploded the surrounding ground. These two terrifying forces collided fiercely, causing a shocking explosion. The terrible explosion exploded all around, and deep pits spread rapidly. At the same time, a violent hurricane spread rapidly from the explosion, sweeping around desperately. Feeling the shocking power of the explosion, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly retreated towards the rear. Yang Muqing, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Seeing the power of this bronze mirror, Gu Shirtong suddenly laughed wildly. This is not the real power. Next, I will show you my final trump card. As he spoke, his expression became extremely gloomy, and he fiercely picked up a seal. Crack! The next moment, the bronze mirror shattered. The exploding bronze mirror turned into countless fragments. With shining spiritual light, it quickly rose into the sky and smashed towards Yang Muqing's giant palm, smashing it crazily. Is it? Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows, looking at Gu Shirtong, who had the most murderous intent, and the broken bronze mirror bombarded by the bombardment. He slowly shook his head and said calmly, Do you really think you can compete with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muqing's right hand slowly waved out. And at this moment, with a more terrifying posture than before, it crazily crushed down. Time. Everyone in the village felt that the surrounding space suddenly stagnated, as if the spiritual energy, evil energy, or yin energy between heaven and earth were forcibly extracted at this moment, and they were poured into the terrifying palm at the same time. At the same time, the 4 shocking illusions of Qilin, Suzaku, Qinhuang, and Xuanwu suddenly appeared on the palm of Yang Muqing's hand that was aimed at Gu Shirtong. Boom! The bronze mirror imbued with all the power was like an egg hitting a stone. It hit the giant palm and exploded on its own. Under the look of countless people with horrified expressions, he directly grabbed Gu Shirtong in the palm of his hand. This scene immediately stunned everyone. The huge palm captured Gu Shirtong, and no matter how hard Gu Shirtong struggled, he could not break free from the palm. Just like a canary in a birdcage, tightly bound in it. Oh my god! Not only was the most powerful magic weapon blocked, recalling the countless fragments of the bronze mirror from before, not only was this piece of palm not penetrated, but it was not even able to stop the crazy downward momentum. So it was grabbed by force. How can everyone not be surprised? How can everyone not be afraid? Gu Shirtong, now that you have fallen into my hands, how many methods do you have left to compete with me? Yang Muqing looked at the other party with a smile. I'm convinced. Gu Shirtong's expression changed, and finally he sighed deeply and said, I am willing to serve you as my master. Be my master. I don't need it. Yang Muqing shook his head. If you dare to use me, you will die. I am a powerful heavenly saint. Don't you even need the surrender of a powerful heavenly saint? Gu Shirtong was horrified and quickly looked at Yang Muqing, as if he had heard something incredible. The road to the heavenly prisoner star seems to be smooth. But until you reach the heavenly saint, you will never be able to suppress others. One day, other big guys will definitely resist you. I'm willing to be a dog under your feet. Aren't you willing to do this? Gu Shirtong shouted. You are not qualified. Yang Muqing shook his head and squeezed his right hand fiercely. Boom! Suddenly he closed his giant palm, and a huge force swept over him. A violent explosion resounded wildly. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Gu Shirtong was killed on the spot before he even had time to scream. His. There was silence in the hall at first, and then there was a sound of gasping. The look he looked at Yang Mucheng had changed from shock to fear now. To know, no matter where the powerful heavenly saints are, they are the mainstay, especially on this heavenly prisoner star. It would be extremely rare to gain the allegiance of a powerful heavenly saint. But Yang Mucheng killed Gu Shirtong without any hesitation. Moreover, Yang Mucheng's words, "You are not qualified," made everyone tremble. They knew that if they did anything to offend Yang Mucheng, there would be absolutely no chance of survival, and they would be killed on the spot. Master Yang, from now on, I am willing to serve you as my master. Looking at Gu Shirtong, who was slapped to death, and looking at Yang Mucheng sitting in the first place, a big boss finally reacted and knelt down in front of him on the spot. Master Yang, I am willing to serve you as my master. Master Yang, I am willing too. For a moment, all the big guys present, no one dared to hesitate, stood up and shouted, "Such an evil god! He doesn't care how much cultivation you have or how strong you are. If he wants to kill you, he will kill you on the spot. Who dares to hesitate at all?" Well, seeing this scene, Chu Tianjiang sighed deeply. Thinking back to the beginning, he didn't know how much effort he made to conquer these big guys. But these big guys always refuse to obey. Even if you attack them by force, they will still unite. But now, Yang Mucheng conquered them easily. He also knew that from now on, Yang Mucheng's voice was the only voice left in the entire Tianqiu star. Yang Mucheng looked at these people and frowned slightly. He wanted to refuse, but after a moment of concentration, he nodded. After all, these people are useful to keep. If they are sent to attack Lungfeng Pavilion in the future, even if they cannot destroy the entire Lungfeng Pavilion, it will be enough to make Lungfeng Pavilion miserable. In that case, I will spare your lives. Yes. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least their lives were saved. Next, it's time to get down to business. At this time, and Xiaoqing said, "Business?" Everyone couldn't help being stunned and looked at Yang Mucheng suspiciously. But Yang Mucheng nodded and agreed. Yes, now that all threats have been eradicated, it's time to get ready to do business. With that said, Yang Mucheng looked at Chu Tianjiang and said, "Tell me everything about the Hongyun restriction." Everyone was stunned for a moment. And then, they understood what Yang Mucheng meant by business. At the same time, another question arose in their minds. Did Yang Mucheng want to break the Red Cloud restriction and leave the Heavenly Prisoner Star? Chapter 1405 Tai Chi Yin and Yang Fish. The red clouds have been surrounding the prison star for who knows how many years. Everyone only knows that this is a tricky boundary. If you attack it with 1 point of strength, it will fight back with 10 points of strength, no matter how strong your cultivation is. If you cannot exceed the limits of the red cloud prohibition, you will be hurt by the prohibition. Say it again! This red cloud restriction covers the entire star, and its power is so terrifying that it may not be able to be broken by a strong person at the level of a heavenly saint. That's it. You win or lose. Even if I don't tell you, you will still find traces from Longya Mountain in the future. Chu Tianjiang sighed, seeming to accept his fate. He pointed to his feet and said, "The great formation of Hongyun restriction is right at our feet, in this Dragon-Tooth Mountain." What? Is Longya Mountain the formation restricted by Hongyun? Many of the big guys present were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it, as if to verify that he was not talking nonsense. Chu Tianjiang squeezed his right hand, and Longya Mountain suddenly trembled, and a shocking beam of light erupted from the top of the mountain. The light beam appeared red, shot straight into the sky, and directly hit the red cloud restriction. Then, the void was turbulent. A piece of red light spread out, and among the ripples, a huge Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was slowly formed. Everyone looked towards the sky and felt extremely horrified. The Yin and Yang diagram crowns the heaven and the earth, like a canopy of sky, covering millions of miles in radius, completely covering the entire area of Dragon-Tooth Mountain. Infinite ancient patterns are faintly visible all around, flying up and down, appearing mysterious and profound. Is this the red cloud restriction? Yang Mucheng looked up. Except for him, many of the big guys present were stunned, seeing this scene for the first time. I just find it incredible that there is a formation that can cover the entire star. This formation is already incomplete. Shu Tianjiang wrote. It was blasted to pieces by a Gi-Rum powerhouse. But the core was not destroyed. So it started functioning again not long after, and was imprisoned by the people from the Greedy Wolf Galaxy. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but look at the ancient talismans flying up and down, and felt extremely shocked. Before leaving Kyushu, he had seen the largest formation, which only covered a large area, with a maximum radius of 1 million square meters. But now, there is actually a formation that can cover the entire star. Facing this formation, Yang Mucheng felt extremely insignificant. Will there be a formation that covers the entire galaxy? How to break through this red cloud restriction? Someone asked. Chu Tianjiang smiled bitterly and said, blast through this array of eyes. What? That is to break this Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. Many people feel extremely headaches at this time. And Xiaoqing on the side said, this formation is already incomplete. We can gather everyone's strength to unravel it. There is also a way to decompose the formation as long as we find the flaws in it, it can be untied. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nodded. The so-called formation cannot be perfect. Even when a saint sets up in formation, he will deliberately leave a door for life. For everyone, this door for life is the only way to survive. Moreover, this Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram has long been incomplete, and the formation must be extremely leaky. As long as you find the flaws in it, and expand, and tear them into pieces, the formation will naturally be broken. Chu Tianjiang sighed. How can it be that easy? Even the old village leader didn't understand. Yang Mucheng took a look and said, just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. After he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and rolled up the Chutian River and rushed towards the sky. Snapped. Hover. Drop. The huge Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram is like an extremely huge light curtain, which has actually converged into reality. After stepping down with the sole of the foot, infinite light spots burst out, causing countless ancient talismans to fly up and down around it. There's absolutely no pattern. And Xiaoqing also fell down immediately. He stared at the ancient talisman and shook his head after a moment. Snapped. 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 There was a commotion on the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. One by one, the big guys landed quickly and looked around in surprise. Tell me, what should we do next? Yang Mucheng asked. Did you see the black and white dots in the center of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram? That's the center of the formation's eyes. If you blast them, you can break the formation. Chu Tianjiang pointed forward. Everyone immediately looked around. In the large formation, two Yin and Yang black and white fish keep rotating. It is precisely with those 2 points of black and white as the center. It seems simple, but it contains great secrets. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, and his spiritual thought surged forward. In the Yin-Yang diagram, Yang Mucheng's spiritual thought surged out like a smooth road. Just when the spiritual thoughts touched those two small points, the originally silent formation seemed to be activated at this moment. Boom! Boom! A devastating hurricane passed by. As the hurricane passed by, all the big guys on the array were shocked to find that two pillars of light, one black and one white, erupted directly from the center of the array. These two light pillars are each tens of feet wide and extend into the void. What is that? When the bosses on the formation map saw these two shocking black and white light pillars, they couldn't help but fly over and look towards the light pillars. Some people curiously touched this light pillar. When their palms touched this light pillar, they who had reached the realm of heavenly saints were turned into fly ash on the spot. This completely shocked everyone around. Tongue! 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 One by one, the bosses quickly shot back, their eyes looking at the beam of light filled with fear. How come there is such a terrifying light beam? You can't even touch the powerful heavenly saint? Even if you just touch it, it will turn into ashes? In fact, with these two light pillars as the center, all directions have become vacuum. All the big guys looked horrified and wished they could stay away from these two beams of light. Now you have seen it. Chu Tianjiang looked calm, as if he had expected this situation. This is the terrifying thing about the entire Hongyam restriction. Not even the strong men in the cave can break this restriction. And it is even less possible for you. Not good. At this time, someone suddenly screamed. The formation is blocked. We can't get out. What? At this time, Yang Mucheng looked quickly, but he saw that the ancient talismans that were constantly circling in the sky spread rapidly towards the outside of the formation at some unknown time. and even kept circling at the same time, transforming into a field composed entirely of talismans. While, even more quietly, the entire formation was sealed. The formation has been activated, and it will not stop until there is blood. Chu Tianjiang looked at the huge yin and yang diagram, looked at the red clouds surrounding the entire star, and said lightly, at this moment, all the warriors present were trembling in their hearts. Chapter 1406, No Blood. No stopping. No blood. No stopping? Everyone felt their scalps go numb after listening to Chu Tianjiang's words. What on earth does this mean? But immediately, they understood immediately. Boom! The pillar of light rising into the sky exploded violently after a brief pause. In an instant, with two light pillars as the center, a turbulent wave of weather was visible to the naked eye. Under the air waves, there are endless ancient patterns and talismans, like the monstrous magical power exerted by ancient powers. Not good! Feeling the power of this wave of air, the faces of the big guys present changed drastically. Bang! 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 This terrifying wave of air swept over, tearing apart the space and causing the void to explode. Endless cracks spread rapidly. Some big guys, who didn't avoid it, were hit by the air wave on the spot. With the cultivation of heavenly saints under this formation, they were like mortals under the huge waves, without the slightest resistance. In an instant, it was completely exploded. Is this the formation's counterattack? What exactly is going on? Why is this air wave so powerful? Are we really going to die here? Seeing this wave of air that could crush everything, the big bosses who were already trembling with fear all turned pale. However, there are also people who are unwilling to do so. No matter what, we must break this formation. We have been trapped in this prison star for too long. Too long. I would rather die here than be a prisoner forever. Boom. These big guys quickly summoned their magic weapons to withstand this monstrous wave of air. Dozens of powerful heavenly saints took action together. How terrifying this was. For a time, the void was filled with endless magic weapons, inner energy and martial arts, and the overwhelming attacks were fiercely bombarded by the air waves. Boom! This shocking wave was actually blocked by the joint attacks of countless powerful heavenly saints. Boom! The bursting air waves turned into countless torrents and dispersed in all directions. At the same time, the big guys were also knocked back a few steps by this terrifying impact. Repelled? Ha. This Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram is not as difficult as we thought. Maybe we can actually escape. Looking at the stopped light beam and the shattered air waves, everyone could not help but be stunned for a moment, and then cheered. This formation was not as unstoppable as they imagined. Too naive. If this great formation is so easy to break, how is it possible that even the strong men of Dongtian cannot break it? Chu Tianjiang looked at the cheering gestures of everyone and shook his head sarcastically. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the two pillars of light that had fallen silent once again burst out into a huge ray of light. This terrifying black and white light seemed to have completely divided the entire sky into two halves. At the same time, a wave of air that was several times more terrifying than before rose rapidly into the sky. Even when this wave of air swept across, the ancient talismans suspended in the void were all pulled at this moment, and surged away quickly, converging into a huge wave that was even faster than before. And it fell down crazily with a posture that was several times more terrifying. What? Here comes another wave. How so? Until now, feeling this second wave of air, the smiles of everyone who had resisted the previous wave of air were completely stiff. However, Chu Tianjiang hadn't finished speaking yet. Once the formation is activated, there will be 3 waves of air in total. Each wave is stronger than the last. Whether you can survive depends not only on luck, but also on your strength. What? Chu Tianjiang's words immediately made everyone's hearts tremble, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes. The second wave of energy was already so powerful and irresistible. But the third wave was even more terrifying. But at this time, the air waves are already rolling in. If you can't resist it, you will have to die here. Don't hold back. Everyone, bring out all your means and all your trump cards, shouted a big man with a scar on his face. His name is Lu Heng. He is considered the third person in Tianqiu Star, second only to Chu Tianjiang and Gu Shitong. Although he is not as sharp as the former, he at least has some tricks. Boom! With a pinch of his right hand, light suddenly bloomed on his fingertips, and the incomparable blue light surged out quickly, converging into a thread like thousands of strands, and then quickly condensed into a huge shield. Everyone help me! Pour all your inner energy into it. Lu Heng shouted. At this critical moment of life and death, whoever hesitated, moved forward step by step, and all their cultivation was unleashed at this moment. Waves of huge light pillars of different colors erupted from everyone's body. Then, in an instant, a huge rolling wave formed, rushing towards the blue shield crazily. Buzz! The blue shield trembled for a while. Under the infusion of internal energy, it became extremely huge, like a blue mountain. It suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and then faced the torrential weather fiercely. The waves crashed away. Boom! The shocking explosion sounded like crazy. Under this terrifying impact, the monstrous air waves were shattered again and turned into countless torrents, spreading in all directions. But at the same time, the huge blue shield was directly blasted into countless pieces by the terrifying turbulent waves. This blue shield was connected to the inner energy of many big guys. Now that the shield was broken, they naturally suffered a backlash. They immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood mist and shot it backwards. Lu Heng, who was in charge of the blue shield, was particularly seriously injured. His arms were shattered, and only white bones were left in both arms. Unless there was a pill to build muscle and flesh, he would be a useless person for the rest of his life. More or less others were seriously injured and vomited blood. Have you seen it now? Chu Tianjiang stood there and said calmly. This great formation has existed for who knows how many years, and almost no one can break it. This is only the second wave of energy, but it has already severely damaged everyone's vitality. Who else can resist the third wave? The third wave. When everyone heard this, their faces suddenly turned pale, as if they were mourning for their heirs. However, before they came to their senses, they saw that the black and white light pillar in the center of the Tai Chi Yin Yang fish, after a brief period of silence, burst into light again. Even at this moment, the Yin and Yang fish could be seen spitting continuously in the sky. And under this Yin Yang fish, a wave of air that was even more terrifying than before surged up again. At this time, Yang Mucheng had already taken one step forward. Chapter 1407 The Power of Heaven and Earth. When the Yin Yang fish appeared, a huge undisguised pressure suddenly fell from the sky, and it was like the pressure released by a peerless strongman in an instant. This terrifying pressure came down hard with almost no warning. Each of the big bosses shuddered under the pressure and knelt heavily on the ground. At the same time, a huge black and white wave roared once again. It's over! Seeing this black and white tide, everyone felt a deep despair well up in their hearts. Under this last wave of attacks, they didn't even have the strength to resist. So how could they break the formation? I saw that surging air wave carrying the power of heaven and earth rolling in, with an astonishing momentum. Don't say you are a heavenly saint. Even a strong man in the cave will be blown to pieces under this air wave. As a result, at this moment, a figure appeared. That is? Seeing this figure appearing, the pupils of the big guys all narrowed, already recognizing each other. What does he want to do? Are you trying to stop this huge wave? Everyone just thought it was impossible. Under this pressure, they were not even qualified to stand up and face it. How could Yang Mucheng be able to resist? This kind of power may have become the pressure of heaven. And Xiao Qing, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to take action, but it was Yang Mucheng who took the lead. In front of the huge wave, everyone knelt down. Only Yang Mucheng stood there. He raised his head, looking extremely small in the huge waves carrying the power of heaven and earth. As if a dead tree twig under the tide sweeping the world would be shattered at any time. However, Yang Mucheng had a determined look on his face, as if he wanted to use his small body to confront the mighty defender. Just when everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, just as the black and white waves crashed in, Yang Mucheng slowly raised the Xinyuan sword. He didn't take action, but stood there quietly, even closing his eyes. However, at this moment, the infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth turned into thousands of strands and poured in. Laugh! The next moment, Yang Mucheng opened his eyes, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed divine sword, with its sharp edge that could not be looked at directly. Boom! A sword slashed down. The huge wave that swept across the world was suddenly cut off by this extremely domineering sword. In front of Yang Mucheng, it seemed that it was forced by Yang Mucheng's pressure, and was forced to split into two halves and pour out in all directions. Yang Mucheng is like an ancient master of swordsmanship. He splits a big wave in half with one sword. He is like a pillar of strength. No matter how big the waves are, you can't shake me in half. Oh my god! How can this be? If faced with an ordinary tide, everyone present can do it. But this is a great formation that carries the entire stars. A great wave that carries the power of heaven and earth. Under this pressure, the powerful heavenly saint could only surrender and tremble. How could Yang Macheng cut it off with one sword? This completely subverted their understanding. Even Chu Tianjiang's expression changed wildly. He didn't expect it to end like this. This last attack was called Yin and Yang Shuangsha. The positive and negative forces rotated and crushed each other. No matter how strong your cultivation level was, you would still be crushed. In the end, Yang Macheng slashed out with his sword, cutting the wave into pieces like a knife cutting off water. It actually blocked it. Maybe we might actually be able to decipher this Tai Chi diagram. Yes, if you can even cut through such a terrifying wave, what else can Master Yang not do? Everyone just felt that hope and light were unprecedented. Some people also think that there is a bright future in another village, which was already in despair before. But now it is lucky to survive. But in my heart, I was worried. Just activating this yin-yang fish has such terrifying power. What will happen next? This last huge wave is not as terrifying as you think. Although it looks huge, when it is crushed by positive and negative forces, there must be a crack in the middle. As long as you find the crack in it and slash it with your sword, it will be let it destroy itself. Yang Macheng said lightly. In this world, no matter how deadly the formation is, there will still be a way to survive. Otherwise, life and death cannot form a reincarnation, let alone form a formation. In general mass-killing formations, all the students are hidden by the organizer, so it takes a lot of effort to find them. But as long as the Shumen is found, the formation will collapse on its own. How can we understand Master Yang's power? A big boss said sincerely. This black and white wave of evil energy carries the power of heaven and earth. Although we have discovered the flaws in it, we are unable to break it. Just like a mortal, even if he knows the weaknesses and loopholes of the powerful heavenly saint, he is unable to break it. Another person, the boss, also spoke. These big guys were not convinced by Yang Macheng at first, but after seeing this sword, I was mostly convinced. When faced with the power of God, they did not even have the courage to fight. But only this young man stood up and cut through the huge waves with his own strength. At this time, it was no longer a matter of admiration due to the opponent's strength, but admiration from the bottom of my heart. Master Yang, as long as you say a word, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. That's right. I'm completely convinced. I'm willing to be your subordinate. Everyone looked at Yang Macheng. Yang Macheng just nodded lightly and set his sights on the formation again. The big guys present were stunned on the spot, their faces turning blue and white. They took the initiative to surrender this time, but were ignored. However, when they thought of Yang Macheng's previous sword strike, everyone just felt that it was natural that the other party had the right to look down on them. After all, they have all personally experienced the power of the stormy waves. The more they understand the power of that huge wave, the more they understand how terrifying Yang Macheng is. And this time, Yang Macheng had already walked into the formation. Careful! When everyone was wondering what Yang Macheng wanted to do, they saw Yang Macheng raising his hand to touch the two light pillars that reached the sky. You know, under this pillar of light, how many heavenly saints were blown into a vacuum on the spot? They didn't expect that before the formation was broken. Yang Macheng would die inexplicably under this beam of light. However, before he finished speaking, he saw that Yang Macheng's right hand had already penetrated the light beam without any problem. Many people were stunned on the spot. In their opinion, they have seen countless heavenly saints being bombarded by light beams, so they must avoid these two light beams. Who dares to touch them? But now, you can actually put your hand into this light pillar? Could it be that this beam of light is the living gate? As everyone was thinking, they saw that Yang Macheng had already stepped into the white beam of light in front of him. Going in? Could it be that this is the birth gate? The big guys present looked at each other for a while, and after a moment, they bravely followed suit and stepped into the light pillar one by one. Chapter 14089 Palace Sword Formation. Buzz. The world is turned upside down. The sun, moon and stars move. When Yang Macheng opened his eyes, he found that he had appeared in a white world. This world is vast and vast, as if it is nothingness. When you step on it, gorgeous spots of light immediately bloom under your feet. Just as Yang Macheng looked around, the big guys behind him also followed in step by step. When they saw this white world, they were also inexplicably surprised. You know, when they first stepped into this white light pillar, They were determined to die. But who knew that there was a whole other world within this white pillar of light? There is no way out of the mountains and rivers. And there is a village of dark willows and bright flowers. Who would have thought that the life gate of the Red Cloud Restriction Formation is actually hidden in the Death Gate? And Xiaoqing, who came in last, couldn't help but marvel. Everyone nodded. Because, having seen the horror of these two black and white pillars, no one dares to touch these two pillars of light again. I'm afraid of triggering another monstrous wave. But who knows that there is another world hidden behind this pillar of light? How did you find out? And Xiaoqing looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile. Brush. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Mucheng. But Yang Mucheng smiled and said, as early as when these two light pillars appeared, I used my spiritual thoughts to detect them. At that time, the light pillars contained the power to annihilate everything. As soon as I detected them with my spiritual thoughts, I was immediately hit by destruction. Until the third wave of air. When I lifted it up, I came back to my senses. Everyone nodded. It turned out that this was the reason why Yang Mucheng had been hesitant to take action. But I heard Yang Mucheng continue. Later, I explored the surroundings and found that there was nothing broken in the formation. Only these two light pillars were left unexplored. So I carefully extended my spiritual thoughts. So that's it. Everyone couldn't help but nod. At this time, I don't know who intervened and said, in this white world, I'm afraid it's the key to breaking the formation. Yes. Yang Mucheng looked around, nodded and said calmly, the black and white light pillar should be the eye of the formation. There must be some mechanism here. Let's spread out and look around. Chu Tianjian looked at Yang Mucheng, and a feeling of powerlessness came to his heart. He followed the old village leader and studied this formation for who knows how many years. But he still did not reach the level of Yang Mucheng. But now, Yang Mucheng led everyone to explore here in such a short time. Everyone, come and see! There was a cry. But he saw that there was a huge high platform in the center of the white world. On the high platform, there are 9 long swords. The long swords look ordinary. But each sword has its own characteristics. Like a dragon. Yang Mucheng squinted and saw that these 9 flying swords were all engraved with different names. Boxia, Taothai, Yazui, Swanee. 9 swords are inserted into the stone platform in a 9-square grid formation. Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng had already guessed what this formation of eyes was about. Everyone, be careful. This is the 9 Palaces sword formation. The center of the formation in this white world. Look, there are 9 steps in this high platform. Every time we climb a step, we will be attacked by one of the swords. Yang Mucheng had seen this sword formation in Kyushu, so he naturally knew something about it. However, half of the 9 palace sword formation he experienced at that time had been cracked. But now the sword formation is intact. Hearing what Yang Mucheng said, everyone who originally wanted to go on stage couldn't help but stop and look forward. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel a tremor in my heart. I saw those 9 flying swords, each one containing shocking sword energy. It has been immortal for thousands of years, and there is endless killing intent in it. Once activated, the sword formation will inevitably attract a powerful attack from the flying sword. However, Yang Mucheng was not afraid at all, and was ready to break the formation. Let me break the formation! At this time, and Xiaoqing spoke. You cut through the black and white waves earlier and suffered some backlash. Why not take this opportunity to rest for a while? Okay. I also want to see your true strength. Yang Mucheng smiled and nodded. If Xiaoqing can't break the formation, it won't be too late for him to take action. After hearing the conversation between the two, the big guys around them all stepped back. Soon, there was no one around the high platform, and everyone moved away. I saw. At this moment, and Xiaoqing's expression became serious, facing the 9 palace sword formation alone. His eyes were full of fighting intent. He saw Yang Mucheng smashing the black and white waves, so he started to compare with him. Boom! When he made up his mind, and Xiaoqing rose directly into the sky. His robe suddenly rolled up, and a burst of silver flames burst out from his whole body, and the billowing silver fire burned blazingly outside his body. Then, under the shocked eyes of countless people, and Xiaoqing stepped directly on the first step. Zhang! Almost as soon as he stepped on it, the 9 palaces sword formation was instantly activated. A dragon gives birth to 9 sons, all of whom are different. The first son, named Ba Xia, is also known as Bai Shi. He looks like a turtle and is extremely powerful. He likes to overturn rivers and oceans. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoqing. At this moment, what Xiaoqing triggered was Long Zi's first sword. Overlord. This sword formation is many times more powerful than the Nine Palaces sword formation that I fought in the Immortal formation. How many swords can he withstand? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. However, he saw that the sword of Baxia was rising. Slowly and slowly. Like an old turtle crawling towards Xiaoqing. This sword seems ordinary, and does not have much power. But Xiaoqing's expression changed again and again in an instant. He took a deep breath, and a heavy feeling emanated from his body. Then, he also slowly turned the long sword in his hand. And with the same slow posture, he slashed at this domineering sword. Doesn't this sword seem to be not very powerful? Yes. Why isn't Xiaoqing so cautious? Seeing Xiaoqing's expression, everyone present could not help but be secretly surprised. The sword of Baxia seemed to be moving slowly, without any power, as if it could be avoided by leaning to one side. Shut up! Yang Mucheng frowned and shouted in a deep voice. Open your eyes and look carefully. Everyone was stunned and looked forward. But he saw the slowly turbulent and extremely slow two swords intertwining gently in midair. These seemingly ordinary sword moves. But after they collided together, a terrifying force erupted like a meteorite hitting the stars. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded throughout the space at the same time. Feeling this terrifying explosive force, every big boss changed their color. The terrifying degree of this nine-palace sword formation has exceeded all of their imaginations. Chapter 1409 Boom. Is this just the first step? How can it be so powerful? Until the two swords collided. The shocking power contained in the sword suddenly exploded. A huge and terrifying power suddenly spread in all directions. The bosses around even felt that under the sword of Baxia, the space where Xiaoqing was seen to be filled with life by this terrifying force. It was crushed and collapsed. And this power spread from the high platform. In the white space, huge black cracks were clearly visible, spreading rapidly. When Yang Mucheng came from the crack, he took a step forward and at the same time released a momentum, suppressing the sudden surge of momentum. Just this spreading power is enough to shatter this space. How terrifying will the power on the sword of Overlord be? Only then did everyone understand why Yang Mucheng had scolded them loudly and told them to shut up during their discussion. Could it be? Some big guys looked at Yang Mucheng. Sure enough, Yang Mucheng's calm and composed expression made them realize that Yang Mucheng had already understood the power of the Nine Dragons flying sword as early as when the Nine Palace sword formation was activated. However, can Xiaoqing resist it? Everyone looked forward. I saw Xiaoqing holding a long sword in his hand, slowly slashing downwards. And a sword force even more terrifying than the sword of Baxia appeared in rapid movement. At the same time as this sword force appeared, the sword of dominance that could shatter the space was actually crushed by Xiaoqing, and even shattered to pieces. Blasted to pieces. Too strong. Seeing this scene, many big guys were shocked. However, the next scene made everyone's hearts raise to their throats. It was seen that Xiaoqing did not break through the Nine Palaces sword formation step by step as everyone imagined. But after smashing the sword of Baxia, he first paused, and then rushed forward violently. Step 2. Third step. Step 6. Step 7. Step 8. At this moment, Xiaoqing actually jumped 7 steps directly. 7 steps! What does Mr. N want to do? In this case, wouldn't it trigger the 7 swords at the same time? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Really? Just when Xiaoqing's body was still in the air and had not even landed on the 8th step, a buzzing sound resounded rapidly. Zhang! 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 The terrifying sword and tension resounded loudly. In an instant, on the high platform, 7 of the long swords were drawn away at this moment. Every time the sound of swords resounded, a flying sword quickly rose into the sky, until there were 7 sword sounds. 7 of the 9 dragon flying swords soared into the sky and floated on the high platform. However, this time, the 7 swords did not rush directly towards Xiaoqing like before, but were suspended in midair. This? What does the Nine Palaces sword formation do? At this moment, even Yang Mucheng was puzzled by the behavior of the Nine Palace sword formation. He frowned slightly and immediately looked forward. Except for Yang Mucheng. All the big guys present looked at him with doubts on their faces. However, it doesn't matter if you don't see it. But everyone can't help but tremble in their hearts when they see it. The 7 Nine Dragon flying swords flying in midair actually exuded an undisguised anger. and Xiaoqing stepped on 7 steps at once and angered the 9 palaces sword formation. These 7 9-dragon flying swords are completely angry because of Xiaoqing's actions. The 9 flying swords were suppressed here, and they have already become psychic after who knows how many years have passed. And Xiaoqing crossed 7 steps at a time. This kind of behavior simply looked down upon the 7 flying swords among them. So it was normal for the 9 palace sword array to react like this. Of course, the movements of these 7 9-dragon flying swords are more than just that. Roar! Just when everyone was shocked, a terrifying roar sounded loudly. That is? Oh my god! Amidst the roar that shook the world, he saw that the long sword suspended in midair actually burst out with a burst of shocking sword energy. This shocking sword energy, under the rapid surge, and under the shocked eyes of countless people, quickly transformed into a group of ferocious dragons. Sword energy appears. This has all turned into a dragon. Taothai, Swanee, Puleo. Dragons with huge bodies and ferocious faces quickly appeared in the air. At the same time, an even more terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the 7-headed dragon. At the same time that the 7-headed dragon's son appeared, the 7 flying swords already made a clang sound, and shot towards Xiaoqing's cave rapidly with a horrifying attitude. At this moment, everyone's eyes were turned towards Xiaoqing. They wanted to see how Xiaoqing could resist the bombardment of these 7 9-dragon flying swords. Boom! Just as the 9 dragons flying sword shot toward Xiaoqing's cave, the silver flames that enveloped Xiaoqing's body condensed rapidly at this moment. At the same time, the sword in his hand actually disappeared quietly with the roiling silver flames. At the same time, a huge sword shadow hundreds of feet long flashed out from outside his body, and Xiaoqing himself was integrated into the shadow of the sword. Then, with a boom sound, the terrifying sword shadow condensed by Xiaoqing suddenly burst out with thousands of rays of light. And then the shocking sword shadow shot fiercely towards the hole in front. Boom! 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 The huge sword shadow flew away, even bombarding the space and exploding. And the entire white space trembled at this moment. The ferocious-looking dragons were all exploded by the huge sword shadow. Boom! In an instant, the phantom of the 7-headed dragon was immediately shattered by Xiaoqing. Then, under the gazes of one after another, Xiaoqing collided fiercely with the 7 9-dragon flying swords. Dang! 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 Every terrifying flying sword filled with infinite sword intent and murderous intent suddenly exploded under Xiaoqing's crazy impact. In an instant, the void that was stirred by the 9 dragons flying swords suddenly became quiet. After smashing the 7 flying swords, Xiaoqing's figure reappeared on this huge high platform. The 9 palace sword formation, which was originally turbulent and angry, actually came to a standstill with the reappearance of Xiaoqing. Apparently, this 9 palace sword formation is beginning to be afraid of Xiaoqing. I was frightened by Xiaoqing. Chapter 1410 Broken. What a terrifying sword move! This sword is at least a heaven-level swordsmanship. It was really terrifying to smash 7 flying swords at once. The big bosses who stood in the distance and watched Xiaoqing show off his power were all shocked. They didn't know the origin of Xiaoqing's move, but they could see that its power was extraordinary. Xiaoqing's strength is probably as good as Yang Muqing's. Where did these geniuses come from? Everyone was shocked. This 9 palace sword formation has only the last sword left. It seems that it should be very easy to break it, someone said with a smile. Yes, I didn't expect Xiao to be so powerful. Presumably, this last sword can be easily broken. Someone else nodded. At this moment, many people turned their eyes towards Yang Muqing. Among the great formation, the only young man who could rival Xiaoqing was Yang Muqing. They wanted to hear Yang Muqing's opinion. However, when everyone looked around, they found that Yang Muqing's eyes gradually became serious. Wrong! The difficulty of this last sword is even stronger than the other swords combined. Sensing everyone's gaze, Yang Muqing spoke. The last remaining sword is called Yazi. In the mortal world, Yazi is the second son of the dragon. It has a strong character and is brave and fierce. It is the most powerful son of the dragon. Now, this Yazi if the sword is left at the end, and Xiaoqing may be in trouble. Everyone looked around immediately. But on the high platform, the sword of Yazhan, which was quietly inserted in it, took the initiative to fly out of the 9 palaces formation before Xiaoqing stepped on the last step. Seeing this scene, the big guys present couldn't help but take a breath. This last sword of Yazhan actually chose to provoke Xiaoqing. It was also when the Yazhan sword flew into the sky that that in Xiaoqing felt an unprecedented killing intent sweep across him. He looked forward and narrowed his eyes. But I saw the rising sword energy on the Yazen sword, like a surging fog, slowly flying. Then, in front of everyone's attention, a ferocious beast with a body like a leopard and dragon horns growing backwards appeared. With the formation of this vicious beast, powerful killing intent that was many times more ferocious than before spread out like a tide. Dragon Ziyajin! Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Clang! The next moment, the sword of Yazen trembled violently, and quietly merged into the huge figure of Yazen. Then, with a roar, the beast seemed to come to life, while letting out a shocking roar. It came swiftly and violently towards Xiaoqing and charged towards Xiaoqing. Bang! 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 Although Yazen does not have the shape of a dragon, he possesses the power of a dragon. It came from the sky, and its momentum was even more terrifying than the golden dragon at its peak. Every step on the ground caused the earth to tremble, leaving deep footprints in the pure white world. This terrifying violent force shattered the huge high platform in an instant. Bang! Amid the sound soaring into the sky and the exploding gravel platform, and Xiaoqing spread out a pair of cloud wings behind him and swept backwards rapidly. But that Yazen was approaching quickly. I wonder how to deal with him. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. It was as if a real dragon had broken through the high platform and emerged directly from inside. Now, seeing this Yazen chasing after Xiaoqing, he was immediately frightened and fled in all directions. Roar! The chasing Yazen let out a roar, and with an astonishing speed, he jumped up with a shocking leap and flew directly in front of Xiaoqing. At the same time, the sharp claws quickly reached out and grabbed hard. This terrifying claw completely tore apart the space. Only a flash of white marks could be seen in the air, and it was crushed in front of Xiaoqing on the spot. Not good! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and was about to take action, but he saw that Xiaoqing's face was as usual, without any fear. He is so calm. He should have the strength to defeat this Jijin. Sure enough, just as Yazen was approaching, Xiaoqing grabbed his right hand, and a golden scroll flew out of his palm. This scroll is the treasure he got on the trial star. Now, it's his first time to use it. Boom! The golden scroll flew out, spun up, and rose when it saw the wind. In one thought, it grew to a size of thousands of feet, as if a huge sky curtain appeared quietly and intercepted it in front of Yazen. Yazen's huge claws, which could split gold, break jade, and tear apart mountain peaks, exploded into a dazzling spark on this thin scroll. Destroy it! Xiaoqing's eyes widened angrily, and the silver flames wrapped around his body grew to the extreme at this moment. In the shocked eyes of countless people, he grabbed his right hand forward. Immediately, a huge bulge also appeared in the sky-like scroll, and that bulge is in Xiaoqing's palm print. Roar! Yazen, who was in charge of killing, looked at the right hand stretched out from the scroll and became afraid at this moment. Letting out a roar, Yahtzee quickly retreated towards the rear. However, no matter how hard it retreated, it couldn't match Xiaoqing's movements. Call! The shocking giant palm blasted out quickly, and the powerful force smashed all obstacles. The escaped Yaju was directly caught by Xiaoqing's shocking hand, and was suddenly caught in his hand. Roar! Yazen was furious. It roared and struggled wildly. The monstrous killing intent turned into endless swords, spears, swords and halberds, blasting towards the golden scroll. Under the spread of this terrifying murderous intention, countless big guys' expressions changed drastically, and they quickly retreated towards the rear. At the same time, he looked towards the battlefield, but he saw that Yazen's struggle had reached the extreme, and even the breath he released was enough to strangle a powerful heavenly saint. But regardless of its attack, no matter how condensed it is, the moment it hit the scroll, it disappeared like a stone cow entering the sea. Caught! Xiaoqing actually caught this Yazen. Yaishui has been struggling with all his strength, but he can't break free no matter what. Looking at Yazen, who had exhausted all his strength, but could not break free no matter what, everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. Moreover, under this terrifying hand, Yazen gradually gave up struggling. It's over! Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes, looking at Yajan, who showed a look of begging for mercy. He slowly shook his head, and quickly grabbed it with his right hand. Boom! A terrifying explosion spread wildly. That Yahtzee was crushed to pieces by Xiaoqing. Chapter 1411 Black. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, The huge Yazen body trembled and completely turned into nothingness under the gazes. And among the exploding Yasui figure, the Yasui sword also fell from midair. This sword of Yazen, without the previous bloodthirsty intention, had already become extremely weak, and it was inserted into the ground with a sound. Seeing this scene, all the big guys were shocked. The formation is broken! Yang Mucheng glanced at the sword of Yajuan, and saw the sword of Yajuan cracking and cracking into countless fragments. Finally, under a series of shocked eyes, it quietly exploded and turned into countless pieces. The powder, almost at the same time, the sword of Yajuan shattered. This white world seemed to have lost the support of its power. It trembled quietly and turned transparent under the gaze of countless people. When everything returned to normal, everyone discovered that they had left the white world and returned to the Tai Chi Yin and Yang formation in midair. Came back! Not only did we come back alive, but we also cracked one of the big formations. The last Yajuan was too powerful, and Shaoqing was able to crush it. Recalling the previous scene, the big guys were discussing with each other in shock. No one expected that such a scene would happen. Apart from powerful, they could think of no other words to describe Shaoqing. How? Yang Mucheng walked over slowly. Very powerful. And Shaoqing knew that the other party was asking about the power of the Nine Palaces sword formation. He pondered for a moment and expressed his feelings about the previous battle. In the Nine Palaces sword formation, except for the sword of Yajuan, the other 8-9 dragon flying swords are already weak, with only 1/10,000th of the killing intent and power. And the sword of Yajuan has at least 1,000th of the power. Call. And Shaoqing had already become the center of everyone's attention when he destroyed the Nine Palace sword formation. Especially when Yang Mucheng asked about the power of the Nine Palace sword formation. The eyes of all the big guys were attracted. They wanted to hear the power of this Nine Palace sword formation. However, upon hearing this, they couldn't help but take a breath of air and widen their eyes. Oh my god! This sword of Yazen is only 1,000th as powerful as it once was. Just 1,000th of the power is so terrifying. How terrifying would it be if all the power could be preserved? And Shaoqing's calm words silenced the surroundings. And then all kinds of shocking discussions could not help but come from all directions. Yang Mucheng was also shocked. He could naturally feel that what Shaoqing said was true. The last golden scroll is Shaoqing's last resort. The Yajuan sword only had 1,000th of its power left. So Shaoqing was forced to take out his last trump card. If the Jiugong sword formation still had the power it once had, wouldn't it be enough to release the sword energy? Kill them all. When this restriction was once intact, even the powerful Tai people did not dare to approach. Under the Tai realm, once you approach the red cloud outside the stars, you will be completely blown to pieces, Chu Tianjiang said calmly. However, today's restrictions are no longer powerful. Only by actively attacking the restrictions will you be counterattacked. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Obviously, when those prisoners left the star, they shattered this restriction. However, since the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram at the core of the restriction was not destroyed, it was put into operation again, sealing the heavenly prisoner star into a prison cell again. Yang Mucheng smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Those powerful men once left behind the core of the formation, but they became the killing formation of this star. I don't know how many people were trapped alive in this star. Now there is the last restriction left. Let's see what else is in this last pillar of light." Following Yang Mucheng's words, everyone's eyes looked forward and fell on the last black beam of light. As long as this last restriction is broken, you can leave this prison star. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but get excited when they thought of this. They have been trapped in this prison star for too long. Although they are big bosses, this prison star is always a prison for them. Who doesn't want to travel to the end of the world with a sword? Who doesn't want to be hugged from left to right? And who doesn't want to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts? But because they were trapped in this prison star, they couldn't do it at all. Now, the appearance of Yang Mucheng and Shaoqing has rekindled their hope. I wonder what this last restriction is. Will it be the same as the previous 9 palace sword formation? It should be almost the same. After all, this is Yin and Yang, and it should be an existence corresponding to the power of the 9 palaces sword formation. Everyone was speculating in their minds as they walked towards the black light pillar. Although they had entered the white light pillar before, everyone was somewhat prepared. But now that they entered the black light pillar and entered this black world, everyone was a little surprised. As imagined before, this is the same world behind the white light pillar, with Yin and Yang facing each other. Everything here is black. However, there is a void in this black world. A bunch of doubtful eyes looked in all directions, but they couldn't find the place to break the restriction. Huh? Why is there nothing in this space? A big boss looked around, with some doubts in his eyes. In his opinion, there should be a huge high platform, like the 9 Palace Sword formation in this space. But in fact, there is nothing in this space. As far as the eye could see, everything was black. Have the restrictions in this area been broken by the strong men in the past? Some people wondered. He even flew up and kept looking in all directions, but saw nothing. Maybe somewhere further away. The big guys looked at each other and immediately dispersed around, trying to find the restriction further away. Young Master Yang, do you feel it? And Xiaoqing's expression suddenly changed as everyone stepped in, and he looked at Yang Mucheng with an extremely solemn expression. What do you feel? Everyone subconsciously looked at Yang Mucheng, but they were shocked to find that Yang Mucheng also had a very solemn posture, as if he had met some terrible opponent. Very powerful. This powerful momentum comes from. Under the gazes, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. The next moment, he and Xiaoqing both raised their heads and looked upward. The big guys were also astonished. However, when they imitated Yang Mucheng and Xiaoqing and looked at the sky, they were completely stunned. Chapter 14:12 Sword. The tops of everyone's heads are not empty. Instead, there was a thick layer of clouds that, at some point, floated above everyone's heads. Among the surging clouds, there were terrifying black shadows, which were moving rapidly through the clouds like dragons and snakes. Every time it flashes in the eyes of everyone, it carries an extremely heart-stopping power. Then what exactly flashed out? That's no ordinary existence. Lightning! It's actually black lightning! Under the shocking gazes, everyone present discovered the black figure that was constantly moving through the clouds. No one thought that the black shadow, carrying the power of heaven, was actually lightning. This cloud layer! And Xiaoqing's expression also changed. He could feel how terrifying the power contained in the clouds was. If we say that the power contained in the previous Yazen sword was 1,000th of the original, then the power contained in this cloud is 1%. Boom! With everyone's discovery, the lightning in the cloud suddenly shuttled rapidly, and every time it jumped and flashed, there was a roaring sound. Young Master Yang, why don't we exit this restricted area first, and then come back to explore after we have finished practicing? And Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with fear. After hearing his words, everyone present was shocked. Faced with this restriction, even Xiaoqing lost confidence. Master Yang, let's retreat. If you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. There were also many people who opened their mouths to persuade. The black thunder contained in this cloud layer was more powerful than anyone imagined. They were worried that if Yang Mucheng tried to fight against the black thunder, he would be injured or even killed by the black thunder. At this moment, eyes looked towards Yang Mucheng. They wanted to see how Yang Mucheng answered. Let me give it a try. Under the gaze of everyone, Yang Mucheng spoke calmly. His words shocked everyone. So, they turned their questioning eyes towards Xiaoqing. But Xiaoqing nodded and backed away slowly. Let him give it a try. He never does anything he's not sure about. As Xiaoqing opened his mouth, the big guys around him also quickly backed away. Soon, there was a vacuum around Yang Mucheng. Under the clouds, Yang Mucheng was left alone to face this terrifying restriction. As if sensing Yang Mucheng's determination, the black thunder that kept passing through the clouds suddenly erupted into waves of shocking sounds. Waves of terrifying power also spread rapidly from the clouds at the same time. So strong! Feeling the increasing terrifying restriction, a trace of fear flashed in everyone's eyes. There is a powerful force brewing in the clouds. Yes. The thunderous strike that will come later must be very terrifying. I don't know how long Master Yang can last. And I don't know how this restriction will be broken before it can be broken. A bunch of worried eyes couldn't help but look towards Yang Mucheng. However, when everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, they couldn't help but be stunned. I saw Yang Mucheng standing there loosely, as if he didn't have the slightest attitude to accept the attack. His gesture made everyone stunned. However, the band waits for no one. Black dragon like lightning was constantly flying through the clouds. The terrifying momentum had reached its peak in the shortest possible time. At this moment, a black lightning suddenly tore through the void and struck Yang Mucheng with almost no gap. Black lightning burst out with thousands of rays of light. Facing the lightning, The whole world was covered by the shining black light. Boom! At the same time, as this burst of thunderous lightning fell rapidly, the terrifying pressure also began to rise rapidly at this moment. The airwaves visible to the naked eye swept in all directions with lightning as the center. Not good! The power of this restriction is too powerful! Feeling the power of this lightning, everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they retreated backwards. Just the power of this lightning is powerful enough to rival the previous sword of Yazin. Moreover, this was only the first flash of lightning. How powerful will the next few lightning bolts be? Zhang! Just when everyone was retreating backwards with frightened expressions, and just when the black lightning was about to fall down, Yang Mucheng, who had been standing there, finally moved. I saw that if he didn't move, he would move. And if he moved, he would control his whole body. The aura hidden in him burst out at this moment, as if it had found an outlet. At the same time, he took a step forward, suddenly pulled out the long sword in his hand, and slashed forward. Chang! The ultimate sword sound resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw that a terrifying sword light, deeper than black lightning, completely erupted at this moment. This was a sword force that soared to the sky, and the astonishing sword light even suppressed the light of this world. It was like an extreme lightning bolt that seemed to tear the entire world apart at this moment. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the black lightning suddenly struck hard. Boom! A terrible explosion resounded loudly. In the eyes of everyone, the almost irresistible black lightning was quickly shattered by this shocking sword. What? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. This shocking lightning was actually chopped into pieces by Yang Mucheng's sword. However, what shocked everyone was not over. Yang Mucheng's extremely domineering sword had no intention of stopping after smashing the black lightning. Instead, he moved with an even more astonishing expression. With such a posture, he rushed towards the clouds. Are you going to blow up the entire cloud with one sword? Terrible! How come this sword is so powerful? Everyone looked forward. Not only did everyone not expect this, but even the cloud restrictions did not expect this scene. Even everyone watching the battle could feel that under this sword, the black thunder in the clouds actually showed extreme trembling and panic. This level of restriction actually scares Master Yang. Under the gazes, the frightened black thunder suddenly burst out with extreme anger. At the same time, powerful mad thunder poured down from the clouds, blocking Yang Mucheng's shocking sword. Chapter 1413 Pouring. It was as if he was trying to regain the place where he was frightened by Yang Mucheng's shocking sword. Among the silent clouds, earth-shattering thunderous sounds suddenly erupted. Under the eyes of shock, horror, and disbelief, the lightning like a wild dragon crashed down with a shocking attitude, crashing towards the sword light that crowned the world. The second course, the third way, the fourth way. Almost instantly, 18 black lightning burst out from the entire cloud layer. The power contained in each lightning bolt is more powerful than the previous lightning bolts. But Yang Mucheng's sword was like the stormy waves sweeping through the world. Imbued with infinite power, it quickly surged into the sky, destroying everything in its path. The shocking lightning exploded in an instant. Boom! Even these 18 lightning bolts did not stop the sword light at all. Nor did it slow down its speed at all. Break it for me! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and his right hand shook. In an instant, this shocking sword light swept across the world. Like a rolling mad dragon, it flew past crazily and slashed directly into the thick clouds under the shocked eyes of countless people. Bah! A harsh sound resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the terrifying black cloud was quickly chopped into two halves under Yang Mucheng's sword. Boom! It was like a piece of rag, torn in half on the spot. Among the broken clouds, the terrifying lightning flashing back and forth can be faintly seen. Even everyone could see that the huge black thunder dragon hidden under the clouds seemed to be cut off by Yang Mucheng's sword. Quiet! The entire black world was dead silent. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in stunned silence, feeling their scalps numb. Before Yang Mucheng took action, everyone was worried and wondering whether he could resist the restrictions in this black world. However, when they saw this sword, they were completely stunned. Damn it! However, Yang Mucheng frowned. He originally wanted to use the power of his sword to completely chop up the black clouds. However, the power in the clouds was stronger than he imagined. If you beat a snake and you don't die, you will suffer from it instead. This truth is indeed correct. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng shook his head. What's the meaning? Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Yang Muqing's words. At this time, someone cast their eyes towards the sky. But he saw that the clouds that were cut into two parts moved quickly at this moment. In the frightened eyes, they merged into one again. Master Yang's sword didn't work. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that the clouds would merge again? No! At this time, and Xiaoqing, who had been silent, spoke lightly. This restriction has been damaged by young Master Yang. After hearing this, everyone looked again. Sure enough, the power in the clouds was slightly weaker than before. Why didn't Master Yang take advantage of the victory and pursue it? Someone asked again at this time. It's not that easy. And Xiaoqing shook his head. Previously, Yang Xiao slashed with his sword, tried to tear the clouds into pieces. After all, this restriction was once a terrifying existence that could imprison the powerful Tai. Therefore, the power of that sword was still insufficient. The opportunity has been missed. It will not be so easy to attack again. At this time, no one can take action easily. Once a flaw is exposed, the other party will take advantage of it. Then they will face an attack like mercury pouring down the ground. Everyone looked forward, but they saw Yang Mucheng and Heiyun facing each other, with no intention of giving in. In the eyes of the bosses present, it was as if two masters were competing against each other. At the same time, a terrifying momentum swept over quickly. Feeling this amazing aura, everyone felt their scalp numb. Boom! And in the sky, the clouds were also rolling in crazy turmoil at this moment. The lightning that was cut off also recovered at some point, continuously traveling back and forth in the clouds. In the clouds, huge black electric dragons have quietly formed, like a group of dragons dancing. It gives people an ultimate sense of oppression. And in this sense of oppression, an extreme anger also spreads out from it. Angry? Feeling this emotion, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but be stunned. But he quickly came to his senses. After all, this crazy thunder is very terrifying. In its view, a random flash of lightning is enough to kill a powerful heavenly saint. But who would have expected that this carefully prepared electric dragon, instead of being able to destroy Yang Mucheng, was chopped into pieces by Yang Mucheng's sword, and even the core of the restriction was cut in half. Snort. Yang Mucheng shook his head. If it is this restriction, it still has the power it once had. Maybe Yang Mucheng will still be a little afraid. But now, this restriction is only 1% of what it once was. This remaining power is not enough for him to be afraid. Boom. As if he felt the contempt in Yang Mucheng's eyes, the band suddenly became extremely angry. In the clouds, it was as if it was torn apart by a pair of big hands. Then, in the torn clouds, countless lightnings were like tides. Suddenly they found an outlet and poured down desperately in a terrifying manner. Roar! 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 Every bolt of lightning was like a crazy long dragon. At this moment, it poured out directly from the entrance of the cave and rushed towards Yang Mucheng fiercely. At this moment, the number of mad dragons that rushed out even reached tens of thousands. The endless lightning dragon let out a shocking roar, like an overwhelming tide, rushing towards Yang Mucheng, as if just a moment was enough to drown Yang Mucheng. Oh my god! The black dragon with its head shining and constantly erupting, reflected everyone's face in black and white. Is this going to kill Master Yang directly? Each of these shining electric dragons is several times, even dozens of times, than the previous one. It can be clearly seen that after each electric dragon splits from the clouds, the black clouds become a little paler. After the last electric dragon struck out, the originally dark clouds turned completely white, leaving only a weak layer, almost disappearing completely. Obviously, because of this restriction, he would rather use all his power to kill Yang Mucheng completely. Seeing the terrifying appearance of the mad dragon, everyone was stunned on the spot. Chapter 1414 Broken. Too strong. Looking at this crazy flash of thunder dragons, everyone couldn't help but tremble. In this restriction, I would rather drain all my power than kill Yang Mucheng. It shouldn't be. It's too inappropriate. Looking at the countless thunder dragons vying for the first place and rushing towards the target wildly. Looking at an area where there was no one else except Yang Mucheng. Such a thought could not help but emerge in everyone's mind. To them, Yang Mucheng's strength is nothing more than a very powerful existence. After all, with half a step of heavenly saint cultivation, Yang Mucheng swept the entire heavenly prisoner star. Even Chu Tianjiang was destroyed, and the oppressive big guys couldn't hold their heads up. But after all, he is only half a step to becoming a heavenly saint. And this restriction was the existence that once blocked the powerful Tai in this space. Even now, the power of this restriction is no longer as strong as it once was. But the power contained in it is still terrifying. If I had listened to Mr. N earlier, maybe this situation wouldn't have happened. Yes, if we wait for a while, until the cultivation level is enough, he and Xiao join forces. Maybe they can defeat this restriction. Everyone looked at each other, and saw the regret in each other's eyes. Damn it! Seeing this scene, and Xiaoqing couldn't help but turn pale. When he resisted the 9 Palaces sword formation, he had exhausted all his inner strength and physical strength. And now, he could not intervene even if he wanted to. What? Does he have the confidence to resist this move? When Xiaoqing looked at it, he was shocked to find that Yang Muqing's expression was as usual. And he seemed not to be afraid at all when looking at the crazy thunder and lightning dragon. Yang Muqing's demeanor shocked Xiaoqing's heart and revealed a look of shock. Crazy murderous intention? Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. Okay, I want to see if your murderous intention is stronger or mine is stronger. Facing this crazy thunder and lightning dragon, Yang Muqing finally used the sword technique that he had never used before. The third form of the Hades sword technique. Killing sword style. Boom! At this moment, with Yang Muqing's body as the center, the terrifying murderous intention spread rapidly. This killing intent is even more powerful and superior to the killing intent contained in the Thunderbolt Crazy Dragon. Even under this terrifying killing intent, the mad dragons that rushed down crazily were so frightened that they stopped in midair for a moment. Stopped? These lightning dragons actually stopped? Is it an illusion? Oh my god! Look! The sword is out! His sword! Amidst countless exclamations, Yang Muqing fired this sword. However, this sword was too inconspicuous compared to the previous shocking sword that shattered lightning and even cut the clouds into 2 pieces. Even an ordinary person can stab this sword casually. But in fact, this is a sword that is as simple as it is complicated. Boom! 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 As the sword passed by, in an instant, he saw the countless surging lightning dragons disappeared into nothingness in an instant, dissipating like bubbles. Puff! A terrible tearing sound resounded. The white clouds were completely chopped into pieces and torn apart in everyone's eyes. At the same time, the surging sword energy directly stirred the broken cloud layer into it at this moment, completely blasting it into nothingness. Quiet. In the huge confinement, there was a dead silence. And there was no sound. Only the black world quietly recedes, causing the sound of space. When everyone came to their senses, they found that they had reappeared in the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish formation. Under the feet of countless people, the 2 Yin-Yang fish also slowly began to swim at this moment, and continued to lead towards the distance. The formation is broken! It was not until the 2 Yin-Yang fishes dispersed that the red cloud hanging over everyone's heads quietly receded at this moment. And then Yang Muqing said calmly, "The formation is broken." These 3 simple words were like thunder in everyone's ears. The formation is broken. This large formation restricted by red clouds has finally been broken. He actually cracked the entire formation with half a step of the cultivation and strength of a heavenly saint. Especially the last sword. It looks very ordinary, but the murderous intention contained in it makes everyone tremble in their hearts. What kind of sword technique is this? He is only half-step to Heavenly Saint. How terrifying will it be if he reaches Heavenly Saint or even the cave in the future? Recalling the previous time, Yang Muqing smashed all the countless thunder dragons with one sword, and even smashed the last black cloud. The big guys around him all opened their mouths. And then, there were sounds of shock, admiration, and exclamations. The sound came directly from all directions. That simple and unpretentious sword corresponds to great skill but clumsiness. Great complexity to simplicity. To this day, it remains unforgettable for them. Previously, they couldn't believe that Yang Muqing could smash this black cloud with the cultivation and strength of a half-step heavenly saint. But now they saw this miracle with their own eyes. Call. Yang Muqing exhaled a mouthful of turbid air like a horned dragon, with surprise in his eyes. The moment he shattered the red cloud restriction on the sky prisoner star, he also received a system prompt that he had completed the mission of rescuing Xiaoqing. He looked up. I just saw that the red clouds that had enveloped the heavenly prisoner star for thousands or tens of thousands of years suddenly lost their restraining power at this moment and disappeared quietly in a slow manner. Although the restriction has been lifted, it will still take 10 days and a half before it completely loses its effect on this star. But now everyone can leave here. And Xiaoqing said lightly, "Young Masterin, Who led you to this prison star? Yang Mucheng asked. Now that Shaoqing has been rescued, it's time to settle accounts with the culprit. Of course, it's Langfeng Pavilion. And Shaoqing narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, after they led me to Greed Wolf Galaxy, they took advantage of my unfamiliarity with this place and sent me to the Heavenly Prisoner Star together with the people from Greed Wolf Star. You know what happened next? Humph. It's Langfeng Pavilion again. I killed their second elder before and swore an oath to completely raze Langfeng Pavilion to the ground. Now that you're out, why don't we two join forces and completely raze Langfeng Pavilion to the ground? Yang Mucheng said. The next step is to look for things of chance. But Langfeng Pavilion still exists. If it is not completely destroyed, Langfeng Pavilion's revenge will be endless. Okay, that's what I mean. And Shaoqing nodded. I've had this idea for a long time. I'll just let you and me wash away Langfeng Pavilion with blood. Yang Mucheng's eyes were filled with coldness. Good. Chapter 14-15 7 days. No one expected it. Just two people could easily determine the life and death of a fourth-tier sect. It seems that in their eyes, no matter what kind of existence Langfeng Pavilion is, it can no longer stop their determination to destroy it. Master Yang. Master An. At this time, a big boss spoke cautiously. What do you want to say? Yang Mucheng looked over. This big boss is called Lu Heng, and he is the number 3 person in Tianqiu Star. He had spent a lot of energy breaking the restrictions before. I just heard you say that you two want to destroy Langfeng Pavilion? Lu Heng said. You want to stop us? Yang Mucheng sneered. Don't dare. Lu Heng was startled and shook his head quickly. Master Yang. Young Master An. I have been trapped on this prison star for who knows how many years. My original family has been destroyed long ago. Therefore, I want to follow you, Master Yang, and do your best for you. Even if you destroy Langfeng Pavilion, I am willing to be your pawn. Oh! This was something Yang Mucheng didn't expect. In fact, Yang Mucheng did not care about the loyalty of these people. Moreover, he also knew that these people chose to surrender just because they were afraid of his own strength. Now that Hongyun's restriction has been lifted, the sky is vast and the earth is vast, and he has no way to restrain them. But I didn't expect that someone would be willing to follow me. Master Yang, I am willing too. After a moment of hesitation, another big boss stood up. I have killed countless people in my life and made great contributions to the sect. Once, I accidentally injured a child of a second-tier family. I was eventually forced out of the family. I accidentally fell into the prison star and became a prisoner. I don't want to go back to such a family. I am willing to be a sword in Master Yang's hands. No matter who you want to kill, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Master Yang, I am willing too. Master Yang. In an instant, nearly half of the big guys present stood up. These people either saw that Yang Mucheng had great potential and would be extraordinary in the future, so they were ready to join him in advance. Others came to repay Yang Mucheng's favor by undoing the restrictions on Hongyun and being kind to them. Of course, some people are unwilling, just as Yang Mucheng had imagined before. After the Hongyun restriction was lifted, the world was vast, and there was no way to restrict them. Good. Yang Mucheng nodded and said, if that's the case, then you should go back to the prisoner star and wait for 7 days. After 7 days, the red cloud will be released, and we will fight out together. Call. Call. At this moment, 2 phantoms suddenly appeared in the sky. Moreover, the auras in these 2 figures were also very large and extremely fast, and they rushed towards the location of Yang Mucheng. Enemy attack? Is it someone who is greedy for Wolf Star? Seeing these 2 figures shooting towards them, everyone couldn't help but be stunned and nervously grasped the weapons at their waists. Now, all of them are seriously injured. If the people of Greedy Wolf Star come here at this time, I am afraid that only one heavenly saint can kill them all. Don't worry. Yang Mucheng also frowned slightly, but after seeing the person clearly, he quickly relaxed. The 2 figures who came here happened to be Jin Long and Axianu. Boss! Owner! After getting through the clouds, when Jin Long and Axiana saw the young man in the first place, they couldn't help but shout out in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect to meet Yang Mucheng here. What's going on? Why did you 2 get in? Didn't we ask you to wait outside? Yang Mucheng looked surprised. Boss, let me tell you. Jin Long spoke first, panting. It turns out that it has been about 2 months since Yang Mucheng entered the prisoner planet today. Outside of the heavenly prisoner star, Golden Dragon and Xenu were naturally at odds with each other in every possible way. They remembered that someone had said before that Xiaoqing was introduced to the heavenly prisoner star by others. So they wanted to find out who did it. This investigation really found a lot of information. Boss, do you know? The Star Master of Greedy Wolf Star and the Master of Lingfeng Pavilion actually have a deep connection. The idea of introducing Mr. into the prisoner star this time is the work of people who are greedy for the Wolf Star, Jinlong shouted, and Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had suffered so much after falling into the heavenly prisoner star. How could this debt be easily settled? What's the matter with your injuries? Yang Mucheng frowned, and immediately found that the two of them were covered in bruises, and some wounds had not even healed. It was obvious that they had just experienced a battle. Jinlong chuckled and said, Boss, Xianu and I have been waiting outside the heavenly prisoner star for a month. When we saw that you hadn't come out yet, we knew that the situation was not good. So, I went to the Greedy Wolf Star and swallowed a few by the way. A treasure house, so the people from Greedy Wolf Star chased us all the way here. We had no choice but to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw figures flashing out of the red clouds. Those people were suspended outside the planet one by one, avoiding and fearing the heavenly prisoner star. Damn it! Those two guys escaped in. This is the heavenly prisoner star. Once you get in, you can't get out. Waves of shouts and curses appeared above everyone's heads. But the red clouds surged, and Yang Mucheng could see the people outside the stars. But the pursuers outside the stars could not see Yang Mucheng and the others. Why don't these people come in after them? Seeing the extremely fearful posture of these people, all the big guys present couldn't help but have doubts on their faces. Yang Mucheng had an idea, thought of something, and said, Could it be that the outside world doesn't know that we have cracked the formation of Tianqiu Star? When everyone heard this, they were all stunned and looked over in confusion. But I saw, outside the red cloud, the people who were greedy for the Wolf Star, shouting and cursing. But no matter what, they just didn't dare to enter the stars. After a while, he left angrily. Obviously, this scene made everyone realize. Only they know that the red cloud restriction on Tianqiu Star has been lifted. But people outside the heavenly prisoner star did not see the restriction being lifted because of the red clouds. Therefore, in their opinion, the restriction on the entire star was still not lifted. And this star here, there are still terrible stars that will never return. Boss, let's fight back now. Jinlong also suddenly understood that the restriction on the red cloud had been lifted, and they could even freely enter and exit the star. A trace of murderous intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. Not in a hurry. Let's talk about it in 7 days. Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 14:16 Three Seals of the God of War. Did something happen to the prisoner star before? It seems like a force has quietly dissipated. In the Greedy Wolf Galaxy, some people with sensitive senses seemed to be aware of it and cast their eyes over. However, when they looked, they found that the heavenly prisoner star was still shrouded in endless red clouds, as if nothing had changed. Greedy Wolf Star, Hall of Stars. It turns out that the dragon and the ghost clan are the people who followed Yang Mucheng. In the main hall, a burly man sneered. This sneering man is the Star Master of Greedy Wolf Star. Why not hate it? Beside him sat the great elder of Lingfeng Pavilion, Lung Xing. In the main hall, kneeling was Wu Yong from Black Dragon Star. Wu Yong nodded and smiled. Master He, Elder Lung. That dragon is called the Sky-Swallowing Dragon King and is the brother of old Demon Yang. The ghost tribe is called Xianu and is his maid. It was the three of them who came to my house in the first place. Black Dragon Star forced me to tell them the whereabouts of Xiaoqing. Now that the three of them have entered the heavenly prisoner star, they may not be able to come out in this life. Don't underestimate this guy. Lung Xing glanced at Wu Yong and snorted coldly. Yang Mucheng. This kid has terrible potential. If he doesn't die, he will be able to turn around. If we don't kill him, our Lungfeng Pavilion will have trouble sleeping and eating. He Wu smiled and said, Elder Lung, ever since I became the Star Master of the Greedy Wolf Star, I have used the Heavenly Prisoner Star as a prison. As long as you enter that star, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you will not be able to get out. If that kid is trapped in the Heavenly Prisoner Star for 100 or 1,000 years, your Lungfeng Pavilion will be able to grow into a giant by then. Isn't it possible to kill this kid by then? At this moment, Lung Xing seemed to sense something and stood up suddenly, looking forward. Something seems to have happened to the prisoner star. It's like some power suddenly dissipated. Narrowing his eyes, Lung Xing could only see that the red clouds surrounding the entire heavenly prisoner star were squirming like a sea of clouds as the situation changed at this moment. Just when Lung Xing was worried, He Wuhan laughed out loud. Elder Lung, don't worry too much. This kind of thing happens all the time. There will always be some blind people who want to break through the restrictions and escape from the prisoner star. That red cloud is called the red cloud restriction. It used to be able to imprison even the powerful Tai. Although the restriction is not complete now, it can still trap the powerful Dantian. Hearing this, Lung Xing couldn't help but nodded. He also knew about the affairs of Tianqiu Star, but he was not as clear as He Wuhan. Don't worry. The red clouds won't disperse, and the sky will never rest. He Wuhan consoled him. No matter who enters this prison star, they will never be able to escape alive. In addition to Greedy Wolf Star, people from other stars also sense what happened to Heavenly Prisoner Star. However, when they saw the shrouding red clouds outside the Heavenly Prisoner Star, they breathed a sigh of relief. Notice, the red clouds will not disperse, and the heavenly prisoners will never rest. This sentence has been spread since the Quanglong Palace still existed. However, they didn't know that the red cloud restriction on Tianqiu Star had already been broken. Heavenly Prisoner Star. Every big boss is busy. After all, after living in this star for so long, he still has some wealth. As for those close men, they were also prepared to take them out together. The Golden Dragon made a small circle around the Heavenly Prisoner Star, and then began to practice steadily. It was in Greedy Wolf Star, but it swallowed up 2 treasure houses. Now it takes time to digest. For Axianu, the evil energy of the Heavenly Prisoner Star has the most weight on this day, and it is also suitable for her to practice. For the battle in 7 days, even in Shaoqing started practicing at this moment. As for Yang Mucheng, he was naturally the first to retreat. After the Hongyun restriction was opened, he had already entered the secret room and prepared to practice. From the time he entered the Heavenly Prisoner Star until now, his cultivation realm has crossed several levels in a row. With such a terrifying advancement speed, his cultivation would have regressed long ago due to an unstable foundation. Even if you stabilize your cultivation, it will have a great impact on your future cultivation. Therefore, he planned to consolidate his cultivation realm. After all, he had already reached the half step of Heavenly Sage, and he would be able to reach Heavenly Saint in a short time. Finally, the realm has been stabilized. He let out a long breath. For others, it is particularly poisonous, and they dare not absorb even a little bit of the spiritual energy of the Heavenly Prisoner Star. However, Yang Mucheng didn't care at all and directly used the ancient heaven swallowing technique to absorb all of it. The next step is the system task. After unlocking Hongyun's restriction, the system rewarded him with a lottery opportunity. Now he finally found time to take a look. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3 seals of the God of War. Yang Mucheng, who originally didn't have high hopes, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the system prompt. And he couldn't hide his excitement. It's an attack technique. It's the martial skill I need most right now. Unable to conceal his excitement, Yang Mucheng immediately analyzed the 3 seals of the God of War. Suddenly, information about the techniques flashed in his mind one by one. The 3 seals of the God of War are created by a powerful Tai Man based on the heaven, earth and man. They are divided into 3 seals of heaven, earth and man. The seal of heaven is the highest, the seal of earth is second, and the seal of man is the lowest. But the 3 seals of the God of War are still super heaven level techniques. The 3 seals of heaven, earth and man are divided into the soul-destroying heavenly seal, the earth-destroying seal, and the fleeing human seal. Each seal consumes 100 times or 1,000 times the power of the previous. It is the weakest flowing human seal. The power is hundreds of times stronger than the killing sword style in the Hades sword technique. Call. When this information flashed into Yang Mucheng's mind one by one, even Yang Mucheng was completely shocked. He has just mastered the 3 styles of the underworld sword technique. Even the most powerful killing sword style can only be of the highest level at the heaven level. There are actually super celestial skills. It's so powerful. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and kept thinking about the power of the 3 seals of the God of War in his mind. Now I can give it a try. The power of the blood seal. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng picked up a seal in his right hand. In an instant, a frightening spiritual light erupted from his hands, and the world seemed to be completely colorless at this moment. Infinite power surged in and poured into Yang Muqing's hands. In just a moment, the surging and powerful inner energy in his body disappeared at an astonishing speed, like a flood that broke a dike. And at the same time, in the endless spiritual light, a huge mark slowly appeared. This mark looks like the Emperor's jade seal, controlling the lives of countless people. As long as it falls, it can destroy the life and death of all things. Boom! 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 After only 1/10 of the amount of this blood-killing seal was condensed, the powerful power surged out rapidly, completely blow away everything around here. Chapter 1417 Revenge. Boom! Huge pressure swept across all directions. It was like a wave of air, spreading wildly. The surrounding earth crackled and exploded, and shocking cracks spread out rapidly. Even at this moment, even the space around Yang Muqing was completely distorted. What's going on? Why is there such a huge power? Laugh. And Xiaoqing, who was practicing, was the first to open his eyes. A trace of extreme shock flashed in his eyes. This kind of momentum and power is even more terrifying than young Master Yang's last killing sword style. Boom! The sleeping golden dragon was suddenly awakened. It jumped out of the secret room and flew around. What power is this? How can it be so powerful? Crackling. Axianu, who was practicing, was also shocked and woken up by this sudden force. For a moment, the power within his body spread wildly around him, like a wild horse running wild. The powerful chill also spread at the same time, and there were terrifying frosts in all directions. This moment, all eyes were looking towards the vicinity of Dragon Tooth Mountain. Even some of the big guys near Longya Mountain could not help but change their expressions in shock, as if they had sensed a savage beast, and quickly fled away into the distance. Click! At this moment, a crisp sound came. Immediately, countless eyes looked around and saw that a crack suddenly burst out in the towering Dragon Tooth Mountain. This endless crack suddenly slashed down from the top of the mountain. Then, under the shocking gazes, he was suddenly crushed into powder. Tongue! A billowing mushroom cloud quickly rose up. Did someone show up? This power. Go and have a look. This force is so powerful that it even exceeds everyone's imagination. So naturally no one dares to ignore it. Suddenly, a series of swift and sharp figures swept towards the position of Dragon Tooth Mountain. Call! At the foot of the exploding Dragon Tooth Mountain, Yang Muqing slowly let out a breath of turbid air. There was still fear in his eyes. Just 1/10 of the fugitive death seal drained all the strength from his body. Fortunately, I stabilized my realm before. Otherwise, the previous move would have completely destroyed my foundation. The 3 seals of the God of War are really terrifying. Just the death seal is so terrifying. If it is the Johan Heavenly Seal, how powerful can it be? Yang Muqing imagined it in his mind. It is worthy of being a super celestial level martial arts technique, and its power has surpassed the heaven level. Boss! Master Yang! Owner! At this moment, bursts of shouts came quickly from far to near. The dust was scattered, and figures rushed over and came to Yang Muqing. When everyone saw this world, they couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, they thought that only Dragon Tooth Mountain was shattered, but now it seems that it is not limited to that. Centered on Yang Muqing's body, there was barely an inch of intact ground. Whether it was rocks or buildings, they were all crushed into uniform gravel by a powerful force. With Yang Muqing's body as the center, everything within a radius of hundreds of miles became a desert. This is too scary! Seeing this scene, countless people's hearts palpitated. Although they can do the same with their strength, there is absolutely no way to spread the power so evenly over such a large area like Yang Muqing. Boss! What happened? Why was there such a powerful force just now? Did any enemy appear? The golden dragon asked quickly, carrying the dragon's halberd, looking around with a pair of evil eyes, full of face alert. There's no enemy. I was the one trying the moves just now, Yang Muqing said lightly. Hisses. Hearing these words, the people present couldn't help but gasp, and they all looked at him with shock on their faces, unable to believe it. Although they had expected it, they still had some faint disbelief in their hearts. I can't believe that Yang Muqing still hides such a powerful strength after performing the killing sword style. This was just a small episode, and Tianqiu Star soon returned to calm. 7 days passed quickly. When the 7th day comes, in the prison of heaven, everyone can feel that the restriction that has shrouded the heavenly prisoner star for millions of years has begun to dissipate after barely holding on for these 7 days. The originally strong gravity also suddenly lightened. The red clouds suspended above everyone's heads also quietly dispersed, disappearing into the starry sky one by one. In front of the original Longya mountain, Yang Mucheng stood there proudly. Behind him, Jin Long, Ashian Nu, and in Shaoqing were all standing there. There are dozens of big men who have cultivated in the heavenly saint realm, as well as countless warriors, all standing behind Yang Mucheng at this moment. Their eyes were all fixed on the sky. Gravity cut! As gravity began to slow down, a commotion erupted from the crowd. In this star, warriors below the Nirvana realm cannot survive at all because of this huge gravity. Once you enter this star, the infinite gravity will directly crush you from all directions. Not only will your bones be crushed, but your internal organs will also be crushed quietly. Even Nirvana warriors don't feel comfortable. At all times, you must use your inner energy to resist this huge gravity. Now, this gravity that bothered everyone has disappeared. If it weren't for Master Yang, I'm afraid we would still be trapped on this star. With just half a step of Heavenly Saint, he was able to completely break the Hongya restriction that even the strong men in the cave could not break. What is Master Yang looking at? Everyone was talking about it, following Yang Mucheng's line of sight and looking upward. A star like a greedy wolf happened to be exposed in the dissipating clouds. A person who is greedy for Wolf Star? Hey, I don't know. We prisoners who have been trapped in the Heavenly Prisoner Star for countless years escape from the Heavenly Prisoner Star and kill the greedy Wolf Star. What will the people in the greedy Wolf Star be like? Look. Some people think hard. Most of these people were infiltrated into the Heavenly Prisoner Star by people who were greedy for the Wolf Star. Now is their time for revenge. Gravity is still dissipating. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and felt that the restriction on his body was gradually being lifted. At the same time, his body also returned to the state without any suppression. Until, after the last trace of gravity pressing on his body completely disappeared, Yang Mucheng suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the murderous intention that had been suppressed for 7 days was completely swept out. Chapter 1418 Bloodbath of Greedy Wolf Star. Beyond the Heavenly Prisoner Star, a dozen warriors were sitting on a flying puppet patrolling back and forth. Although they were responsible for patrolling, these people did not take this seriously and continued to chat and drink. The great elder of Lungfeng Pavilion is as cowardly as a mouse. The Star Master has already said that if the red cloud does not dissipate, the heavenly prisoner will never stop. As long as this red cloud does not dissipate, no one in the heavenly prisoner star can get out of it. A warrior couldn't help but complain. The other warriors couldn't help but nodded. Obviously they agreed very much. You don't know that Lungfeng Pavilion has been scared out of its wits by Yang Mucheng. We insist on stationing here to strictly investigate the Tianqi Star. If there is any change, go back and report it immediately. One of the leading warriors was drinking heavily and talking drunkenly, with a hint of drunkenness on his face. We have been guarding the prison star for 7 days, and there is nothing. As soon as he said this, people around him echoed. You know, these people have stayed in Greedy Wolf Star for at least 100 years, and even for 1,000 years. I don't know how many powerful heavenly saints have been thrown into the heavenly prisoner star, but in these years, no one has ever been able to come out alive. It's a waste of time for us to stay here. Yes, my buddy went on a trip a few days ago and plundered a star. The woman on that star was so beautiful. Everyone was talking and feeling sorry. Obviously, I am not very satisfied with this task. Fourth, what are you looking at again? At this time, someone discovered that a warrior in the corner had not spoken, and his eyes were always staring at the heavenly prisoner star, as if he was sizing up something. Boss, I always feel something is wrong. Look at the red clouds on the heavenly prisoner star. It seems to have begun to dissipate. The warrior pointed at the heavenly prisoner star and spoke cautiously. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted invariably, but he saw that the diffuse and shrouded red clouds were surging like wind-swept clouds at this moment. From a distance, it looks like a pair of big hands are tearing this space apart. What is that? Some people have sharp eyes and can't help but look forward, but he saw that in the dissipating space, there was a black spot, approaching at an extremely fast speed. When I first saw him, he was still among the stars and red clouds. When I looked at him again, he was already very close. At the same time, a surging and terrifying aura swept over crazily in an astonishing manner at this moment. Not good. It's over. Someone escaped from the prisoner star. The person who bore the brunt was not Yang Mucheng. Who else could it be? And behind him, there were even more armies sweeping across the world. all rushing away at this moment with a monstrous force. Jilong, Axianu, and Xiaoqing, Lu Heng. Each individual figure is extremely sweeping. Seeing this scene, everyone on the flying puppet felt their scalps go numb. Oh my god! The red clouds have dispersed. These people really escaped. Let's go! Looking at the incoming army, the warriors from the Greedy Wolf Star who were chatting and laughing before did not dare to hesitate at all. They quickly turned their flying puppets and fled towards the Greedy Wolf Star. It's over. This thought can't help but appear in everyone's mind. Over the years, I don't know how many beings have been imprisoned in the Heavenly Prisoner Star, and how many mortal enemies of the Greedy Wolf Star have been imprisoned. Now that these people have escaped, Greedy Wolf Star will be destroyed by these people. Want to escape? The huge flying puppet changed direction, and Yang Mucheng had a glimpse of it in an instant. With almost no hesitation, he took one step forward and suddenly appeared at the location where the flying puppet was about to escape. Kill him! Seeing this scene, everyone howled. The warrior who controlled the huge flying puppet even operated the flying puppet to the extreme, crushing towards Yang Mucheng crazily. This flying puppet, shaped like a rhinoceros, hovers in the starry sky. Such crazy bombardment. The speed has reached the extreme. From a distance, it looks like a meteor streaking across the starry sky, and everything that exists will be shattered by it in an instant. Snort! Looking at the flying puppet heading towards him, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his sword and dropped it. Bah! A harsh sound suddenly resounded. All I saw was that the huge flying puppet that could support it to fly in the starry sky was actually cut in half by Yang Mucheng's sword like a knife cutting tofu. Kill! Without the support of flying puppets, the warriors fell one after another. Yang Mucheng's eyes closed. Murderous intent flashed. In the midst of countless horrified looks, he squeezed hard with his right hand. Bang! 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 Time. More than 10 warriors in the starry sky were killed on the spot. After killing more than 10 people, Yang Mucheng still looked calm, as if these people were just ants in his eyes. The bosses around also rushed here, looking at the blood filling the air. Everyone could feel Yang Mucheng's intention to kill this time. The red cloud will completely dissipate within 2 hours. We only have 2 hours. By then, Greedy Wolf Star will definitely get the news. We have to smash all these people's defenses before they can react. And we won't let them react at all. Chance! Yang Mucheng said in a deep voice. Yes! Everyone responded. Follow the original plan. Lu Heng, you lead the blockade of Greedy Wolf Star, and don't let anyone escape. And Xiaoqing, take people to destroy the defensive formation on Greedy Wolf Star. The remaining people, join me and rush straight to the main hall of Greedy Wolf Star. As long as the Star Master He Wuhan is killed, then the Greedy Wolf Star will be leaderless, which will make it easier for us to attack. Yang Mucheng quickly ordered. Almost immediately, someone responded to every order he gave. From encirclement to interception, from disconnection to bloodbath. Every task is divided into details and falls on everyone. After the last order was issued, the warriors who were already fully equipped and ready to go were like the tide breaking through the dam, sweeping towards the Greedy Wolf Star in an impressive manner. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his pupils were completely filled with Greedy Wolf Star. Greedy Wolf Star! Since you have formed an alliance with Lungfeng Pavilion and joined forces to deal with me, then don't blame us for being rude. Today, I will attack you and wash the entire star with blood. Boom! The next moment, Yang Mucheng rushed out and flew towards Greedy Wolf Star like a falling star. Chapter 1419 Stars. As the largest main star in this galaxy, Greedy Wolf Star is also the most powerful one. Of course, this star is also inhabited by the most vicious people in this area. For everyone around, Greedy Wolf Star is simply everyone's nightmare. But now, Greedy Wolf Star's nightmare is here. What is that? A burst of exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Then everyone in Greedy Wolf Star saw a scene they would never forget. I saw huge fireballs in the sky, falling crazily from the sky at extremely fast speeds. From a distance, they looked like a continuous stream of meteors. Meteorite? Many people were shocked and speechless. Although there are often some starry sky meteorites on Greedy Wolf Star, there are still very few like this that can amount to tens of thousands of existences. No, it's not a meteorite. It's an enemy attack. Soon, some people with advanced cultivation realized that these beings descending from the sky were actually powerful warriors. The group headed by them had all reached the heavenly saint realm in cultivation. The most eye-catching figure among them is like a falling golden crow, carrying a terrifying heat that can burn the sky and boil the sea, and crushes towards the greedy wolf star desperately, as if there was no gap at all. He fell directly from a height of tens of thousands of meters and crashed to the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, accompanied by shocking dust. The entire greedy wolf star shook violently at this moment, and many warriors from the greedy wolf star system, who were still enjoying themselves, felt the earth trembling slightly. Even the water glass placed in his hand was vibrating with ripples at this moment. How is this going? Is there an earthquake? Some people didn't know what happened and rushed out one after another. Then, they saw a scene like stars falling. Among them, the fireball that fell into the main city of Greedy Wolf Star was extinguished quietly, and a figure was vaguely revealed. This person was wearing a big black robe, like a demon god descending from the sky, with a turbulent momentum, with his body as the center. The surrounding ground exploded like a spider web, and he even made a huge crater in the hard rock ground. Who are you? Looking at the gradually clear figure, someone shouted and asked. Old Demon Yang. He is Mr. Yang. There were also many Ling Feng Pavilion disciples present. They were in confusion star, and saw Yang Macheng kill the second elder Lin Yu with their own eyes. The face of that demonic boy was deeply imprinted in their minds. How could they forget it so easily? That's right. The first person to fall into the Greedy Wolf Star was none other than Yang Macheng. Listening to the shouts from all around, Yang Macheng slowly raised his head, with a hint of murderous intent and awe in his eyes. I am the one who killed you! At this time, a gust of wind blew. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the falling figure gradually became clearer, and was clearly visible to everyone. Only then did they realize that this Yang Macheng was actually just a boy under 20 years old. And what he said before made everyone even more angry. Kill us? Just because of a kid like you? Of course. Yang Mucheng's demon-like appearance shocked everyone. But when everyone discovered that this boy was only half a step above the level of a heavenly saint, they immediately came to their senses. For a moment, everyone was furious. Some people went to the extreme to kill Yang Macheng. Yang Macheng didn't even look at it. Yang Macheng just grabbed the void with his big hand. In an instant, thousands of long swords formed rapidly around him. Boom! 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 Thousands of long swords. Each one erupted with a shocking killing light, sweeping towards all directions. The warriors around him were all torn into pieces by the exploding sword in an instant. Yang Macheng, who was standing there, opened his eyes angrily and released his spiritual thoughts, spreading them around. In an instant, his spiritual thoughts swept hundreds of miles, and the location of every warrior in Tanlang City clearly appeared in his mind at this moment. Go! A cold light erupted in his eyes. In an instant, you can see that the long sword is filled with endless killing thoughts, and it is pouring all around. Bang! 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 These long swords that gathered spiritual energy were extremely powerful and extremely fast. Not only did they sweep across all directions, they also ignored all the surrounding buildings and tore apart all the obstacles around them on the spot. At the same time, they also tore apart the dark. The warriors here were killed on the spot. The power of these long swords is extremely terrifying. Under the heavenly saint realm, one would be strangled directly on the spot. Even some weaker heavenly saints would be seriously injured. Almost instantly, within 100 miles, all humans and animals were extinct. However, just as the swords that swept around like a tide were blasting toward a certain location, they seemed to hit an invisible wall and exploded on the spot. And this area is the center of the entire Tanlang City. That's right there. Yang Mucheng's heart moved, and he swept forward as fast as he could. At this moment, the warriors who came after them also fell down like meteors at this moment, hitting the Greedy Wolf Star crazily. Every time he landed, the entire land surged violently. In just a short moment, the originally fully built Greedy Wolf Star seemed to have been bombarded by a doomsday meteorite. Looking down from above, the ground was full of pitted scars. Some of these people fell directly into the city, while others fell directly into the crowd. There are a total of 36 stars in the Greedy Wolf Galaxy. The outside is like an iron barrel, and ordinary people cannot attack it at all. These people were just dreaming, and they didn't know where this group of divine soldiers came from, or why the stars outside Greedy Wolf Star didn't receive news from these people. But how did they know that the red cloud restriction on the heavenly prisoner star had been completely lifted, and these people were all plundered from the Greedy Wolf Star? Now, they are going to bloodbath the entire star. Ha ha! Those bastards, who are greedy for Wolf Star, were chasing me. But they didn't expect me to come back so soon. The golden dragon carried the dragon's halberd, laughed loudly, and shuttled through the crowd at full speed. And Xiaoqing's face was indifferent. When the sword light hit, all the warriors who came close were killed with one blow. Axiana summoned the war slave and jumped directly into the air. A bone-eroding chill swept across the world, and the warriors around him were instantly condensed into solid ice. The other big guys were already killing each other. As the saying goes, there was revenge and complaint. In an instant, the entire greedy Wolf Star was burned to the ground, completely burned in the flames of war. Just when everyone was going crazy killing, Yang Mucheng had already rushed to the main hall of Tanlang City. Chapter 1420 Confrontation. Greedy Wolf Star Hall. As the main star of the galaxy, everything is handled in this hall. At this moment, other people in charge of the galaxy are also present. He Wuhan was expressionlessly inspecting the harvest of the recent period, while Wu Yong was carefully waiting on the side. However, the other responsible persons looked at Wu Yong with unfriendly eyes. Damn it! This kid just introduced Yang Mucheng into the heavenly prisoner star, and he suddenly became a popular person in front of Boss He. Is it that exaggerated? A bald man snorted coldly. In a place like Greedy Wolf Star where gangsters are everywhere, as the leader of extremely vicious gangsters, he naturally refuses to obey anyone. That Yang Mucheng, known as Old Demon Yang, beat Lung Feng Pavilion to the point of running away. A person in charge, who knew the details, said calmly. He rose up all the way and killed countless people, and that's why he got the name of Old Demon Yang. Another person with a fair face was in charge and said with a smile, the person who can give Ling Feng Pavilion a headache is definitely not that simple. Snort. The bald man refused to accept it. You know, who can become a person in charge like them? Who is not a powerful being who came out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? And a young boy can kill more people than them? Among the 36 stars in the Greedy Wolf Galaxy, I have killed the most people. Even Boss, he has not killed as many people as me. How dare he call himself an old devil? Doesn't that mean I can also be called an old devil? Everyone around them glanced at the bald man named Tong, and they all remained silent. This bald man had an extremely bad temper, and would kill people to vent his anger. Once he got angry, he would be like a mad lion and not care about anyone. Therefore, neither of them dares to touch the other's misfortune. If that old demon Yang comes over, I will crush his neck bit by bit with my hands. Hoo-hoo-hoo. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, a sudden and extreme whistling sound resounded quickly and violently. Just saw, very far away, a long sword suddenly shot out of the void. The terrifying speed brought up a sound barrier that broke the wind. These long swords were like thousands of powerful crossbows, shooting straight towards the main hall. However, there was a protective shield in the main hall, and before these long swords could get close, they were smashed into pieces and turned into countless powders. Report! A burst of miserable screams resounded quickly and violently, but they saw a warrior covered in blood, stumbling into the Greedy Wolf Hall, shouting in horror under the shocked eyes of countless people. Star Master! Elder Lung! Something bad is going on! Old Demon Yang is coming! At this moment, there was deathly silence in the hall. Even the bald man who had previously vowed to kill people at every turn kept his mouth shut. I saw a figure shooting out from outside Tanlang City, bringing out a white wave of air across the entire city in the huge Tanlang City. He was like an ancient Tyrannosaurus out of its cage, running rampant and unscrupulous. This terrifying white air wave extended from outside the city to the main hall where everyone was, like a dragon riding the wind and waves. The distance of tens of thousands of feet was only an instant under Yang Mucheng's feet. In an instant, Yang Mucheng directly used his body to tear the entire Tanlang City into two halves. Boom! With a loud noise, the protective shield that blocked Yang Mucheng's thousands of long swords was directly smashed into pieces by Yang Mucheng. The extremely luxurious hall suddenly collapsed like a violent wind. In the messy dust, Yang Mucheng walked slowly with his hands behind his back. It's him! Is he Old Emo Yang? Many people present had never seen Yang Mucheng's true appearance, but when they saw his young appearance, they couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It's really you! Seeing Yang Mucheng, Lung Xing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had previously heard that Yang Mucheng had brought people in. He couldn't believe it at first, but now his eyes widened even more when he saw it. The principals present looked at the young man in front of them with frightened expressions, and felt extremely shocked. Of course, the most shocking person is Wu Yong. He widened his eyes and cried out, Old Emo Yang! How could you come out alive? That's the prisoner star. Wu Yong saw Yang Mucheng enter Tianqiu's star with his own eyes, and became a famous person in front of He Wuhan. Now, Yang Mucheng actually came out of the heavenly prisoner star with the red cloud restriction. What on earth is it? Not only Wu Yong was confused, but no one in the hall understood what happened. Why not? Yang Mucheng looked around and said coldly, I came out alive from the 9 netherworld just to kill you. He glanced at Ling Xing, then He Wuhan, and the countless people in charge present, and said word by word, Lumphing Pavilion, Green Wolf Star. Starting today, the old and new hatreds between us will be settled one by one. Just you? He Wuhan is the Star Lord after all. After experiencing the shock of Yang Mucheng's sudden attack, he quickly came back to his senses. After ruling this galaxy for so long, he was actually blocked by a boy. This is an absolute shame for him. With his eyes wide open, he stood up directly, and his surging cultivation level exploded on the spot. His inner energy surged, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye, directly accompanied by this overwhelming anger, swept out on the spot. Boom! 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 The rising aura even exploded the surrounding space. The warriors around him were even more bombarded by this terrifying momentum, and kept retreating. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will have no choice but to fall into H.L. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving alive. Ling Xing on the side also stood up at the same time, and looked at Yang Mucheng. He and Yang Mucheng have taken over their mortal enemies, and now that their enemies meet, they must be extremely jealous. As soon as he finished speaking, he also released a monstrous momentum. A cold and terrifying aura was also released from his body at the same time. The warrior who had been retreating continuously, after feeling the cold aura, retreated back with a horrified look on his face again. At the same time, they looked at Yang Mucheng with ridicule. Ha ha! This kid is really looking for death. That's right. After finally escaping from the heavenly prisoner star, you should just find a place to hide yourself. But you dare to take the initiative to kill me. This is simply asking for death. Although Yang Mucheng's appearance was too shocking, but soon the people in charge present discovered that this young man was only half as strong as a heavenly saint. At the same time, the two beings, He Wuhan and Ling Xing, who had burst out their auras one after another, had reached the terrifying late stage of heavenly saint. With the strength of these two people, it would be extremely easy to kill a boy who is half a step into a heavenly saint. However, at this moment, a cry sounded. It's not that easy to bully my boss. Call. In an instant, an extreme whistling sound resounded rapidly throughout the sky. Chapter 1421 I'm here to kill you. Boom. Hearing this horrifying sound, everyone looked forward. Then he saw an extremely magical golden dragon, shooting out from afar and reaching the top of the hall in an instant. In the main hall, everyone looked towards the golden dragon. Ruffian dragon? Didn't it enter the heavenly prisoner star together? Why did it come out too? The warrior who was responsible for chasing down the golden dragon, and Ashian knew, was startled when the golden dragon suddenly appeared. Almost at the same time as the golden dragon arrived, Axiana was already riding a war slave, and flew quickly over the heads of everyone. Could it be? Seeing Jin Long and Axianu, and then looking at Yang Mucheng, many of the people in charge suddenly looked ugly. A very terrifying thought could not help but appear in their hearts. Ling Xing, when you sent someone to introduce me to the prisoner star, this debt should be settled. A cold snort also sounded at the same time. But Xiaoqing stepped out in a trembling void and appeared in front of everyone. And Xiaoqing! Seeing this young man who suddenly appeared, Ling Xing couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. He knew the identity of this young man. If someone from the Yin family hadn't wanted to kill Xiaoqing, he wouldn't have dared to attack Xiaoqing even if he had some courage. Now, the other party actually escaped from the heavenly prisoner star. Look! Not good! The red clouds have dispersed. At this moment, no one knew who suddenly exclaimed. His voice immediately made everyone look towards the sky in unison. They just saw that the heavenly prisoner star, which was suspended above everyone's heads like a blood-colored moon, suddenly faded away at this moment. The red cloud restriction has been lifted. The restriction that has not been lifted for so many years is actually lifted. The red clouds covering the sky prisoner star disappeared quietly. At the same time, the powerful oppressive force contained in the heavenly prisoner star gradually dissipated. Looking at the star that was gradually returning to normal, an inexplicable chill couldn't help but surge into my heart. You know, Tianqiu's star is a huge prison. Countless warriors are imprisoned in this star and cannot come out. Now that the red cloud restriction has disappeared and there is no longer a shackles on them. Haven't all the warriors in the heavenly prisoner star come out? Just when this idea emerged, an extremely human figure fell down like a meteorite. He Wuhan, when you first threw me into the heavenly prisoner star, did you ever think that I would come out alive? Boom. The existence that appeared was none other than Lu Heng. And Lu Heng's appearance was like a trumpet blowing. He Wuhan, do you still remember me? You coveted my Zhang family's property, killed my whole family, and sent me to the heavenly prisoner star. Over the years, I have always thought about killing you to vent my anger. Boom. He Wuhan, we meet again. I don't know how many things I have done for you, but you actually listened to a woman and wanted to kill me. After I escaped to the heavenly prisoner star, I thought about revenge every day. Another big guy fell down quickly and stared at He Wuhan. Wu Yong, I also came out alive. Back then, you occupied my black dragon star. Now I will get back what I lost from you 100 times or 1,000 times. Bald Clan, I'm back too. There is revenge. There is complaint. Many of these warriors who chose to follow Yang Mucheng had grudges against those who were greedy for Wolf Star. In this battle, they even volunteered to come. Looking around, the horizon is already filled with flames of war. Warriors descended from the sky one by one, tumbling into the air quickly. The anger that was still building up exploded crazily at this moment. You trash! Seeing that these prisoners who had been imprisoned in Tianqiu's star rushed out one by one, and even stood in front of him wanting revenge. He Wuhan became furious on the spot. He took a step forward, and his extreme anger surged crazily. Boss He! Just when He Wuhan was about to take action, Bald Chu stood up and shouted loudly. What do you want to say? He Wuhan narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice. How can these guys be worthy of you personally taking action? Bald Chu clasped his fists at He Wuhan and said, These guys only have the cultivation level of the heavenly saint. Even if they come out of the heavenly prisoner star alive, what can they do? The worst case scenario is to kill him. Let me take the lead for you. Boss He! Yes. The words of the bald man immediately made everyone stunned. The killing power of these people is certainly fierce, but their cultivation level is not high. The highest one is only Lu Heng, who has reached the middle stage of Tianxing. Most of the other people are in the realm of heavenly saint, and even Yang Mucheng is only half a heavenly saint. Why should they be afraid of these people? Yes, Grandma, I was shocked. Why should we be afraid of these people? They have been imprisoned on the prisoner star for so long. Their strength has not improved at all. Instead, they have retreated. If we really want to fight, we may not lose. A long time ago, I wanted to eradicate the roots. It's just because they were imprisoned in the prisoner star. We never found the chance. Now it's just the right time to do it myself. For a moment, the people in charge present couldn't help but start talking. Lung Xing narrowed his eyes shining. He originally planned to kill Yang Mucheng personally, but when he saw that Yang Mucheng didn't have the slightest fear after he and He Wuhan unleashed their momentum, he suddenly felt uneasy. That's fine. This Yang Mucheng has too many tricks. The second elder died in his hands in such an unexplained way. Since Lu Heng wants to take action, let him give it a try. Let him see what Yang Mucheng has up his sleeve. If he can kill Yang Mucheng, it will save me the effort of doing it. Even if he can't kill Yang Mucheng, he can still let me know the details of this kid. Lung Xing rolled his eyes, and finally made up his mind. At this moment, He Wuhan's inquiring eyes happened to look at him. The two people's eyes moved slightly, and they quickly nodded and confirmed their opinions. Good! He Wuhan looked up to the sky and laughed, with a domineering and unparalleled attitude. You people were once defeated by me. At the beginning, I didn't kill you. You should just run away with your tail between your legs. Now you actually dare to if you appear in front of me. Then I will catch you all. Of course, you are not qualified to let me take action myself. He Wuhan's eyes fell on the bald man, and he said loudly, Since you took the initiative to ask for a fight, then you should take the lead. Good. The bald man laughed loudly and stood up, his eyes falling directly on Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng, get out of here and let me kill you. Chapter 1422 Golden Dragon vs. Bald Clan. As soon as the bald man appeared, he directly targeted Yang Mucheng. He laughed, his eyes extremely arrogant. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the opponent chosen by this bald man was actually himself. What? Are you scared? The bald man burst out laughing when he saw Yang Mucheng's surprised expression. I heard that you are known as Old Demon Yang, and you single-handedly fought against the entire Lung Feng Pavilion. I am a little unconvinced, and I have long wanted to tell you with my fists that your strength is nothing more than this. This world is so big, and the earth is so big. It's not your turn to be arrogant. You are not qualified. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng shook his head decisively. I've long heard that this kid is crazy, but I didn't expect that he would dare to talk to a bald man like that. When a person in charge heard Yang Mucheng's words, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he sneered and shook his head. Humph. In this world, crazy people often die early. He talked to the bald man like this. How could the bald man spare him? Another person in charge snorted coldly. The person in charge present was shocked by Yang Mucheng's words for a moment. They all think that Yang Mucheng is arrogant and does not know how high the sky is. Of course, the most angry among everyone is the bald man. How dare you talk to me like this when you are about to die? In that case, I'll let you know what regret is. The bald man's eyes widened angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. I saw him taking one step forward, and the aura of a domineering object burst out without any hindrance. He stomped the ground violently, causing the surrounding earth to collapse. And the bald man was like a humanoid ferocious beast, exploding towards Yang Mucheng. Hee hee. You are qualified to fight my boss. You must pass my level first. At this moment, the golden dragon on the side laughed. It swam quietly and arrived in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant, blocking the bald man's path with its body. It's you, stinky snake! If you hadn't escaped into the heavenly prisoner star, I would have peeled off your skin and taken your bones to make soup. I didn't expect you to dare to show up. Seeing that Jinlong actually intervened, the bald man suddenly recognizing the other party, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Since you dare to interfere, I will kill you first and then Yang Mucheng. Boom. At the same time, the surging aura on his body became more and more sinister. Before almost many people in charge and many big bosses could react, the bald man had already rushed in front of Jinlong. This is a warrior in the middle stage of Tiansheng. The power and murderous intention erupted by the bald man made everyone tremble in their hearts. If this charge was coming towards them, they would not be able to stop it. For a moment, I wanted to see how Jinlong could stop the bald man from being attacked like this. Boom! However, before they could see clearly, the golden dragon collided hard with the bald man. Suddenly, the terrifying power was like a comet hitting the earth, and a huge wave of air swept in all directions. Between the two sides, they were even more severely bombarded and pushed back. What happened? Shock flashed in the bald man's eyes. No wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out that your cultivation has reached the realm of Heavenly Saint. Even if you reach Heavenly Saint, so what? I have to pick off your skin and bones and make soup to drink. Although he was surprised by Jinlong's improvement in cultivation, the bald man was not too angry, but instead became excited. He took a step forward, took out a giant wild goose-winged sword, and slashed it out at the same time. The billowing aura, rapid turmoil, and under the influx of infinite spiritual energy, turned into a terrifying giant sword that could annihilate the world, and suddenly slashed down with great speed. Boom! When this shocking sword struck down, the ground exploded with bombardment, revealing a shocking ravine. How to resist this? Everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion and Tan Longqing looked over for a moment. However, when facing the golden dragon under this sword, it did not hide directly in the turtle SHL like before. Instead, it grinned and grasped the dragon-wandering halberd in its claws. The billowing demonic energy exploded to the extreme on the spot, and even poured into the halberd on the spot. The dragon-wandering halberd actually let out a shocking roar at this moment, and slashed hard at the world-shattering sword with an extreme attitude. Boom! 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 In an instant, the inner strength of the shocking broadsword and the monstrous demonic energy swept by the dragon's halberd directly collided together, and a shocking explosion immediately resounded throughout the greedy wolf star. In the explosion of demonic energy and internal energy, a raging wind was set off on the spot, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye quickly overflowed. Wherever it passed, the huge buildings burning with flames were blown away. The crushing of direct bombardment. Feeling this terrifying explosion, the expressions of those watching the battle changed drastically, and they retreated back to escape the scope of the explosion. Then they both looked at the location where the demonic energy and inner energy exploded. However, he saw that the demonic flames of the wandering dragon war halberd that surged into the sky directly toward the world-shattering sword apart. In the eyes of countless people, The shocking sword was split into two halves on the spot, turning into countless light spots and disappearing into the void. Bald Sue, wasn't it great when you chased me? Can you give me another pleasure? After shattering the shocking sword, Jean Long suddenly laughed wildly with pride. At first, it was hunted by the bald man for a while, but now it can finally take revenge. The cycle of nature brings unfavorable retribution. Die to me! The golden dragon let out a roar, grasped the dragon's halberd with both hands, and slashed it down suddenly. The next moment, the monstrous wave of monster energy quickly crashed down, directly impacting the entire body of the bald man, and even blasting it into a vacuum. Even the ground where it was located was blasted into an abyss. The golden dragon turned around and landed in front of him with great ease. Humph! You're a loser! You're not even a match for me. But you dare to challenge my boss? Jean Long said with a scornful tone as he pointed his middle finger at Void unceremoniously. Then, it looked around, looking at the Ling Feng Pavilion and greedy wolf star people whose eyes were full of fear and shock, and imitated Yang Muqing's domineering look and shouted, Who else is there? Quiet. At this moment, everyone in Tanlangsing and Ling Feng Pavilion looked ugly. The first bald man to lead the battle was directly killed by the golden dragon. This was a huge blow to them. Chapter 1423 The Strength of the Golden Dragon. Who else is dissatisfied? The golden dragon's shout echoed throughout Tanlang City. The warriors who were seen by it all trembled in their hearts and stepped back. Even the warriors in the middle stage of Heavenly Saint died in the hands of the opponent. What will happen to them in the early stage of Heavenly Saint? Golden Dragon, I remember you. At this time, He Wuhan finally couldn't bear it anymore. He originally wanted to send a bald man to test Yang Muqing's background, but he didn't expect that the bald man would be killed by the golden dragon without trying anything out. The loss of one of his generals made him furious to the extreme. You secretly sneaked into my greedy wolf city and ate up all my 2 treasure houses containing heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. Now you dare to be arrogant in front of me. It's simply the most extreme way. Now I take action personally. I don't know if you dare to challenge me. Why don't I dare? Jean Long looked at He Wuhan and said coldly, You colluded with Ling Feng Pavilion, and Ling Feng Pavilion is our enemy. So you are also an enemy. Today I will take action for the boss and chop off your dog's head. Boom. He Wuhan has always been a superior being, but now he is humiliated by Jean Long in front of his face. How can he bear it? Hearing Jean Long's words, his inner energy shook, and he flew out from the crowd and pressed towards Jean Long. The cultivation of the warriors in the late Tiansheng period was indeed powerful. The momentum released at this moment bombarded the golden dragon and knocked him back several steps. Dare to break into my greedy wolf star. In this case, I will make it impossible for you to come back. Not to mention anything else. My late heavenly saint cultivation alone is enough to crush you. As soon as he finished speaking, He Wuhan opened his hands, and huge inner energy emerged from his body, and his whole body was wrapped in inner energy. Then, he bent down suddenly and punched the ground hard. Following He Wuhan's shocking punch, the inner energy wrapped around He Wuhan's body poured into the earth like a tide, and in an instant, the ground beneath the golden dragon's feet collapsed. Careful! Seeing this scene, Yang Muqing frowned and immediately shouted. Jean Long, who was originally unconcerned, immediately felt an extreme killing intent coming towards him. It exerted force under its feet and flew into the sky rapidly. The moment the golden dragon left the ground, hundreds of internal thorns erupted from its location. This, too insidious. Seeing this move, everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. This sudden thorn of internal energy suddenly shot out. If you are caught off guard, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you will be killed in an instant. As expected of the Star Lord of Greedy Wolf Star, more than 99% of the warriors present did not notice this move. Even Great Elder Ling Xing, who had the same cultivation level, only noticed it after a moment after He Wuhan punched out. How did Yang Muqing figure it out? For a moment, a bunch of frightened eyes looked towards Yang Muqing. The move that so many people couldn't see was discovered by Yang Muqing in an instant. Just when everyone was shocked, Jean Long quickly launched a counterattack. It grabbed it with its right hand, and hundreds of demonic halberds immediately floated outside its body. Then these halberds suddenly erupted with terrifying demonic aura, and rushed towards the thorn of internal energy. Boom! 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 In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided, completely annihilating them on the spot. Ha ha! Old man, Your strength isn't that great. Jinlong carried the dragon's halberd and laughed. Watch me chop off your dog's head next. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinlong's expression immediately became serious. It made a strange seal with both claws, and at the same time spit out a mysterious character from its mouth. In an instant, the wandering dragon halberd in its hand disappeared quietly, and at the same time, the image of a huge mad dragon with a body size of 36,000 feet was formed outside the golden dragon's body. Then, at the same time, a monstrous evil spirit swept out crazily from the golden dragon's body. At the same time, layers of packages were wrapped, completely enveloping the golden dragon. Just as the giant dragon formed, it roared and rushed towards He Wuhan. Boom! The huge dragon shadow flew past the ground, its terrifying pressure causing the earth to explode, and it rushed in front of He Wuhan in an instant. How dare a beast dare to compete with me? He Wuhan's face was gloomy, facing the crazy glance of the golden dragon. He slowly stretched out his hands and made a stroke in front of him, as if doing Tai Chi. His movements were gentle, like an ordinary person without any cultivation. But when this move fell into the eyes of everyone, countless people were horrified. A huge black hole seemed to be formed between He Wuhan's hands, and the spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured in, forming a surging mountain peak in the shocking eyes. Then, He Wuhan drove the mountain peak and slammed into the golden dragon shadow. Immediately, everyone present saw such an astonishing picture. A mountain peak that could support the heaven and earth was easily lifted up by He Wuhan, and he fiercely attacked the golden dragon that was roaring and attacking. Every impact was like a confrontation between heaven and earth, erupting with the dazzling light of the falling golden crow. Many people present could not help but close their eyes. Master Yang, can Master Jinlong defeat He Wuhan? Lu Heng swallowed his saliva and looked at the scene in front of him. It's difficult. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, the difference in cultivation is too big, and He Wuhan has a backup plan. If Golden Dragon can't attack this mountain, he will be defeated soon. When the people around him heard such words, they couldn't help but feel shocked and looked forward. Boom! There was another impact, and the golden dragon and the mountain peak retreated toward the rear at the same time. Jinlong looked at He Wuhan, and his eyes suddenly became more solemn. It was obviously due to the previous bombardment that it had exhausted its huge power, and even the huge phantom of the mad dragon could no longer maintain it, and even began to become blurred and distorted. But the giant mountain summoned by He Wuhan still looked huge. I don't believe I can't smash your mountain! Roar! There was a hissing sound. The golden dragon's eyes widened angrily, and at this moment, the thin demonic energy surged rapidly and exploded. Boom! With the churning of this demonic energy, the dim silhouette of the mad dragon actually grew in an instant and became huge, directly from the original 36,000 feet. It directly reached the level of 72,000 feet. Looking at the extremely huge golden dragon with even one scale, everyone present had no doubt that if the golden dragon continued to grow, it would be able to swallow even a star. Chapter 1424 Endless Mountain. Boom! 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 The demon power appears, and the terrifying pressure is released unbridled. The surrounding air and space were crushed and exploded. Is this the demon clan? Too strong! Feeling this astonishing demonic energy, everyone retreated back with horrified expressions. This demonic energy was released unscrupulously, crushing the surrounding earth with terrifying cracks. Look how I swallow this mountain of yours! The mountain that had previously contended with the golden dragon immediately became extremely small at this moment. The golden dragon let out a roar and flew away. Its big mouth opened wildly, showing its posture of swallowing the Dragon King. It seems that at this moment, with just one mouth, it can completely swallow up this mountain peak. Hey, do you have what it takes? Seeing the golden dragon that had grown to an extremely huge size, He Wuhan did not show fear like others, but instead sneered. He made a seal, and the mountain peak that was about to be swallowed by the golden dragon actually grew in size at this moment. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 90,000 feet, 99,000 feet. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, this terrifying mountain peak swelled at the sight of the wind, growing to its maximum size in an instant. This mountain peak, just suspended in midair, is equivalent to another huge star. Boom! Then, the growing mountain peak slammed into the golden dragon. The wild dragon transformed into demonic energy, and the mountain formed from the condensed internal energy collided with each other in an instant. A shocking light visible to the naked eye burst out in an instant and surged in all directions. And under the shocking light, the evil dragon was directly smashed into pieces, and even disappeared quietly in the eyes of countless people. Puff! The golden dragon spurted out a mouthful of blood, drew a parabola, and fell back heavily, even making a deep pit in the entire earth. Looking at this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. He looked at He-Woohin with fear in his eyes. Just a mountain peak defeated the golden dragon. Moreover, it is still such a relaxed posture. He-Woohin who could become the Star Master. He-Woohin who was in the late stage of Heavenly Sage. Was indeed terrifying. I don't believe it. The golden dragon that fell to the ground had a trace of ferocity in its eyes. It let out a roar, picked up the dragon's halberd, and prepared to fight out again. Back off! You are no match for him! At this time, Yang Muchung spoke. The golden dragon stopped. It looked at He-Woohin, and then at Yang Muchung. Although it was extremely unwilling, it still sighed and chose to retreat. Young Master Yang, let me do it! Just when Yang Muchung was about to take action himself, and Xiaoqing stood up and heard him say, I was sent to the Heavenly Prisoner Star because of this guy's order. Moreover, his move of condensing gas into mountains. It's our Anjia. I want to know who is behind it. Good. If you are defeated, I will take action. Yang Muchung hesitated and nodded. He slowly clenched his right hand, and an inner energy quietly gathered in his palm. At this time, in the Tanlang city that had been razed to the ground, under the gaze of countless people, and Xiaoqing had already stepped forward to face He-Woohin directly. Xiaoqing! Without any hesitation, and Xiaoqing directly pulled out the long sword from his waist and pointed it at He-Woohin. He-Woohin! This move of condensing energy and transforming mountains is my Anjia's unique skill. How did you learn it? If you tell me, I can consider leaving a whole corpse for you. There is a traitor in the family, and he also wants to harm himself. How can Xiaoqing endure this? He-Woohin looked at Xiaoqing quietly, and when he heard what the other party said, he sneered. Xiaoqing, I know more than just the technique of condensing energy and transforming mountains. I originally wanted to save you until the end to kill you. But now that you're out, I'll kill you first. Boom. As soon as He-Woohin finished speaking, the evil smile on his face became more and more proud. He quickly took off a bracelet from his right hand and threw it towards the mountain peak suspended above his head. A ripple formed on the flat mountain peak, and the bracelet was swallowed directly into it. Boom! 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 Then, this giant mountain actually erupted with endless spiritual light. That is, looking at this aura and feeling the power erupting from the aura, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. However, what is even more shocking is that at this moment, the huge mountain trembled violently, and in an instant, it split into two and turned into two mountain peaks. What? It became two seats? Waves of exclamations continued to ring out. Jinlong's complexion became even more ugly. Previously, it was just a mountain peak, so it was beaten until it vomited blood and retreated. Now, if two peaks meet, it will be seriously injured. Are there only two mountain peaks? And Xiaoqing was obviously shocked by this scene. But he was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and said with an indifferent expression, Hey, Xiaoqing, I won't let you down. Look at this again. He-Woohin laughed evilly, and his hands quickly danced in front of him. The 10 fingers were like butterflies flying among the flowers. Their movements were gorgeous, but they concealed a strong murderous intention. Every time a mark is formed, a rune will be punched out of the void and thrown directly into the mountain. Boom! 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 The void was constantly trembling. Under the horrified eyes, the huge mountain peak grew crazily at a terrifying speed at this moment. 4 seats, 8 seats, 16 seats, 72 seats, 144, 288 seats. For a moment, the heads of everyone's heads were quickly filled with these terrifying peaks. Each peak was enough to crush a powerful heavenly saint, let alone these 288 peaks. It seems that everything is already won. The great elder Lin Xing, who had always looked solemn, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing this. He didn't think anyone present could escape such a crazy attack from He-Woohin. No matter how strong you are, you can resist 1 or 2. But can you resist more than 200 in a row? When seeing so many mountains, and Xiaoqing's face became extremely ugly. But he was not afraid at all, but instead had murderous intent in his eyes. No matter what method you use, today, I will completely kill you. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, and Xiaoqing opened his eyes angrily, bursting with endless killing intent, and then rushed towards He Wuhan, who controlled the 288 peaks. Chapter 1425 Sherlong. Boom! At this moment, the sword energy was awe-inspiring. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They looked forward in disbelief, wanting to see how Xiaoqing would fight against He Wuhan. Can you win? Even Jin Long couldn't help but widen his eyes. You know, it was just a mountain peak before, but it was beaten until it vomited blood. Now Xiaoqing is facing more than 200 mountain peaks. How should he resist now? Boom! 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 The monstrous sword energy that erupted from Xiaoqing's body surged out directly, blasting the terrifying mountain peaks completely apart. Countless pieces of gravel crashed down directly from the mountain, falling hard towards the earth. This scene was like the earth-shattering, making everyone present feel numb. However, those rocks that were blasted down were just the tip of the iceberg for those peaks. These huge surging mountains continued to move towards Xiaoqing's position, crushing them crazily. Owner? Seeing this scene, Axianu immediately spoke out and looked at Yang Mucheng with questioning eyes. However, Yang Mucheng shook his head, just when everyone's eyes were looking towards the battlefield, and when two of the mountain peaks were crushing Xiaoqing like a millstone under the control of He Wuhan. The sword energy that exploded from Xiaoqing's body unexpectedly, he quietly calmed down. Give up? At this moment, many people exclaimed. However, at this moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up, as the sword energy from Xiaoqing disappeared. It was replaced by a more powerful aura. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed mountain. Destroy! When this momentum reached its peak, Xiaoqing's eyes opened angrily, and a look of horror erupted in his pupils. At this moment, everyone only saw a sword light that could span the sky and the earth, slashing out quickly. Shang! Two huge peaks that could support the heaven and earth were cut off by Xiaoqing's sword like a knife cutting through tofu. And the cut was as smooth as a mirror. I want to see how many you can kill! Boom! He Wuhan's eyes closed, and a burst of coldness erupted. The next moment, he grabbed his hands forward. Immediately, the mountains suspended in midair poured towards Xiaoqing desperately, as if they were going to crush him alive at this moment. I will kill as many as you come! And Xiaoqing's solemn voice resounded throughout Greedy Wolf Star. I saw him taking a step forward, pointing the sword forward quickly, and then quietly slashed. Swish! Swish! The void swayed, and a cross-like white mark was cut out. Then, the white marks rotated and shot forward, like He Wuhan's mountain peaks. This white mark quickly transformed, split into two, and then split into four. In an instant, it formed a large, intertwined network that quickly wrapped around the more than 200 peaks. However, this is no ordinary fishing net. It is a sword net formed by the gathering of sword energy, which is enough to separate gold and cut jade. Wherever he passed, the sky-high mountain peaks were cut into tiny square stones at this moment. He Wuhan, your mountain peak is nothing more than this. And Xiaoqing stood between heaven and earth, looking at each other proudly. Even if you learn my Anjia's method of condensing energy and transforming mountains, so what? Is it? He Wuhan narrowed his eyes and said, try this trick again. As he spoke, his outstretched hands clenched tightly. In an instant, the chopped square stone was suspended in midair under this quietly passing force. Immediately afterwards, it was like thousands of angry arrows blasting towards Xiaoqing. Each of these stones, although only the size of a palm, packs an infinite amount of force. Like a cannonball coming out of a barrel, even a mountain can be blasted with a hole. Now the crazy collision is coming, obviously intending to blow Xiaoqing into powder. Chang! At this moment, a harsh sword sound resounded loudly, and then he saw that the rocks covering the sky were blown into powder in an instant. At this moment, there was almost no gap. What happened? Not everyone can see the scene clearly. Originally, they were all worried about Xiaoqing, but the next moment, Xiaoqing actually blasted all the rocks into powder. Brush! At this moment, everyone still turned their attention to Yang Mucheng. Among the people present, only Yang Mucheng's strength could rival Xiaoqing's. Maybe he could see what happened at that moment. What was released earlier was the invisible sword energy. When Xiaoqing released the sword net, he had already released the invisible sword energy. At the same time as He Wuhan took action, he directly exploded the invisible sword energy. Yang Mucheng's words immediately stunned many people. It turns out that so many things happened in that moment. Doesn't that mean Mr. N is already confident of victory? Many people showed a hint of joy on their faces. However, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Logically speaking, He Wuhan should have no other means. But at this time, he was not panicked at all, but instead had a joking expression. This situation made Yang Mucheng worried. If you have any other tricks, let the manager bring them out. After blasting countless rocks into pieces and watching the shattered powder fall to the ground, and Xiaoqing looked at He Wuhan. He Wuhan also looked at Xiaoqing quietly at the same time. After a moment, he suddenly shook his head and smiled. It's really tricky, as expected of the eldest son of the Yin family. But, do you think this is the only way I can do it? Next, it's time for you to experience death. Boom. The words fell. A hint of ferocity flashed across He Wuhan's face, and a more terrifying aura than before emerged on the spot like a tidal wave breaking through a dike. As it surged out, the wind suddenly surged, and there seemed to be a strange force passing through the field. For a moment, the rocks that were blasted into powder exploded out of the ground and were suspended in midair. What is this force? Yang Mucheng's expression changed. He suddenly heard that He Wuhan had thrown a bracelet into the mountain peak. Could it be that he also got that bracelet? If that's the case, and Xiaoqing is in danger. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng immediately shouted, Young Masterin, be careful! As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the endless powder seemed to be blended together by a pair of big hands, and quickly transformed into a huge stone dragon. The appearance of this stone dragon is almost the same as the stone dragon mountain range in Yang Mucheng's eyebrows, as if it was drawn from the same mold. Really? Seeing the appearance of this stone dragon, Yang Mucheng's guess became more and more firm. At this time, the stone dragon formed was already rushing towards Xiaoqing. Chapter 1426 intervene. If the previous mountain peaks were like swimming fish, they could be easily covered by Xiaoqing's big net. Then, this stone dragon is the giant in the sea. Everything in its path was crushed. Bang! 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 Whether it was the tangible sword net or the invisible sword energy, they were all destroyed quickly by the stone dragon's bombardment. The huge stone dragon crushed past the ground. Compared with this stone dragon, the previous mad dragon phantom looked like a loach. What? A trace of astonishment flashed in Xiaoqing's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, and a divine light burst out from his eyes. Then, he rose into the sky, turned into a giant sword, and struck hard at Shilong. Boom! A violent explosion sounded like crazy. The virtual space is blooming with endless spiritual light. Under this aura of aura, and Xiaoqing's transformed giant sword was completely shattered on the spot. And Shilong didn't lose any strength and hit his body heavily. At the same time, the power contained in the stone dragon completely exploded, and Xiaoqing spurted out a mouthful of blood, unable to contain the power any longer. And Xiaoqing shot it backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Ha ha! And Xiaoqing, you are nothing more than this. Seeing Xiaoqing being hit to the ground and vomiting blood, He Wuhan suddenly laughed wildly with pride. However, his speed did not slow down at all. Instead, he crushed Xiaoqing with a more powerful and terrifying attitude than before. It seemed as if Xiaoqing was going to be crushed into powder right at this moment. Not good! Hurry up and take action! Everyone was stunned when they saw Xiaoqing, who was injured by the bombardment. Immediately, he came back to his senses. He immediately rushed toward Shilong quickly, trying to block He Wuhan's impact. However, when he saw the rescuers, He Wuhan sneered, and the speed of killing Xiaoqing did not slow down at all. Instead, he showed a trace of disdain and ridicule. I saw him making a sealed Ju with his right hand, and the running Shilong took a deep breath, and then let out an endless roar. This shocking roar spread in all directions, causing the big guys who rushed to the rescue to feel sluggish and fall from the air on the spot. In just an instant, dozens of powerful heavenly saints were shocked by the roar of the stone dragon and fell to the ground, with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. This is obviously a terrible sound-killing attack. Sound-kill attack! Hurry up and plug your ears with your inner strength! Looking at the dispersing ripples of sound killing in the air, countless warriors looked frightened and continued to retreat towards the rear. At the first moment, he quickly poured his inner energy into his hands and blocked his ears. No one can save themselves. Who else can save Xiaoqing? Everyone present looked at Shilong, who was crashing towards Xiaoqing crazily, with a trace of despair flashing in their eyes. It's over! At this time, a trace of despair flashed in Xiaoqing's eyes. The power of this stone dragon has exceeded his imagination, and he was seriously injured at this time. Even if we fight back, it will be too late. Just when everyone was in despair, just when the stone dragon was about to crush them, a shocking black shadow suddenly burst out from a distance. It was like a black lightning, so fast that people couldn't even notice it. Yang Macheng. As a late-stage Tiansheng, He Wuhan was the first to notice the rushing figure, and the owner of this voice is none other than Yang Macheng. Since you dare to interfere, I will crush you and Shaoqing to death. His eyes widened angrily, and He Wuhan formed a seal. For a moment, the stone dragon not only did not slow down, but instead used a more ferocious attitude to crush it than before, even leaving a rushing afterimage in everyone's eyes. However, what surprised everyone even more was that when faced with this stone dragon that had superimposed its power several times, Yang Macheng not only showed no signs of slowing down, but instead charged forward even more ferociously. Boom! 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 The two shocking forces, like two world-destroying hurricanes, exploded directly together. In an instant, they collided with each other. Such a terrifying bombardment completely tore apart the surrounding air and even the void. The terrifying power set off a hurricane of hundreds of feet, tearing huge cracks into the surrounding earth on the spot. What's more, the warrior, who was constantly retreating, was violently blasted towards the rear. What a terrible impact! Feeling this shocking bombardment, everyone present's expressions changed drastically without exception, and they all looked forward, wanting to see what the outcome would be. At this sight, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The huge and arrogant stone dragon was actually forced to a halt by Yang Macheng during this collision. No matter how it charges, it can't take another step forward and break through Yang Macheng's blockade. In this direct confrontation, Yang Macheng clearly suppressed Shilong. Powerful. Too powerful. He actually suppressed the stone dragons. Master Yang is mighty. No wonder he dared to block the charge of this stone dragon. It turns out that his strength is so strong. Looking at Shilong, who was trying his best but unable to take another step forward, and looking at Yang Macheng, who was suspended in midair and did not take a step back no matter how much Shilong charged, everyone let out bursts of exclamations in disbelief. At the same time, all the people in charge at Tanlangsing looked gloomy and ugly. Yang Macheng could even block such a powerful attack. So what else could he not do? This young man who came out of the heavenly prisoner star might really completely destroy their greedy wolf galaxy. Young Master Yang, be careful with this guy. And Shaoqing stood up slowly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I understand. Leave it to me. Yang Macheng nodded to Shaoqing, and at the same time took a step forward, his eyes falling on He Wuhan in the distance. He Wuhan, let me fight you next. You have fought before and lost a lot of physical strength. I will give you half a stick of incense time to recover, lest you die under my sword, and you will not be willing to accept it. What? Hearing Yang Macheng's words, everyone present was extremely surprised. Facing He Wuhan in the late stage of Tiansheng, Yang Macheng actually gave him some time to rest. Is this arrogance or arrogance? Yang Macheng, you are simply presumptuous. How do you think you are qualified to talk to our boss like that? That's right. What qualifications does a boy who is half a step into a heavenly saint have? Immediately, the people in charge of Tanlangsing started angrily scolding Yang Macheng. At the same time, He Wuhan's expression also darkened. Chapter 1427 Evil Dragon? A boy with only half a step of heavenly saint cultivation dared to talk to him like that. If it was normal, he would have slapped Yang Mu to death. But before, Yang Macheng's shocking impact had forced his Shilong to stop. Thinking of the scene of the previous collision, He Wuhan suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. He looked at Yang Macheng, condensed for a moment, nodded and said, Good. This is what you said. After saying that, he really sat down cross-legged, regaining the inner energy and physical strength consumed during the battle. After all, he suffered a lot of losses when fighting Jin Long and Shaoqing. If he fights Yang Macheng in this situation, he will definitely suffer. But now that the other party has taken the initiative to give him time and opportunity to recover, it is naturally a different story. What? Boss, he has really recovered? Seeing this scene, the people in charge present were a little surprised. They didn't expect that boss he valued Yang Macheng so much. However, some people had sneers on their faces. This Yang Macheng is really looking for death. Boss, he has gone through a series of battles, which has consumed a lot of physical strength and internal energy. If he takes action at this time, he might still have a chance to win. A scar-faced person in charge couldn't bear it. He nodded and sneered. That's right. After half a stick of incense, boss, his cultivation level has returned to the extreme. with his strength greatly increased. I want to see how much chance Yang Mucheng has of winning. Another person in charge shook his head and sneered. Even the great elder Lin Xing, who had been worried, showed a smile of relief. This kid is so arrogant. Previously, if He Wuhan hadn't exhausted more than half of his inner strength, did he really think he could stop Shilong's attack? Now He Wuhan is actually given time to recover. How did this kid survive to this day when he is so stupid? At this moment, a series of mocking and contemptuous glances were directed towards Yang Mucheng. Whether it was the people from Lung Feng Pavilion, Greedy Wolf Star, or the big guys who came out of the Heavenly Prisoner Star with Yang Mucheng, they all looked puzzled at this moment. Master Yang, what he did? Lu Heng couldn't help but ask. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him is the simplest truth. Now Yang Mucheng's behavior makes them very confused. He has absolute confidence. And Xiaoqing looked at Yang Mucheng and spoke after a moment. Amid everyone's murmurs, the time for half a stick of incense passed. However, at this time, the look in He Wuhan's eyes became increasingly weird. In just half a stick of incense, his inner strength and aura had returned to their peak. How does this kid know that I only need half a stick of incense to recover? With a trace of fear in his eyes, He Wuhan once again cast his gaze towards Yang Mucheng. Forget it. Never mind, kill him first. In short, all my conditions now have returned to their peak. If you want to kill him, you can do it easily. Feeling the replenished meridians in his body, and the inner energy surging crazily like a tide, He Wuhan's cold voice resounded. Yang Mucheng, soon, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Exhaling a breath of filthy air, He Wuhan opened his eyes angrily, and an aura that was far greater than before was quickly blasted out. And with the turmoil of this power, the originally huge stone dragon actually grew rapidly again at this moment. Under the surge of internal energy, the stone dragon appeared even more lifelike. Dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon eyes, dragon whiskers. All in all, a must for fine lines. In fact, just by looking at this stone dragon, everyone felt their hearts tremble, as if they were suppressed by some kind of terrifying aura. Huge coercion was also released from Shilong's body at the same time, suppressing the surrounding space and bursting into flames. Is it? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Boom! His body trembled, and the powerful internal energy surged out of his body. A golden flame surged up on the spot, even covering the entire star. The stone dragon is as huge as a mountain, as if it occupies the entire universe. In front of this stone dragon, Yang Mu's achievements were like a tiny grain of dust. But the aura released by Yang Mucheng was comparable to that of a stone dragon, and even faintly suppressed the stone dragon. Two terrifying breaths collided crazily in midair, squeezing desperately, and terrifying explosions resounded one after another. This shocking sound even made the warriors present retreat back with horrified expressions. What a terrifying momentum! Master Yang's momentum can actually be compared with that of this stone dragon without falling into any disadvantage. This aura is too powerful. No wonder Master Yang is so confident and gives He Wuhan enough time to recover. Seeing this scene, everyone who was originally confused suddenly came to their senses. Yang Mucheng dared to do this with absolute confidence. What? He Wuhan, who was originally in various states, had returned to his peak state. He Wuhan, who was full of confidence, was stunned on the spot after feeling Yang Mucheng's aura. After a moment, He Wuhan came back to his senses. A trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Do you think having strong momentum is enough? What is truly powerful is cultivation and realm. Let me teach you how to be a human being today. Boom! He let out a roar, and He Wuhan was shaken all over, and the infinite inner energy poured into the stone dragon. The stone dragon, which was originally like a rock sculpture without any vitality, seemed to come to life under the infusion of this shocking internal energy. On each scale, there is an evil light surging. Immediately afterwards, he came towards Yang Mucheng and crushed him to death. Such a crazy gesture made countless people look horrified and retreat back. Those of us are so horrified just by the repercussions of this stone dragon's pressure. What about Master Yang? He is facing this stone dragon head-on. This is no longer a stone dragon, but an evil dragon. The power is too powerful. If it hits, all of us will be killed by it in an instant. No one can resist it, this evil dragon. Feeling the terrifying pressure of this stone dragon, everyone couldn't help but change their expressions. This evil dragon was like a wild beast coming out of its cage and plundering uncontrollably. It is a terrifying posture in which a god is blocking a god and killing a god, and a Buddha is blocking a Buddha. At the same time, they looked forward, wanting to see how Yang Muchung dealt with this evil dragon. Chapter 1428 Waste. Boom! The power of this evil dragon was so terrifying. The surging momentum exploded, and Yang Muchung did not retreat at all in the violent wind. The frightening wind made Yang Muchung's clothes rustle, and blew Yang Muchung's long hair flying back. Yang Muchung's resolute face showed no fear at all. Facing the charging evil dragon, Yang Muchung clenched his fists. In an instant, a burst of extreme anger burst out from the dragon pattern between his eyebrows. It seemed that this authentic stone dragon mountain was completely furious because it encountered someone who was pretending to be it. This unparalleled anger directly formed an equally huge stone dragon outside Yang Muchung. Then, Yang Muchung took the stone dragon phantom and shot out directly, hitting the charging evil dragon hard. Yang Muchung actually chose to confront this evil dragon? The previous impact forced Yang Muchung to stop the evil dragon. Now, can he have the upper hand again? At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking forward. Boom! With a shocking loud noise, it exploded with all its strength, just like the loud sound when comets collide with each other in the starry sky. The surrounding space was torn apart by the frightening force. What is unexpected is that Yang Muchung's stone dragon actually stopped the arrogant and shocking evil dragon on the spot, and at the same time tore it apart and exploded. Puff! This evil dragon was poured into He Wuhan with his inner energy, along with his mind. Now that the evil dragon was blasted to pieces, he naturally suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The whole person was blown away by the hurricane generated by the explosion. On the other hand, Yang Muchung only paused slightly in midair, and still rushed towards He Wuhan with the ultimate attitude. Not good! He Wuhan, who was vomiting blood, was finally afraid. He looked at Yang Muchung with fear in his eyes. At this time, he didn't have the same high-spirited attitude as before. Without any hesitation, he stood up and shot towards the outside of Greedy Wolf Star. He knew that if he stayed where he was, he would never have a chance to survive. Want to escape? What you should say has not been explained yet. Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily, and he grabbed forward with his right hand. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the void surged and rolled in. The phantom of the stone dragon outside Yang Muchung actually turned into reality at this moment. The huge dragon claws directly stretched out and grabbed He Wuhan, who was trying to escape. Waves of exclamations made He Wuhan's body tremble suddenly. He only felt that a trembling soul spread throughout his body. At the same time, a powerful hurricane swept over quickly. This is? As soon as He Wuhan turned around, he saw a huge dragon claw coming from the sky and grabbing his body directly. Boom! The moment the giant claw grabbed him, He Wuhan immediately exploded with all his inner strength, gathering into a huge shield around his body, trying to block the power of the dragon claw. Boom! The terrifying dragon claw, with its overwhelming power, shattered the shield composed entirely of internal energy on the spot, and even grabbed his body fiercely. Even though He Wuhan's reaction was quite fast, even though He Wuhan had reacted at the moment of life and death, Tham was still caught by Yang Muchung's shocking dragon claws. Huge power was poured into him at this moment. His body had all the bones in his body crushed to pieces. Young Masterin, this is your enemy. I hand him over to you. Yang Muchung threw his right hand and threw He Wuhan directly from the sky and dropped him in front of Xiaoqing. Only then did Yang Muchung reappear in front of everyone. Quiet. There was deathly silence inside and outside Tanling City. He Wuhan, who had previously promised to kill Yang Muchung, and Xiaoqing, and everyone else, ended up being caught first. Suddenly, the person in charge of each star was stunned and looked at Yang Muchung with horror on his face. Only then did everyone understand why Yang Muchung had the courage to give He Wuhan enough recovery time. Lung Xing's expression changed drastically. Yang Muchung's strength has exceeded everyone's imagination. Even though He Wuhan had restored his inner strength and physical strength to their peak, he was still no match for Yang Muchung. He looked at Yang Muchung, who had fallen down proudly, looked at the people in charge with frightened expressions around him, and immediately shouted loudly, "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and kill this kid! He just dealt with He Wuhan. It's when he's weak that it's the best time to kill him." Lung Xing's words immediately brought everyone, who was full of horror and shock, back to their senses. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Yes! Take advantage of his illness and kill him! We won't be as stupid as him, and actually give our opponents time to recover. Everyone, come together and destroy him. thinking of the scene of Yang Mucheng smashing the evil dragon, and the scene of Yang Mucheng destroying He Wuhan. Everyone in charge felt extremely trembling in their hearts. They understood that the moment had come when all was lost. If Yang Mucheng was not killed, they would be the next to die. Boom! 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 Under the bursts of angry shouts, every person in charge burst out with a powerful aura. This is Greedy Wolf Star, where all the powerful people among the 36 stars gather. There are many people under He Wuhan. Although these people did not have the strength of the bald man, they were all well-known criminal thieves in the stars. They were terrifying existences, who came out of the sea of blood and corpses. In the next moment, these people were rushing towards Yang Mucheng like a tide. Don't forget we are there! Seeing the Greedy Wolf Star people rushing towards them, the big boss behind Yang Mucheng immediately came to his senses. They couldn't get involved in the previous battle, but they may not be the opponents of these responsible persons. Suddenly, bursts of shocking roars erupted, and they rushed forward. Seen from a distance, this scene looks like two shocking torrents rushing together. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosion resounded crazily throughout the world. The entire Greedy Wolf Star seemed to be covered by the martial arts and magic weapons that filled the sky. The shocking explosion, the roaring tearing sound, and the turbulent inner energy caused chaos in the whole world. Jilong, Axianu, and Shaoqing and others joined the battle group again. Yang Mucheng's eyes fell on Leng Xing, the great elder of Lingfeng Pavilion. Next, it's your turn. Yang Mucheng stepped out with a stern look on his face. Chapter 1429 Heavenly Saint. Leng Xing's face turned pale. His cultivation level is similar to that of He Wuhan, but he is still far inferior to the other person in terms of strength. Now that even He Wuhan has been defeated by Yang Mucheng, what hope does he have? Leng Xing trembled slightly, sighed and said in a deep voice, Yang Mucheng, let's give up and make peace. I know how powerful you are. Of course, if we, Lingfeng Pavilion, have offended you, we will also apologize to you. Leng Xing really planned to give up. If he originally had the intention of killing Yang Mucheng, now he doesn't dare to have the slightest idea. In front of him, Greedy Wolf Star was completely destroyed. How dare he dare to compete with Yang Mucheng again? Stop and make peace? Yang Mucheng sneered and shook his head. He raised his hand and struck it with a sword. Bah! A tearing sound resounded, and the earth was torn apart. Yang Mucheng! Leng Xing was furious. He grabbed the SHL necklace around his neck and threw it forward. This string of necklaces, a total of 13 SHLs, turned into 13 huge walls at this moment, lying in front of him. At the same time, pieces of whirling golden spells also flew rapidly in the air, surrounding the 13 SHL walls. Then, he took Yang Mucheng's sword forcefully. Bang! 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 There was a loud explosion, and the 13 SHL walls were directly blasted into 7 pieces by Yang Mucheng. The 8th SHL was filled with cracks and then stopped. Seeing this scene, Leng Xing almost bit off his tongue. Although Lingfeng Pavilion is similar in strength to Greedy Wolf Star, Lingfeng Pavilion has money after all. Naturally, you can buy magic weapons and weapons as you want. His string of SHLs is no ordinary thing. It was obtained by a Dongtian strongman in exchange for weapons when he purchased weapons in their Lingfeng Pavilion. 13 SHLs. Each one has a secret, enough to withstand an attack. Until now, Leng Xing has never been willing to use it. Who would have thought that when he took it out today, it would be smashed in half by Yang Mucheng? But at this moment, he could no longer care about his heartache. Instead, he quickly retreated toward the rear and shouted, Yang Mucheng, you have to think carefully. This time, our Lingfeng Pavilion is sincerely seeking peace. Don't force us. If you push us too hard, you may not be able to withstand the anger of our Lingfeng Pavilion. Although our Lingfeng Pavilion has not been around for long, we still have decades of savings to buy some killers to deal with you. From now on, you will have no place in this starry sky. Leng Xing was furious. He took the initiative to seek peace, but he was still treated like this. How could he bear it? He immediately shouted angrily, just as what he said. No matter how powerful Yang Mu was, he was still just one person. And now, he was facing their entire family. If Yang Mucheng really pushed their Lingfeng Pavilion into a panic, Lingfeng Pavilion would naturally resort to desperate measures to pay for the murder. Feel sorry! These 2 words, faint, reflected Yang Mucheng's determination. Without any hesitation, Yang Muchung raised his hand and slashed with his right hand. A ray of sword light slashed through, and the SHL in front of him was shattered on the spot by the sword. Then Ling Xing's whole body was also struck from head to feet by this sword, directly cutting him into two pieces. Yang Muchung! Ling Xing's eyes widened, with disbelief still in him. He is the eldest elder of Lingfeng Pavilion. He means what he says, and his words are basically comparable to those of the head of the family. Now that he is making peace, it means that Lungfinga has surrendered. But he never dreamed that Yang Muchung would not care and just kill him. Decisively and simply. Hisses. The two strongest people on this star have been killed. Lungfinga and Tan Langsing were naturally pale and shocked. Now that they are leaderless, who among them dares to resist? This is a demon god. No matter who you are or how you beg for mercy, he will still kill you. Why don't you run away? Everyone screamed in surprise and fled in panic. For a moment, everyone was frightened and lost their fighting spirit, and they all rushed towards the distance. Kill! Lu Heng and others only felt so proud. They have been trapped on this prison star for who knows how long. They have always dreamed of revenge. Now that they can finally realize it, how can they not be happy? He immediately shouted and charged forward crazily. If you catch up with those warriors who are escaping, go up to them and kill them with one move. Yang Muchung slowly sheathed his sword. He looked at Ling Xing, who was cut in half by his sword, and snorted with disdain. Yenhe? Sorry. When you Lungfeng Pavilion chased me, did you ever think of today? Now that you see that you are no longer my opponent, you want to ask for mercy. Isn't it too late? I said I would destroy Lingfeng Pavilion, and no one can stop me. He slowly raised his head. Yang Muchung looked at the sky. As the saying goes, a defeat is like a mountain. After He Wuhan and Ling Xing, the two late-stage heavenly sage warriors, were beheaded, the remaining people no longer had the slightest idea of resisting and fled towards the distance. Some people even jumped onto the flying puppet, hoping to use the flying puppet to escape from the Shura-killing territory. Looking around, the sky is full of fallen corpses, and there is blood everywhere. Call! Yang Muchung closed his eyes and started running the ancient heaven-swallowing technique crazily. Suddenly, the energy and blood of countless strong men in the greedy wolf star surged rapidly at this moment. It turned into a huge wave, surged up fiercely, and quickly poured into Yang Muchung's Qi Hai Dantian. This is the energy and blood of countless strong men across the entire star. For a time, Yang Muchung's aura cultivation level was rising like crazy. Rising like crazy. Boom! It seemed like a moment, as if hundreds of years had passed. This overbearing aura surged into the void and lingered for a long time. The big guys who were chasing the fleeing warriors, after feeling this momentum, silently fell down and stood beside Yang Muchung. Many people even looked horrified. This is about to break through. They looked at Yang Muchung in shock. He had just broken through to Tiansheng and had such a terrifying momentum. In fact, this arousing aura made the entire greedy wolf star seem to tremble. What if we reach the realm of cave heaven in the future? Laugh. Just as everyone was imagining, Yang Muchung's body shook, and the breath of heaven and earth surged in at this moment, turning into thousands of strands and pouring back into his body. At the same time, his eyes slowly opened, and a terrifying light flashed out. Heavenly Saint Realm! It will be reached faster than I thought. Clenching his hands tightly, the sparkle in his eyes disappeared. At this time, and Shaoqing also came over. His face looked a little heavy, but his expression soon returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1430 Gongyuan Hall. Greedy Wolf Star was destroyed. This news swept through the entire Greedy Wolf galaxy like a hurricane, and spread to other galaxies at an even more terrifying speed. As a huge force that has harmed this starry sky for more than 1,000 years, it has plundered countless stars and sects. But it was so easily crushed. It is really shocking. For a time, all the forces in the Tanlang galaxy were talking about it, and even sent people to find out what happened. Originally, these spies went to investigate with suspicion, and they did not believe the rumors from the outside world. There are 36 stars in the Greedy Wolf galaxy. Greedy Wolf Star, as the main star, is guarded by the rest of the stars. Once someone wants to attack Greedy Wolf Star, the other 30-odd stars will attack it immediately. No. Yes. Greedy Wolf Galaxy is equivalent to a 4th-tier medium-sized force, and is even slightly stronger. How could it be destroyed in one day? Has Greedy Wolf Star offended some big force and angered a certain star? Some people were as silent as a cicada. The big shots in the starry sky control most of the starry sky with their words. If those beings open their mouths, they will definitely be able to completely destroy Greedy Wolf Star in one day. I heard that it was old Demon Yang who destroyed Greedy Wolf Star. Someone who knew the inside story whispered. Old Demon Yang was once imprisoned in the Heavenly Prisoner Star, but he didn't know how to break through the Red Cloud restriction and led countless prisoners in the Heavenly Prisoner Star to kill them out. What? The Red Cloud restriction on Tianqiu's star has been broken? When this news was unearthed one by one, the more everyone learned, the more shocked they became. Of course, more and more people don't believe it. He Wuhan, the Star Master of Greedy Wolf Star, although his strength is not too strong, he has many subordinates. There are 36 stars in the Greedy Wolf Galaxy, and there are at least 200 powerful heavenly saints. I heard that Lingfeng Pavilion is also cooperating with Greedy Wolf Star this time. And there is also a great elder from the late Heavenly Saint stage who is in charge of the main star. The forces were uncovered one by one, and Greedy Wolf Star's forces were simply unparalleled. Yang Muchu was on one side, and compared with Greedy Wolf Star, it was like a child versus an adult. But when everyone went to Tanlangsing to check, they had to believe it. Almost the entire Greedy Wolf Star was razed to the ground, and the various formation structures used to defend against foreign enemies were directly blown into deep pits. There were corpses everywhere, and the corpses of He Wuhan and Ling Xing were unusually eye-catching. Has the restriction on the Heavenly Prisoner Star really been broken? Looking at this scene, some people began to doubt another rumor. When they looked towards the Heavenly Prisoner Star, where were the stars filled with red clouds that were originally like blood moons? Some brave people even flew to the prisoner planet. Only then did he discover that the gravity restrictions in this area had been removed long ago. Oh my god! Could it be that the rumors are true? Is this really what Yang Laoma did? Countless sects, forces, and families hated Greedy Wolf Star with itching teeth. I don't know how many forces have attacked the Greedy Wolf Star, but instead of chewing the Greedy Wolf Star, they broke their own teeth. Greedy Wolf Star is like a bone that no one has chewed off, but it was chewed off by Yang Mucheng. I heard that Yang Mucheng has a grudge against Lingfeng Pavilion. He attacked Tanlang Star this time partly because of Lingfeng Pavilion. Now that Tanlang Star has been destroyed, isn't Lingfeng Pavilion suffering? With his own strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to deal with Lingfeng Pavilion. Right. Hey, who knows? When the news came out that old Demon Yang had destroyed Greedy Wolf Star, no one dared to believe it. But now, Greedy Wolf Star has been completely flattened, and no one on the entire main star is alive. The Greedy Wolf Galaxy has been completely wiped out by blood. Next, Lungfingo will have a headache. Right. North Sky Galaxy. Central Main Star. Gong Yuan Hall. The central star is the largest star in the northern sky, surrounded by stars. It is similar to the Greedy Wolf Galaxy, surrounded by asteroids. Lungfeng Pavilion deployed various sentry formations on these asteroids, forming a galaxy surrounded by stars similar to the Greedy Wolf Galaxy. Once someone wants to attack the central star, all the stars will form an offensive and defensive posture. Gong Yuan Hall. The central hall of Lingfeng Pavilion is the Parliament Hall of Lingfeng Pavilion. At this time, the hall was overcrowded. An old man is at the top of the list, and they are lined up along the seats in front of the old man, which are the elder seats. Further down, there are acting elders. However, these positions are quite vacant. As a newly emerging big family, Lungfeng Pavilion naturally has its own set of management methods. There are different departments responsible both internally and externally. Now, these acting elders are reporting on the performance, sales, personnel, and other conditions of each branch of Lungfeng Pavilion. The person they reported to was an old man. This old man has white hair, but looks like a young man. He is the contemporary head of Lungfeng Pavilion. He is responsible for the discovery and excavation of mineral stars. It can be said that the rise of the entire Lungfeng Pavilion would not have been possible without him. In the past, he would listen to the report carefully and then point out the next tasks of each department. But today he waved his hand and interrupted the report. I want to hear news about Yang Mucheng. Master, Yang Mucheng has been imprisoned on the Heavenly Prisoner Star. Third Elder Ling Feng stood up. The Great Elder Ling Xing is stationed in Greedy Wolf Star and is always on guard against any accidents. After saying that, Ling Feng looked at the head of the family, Ling Tianyan. Originally, he thought Ling Tianyan was happy because of this, but who knew that the other person was still looking gloomy. This son makes me feel uneasy. Unless he dies, I will not be able to sleep peacefully in this life, Lung Tianyan said slowly. Master, the heavenly prisoner star is a forbidden star. It was once a prison left by the Mad Dragon Palace. Although the formation is incomplete, there is no precedent for anyone who has entered the heavenly prisoner star to come out. Lung Feng, open your mouth. He paused and continued. Besides, the prisoners in Tianqiu's star are all extremely vicious people. How can Yang Macheng survive if he enters them? Those prisoners, who are like wolves and tigers, can easily kill him. So, head of the family, you don't have to worry. This kid Yang Macheng, although let our Lung Feng Pavilion has lost a lot of prestige, but I believe that our Lung Feng Pavilion will be able to make up for it soon. Yeah. After hearing this, Lung Tianyan slowly opened his eyes. Tear. There seemed to be a bolt of lightning flashing through the void, and everyone in the hall could clearly hear the sound of the air being torn apart. At the same time, a powerful pressure swept out quickly. Feeling this pressure, everyone lowered their heads. With countless people shocked, Lung Tianyan slowly spoke. I want to see people alive, but I want to see a corpse when I'm dead. If I don't see Yang Muchen's body, I can't feel at ease. Chapter 1431. Take action personally. Lung Tianyan spoke word by word, and everyone in the hall was frightened. They stared at each other blankly, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until a moment later that the whole hall was filled with astonishment. The third elder was the first to speak. Master, the heavenly prisoner star has existed for tens of millions of years, and even the powerful Tai was once trapped in it. The most recent strongman who was thrown into the heavenly prisoner star had a cave heaven cultivation level. That cave heaven powerhouse has never appeared before. Yang Macheng enters the heavenly prisoner star. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will not be able to escape from this star. Everyone nodded in agreement. At the same time, I felt that the head of the family took Yang Macheng too seriously. He's just a young boy, but he deserves so much attention from our Lung Feng Pavilion? Yes, you want to see someone alive, but you want to see a corpse when you die? Is it possible that our Lung Feng Pavilion, with such a powerful force, can still stay with this young boy? For a time, there was constant discussion around. Lung Tianyan sighed and looked up. At this moment, everyone in the hall fell silent. Just listen to him slowly say, the tiger is fighting the rabbit, so why use all your strength? Such a young boy has killed dozens of our acting elders, several official elders, and even raised one of our Lung Feng Pavilion branches to the ground. Isn't that enough for you to be vigilant? If this kid can get Mr. Jing's approval, he must have extraordinary strength and qualifications. Isn't this enough to make us vigilant? Many people fell silent, feeling desolate in their hearts. When Yang Macheng made trouble, many people smiled disdainfully. How could such a young boy make such a big splash? But as a result, a large number of the elite members of the family were wiped out, and even the second elder was beheaded in public. All right. The third elder sighed and couldn't help but nodded. After all, he is not the head of the family, and has no right to refute. Everyone in the hall looked at each other for a while. Obviously, they also felt that the matter of the family leader was too fussy. Yang Macheng has entered the heavenly prisoner star, and there is no hope of escaping in this life. There is no need for us to focus on this kid, an elder whispered. Another great deacon nodded in agreement. Yes. So what if he comes out? Greedy Wolf Star's He Wuhan is guarding there. Greedy Wolf Star's strength is not weak. Is it possible that boy can break through Greedy Wolf Star's attack? Can't block it? Yes. The Great Elder is also guarding Greedy Wolf Star. If Yang Macheng can't escape, forget it. If he escapes, I'm afraid he will have to die. Report. Just when everyone in the hall was talking incessantly, a sudden sharp sound came out. Hearing this voice, everyone in the hall couldn't help but frown. You know, Lung Feng Pavilion's system is very strict, especially during meetings. No external decisions are allowed to be interrupted. Once investigated, they will be severely punished. Master, something bad is going on. A figure rushed into Gongyuan Hall, panting and shouting. Everyone immediately turned around, only to see that the person who came was a young man in his 20s. He was wearing the robes of a great deacon. He obviously had a high status in Lung Feng Pavilion. In Lung Feng Pavilion, the highest status person is the head of the family, followed by the elders, acting elders, and the remaining ones are the archdeacons. Anyone who can achieve the position of archdeacon must be the backbone of the family. If this young man can become the archdeacon at such an age, he must have achieved extraordinary results. Lung Ming. It seems that I am usually too tolerant to you. Even the rules I set, you dare to break at will, Lung Tianyin said. Others also looked at the young man with mocking faces. The other party's rapid improvement has made all their seniors dissatisfied for a long time. He's just a young boy. How can he be on equal footing with them so quickly? Lung Ming, are you in such a hurry? Is it because Yang Laomo is coming to call you? A great deacon said jokingly. There was a burst of laughter in the hall. Everyone knew that Yang Mucheng entered the heavenly prisoner star and had no chance to get out of it, even after escaping. What awaits him is the joint attack from Long Feng Pavilion and Greedy Wolf Star. However, what the young man said next shocked everyone. Something bad happened. Old Demon Yang escaped from the heavenly prisoner star. The Great Elder was killed. He Wuhan was killed. The entire Greedy Wolf Star was completely bloodbath. And now, it is old Demon Yang who is aiming at our mineral stars. Every time he spoke, the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. By the time he finished his last words, the atmosphere in the hall had condensed to freezing point. Tongue! At the same time, at this moment, Lung Tianyin's originally hunched body stood up directly. He was originally sitting, and his body looked thin and weak. But now it was like a sharp sword thrust into the sky, its sharp edge clearly visible. The already unrivaled aura became even more powerful at this moment, suppressing all directions. What a great Yang Mucheng! Lung Tianyin narrowed his pupils. This time, I will lead the team myself. You are in the prison star, and I can't kill you. Now that you come out, even if you go to heaven or earth, I will kill you. You are a dragon in the sky. I will also bind you down and destroy you. The sixth one. On the flying puppet, Yang Mucheng played with a bracelet. This bracelet is shaped like a dragon with its head holding its tail. It has a simple shape. What else could it be if it wasn't a dragon tail bracelet? He Wuhan was the dragon's tail bracelet that turned the 288 mountain peaks into stone dragons and defeated in Shaoqing. Now that Yang Mucheng had killed He Wuhan, this bracelet naturally came into his hands. Ding! With a flick of a finger, this bracelet was directly inserted into the dragon pattern between Yang Mucheng's eyebrows, and was directly hidden into the Shilong Mountains. Haha. My luck is really good this time. I actually found the mineral stars in Lung Feng Pavilion. Jilong's eyes gleamed. Such stars, which are entirely composed of various rare metal materials, are very rare in the starry sky. Among these stars, there may also be some natural weapons born. We are not going for fun this time. After Yang Mucheng lit up the sixth inscription on the Shilong Mountain range, he glanced lightly at the golden dragon beside him. Yes. 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 Jin Long nodded repeatedly and said, I know. This star is the foundation of Lung Feng Pavilion. As long as this star is destroyed, they will no longer have a foothold in this starry sky. But, I don't know what kind of magical weapon is hidden in the center of this star. Yes. Yang Mucheng also nodded at the same time, looking at the starry sky with great expectation. He didn't expect that he would actually find the map of the star and the token from the arms of the great elder Leng Xing. It was through these two things that they found this place. At the same time, it also gave them the opportunity to raise Lung Feng Pavilion to the ground. Chapter 1432 Star Core. Just when Lung Tianyin led everyone out of Lung Feng Pavilion, Yang Mucheng had already led everyone to the area pointed by the map. At this time, there was an empty starry sky. Looking from a distance, in this area, not to mention the stars, even the suspended meteors were rare and very rare. But in the starry sky, many areas are like this. It takes several days, or even dozens of days, to fly to another area. Is it really here? The flying puppet stopped in the starry sky one after another, looking at the nothingness in front of him. They couldn't help but show a trace of doubt. Right here. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Although, there is nothing in the starry sky in front of me. But in fact, he could feel the faint transmission of the power of heaven and earth. Obviously, the starry sky in front of everyone is not as simple as it seems on the surface. There are secrets hidden inside. Try it with the token. Yang Mucheng secretly thought to himself and immediately took up the magic formula. Suddenly, the token he received from the Great Elder suddenly burst out with a burst of light, which shot directly towards the empty starry sky in front of him. Everyone looked at this ray of light. When this ray of light shot into the void, it exploded as if it had touched something. Then, the dark starry sky suddenly burst into light. It was as if there was a black barrier invisible to the naked eye, and it was completely torn apart in this barrier. At the same time, the originally empty starry sky suddenly changed. There was a ripple and trembling, and a star with metallic luster was completely revealed in front of everyone, as if its veil had been torn apart. Looking towards this star is not huge, only about tens of miles in diameter. Looking around, all of them are completely exposed metal. Gold, silver, etc. are countless. Right here! Found it! When they came to this starry sky, they still had a lot of doubts in their hearts. But now that they saw this star, everyone just felt excited. As long as this star is destroyed, it will be like taking the fuel out of the cauldron of Lung Feng Pavilion, giving Lung Feng Pavilion no chance to rise again. And Yang Muqing's eyes also flashed with joy. Finding this star is undoubtedly a great help to him. With this star, I don't know if I can push the Qilin body to the level of perfection at once. When the time comes, even if I face Ling Tianyin, I will have enough means to deal with it. Yang Muqing thought secretly. Lung Tianyin, the head of the Lingfeng Pavilion, is also the most powerful person in the entire Lingfeng Pavilion, and his cultivation has reached the peak of Heavenly Saint. Although Ling Tianyin's cultivation level is only 1 point higher than that of He Wuhan and Ling Xing, he can suppress the entire Lung Feng Pavilion by himself, which cannot be underestimated. At this moment, Yang Muqing came to this star like everyone else. Master, why is there no one guarding this star here? Could it be that there is some kind of trap here? Axiana looked around and frowned slightly. Yang Muqing smiled lightly and said, If you have a treasure, and you don't want others to know about it, would you hide it or send heavy troops to handle it? Of course I'm hiding it, Axiana said. That's right. Lung Feng Pavilion didn't want others to know the whereabouts of this star, so it naturally kept it hidden in the starry sky. After all, such a star is extremely valuable. It is enough to make an unknown small family leap into the sky in one fell swoop. As a fourth-tier family, there will definitely be many people coveting it. If they send heavy troops to guard it, wouldn't it be like telling everyone that their star is here? Yang Muqing said with a smile. Axiana suddenly understood. After saying that, Yang Muqing walked forward step by step. Every time he took a step, he could clearly feel the sharp aura around him, like seawater, constantly jumping and jumping. This was an aura that he had not been able to sense in many arsenals. Okay, let's begin. Yang Muqing sat down cross-legged and started practicing. Suddenly, a sharp and powerful aura surged rapidly. He closed his eyes, and like a whale sucking water, infinite breath surged in and poured into his body quickly. Yang Muqing soon felt a huge sharp energy filling his meridians and blood vessels, and an unparalleled pain surged into his heart. But he forcibly suppressed the severe pain, and instead used the Qilin exercise technique to introduce this sharp energy into his body. This Arsenal on the side was shocked. She saw that Yang Muqing's body was quickly covered with a layer of metallic color, as if it were a bronze statue in a temple. But when you take a closer look, you can find that Yang Muqing's meridians and blood vessels are clearly visible. Even the flowing blood and inner strength seemed to be filled with copper water at this moment. Xiannu knew that Yang Muqing was practicing the Qilin bodybuilding technique at this time. When he is cultivated to the level of Zodchen, his body will not only be the sharpest and hardest weapon, but also extremely hard. As Yang Muqing practices, the metal around him is gradually fading, first turning into soil, and then turning into dust. Although he knew that no one on this star dared to interrupt Yang Muqing's cultivation progress, Axiana still stood cautiously beside Yang Muqing and began to devour the souls one by one. During the battle with Greedy Wolf Star, Axiana's harvest was also very abundant. Countless souls were directly absorbed into the Jizi order. These many souls were enough to raise her cultivation level to a high enough level. Thinking of this, she looked at the golden dragon not far away. At this moment, Jin Long is leading a large group of people to the center of the entire star. Looking down from above, there is a huge hollow in the center of the star. There are traces of mining all around. It was obvious that people from Lingfeng Pavilion were digging in this area. The depth of this hole seemed to penetrate most of the stars, and even at a glance, the bottom could not be seen. But at this time, whether it was Jin Long or other big guys, they were all gathered in front of the pit, staring into the pit. Is this right here? Boss Jin Long, is there really what you were talking about here? The battle between the golden dragon on the heavenly prisoner star also made many big shots look at it with admiration. When they heard that Jin Long had discovered such a thing, they all followed him one by one. Pairs of curious eyes looked towards the pit. I don't know either. Jin Long shook his head and said, But this deep pit has not been dug into the star core of the star. Only when you dig there will you know. Chapter 1433 Fish? Star Core. Upon hearing this word, everyone present widened their eyes. It should be noted that the core of a star is often located in the center of the star. It's either magma, nothingness, or entirely rock. But how could they imagine that there was something like that in the core of this star? Suddenly, the excited people began to dig wildly. And for a while, the whole star made a constant sound of ding-dong-dang. The golden dragon jumped to the bottom of the pit and continued to fight downwards. As for other people, they also started digging for metal on this star. To know, for their level of cultivation, the gold and silver on this star no longer has much appeal. They just want to dig deeper, because the outermost layer is made of ordinary metals. Only the inner parts of the stars are high-level metals, which can be used to make weapons and forge magic weapons. Not knowing how long it took, Yang Muchung slowly opened his eyes. Master, what's going on? Axianu saw Yang Muchung frowning and asked quickly. Is the golden dragon too noisy? Disturbing your practice? I will ask them to be quiet. No. Yang Muchung shook his head. There's something strange about this star. Axianu raised his eyebrows. But Yang Muchung stood up slowly, and the metal around him had weathered and turned into powder. With a wave of his right hand, sand and rocks flew in an instant. The dust was completely blown away, revealing a huge sinkhole. Standing in this sinkhole and looking down, you can see the metal surfaces accumulated layer by layer. The outermost layer is silver, followed by gold, iron, copper, chromium, black steel, mithril, fine gold. Master, what's wrong? Arsenal also stood on tiptoes and looked down. Someone is competing with me for sharpness. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He is practicing. He didn't know what kind of existence had appeared, but the sharp energy that was originally available to him was snatched away by another consciousness. It was like a tug of war between the two sides. What is even more shocking is that Yang Muchung has not snatched this consciousness. Who is it? Is someone playing a prank? Arsenal thought of it first. Yang Muchung shook his head and walked slowly towards the center of the pit. I don't know either. This consciousness should have originally lived in this star. When it appeared, I used my spiritual thoughts to explore the other party. But no matter what, my spiritual thoughts did not catch the other party. While speaking, Yang Muchung had already walked to the center. He raised his right hand and made 4 sword marks. Arsenal was shocked to see this scene. You know, Jin Long and the other bosses on the other side used their own weapons to dig, but they could only dig out a gap the size of a wash basin each time. And Yang Muchung's casual slash was able to cut out such a huge crack like a knife cutting tofu. This is really surprising. Really? However, Yang Muchung was a little dissatisfied. He absorbed a lot of sharp energy from this star. Although he has not reached the peak level yet, he is not far from the peak. The greatest advantage of the endless sharp energy in this star is that it allows him to continuously sharpen the inner strength in his body. Just like a knife, it will only become sharper if you keep sharpening it. Therefore, his inner strength at this moment is sharper than some weapons. But when he slashed with his sword, it only cut about 1 meter deep under his feet. It was obvious that another force was blocking it. Good. I want to see how long you can hide. No matter where you are hiding, I will dig you out. Yang Muchung's pupils closed, and green light flashed. He grabbed it with his right hand and pulled out the metal block he had chopped off earlier from the pit. This piece of metal was taken out, and Yang Muchung absorbed the sharp energy and turned it into powder. Bah! Bah! One sword. Another sword. Yang Muchung slashed with his sword, and each sword cut a mouth-shaped hole in the ground, and continued to go deeper inward. This terrifying speed caused some of the people who came after hearing the movement to be stunned. What a speed! This is the black gold rock. I didn't expect it to be cut off so easily under Master Yan's sword. What is this going to do? Is it to get through this star? Watching Yang Muchung continue to blast towards the depths. The deep pit has been hit to the extreme, but Yang Muchung still has no idea of stopping. What is the boss doing? The golden dragon carried the dragon's halberd and squeezed in from the crowd. When he saw the huge pit in front of him, which was like a bottomless abyss, his eyes almost didn't bulge. When it went down further, the wandering dragon war halberd could no longer cut it, so it stopped. But this layer of black gold rock is like tofu to Yang Muchung, and it will turn into a huge pit with just a cut. This is too fierce. Jin Long couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To know, this is no ordinary or mining. The precious metals here are all in the center of the stars. After countless years of squeezing, the impurities have long been eliminated, and they are of the type that can be used to forge weapons directly. Therefore, the deeper you dig in, the slower the speed will be. But Yang Muchung did not slow down at all, but became more and more fierce. The master said that there seems to be something in this star, and he wants to compete with it for its sharp energy, Axianus said. Jin Long was stunned, and his eyes suddenly widened. Did the boss discover it? At this moment, Yang Muchung, who was digging frantically, suddenly stopped. Got you! Boom! Boom! Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily, and his gaze turned into substance and shot out like sharp arrows, hitting the metal layer and making 2 deep pits in the earth. At the same time, he activated the Qilin body training technique, and the sharp energy, like a spring, was quickly sucked into his body. As the sharp energy was absorbed, the surrounding metal collapsed crazily under the shocked gazes of countless people. It decayed, dried up, and turned into dust at an extreme speed. And in a large pit of constantly corroding metal, a golden figure flashed away. For it, this indestructible metal seems to have become a water pool that can swim at will, flying towards the center of the stars at a rapid speed. Saw! What is that? How could something like that be in the star core? The silhouette that flashed past immediately made all the warriors present discover its existence. For a moment, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Jin Long's eyes widened even more, and he looked at the figure with excitement. Chapter 1434 Golden Tiger. Wow! The surging metal in front of this figure seemed to have turned into turbulent sea water, with huge ripples rapidly spreading around. Escape! Damn! Why is it so fast? Even Master Yang can't catch it. How many people can catch it? Everyone was horrified. Too difficult. After watching for a moment, and Shaoqin couldn't help but speak, everyone nodded after hearing this. That figure can swim on this star like an arm. But if Yang Muchung wants to catch it, he needs to constantly open up space between advancement and retreat. The gap between the two sides will only grow wider. If that figure didn't take the initiative to appear, I'm afraid no one would be able to catch it. I don't believe it. Every time he arrived, he would escape at a faster speed. For a moment, even Yang Muchung couldn't help but feel a little angry. Looking at the escaping figure, his eyes widened angrily, and the terrifying aura of the heavenly saint suddenly erupted from his body. The unparalleled aura rushed to a height of several thousand meters, and the turbulent waves it brought caused even the surroundings. Everyone in the crowd rushed back with a bang. With a monstrous aura, Yang Muchung shot out quickly and fiercely towards the center of the stars. Boom! The angry figure was like an apocalyptic hurricane capable of destroying everything. Rushing towards the star core desperately, the entire earth was bombarded and exploded. A golden figure quickly appeared among the metal blocks that shot out. Saw! Over there! I wonder if Master Yang can catch it this time. The appearance of this inverted figure immediately made everyone scream in excitement. They all opened their eyes wide and looked forward. Yang Muchung, who also saw the figure, also closed his eyes at the same time. He shouted in a low voice, and immediately stretched out his right hand to grab it forward. The infinite inner energy transformed into a huge palm, and it directly moved towards the figure and grabbed it fiercely. Roar! It seemed that figure was completely angered by the aggressive Yang Muchung. Hidden in the star core, it suddenly let out a terrifying roar. The intimidating roar shook all directions, and a solemn aura swept out. The shocking roar turned into a series of intertwined ripples, and the crazy energy directly tore the huge palm apart. What? It actually tore apart. Is it going to escape again? Seeing this horrifying scene, everyone present couldn't help shouting, and their eyes flashed with an expression of extreme regret. Obviously, once you let the opponent go this time, it will be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Sure enough, just when everyone was horrified, the figure that was forced out was already retreating back again, trying to hide among the stars again. At this time, Yang Muchung's second blow had arrived. The moment the huge palm was shattered, he suddenly closed his palms. Boom! The surrounding metal was aroused by a vast force on the spot, and quickly formed 2 huge palms, grabbing towards the middle. Seeing these 2 big hands, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. This was completely driven by internal force, transforming the structure of the surrounding metal to form a palm. Even a powerful heavenly saint here would be scratched to pieces by these 2 big hands. Boom! 2 big hands suddenly grabbed hold, and amid the exclamations of countless people, they grabbed directly towards that figure. Roar! Facing Yang Muchung's attack again, the being hiding in the stars suddenly became furious. A sharp roar and rapid turbulence came out. In an instant, A huge surge of sharp energy quickly rolled up on its body, and finally formed a giant fork hundreds of meters long, which was thrust towards the giant metal hand that Yang Muchung grabbed. Boom! The giant fork struck the giant palm, piercing it and tearing it to pieces on the spot. Huh? Yang Muchung let out a soft cry, and slashed out with his sword, smashing the giant fork into pieces. He didn't expect that this existence could actually use sharp energy, and its level of concentration was not even worse than his own. What is that? After shattering the giant palm, that existence did not escape back to the center of the stars this time, but stood there quietly. Everyone quickly looked forward and suddenly let out bursts of exclamations. It was a golden tiger that was 100 meters long. The whole body is covered in glazed light, as if it were made entirely of gold and stone. From a distance, it looks like a golden sculpture or bronze statue. At this moment, he was standing there quietly and proudly, staring at everyone like a tiger descending from the mountain. Golden spirit! Jean Long narrowed his eyes and spoke. Everyone suddenly realized. It should be noted that everything in the world can be born with spiritual wisdom. Trees can become dryads, and rocks can become stone demons. It can be said that this golden tiger is the consciousness of the entire star, like the weapon spirit in the weapon, like the core of the tree demon. So it's you who has been preventing me from absorbing the sharp energy. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked at the tiger. It is its existence that is frantically competing with itself for the sharp energy of the entire star. Get out of this star! Jean Hu narrowed his eyes and scanned the people around him. It originally didn't want to show up, but Yang Muchung was so powerful that he unexpectedly forced it to show up. Tell me to get out? Let's see if you have this ability anymore. Before, you have been hiding in the center of the stars, and now you have come out on your own. Do you think you can leave so easily? Yang Muchung smiled faintly and grabbed the golden tiger directly. Yang Muchung's actions made everyone around him twitch their eyelids. Although they didn't know the cultivation level of this golden tiger, the opponent was able to smash Yang Muchung's giant metal palm with one strike, which at least had the power of the late Tiansheng. Yang Muchung actually wanted to catch it. Amidst the exclamations of everyone, Jean, who had already seen Yang Muchung's grasped palm, and couldn't help but sneered. In his opinion, Yang Muchung was only in the early stage of Tiansheng, and everyone who came to this star had the highest level of cultivation in the middle stage of Tiansheng. It was easy for him to go on a killing spree. But now, the kid who forced him out actually dared to take the initiative to fight with him, which made Jean Hu feel funny and angry at the same time. How dare you attack me? It's a joke. I have given you the opportunity to leave this star. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being cruel. Watch how I kill you all here. Golden Tiger let out a shocking roar and roar. With its roaring roar, its huge body of more than 200 meters shook the entire star. The warriors around were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically, and they kept running away in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Jean Hu's terrifying giant palm collided with Yang Muchung's palm. Chapter 1435 Catch. Boom! Amid the crash, everyone heard the terrifying sonic boom. The violent power shot out unbridled, completely tearing apart the surrounding metal ground. The endless sonic boom spread rapidly in all directions, shaking the entire star upside down. Under this shocking confrontation, everyone retreated back with horrified expressions, and even looked forward with wide eyes. Under Jean Hu's crazy attack, Yang Muchung, who had always been unfavorable, was violently pushed back by the opponent. Bang! 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 The soles of your feet touched the ground. Yang Muchung retreated with a sonorous step, leaving a series of footprints on the metal ground. This? Repulsed? This golden tiger is really too powerful. Seeing the tiger slowly walking out of the pit, everyone present couldn't help but have their eyelids twitching wildly. If even Yang Muchung was not a match for this golden tiger, they would probably be driven out of this star. What a powerful force! Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. However, he soon returned to normal. After all, this golden tiger is an existence born from infinite metal. Its body is like a weapon that has been tempered thousands of times, and it is incomparably hard. It's like a metal mountain is pressing down on you. You don't have to do anything. It can crush you to death just by its weight. How about it? Are you scared now? Seeing this scene, Jean Hu sneered. It's a pity that I gave you a chance to escape, but you were not rare. Now it's not that easy to escape. After saying that, Jean Hu narrowed his eyes and stepped forward step by step. Its body was made of unknown metal, and it was so heavy that every step it took seemed to cause a small earthquake. The terrifying coercive momentum was also released at the same time. Like a tide, sweeping out in waves and bombarding everyone. The expressions of the warriors who felt this aura changed drastically, and they all turned their gazes towards Yang Mucheng.
It's really strong, but I can still cope with this level.
Uh-huh. Raising his head, Yang Mucheng's eyes fell directly on Jin Hu. Jin Hu also looked at it with a surprised expression. But soon, it fell completely into rage. In its view, the guy who was forced back by one of his palms still had the guts to say that to him. He was simply looking for death.
Boy, you totally pissed me off. Now, I will kill all of you on this star, and let your blood dye this land of stars red.
Let out a roar. The golden tiger kicked his limbs fiercely, and jumped forward so fast that the ground collapsed with such terrifying force. With the help of this shocking explosive power, Jin Hu rushed in front of Yang Mucheng with a horrifying attitude. Seeing the golden tiger's charging posture, everyone's expressions could not help but change slightly. Only Yang Mucheng stood there without any evasive gesture. Back then, when he was only half a step into Heavenly Saint cultivation, he was able to defeat Leng Xing and He Wuhan, who were in the late Heavenly Saint stage. Now that he has reached Tiansheng, will he still be defeated by Jin Hu? Previously, he mainly wanted to test how far his own physique was compared to that of this golden tiger. Now, if he really takes action, he will naturally not show any mercy.
If that's the case, then I'll let you grow up with me.
Among the vast stars, Yang Mucheng's cold eyes swept across the rushing golden tiger, and he took a sudden step forward, as if shrinking to an inch, and came to the front of the golden tiger. Then, he grabbed forward with his big hand, and the rolling internal energy formed a huge palm on the spot, and he grabbed the huge golden tiger head-on.
Roar!
Seeing that this young man, who had been pushed back by him, actually dared to attack him first, the golden tiger let out a roar. Its body flying in midair trembled violently, and a shocking aura suddenly erupted. In the billowing breath, dozens of huge steel forks quickly formed. Each of these forks reached a terrifying 120 feet, and they were wildly blasted towards the giant palm. However, this time, the steel fork did not smash the giant palm to pieces, but was crushed to pieces by the giant palm. At the same time, he continued to grab the golden tiger with unabated force. What? Seeing that his move was torn apart in an instant, Jin Hu's face no longer had the arrogant attitude before. Facing the shocking big palm, it turned around quickly and fled, fiercely running away under the stars.
Want to escape?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He knew that if this guy escaped, it would not be that easy to catch him again. In an instant, the palm that was almost grasping doubled in size in the rolling spiritual energy. At the same time, the speed and power of grabbing the golden tiger are faster and more violent than before. Wherever he passed, even the space was gripped and exploded. In Jin Hu's horrified gaze, this big palm with several times the power suddenly fell down and grabbed the huge golden tiger, which was more than 200 meters tall, in his palm. Then, this big palm composed of endless spiritual energy and inner strength grabbed the golden tiger and flew towards Yang Mucheng. No matter how hard the golden tiger struggled, it could not escape Yang Mucheng's shocking grasp. It could only watch helplessly as it arrived in front of Yang Mucheng.
Caught! As expected of Master Yang. He is so powerful. I actually caught this golden tiger.
You know, catching a late Heavenly Saint is many times more difficult than killing a late Heavenly Saint. But now, Yang Mucheng actually captured all the golden tigers in the late Tiansheng period. How could this not shock everyone?
Let me go! What on earth are you going to do?
Even after flying back, the golden tiger did not break free. The huge palm, on the contrary, quickly turned into a huge prison under the turmoil, and the golden tiger was placed inside. Suddenly, this crazy golden tiger looked like a kitten locked in a cage. No matter how hard it struggles, it can't escape this terrifying shackles.
What exactly do you want to do? You should know better than me.
Yang Mucheng looked at Jin Hu. Buzz. Yang Mucheng's words immediately changed Jin Hu's complexion. It made everyone else present feel confused and looked forward. They didn't know what kind of medicine Yang Mucheng was selling in his gourd. Just when everyone was confused, they saw that Yang Mucheng had already taken out the Xinyuan sword. Chapter 1436. The Sword Moves.
No!
When the golden tiger saw that Yang Mucheng actually took out a weapon, he roared crazily and struggled continuously. This scene immediately shocked the warriors present even more.
What exactly is going on? Why is this golden tiger so scared? Does Master Yang want to kill it?
Seeing this scene, everyone became more and more confused and shocked. Even when he was caught, there was almost no such crazy struggle. Now when he saw Shen Yuanjin, he became so afraid. What is the reason for this? Some people had already guessed what was going on, and they all looked at Yang Mucheng with extremely envious eyes. However, there are still some people who can't help but frown slightly, not knowing why. At this time, and Xiaoqing spoke. His words attracted everyone's attention.
You know, there are two types of divine weapons between heaven and earth. One is Yuxing Zilai, which has been an absolute divine weapon since its birth. There is another kind, which is continuous evolution. General weapons. If you want to evolve, you must have 2 points. The first point is to have your own weapon spirit, and the second point is to have enough potential. If it is just a wooden sword or a bamboo sword, no matter what, and cannot evolve into a magical weapon.
After everyone heard this, they all looked towards Yang Mucheng. The Shen Yuan sword in Yang Mucheng's hand already has its own weapon spirit. However, it is only a mid-grade heaven-level weapon. It is really difficult to advance it to a high-grade, top-grade, or even super heaven-level weapon, because its potential is not enough. It's like a cripple with broken muscles and veins. No matter how good the master is, he can't teach him to become a peerless master, because it only has so much potential. What Yang Mucheng has to do now is to seal this golden tiger into the Shen Yuan sword, so that it can increase the potential of the Shen Yuan sword, so that it can continue to grow.
My family has a super celestial weapon. Back then, that weapon also sealed a golden spirit, but that golden spirit was only half the size of this golden tiger. If this Shen Yuan sword is given enough time to grow, it will definitely grow into a powerful super heaven level weapon.
And Xiaoqing looked at Yang Mucheng with a hint of envy. If it wasn't Yang Mucheng who caught the golden tiger, but someone else, he might go and rob it.
Roar!
The golden tiger struggled wildly, but the inner energy transformed into a cage that tightly imprisoned it, making it impossible for it to break free. It knew Yang Mucheng's intention, that the other party wanted to seal him into the sword. You know, Leng Tianyan, the head of the Lingfeng Pavilion, had done this before, but he refused to obey, which led to the failure of Leng Tianyan's seal. Now, someone else wanted to seal it in a weapon. How could Jin Hu allow it? Letting out a roar, Jin Hu struggled hard and kept hitting the cage. Every time he hit, there was a shocking sound. Boom! However, at this moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and he activated his tremendous internal energy, and violently closed his hands. Immediately, the billowing spiritual energy in the sky gathered rapidly, like clouds, rolling at the extreme, wrapping Shen Yuanjin and Golden Tiger in it on the spot.
Boom!
Powerful force, crushing down hard. Even the warriors around him heard bursts of terrifying sonic booms. Under the shocked eyes of both pairs of eyes, Jin, who was actually blasted into the Shen Yuan sword. The Shen Yuan sword, which was originally as dark and deep as the night sky, actually had a golden line appear along the hilt. This golden line spanned the sword body and spread to the tip of the sword. The appearance of this golden thread not only did not destroy the whole Shen Yuan sword, but actually added an inexplicable mystery to it.
Did you make it?
Looking at the Shen Yuan sword suspended in midair, everyone widened their eyes and looked forward. Yang Mucheng also looked over. With an extra golden thread, Shen Yuan sword has a more domineering aura than before. Buzz! Just when everyone was looking at it, just when Yang Mucheng was looking at the changed Shen Yuanjin, Shen Yuanjin suddenly buzzed and trembled. The next moment, a shocking sword energy erupted, shooting fiercely towards Yang Mucheng cave with an extreme gesture. Seeing Shen Yuanjin's posture, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Although the golden tiger has been sealed into the Shen Yuan sword, Yang Mucheng still needs to surrender the Shen Yuan sword again. Otherwise, this sword would not be under his control at all.
Shang!
The Shen Yuan sword shot out of the hole, merged into the void in an instant. And vaguely, only the last golden thread remained, as if it was sweeping in like a laser. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and grabbed forward. Hundreds of flying swords suddenly condensed in front of him. Once these flying swords were formed, they quickly swept towards Shen Yuan's sword. Obviously, Yang Mucheng wanted to use these flying swords to resist the movement of Shen Yuanjin, even if he only slowed down the Shen Yuan sword by 1 point. At that moment, Yang Mucheng was able to use the void transient to catch it. Boom! However, hundreds of flying swords, like an angry wave, were torn into pieces by Shen Yuan's sword in an instant. These hundreds of flying swords could not even resist the speed of Shen Yuan's sword. On the contrary, at this moment, Shen Yuanjian was angered.
Chong!
A shocking sword cry resounded crazily. And at the same time, the shocking sword energy also burst out from Shen Yuan's sword. The wanton sword energy is like the attack of a mad sword master, unparalleled and unscrupulous, with Shen Yuan's sword as the center. Cracks carved by swords and axes were cut out for miles around by this shocking sword energy. The hard metal ground was torn apart easily like tofu by the tearing force of the sword.
Quickly retreat!
Feeling this terrifying sword energy, the warriors around them all looked horrified and continued to retreat back. Even in Shaoqing, Jin Long and Axianu were forced to retreat step by step under this compelling sword energy. For a while, in that place where the sword energy was raging, only Yang Mucheng was left.
Zheng!
It seemed that he also felt Yang Mucheng's aura. Shen Yuan's sword trembled, and the shocking aura that exploded suddenly converged in a surging manner. This aura that has converged is like an ever-increasing tide, as if it will break through the dam and pour out at any time. When this sword energy reached its extreme, Shen Yuan's sword moved again. Chapter 1437. The Exiled Man's Seal first shows its power. Clang! The lonely Shen Yuan sword is suspended in midair. But at this moment, it seems to be held by a master of swordsmanship, with an unsheathed edge that makes people dare not look directly at it. At this time, there was a strong wind blowing. For a moment, everyone present felt that the wind seemed to be mixed with a chilling air. The wind slapped on the skin, causing a tearing pain.
Just the sword wind has such power. What will happen if this sword is activated?
For a moment, everyone looked forward. The moment Shen Yuan's sword exploded, the surrounding earth was torn apart with shocking cracks. At the same time, Shen Yuanjian shot towards Yang Mucheng again with murderous intent. This time, the speed and power of Shen Yuanjian were even faster and more terrifying than before. Even when Yang Mucheng noticed the direction in which Shen Yuan's sword was blasting, he had an unavoidable attitude.
It seems that I can only use that move.
After merging with the Golden Tiger, the power of Shen Yuan's sword has exceeded Yang Mucheng's expectations. But at this moment, Yang Mucheng was still not nervous at all, but instead became more determined.
The killing mark of exile.
Since there is no way to avoid it, there is no need to avoid it anymore. Facing the Shen Yuan sword coming from the hole, Yang Mucheng used his most powerful killing move. When he was a half-step heavenly saint, he couldn't even use 10% of the power of this move. Now that he has reached Tiansheng, although he could only use 10% of it, the power is also very shocking. He formed a mark with his hands in front of him. In an instant, the wind surged, and an infinite momentum passed through the stars. At this moment, a large jade seal slowly condensed in front of Yang Mucheng. This large seal was illusory and transparent. It's like a dream bubble that will shatter if you poke it. But the power contained in the seal is beyond ordinary terror.
What kind of trick is this?
Upon feeling this move, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they all looked at the huge seal suspended in midair in horror. It seemed that what Yang Mucheng held in his hands was not a seal, but a terrifying thing that could crush countless existences into powder. At the moment when it condensed, it hit Shen Yuanjin fiercely. Boom, 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 boom. In midair, the horrifying auras of both sides collided in an instant. And during the fierce collision, a burst of shocking explosions broke out. Amidst the explosion, the condensed mass murder mark was completely shattered by the Shen Yuan sword. At the same time, the Shen Yuan sword that came from the hole was also restrained from the momentum of the bombardment. Even the shocking and arrogant aura before was weakened by this blow.
Boom!
In the sudden collision, Yang Mucheng's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. And Shen Yuan's sword was directly bombarded by the air wave generated by the collision of the two forces and flew backwards.
Stop it!
Seeing this scene, everyone let out a cry.
Boss, let me help you!
Seeing Shen Yuanjian stop, Jin Long shouted loudly and rushed forward as fast as he could. However, as soon as it moved, Shen Yuanjian was aware of it and quickly rose into the sky to avoid this extreme pounce. Tongue! 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 At this moment, everyone rushed forward. However, Shen Yuanjian's speed was so fast that as soon as some people's footsteps moved, Shen Yuanjian was already alert and flew out quickly. The extreme speed made it impossible for everyone to catch up with Shen Yuanjian's speed.
Too fast! There's no way I can catch up!
The ultimate Shen Yuan sword left an afterimage in the gazes. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Shen Yuanjian's speed was so fast that even his naked eyes couldn't catch it.
It seems that we can only use other means.
Letting go of his spiritual thoughts. In an instant, the huge divine thoughts quickly spread throughout the stars. In the moment when his spiritual thoughts enveloped the entire star, Yang Mecheng disappeared from the place and appeared directly in another part of Shen Yuanjian the next moment. However, just when Yang Mecheng was about to reach out and grab it, Shen Yuanjian flew up again. Almost in an instant, he disappeared in front of Yang Mecheng.
I don't believe how far you can escape.
Seeing Shen Yuanjian almost slipping through his fingers, Yang Mecheng closed his eyes and took a swift step forward, used void transit again and grabbed forward. But Shen Yuanjian's speed was too fast, and there was no pattern at all. There was no trace at all. As soon as Yang Mecheng's body reached that place, Shen Yuanjian had already quickly escaped. Finally, a strange picture has formed on the entire star. A dark and simple long sword kept flying past. The figure of another young man kept appearing and disappearing again, chasing the sword crazily.
You can actually catch up with Shen Yuanjian.
Seeing that several times, when Yang Mecheng almost caught Shen Yuanjian in his hand, everyone couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamations. After chasing for half an hour, Yang Mecheng still failed to grab the sword. Even when Yang Mecheng stopped, Shen Yuanjian also stopped far away.
It's too much. This sword is so smart that it stopped when the boss was resting. This is provoking Master Yang. Is it true that no one can grasp this sword?
Looking at this Shen Yuan sword, everyone couldn't help but have a headache. Jilong, Axianu and others couldn't help shouting. If you run, it will run too. If you stop, it will stop too.
I didn't expect this Shen Yuanjian to be so cunning. It should be said that he is already so smart.
Yang Mecheng narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes, as he looked at the Shen Yuan sword hovering in midair. Shen Yuanjian's posture gave him a headache. However, facing Shen Yuanjian whose strength had increased many times, although Yang Mecheng was extremely distressed, he was even more eager to try. He didn't believe that he couldn't grasp the Shen Yuan sword. Boom! Thinking of this, Yang Mecheng took a deep breath and quickly stabilized his aura. The aura, that was slightly turbulent and chaotic due to the chase and battle, had quietly returned to its peak. Opening his eyes, a compelling light suddenly flashed out from the depths of Yang Mecheng's pupils. Buzz! At this moment, Shen Yuan's sword trembled suddenly, and a trembling sword sound erupted. And at the same time, Shen Yuanjian unexpectedly rushed towards Yang Mecheng. At the moment when the Shen Yuan sword was blasting away, Yang Mecheng also took a step forward at the same time, using void transit to grab the Shen Yuan sword. Chapter 1438 Surrender. At this moment, the eyes of everyone on the entire star were attracted. Yang Mecheng disappeared directly into the void. But at the same time, a flawless white jade palm suddenly appeared from the void. And with an extremely skillful gesture, it fiercely flew towards Shen Yuanjian.
Boom!
This moment, everyone present felt that the sky was blocked out by the shadows of captured hands. Boom! 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 However, Shen Yuanjian was naturally unwilling to be captured by the opponent. Facing this endless palm shadow, it also burst out with a shocking sword energy. Under the terrifying sword energy, countless palm shadows were completely torn into pieces by the sharp sword energy in an instant before they even came into contact with them.
Not good!
Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but feel shocked. Could it be that even Yang Mecheng couldn't grasp this sword?
Boom!
Shen Yuan's sword shattered the infinite palm shadow and made a sword sound that sounded like joy. In the next moment, the sword energy spread out in all directions like a tide, and suddenly gathered together, and even more suddenly, they formed a perfect line, and then slashed in the air. Zheng! At this moment, everything in everyone's field of vision seemed to have completely turned into nothingness at this moment, and only a golden thread that crowned the world was left in the pupils. This golden thread slashed from top to bottom, as if the axe in the hand of the great god Pengu could split the heaven and the earth, passed by a sword. Everything on this star was cut into two pieces. Everyone looked in shock as this golden thread fell from the sky and crossed the stars, as if it was about to split the entire stars in half.
What kind of weapon is this? Too strong.
Looking at the cracks on the ground, countless people felt their scalps numb. No matter how strong your cultivation is, this sword can cut you in half when it comes down.
No! Boss!
Jilong looked at the cracks on the ground coldly, suddenly remembered something, and quickly looked towards the sky. However, he discovered that a flawless white jade palm, as if the golden thread was invisible, was suddenly grabbed out of the void and directly grasped on the Xinyuan sword.
Caught!
The eyes of countless people are about to pop out. The power of this sword was so powerful that the previous sword cut the star in half. Many people suspected that Yang Mucheng could not grasp this sword at all. But in the end, Yang Mucheng caught it. However, they saw that the moment Yang Mucheng grabbed Xinyuan's sword, he did not show any surprise. But instead his expression changed. After the Xinyuan sword was fused with the golden tiger, it was likely to weigh tens of millions of kilograms. When Yang Mucheng grabbed his hand, he felt a strong force pulling his whole body towards the ground involuntarily. Fall hard. Even more so at the same time. Xinyuan Jin himself struggled crazily, with the terrifying breaking force and the shocking weight. At this moment, he almost broke free from Yang Mucheng's hand.
Stop!
At this moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and a surging and terrifying force rolled down crazily, crushing him down with a shocking force. This allowed him to catch Xinyuan Jin without being forced out by Xinyuan Jin. But this does not mean that Xinyuan Jin has surrendered to Yang Mucheng. All the sword energy burst out at this moment. And at this moment, he pulled Yang Mucheng and flew like crazy. Boom! 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 For a moment, this Xinyuan sword actually dragged Yang Mucheng across the stars, flying wildly across the stars. One moment it shot towards the sky fiercely, and the next moment it hit the ground desperately. An earth-shaking sound erupted across the entire star. If it were anyone else, they would have been thrown out by Xinyuan Jin long ago. But the more Xinyuan Jin struggled, the more determined Yang Mucheng became. He didn't believe that he couldn't subdue Xinyuan Jin. Everyone watched this scene.
Under the control of the Heavenly Saint. This sword is actually so crazy. Yes, if it were us, we would have been thrown out by Xinyuan Jin long ago. But Master Yang is still holding on. I wonder if he can subdue this sword and successfully subdue it. This sword is so fierce. Once it is subdued, with Master Yang's strength, it will definitely become even more powerful.
The countless warriors present clenched their fists and stared at the situation in the field. Boom! 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 The terrifying impact and crazy collision caused this space to completely explode. However, even so, Xinyuan Jin still showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, it became more and more fierce, as if he was determined to break free from Yang Mucheng's hand. Of course, Yang Mucheng would not let Xinyuan's sword do such evil. While grabbing Xinyuan's sword, he also used the power in his body to rush towards Xinyuan's sword at all costs. This power was not huge, just a tiny trace. Xinyuan Jin used all his power to break free from Yang Mucheng's control, and did not realize that this accumulated power was pouring into his body bit by bit. Buzz. At a certain moment, when the increasing power reached a certain level, Xinyuan Jin, who had been frantically trying to escape, finally found out. At the same time, the terrifying sword energy burst out rapidly, as if it was going to blast out the aura that Yang Mucheng had poured into its body at this moment. However, it reacts too slowly.
Late!
At this moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. The next moment, the surging and powerful power poured into Xinyuan's sword like a tide. And at this sudden moment, it suddenly converged. The next moment, light shone on Xinyuan's sword. Each of these lights weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Now, thousands of rays of light are crushing the sword of Xinyuan Jin.
Boom!
At this moment, Xinyuan's sword seemed to be attached to a heavy object and could no longer fly. Then, it fell hard towards the ground. Yang Mucheng did not dare to relax, and kept holding on to the hilt of the sword with both hands, as the Xinyuan sword quickly fell downwards.
Caught! He really caught the sword. Too strong.
Oh! Seeing this scene, everyone cheered excitedly. In their opinion, Xinyuan Jin, who had no chance of surrendering, was caught by Yang Mucheng and imprisoned. How shocking this is! But, to everyone's surprise, Yang Mucheng made no move. He did not quickly subdue the Xinyuan sword, but let it float in midair.
What is this for?
Seeing Yang Mucheng's posture, everyone looked at him very strangely. Chapter 1439 The Great Perfection of the Qilin Body. I saw that after Yang Mucheng grabbed the Xinyuan sword, he did not restrain it directly for fear of it escaping as everyone imagined, but let go of his hand. Not only could everyone not figure it out, but even Xinyuan Jin himself couldn't believe it. It hovered in front of Yang Mucheng, looking at Yang Mucheng with a hint of doubt. Buzz? At some point, Xinyuan Jin swayed quietly, making a gesture of preparing to escape. In its view, Yang Mucheng would be shocked if he escaped. However, what surprised Shen Yuanjian was that Yang Mucheng made no move to stop him.
It's running away. Why don't you catch me?
Shen Yuanjian's movements also shocked many people. Yang Mucheng was sitting cross-legged all the time. When he saw Shen Yuanjian trying to escape, he just opened his eyes slightly and said lightly,
"Since I dare to let you go and let you escape, I must be sure to catch you again. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try."
After saying that, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes. Shen Yuan's sword trembled, and a vast and shocking sword energy suddenly erupted from the sword. It was obviously that it was angered by Yang Mucheng's words. With almost no hesitation, it soared into the sky the next moment and disappeared into the eyes of countless people in an instant. However, Yang Mucheng never made any move to pursue it. He still sat there quietly, absorbing the sharp energy. With his strength, it is not impossible to subdue Shen Yuanjian, but it would not be a wise move to forcefully oppress and surrender in front of oneself. Therefore, Shen Yuanjian can only choose to surrender. Call. The Qilin bodybuilding technique was activated, and the surging power circulated rapidly. Without the suppression of Jin Hu, no one can suppress the sharp energy among the stars. Suddenly, like a surging tide, it poured into Yang Mucheng's body, crackling. At the same time, with Yang Mucheng's body as the center, the metal ground around him cracked crazily, turning into large cracks. Countless precious metals corroded and decomposed crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into powder. If someone stood next to Yang Mucheng, he would definitely be able to see that Yang Mucheng's skin became extremely crystal clear at this moment, and he could even see the blood vessels and muscles flowing inside through the outside. As the sharp energy washed away, the bones hidden in the body also gradually evolved under the infusion of power. Finally, these bones, muscles, and meridians were like gold and bronze sculptures, from the inside out. Although Yang Mucheng looked extremely hard and strong, his skin was extremely soft, as if water could be squeezed out with just a pinch.
The Qilin body training technique. The Qilin body has finally reached the great perfection.
Yang Mucheng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of thick air. Before he could collect all the 5 elements spiritual bodies, he had already cultivated one of them to its peak.
Now, I must be able to do what Shen Yuanjian did before.
Previously, Shen Yuanjian slashed with all his strength, directly cutting open 70% of the entire star. Now, he has cultivated the Qilin body to great perfection. His body is as hard as a knife, and he can do all this with a single slash with all his strength.
Don't you plan to come back yet?
Stand up slowly. Suddenly, the golden paint-like color outside the skin quietly disappeared into the body. Scanning around, there was still the shadow of Shen Yuanjian outside the stars. The next moment, Yang Mucheng directly released his spiritual thoughts and swept them out.
Found it!
Not long after, Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and suddenly discovered the whereabouts of Shen Yuanjian in the starry sky 100 miles away. Immediately, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Shen Yuanjian.
Zheng!
Shen Yuanjian, who was escaping rapidly, had been guarding against Yang Mucheng's appearance. Now that he felt Yang Mucheng's aura, he immediately trembled and was ready to rush out. But before he could make any move, Yang Mucheng's big hand grabbed it on the spot and imprisoned it firmly.
Zheng! 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 Zheng!
The terrifying sword energy swept across wantonly, cutting the surrounding space into pieces. However, Yang Mucheng had already caught Shen Yuanjian once, and now he had experience in catching it for the second time. In addition, his Qilin body has reached the level of great perfection, so naturally he does not need to worry about the sword energy like before.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sword energy that tore through the void flew out and struck Yang Mucheng hard. The shocking impact actually erupted into bursts of sonorous and powerful knocking sounds, and even every sound was accompanied by large sparks flying.
This time, if you want to break free, it won't be that easy.
Hesitating that the Qilin's body has reached the level of great perfection, Yang Mucheng's strength has also increased a lot. Therefore, this time the Shen Yuan sword could not break free from Yang Mucheng's hand no matter how hard it struggled. After feeling that the strength of Shen Yuanjian's struggle gradually decreased, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and let go of his hand again. However, this time, Shen Yuanjian was not on the run. It understood that since Yang Mucheng dared to let go, he had the means to subdue it again.
Aren't you going to run away? If that's the case, then come fight with me. Drink all the enemy's blood.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly, made a seal with his right hand, flicked his finger, and a drop of blood flew out. Suddenly, Shen Yuan's sword buzzed as it greedily swallowed up the drop of blood. In an instant, Yang Muchung felt as if his spiritual mind had gained an extra piece, and Shen Yuan's sword had become a part of his body. As long as your mind moves, you can control it like an arm.
Come back!
As soon as his mind moved, Shen Yuanjian made a low sound, quietly shrank, turned into a sword light, and merged into the dragon pattern between Yang Muchung's eyebrows.
They have been waiting impatiently, and now it's time to go back.
Looking at the starry sky with his hands behind his hands, Yang Muchung smiled faintly, took a step forward, and returned to the stars again. The people on the stars are waiting eagerly. Suddenly, the surrounding space became turbulent, and then Yang Muchung returned. Boom! 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 Immediately, everyone including Jin Long, Axianu, and Xiao Qing and others came forward to greet him.
Boss, have you caught the Shen Yuan sword? Why is there nothing? Could it be that it escaped? Master, with your strength, you won't let Shen Yuanjin escape. You must have caught it.
Everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. With Yang Muchung's character, if he hadn't caught Shen Yuanjin, he would never have come back. For a moment, everyone wanted to see how powerful the Shen Yuan sword had been after being fused with the Golden Tiger. Chapter 1440 Siege and Killing. Everyone looked towards Yang Muchung, and everyone's eyes were filled with expectations. After catching the Shen Yuan sword, Yang Muchung was also very excited. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, his mind moved.
Chong!
Suddenly, a vast and extreme sword energy surged rapidly in an extremely terrifying posture. Everyone just saw a piece of golden thread that dominated the sky and the earth, whizzing by quickly. This golden thread was even more amazing than when Shen Yuan's sword erupted previously. In an instant, it has reached its extreme. Squeak! Under a loud and devastating sound. At this moment, it seemed that even the space was being cut open. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, this star made entirely of metal was suddenly split into two halves by Yang Muchung. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb.
Too strong. This sword actually chopped open the entire star. Getting this sword is like adding more power to a tiger.
Everyone was trembling and shocked. After the sword cut into pieces, everyone gathered and looked at Shen Yuanjian. Although the appearance of Shen Yuanjian is not much different from before, the golden thread makes it look domineering, giving it a sense of solemnity. When facing this weapon, everyone could feel that the weapon in their arms actually felt a sense of fear when facing the Shen Yuan sword.
What level is this sword?
At this time, someone asked doubtfully.
The best in heaven,
Yang Muchung said lightly. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. Before being fused with the Golden Tiger, this sword was a low-grade heavenly sword. Now, in an instant, he has been promoted to this realm, which naturally makes everyone extremely envious. Moreover, the potential of this sword is obvious to all, and it is very likely that Cheng Wei will surpass the heavenly level in the future.
I don't know how to be promoted to a transcendent level existence,
Jin Long couldn't help but said.
It's not that easy. It's very hard to find heaven-level weapons in the starry sky. Even if there are, they are the weapons of some elders, let alone the super heaven-level weapons above this.
And Xiaoqing also said. Road.
However,
if you want this sword to reach the super heaven level, I'm afraid you have to drink countless blood. However, in that case, it may be more difficult to create the magic weapon.
Hearing this, Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Originally, he was expecting Shen Yuanjian to grow into a super celestial being in a short period of time. But now it seems that it may not be as easy as he imagined.
Is it hard? Why don't you let me take this sword and let him reach the super heaven level?
At this moment, a cold whistling sound sounded. Everyone looked at it, but all they saw was that at some point, their piece of starry sky had been completely blocked. The first person to bear the brunt was an old man with a white beard. He put his hands behind his back and stood proudly on the head of a dragon-shaped flying boat, his eyes like a war dragon overlooking the sky. It was as if Yang Muchung and others were just a bunch of ants under his nose. With the old man at the center, the surrounding people and horses covered the starry sky like stars holding the moon. Countless battle flags stood proudly, fluttering in the wind and making a hunting sound. On each battle flag, there is a big word, cold, written on it. Quietly, an absolute chilling feeling floated in the wind. Everyone present felt this aura and felt their scalps numb.
Lunfeng Pavilion.
When did they come? Seeing the overwhelming flying puppets, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of air. Their sudden attack this time was obviously well prepared. Even when looking from a distance, the surrounding starry sky was completely covered.
It's over. This space is completely covered. We have no way out.
Seeing the turmoil in the sky, the flying puppets suspended above countless people completely blocked all their escape routes. There are hundreds of powerful heavenly saints around here. At this moment, even Yang Wucheng's complexion couldn't help but become ugly at this moment.
Yang Mucheng, you went against our Lung Feng Pavilion. You didn't expect today to happen. Now we, Lung Feng Pavilion, are all out and putting all our bets on it. Just to kill you. Yang Mucheng, you will definitely die today.
Waves of shouts resounded throughout the sky, and the roaring sound was like a thunderstorm. Lung Tianyin, the leader, narrowed his pupils and looked at Yang Mucheng with shock and disbelief in his eyes. To know, he had also tried to conquer the golden spirit in the star, the golden tiger, but let alone catching it. Even forcing the opponent out of the stars is very difficult. But now, Yang Mucheng has actually subdued him. How can Lung Tianyin not be shocked by this? At the same time, Lung Tianyin was also extremely scared in his heart. He knew that facing such a genius, he would never be able to give him time to grow. Otherwise, if the other party grows to the extreme, he will no longer be able to suppress it.
I'll fight my way out later. You go first.
Yang Mucheng looked around and said solemnly to the people around him.
Boss.
The golden dragon gritted its teeth and was about to refuse. But when it saw Yang Wucheng's resolute face, it suddenly became relieved. It knew that even if they stayed where they were, they would only be a drag on Yang Mucheng.
Good. Boss. Don't worry. If there is anything wrong with you, I will definitely avenge you.
Jin Long nodded heavily. Others present also had hesitation flashing in their eyes. But they gritted their teeth and fled towards the distant starry sky.
Want to leave?
Seeing those people, they ran away directly, and everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion scolded them. Tongue! Yang Mucheng moved his steps and directly blocked everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion with his body. At the same time, his whole body muscles tensed up at this moment. Once there was any change in Lingfeng Pavilion, he would fight back immediately.
Master.
Many people looked directly at Lung Tianyin, wanting to ask the head of the family for his opinion. There were also some people who didn't pay attention. After all, the rail owner Yang Mucheng was still here. But Lung Tianyin glanced at the people fleeing in the distance, smiled coldly and said, "Cut the grass and roots without leaving any future troubles."
This sentence made everyone stunned. The next moment, the army that filled the sky swept in like a tide. At this moment, Yang Mucheng and everyone else must be completely submerged. Chapter 1441, Breaking Thousands of Army. Boom! This shocking scene made Shinkong, who had been suppressed to the extreme, completely explode at this moment. The overwhelming figures were falling forward desperately, looking at the extremely fierce Lung Fengde. Look at Lung Feng Pavilion, who wants to kill all of them here. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. When facing these thousands of troops, he was not afraid. Instead, he stepped forward, and then a clear voice resounded across the starry sky.
Sure enough, only you, Lung Feng Pavilion, have this kind of behavior. In that case, don't blame me for my determination to raise Lung Feng Pavilion to the ground. Today, as long as I am here, none of you can succeed.
At Yang Mucheng's words, his eyes opened angrily, and a dazzling silver light burst out from his pupils. Among the dragon patterns, Shen Yuan's sword suddenly flew out. The shocking sword light exploded like rain at this moment, fiercely attacking everyone in Lung Feng Pavilion. Yang Mucheng actually dared to take the lead. Lung Tianyin was stunned, and thousands of Lung Feng Pavilion warriors were stunned. All of them couldn't believe that only Yang Mucheng, who was in the early stage of Tianxing, dared to take the lead in this situation, and dared to challenge Lung Feng Pavilion's killing power. This is simply hitting an egg with an egg against a stone.
Chang!
However, the movement of Shen Yuanjian revealed everything. At the moment when everyone was shocked, Shen Yuanjian was already in front of the army. At this moment, Shen Yuanjian seemed to merge into the void. There was only a golden thread that towered over the sky and earth, like lightning flashing across the starry sky, which shocked everyone and made everyone feel shocked.
Bah!
A loud tearing sound resounded loudly. I saw that the huge flying puppets were easily cut off by the chopping of the golden thread. The huge puppet, which had been arranged with various formations and could withstand the bombardment of meteorites and stars, was like paper under the golden thread, and was cut through like tofu with a knife.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At this moment, countless armies separated like a tide. Whether they were warriors, monsters, or magic weapons, they were all chopped into two by Yang Muchung at this moment.
Boom!
The sound of explosions resounded loudly, and the dim starry sky was filled with exploding fire clouds.
Are you the head of the Lingfeng Pavilion? How dare you eradicate me? Today, I will attack you first.
Yang Muchung's eyes were like a torch, and he shook his right hand. The sword rain that had originally exploded quietly condensed at this moment, and returned to the Xinyuan sword, and shot towards the leader Leng Tianyan fiercely.
What?
From the moment Yang Muchung took action to kill so many people, to the moment he turned his direction towards Leng Tianyan, it was just the blink of an eye. But what happened in the blink of an eye was something that no one could believe.
Is this still a human being?
Everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion who saw this scene stood stunned on the spot, and this idea popped into their minds involuntarily. In their opinion, Yang Muchung, who was only a heavenly saint, should not have the slightest idea of resisting the army they were attacking. How could he be so powerful and ferocious?
Damn it!
When Xinyuan's sword struck Lingfeng Pavilion and Leng Tianyan, everyone's eyes immediately looked over. The moment Yang Muchung made his move, Leng Tianyan gritted his teeth, and a green talisman quickly appeared in his hand. The talisman turned into a puff of green smoke on the spot, condensing into a huge green shield with a radius of several hundred feet, and fiercely head toward Xinyuan Jian and attack him. Boom! In an instant, Xinyuan's sword hit the shield hard. This terrifying impact caused the shield to tremble suddenly, and even large cracks exploded on it. However, a moment later, under a burst of green light, the huge cyan shield recovered again and returned to its original appearance. And at the same time, the terrifying power of this sword also drove Leng Tianyan away.
Ha! If you want to kill me, just go ahead.
Killing thousands of troops with one sword. Driving away Leng Tianyan with one sword. Yang Muchung stood proudly in the starry sky alone. Although he was alone at the moment, he was intimidating thousands of troops from Lingfeng Pavilion and did not dare to take a step forward.
This guy is simply inhuman.
Looking at Yang Muchung and the clansmen around him who were killed by him, every disciple of Lingfeng Pavilion could not help but feel their scalp numb. To know. Previously, they secretly laughed at Leng Tianyan for making such a fuss. Yang Muchung is just a powerful heavenly saint. What qualifications does he have to let the entire Lingfeng Pavilion come out and mobilize all their forces to kill him? But now, when they saw that Yang Muchung, who was only in the early stage of Tianxing, completely split an army of nearly 10,000 people with one sword, and even drove back Leng Tianyan, they finally understood how terrifying Yang Muchung was.
He only has the realm of heavenly saint. His sword previously killed at least dozens of heavenly saint warriors.
Some family elders exclaimed and groaned in surprise. And at this time, Leng Tianyan's expression had become extremely gloomy. After seeing Yang Muchung's sword, his mood had never been as complicated as it is now. Doubt, shock, regret, surprise, despair, regret. Countless thoughts surged in his heart. When had Lingfeng Pavilion ever offended such a terrifying existence? If time could be turned back, he could not wait to strangle the useless Leng Yi with his own hands. But the more regret he felt in his heart, the stronger his desire to kill Yang Muchung became. By now, between Leng Fengge and Yang Muchung, only one of them could survive. If they don't go all out to kill Yang Muchung, their Lingfeng Pavilion will definitely be destroyed in the hands of this kid in the future.
Yang Muchung, I have underestimated you.
Leng Tianyan sighed, and the green shield roared, turning into a line of blue smoke and disappearing into the void. This scene made Yang Muchung slightly surprised, but he knew that if he was attacked, this cyan shield would appear immediately.
With the power of one person, you can push our Lingfeng Pavilion to this extent. I have to say that your strength is really terrifying. But, if you think that this is enough to make us Lingfeng Pavilion desperate, then you are totally wrong.
Laugh. As he spoke, Leng Tianyan's expression suddenly became gloomy and terrifying.
Since you insist on using your own life to stop us from hunting down others, then I'll kill you first, and then we'll eradicate it all.
While speaking, Leng Tianyan waved his hand. In an instant, the crowd behind him moved aside, revealing several behemoths. After seeing those things clearly, Yang Muchung's expression became more solemn than ever before. Chapter 1442, Chase in the Starry Sky. The crowd dispersed like a tide, revealing several behemoths. These behemoths are huge flying puppets. They look like lions, and are surprisingly the eighth son of the dragon, Swanee. There were 13 swan and I in total, forming a semicircle, directly surrounding Yang Muchung. This is not like an ordinary flying puppet, but like a combat puppet.
Hee hee. It seems that you have recognized what these guys are. This is what our Lenfeng Pavilion has prepared for you.
Lung Tianyan suddenly sneered proudly when he saw Yang Muchung's expression changing color quietly. He waved his right hand. There was just a click sound, a sound similar to the rotation of gears, and one of the swan and I slowly opened its big mouth. Just when Yang Muchung was stunned, a huge fireball crazily crushed through the surging black smoke like the sun.
This is?
Seeing the huge fireball, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with green light, and a warning signal suddenly appeared in his heart. He retreated quickly and flashed dozens of miles away in an instant.
Boom!
An extremely huge explosion sounded directly at Yang Muchung's previous position. The huge mineral star was immediately burned into a huge hollow. A mushroom cloud composed of flames also spread at the same time, and a terrifying air wave swept and spread. Feeling the surging air waves, a cold light flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. Previously, if he had hesitated for a moment, he might have been hit by the fireball. Even if he cultivates the Qilin body to the level of perfection, he is afraid that he will inevitably get injured.
How?
Lung Tianyan said with a smile.
I wonder if you are satisfied with the gift that our Lenfeng Pavilion has prepared for you.
Yang Muchung remained silent and looked at the 13 huge battle puppets in front of him. It should be noted that in this starry sky, in addition to ordinary flying puppets, there are this type of combat puppets. After all, there are too many potential dangers in the starry sky, and as long as there is such a battle puppet, it is enough to deal with most of them. Some powerful battle puppets can completely shatter an entire star with just one blow.
Call!
Another ball of fire was released, crashing down like a falling golden crow, and in an instant it reached the top of Yang Muchung's head. This time, Yang Muchung had sensed it and quickly dodged several miles away to avoid the fireball attack. The fireball hit the mineral stars again, and the concentrated flame burned the entire star.
Ha ha! Yang Muchung, I want to see how long you can hide!
Seeing Yang Muchung dodge twice in a row to avoid the bombardment of the Swanee puppet, Lung Tianyan suddenly burst into anger and laughed.
Kill me!
He shouted loudly, and in the next moment, the 13 battle puppets all launched attacks. Boom! 13 huge fireballs blasted out in a row, heading towards Yang Muchung again. The terrifying high temperature burned the air into ashes, and the surrounding space was burned and exploded. Yang Muchung closed his eyes, used void transit again, and flashed away into the distance.
Boom!
The explosion caused by the 13 fireballs directly burned the mineral star to ashes. The shocking mushroom cloud shone thousands of miles away, completely illuminating the starry sky.
What about the boy? Burned to ashes?
Seeing the mineral stars that were completely burned into nothingness, everyone in Lenfeng Pavilion looked forward. However, how could Yang Muchung still be where he was? As early as when the battle puppet attacked, he had already flown out. Call! The extremely sharp whistling sound resounded rapidly between the heaven and the earth. The flying Yang Muchung almost brought up fierce after images, which were almost impossible to capture with the naked eye.
He's running away!
Seeing this scene, everyone in Lenfeng Pavilion felt that they could not recover for a while. But when I thought about it, this was all normal. Under their bombardment, even the entire mineral star was burned to ashes. How could Yang Muchung dare to compete with him?
Don't let this kid escape. To burn him to ashes!
Lung Tianyan had shouted. In the next moment, the 13 battle puppets flew away quickly and fiercely pursued Yang Muchung. The remaining people in Lenfeng Pavilion were stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly chased after him. At this moment, Yang Muchung's figure flew rapidly, constantly using the void to fly towards the distance. Every time it flashes, the distance is more than hundreds of miles.
So fast!
A hint of shock flashed in the eyes of the warrior who controlled the 13 battle puppets. But there was a hint of cat and mouse banter on his face. No matter how fast Yang Muchung was, there was no way he could be faster than the battle puppet. You must know that these existences are most suitable for the starry sky, and ordinary warriors cannot catch up with them.
If an ordinary person were to run away at full speed, he would probably be exhausted in a short time. Yeah, such a terrifying existence. No wonder the master wants to kill him at all costs. If we let him grow into a strong man in the cave heaven realm, it will be easy to destroy our Lenfeng Pavilion.
Everyone looked at each other and exchanged their thoughts. But although they admired it, they had no intention of holding back. Boom! 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 Huge fireballs, carrying the terrifying light that burnt everything, were like heavy rain, constantly blasting towards Yang Mucheng's position. The power of these fireballs was so great that without hitting Yang Mucheng, they burned all the meteorites and stars suspended in the starry sky to ashes. The air wave generated during the explosion blew everything around into powder. These fireballs can directly burn a strong heavenly saint to ashes, and even a mid-stage heavenly saint can be seriously injured. But Yang Mucheng, who was under endless bombardment, was extremely flexible. At this moment, he released all his spiritual thoughts, covering thousands of miles of starry sky. Once those fireballs appeared, he was aware of them, and quickly used the void to flash away. I was able to dodge the rapidly shooting fireball every time. Flyby? Yang Mucheng was flying ahead. Chase! 13 combat puppets, Lung Tianyin, and countless Lung Feng Pavilion disciples were chasing after them crazily. This terrifying and shocking scene made the originally silent starry sky completely boiling at this moment. In the starry sky, there are many passers-by. When they saw this crazy pursuit, they couldn't help but be stunned. What on earth is it? Such a crazy pursuit? Being chased by 13 battle puppets. He was able to escape so far alive. It's so shocking. Such a big movement made many warriors and forces passing by in the starry sky aware of it. What's more, many people have followed curiously, and they want to see what is going on. Chapter 1443 Counterattack. Tongue! 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 Yang Mucheng's figure flew rapidly and kept flashing out. Although using void transients can continuously dodge the attacks of combat puppets, forcing him to use space to cross in this way places great demands on his internal strength and body. What's more, escaping all the way was so exhausting that there was no time to rest at all. We can't delay it any longer. You have to find a place to lure these battle puppets to you. Yang Mucheng's eyes were turbulent. Buzz. Boom. Boom. The moment he was distracted, two huge mushroom clouds suddenly exploded in the space behind him. The surging air waves and flames distorted the space for dozens of miles around. He actually dodged it again. Looking at Yang Mucheng, who flashed hundreds of miles away, both the warriors controlling the battle puppets and the passers-by who heard the news and came to watch the battle couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations. Even if you dodge it, you've reached your limit. Many people have seen that Yang Mucheng's complexion has become extremely pale, and he is even panting. It is obvious that he has consumed too much. Being chased to this extent by so many battle puppets, and still being able to survive is simply amazing. Yes, it turns out he is old and young. There are also some people who only now know that the boy who is being chased crazily is Yang Mucheng, who has been fighting against Lung Feng Pavilion. Suddenly many people showed mocking expressions. How dare such a young boy dare to confront a family? No matter how powerful you are, you have to bow your head when facing a family or a force. Seeing the fleeing Yang Mucheng, many people shook their heads and sneered. At this moment, he saw Yang Mucheng flying by. He quickly turned his direction and flew towards another uninhabited starry sky. Everyone quickly looked around and saw that where the starry sky was, there was actually an area of meteorites and stars. Meteorites with diameters ranging from tens to hundreds of miles were suspended in the starry sky. Looking from a distance, the meteorite area almost blocked the entire sky. This kid wants to use this meteorite to escape? For a moment, everyone present had such an idea. But how did they know that if they were really planning to escape, Yang Mucheng would have been able to leave long ago? His void transient can flash hundreds of miles at a time, and the starry sky is extremely boundless. He can easily throw away the 13-headed battle puppet. But Yang Mucheng is not a person who does not fight back when beaten. He and Lung Fengge have reached the point of fighting to the death this time. Lung Fengge will never give up until he kills him. And why isn't Yang Mucheng like this? So, he is also prepared to take this opportunity to completely eradicate Lung Feng Pavilion. If his idea were to be known to others, it would definitely cause an uproar. In the eyes of outsiders, it has become difficult for Yang Mucheng to dodge. Is he still thinking about fighting back? However, Yang Mucheng wants to make this impossible possible. That kid escaped to that patch of stars. He wants to hide in. What should we do? No matter what he does, just hit him. Everyone looked at each other and quickly exchanged opinions with each other. Facing the starry sky blocked by meteorites, they still did not show any signs of being slowed down and continued to rush forward at a rapid speed. They didn't even look at the meteorites with a diameter of less than 10 miles. They directly hit them with battle puppets and smashed them to pieces. As for those large meteorites, a fireball was spit out on the spot, completely shattering the meteorites. 13 battle puppets pushed side by side, moving forward unscrupulously, and created a vacuum zone in a meteorite area. Place it in the starry sky. This chaotic meteorite area is a huge virgin forest. Once you break into it, you will probably never be able to escape. Under such a huge meteorite, Yang Muqing's figure was like an ant. With a flash of light in the void, he could avoid everyone's sight in an instant.
No! Let that kid escape! How to do this? We were blocked in this starry sky. That kid must not have escaped far. Let's blow up this area completely.
Boom! 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 In an instant, the continuous flames exploded, the meteorites blocking the road. At the same time, the 13 battle puppets dispersed in all directions at an extremely fast speed, constantly looking for traces of Yang Muqing.
You were able to escape from such a strict pursuit?
Seeing this scene, the warriors watching the battle couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Especially some of the warriors, who had previously believed that Yang Muqing would definitely die, could not help but be speechless. Yang Muqing's successful escape was a severe slap in the face to these people.
So what if I escape? Can Langfeng Pavilion let him go? Even if he goes to the blue sky and the underworld, Langfeng Pavilion will still have to hunt him down.
The warrior who had sworn before that Yang Muqing could not escape unharmed still snorted with disdain when he saw this scene. However, before he finished speaking, there was a burst of exclamation.
What happened?
Many people looked over in surprise. At this sight, he couldn't help but be shocked. I saw a figure actually appearing on a meteor that was not considered huge. That figure was none other than Yang Muqing, who everyone thought had escaped long ago.
It's him! Hasn't he already escaped? Why are you coming back? He has never left. Could it be that he wants to?
Some people couldn't help showing a hint of horror when they looked at the figure that appeared. Looking at Yang Muqing's determined gaze, many people had already realized what this young man was going to do. On top of the meteorite, Yang Muqing quietly looked at the 13 battle puppets in front of him who were frantically searching for him, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes.
After chasing me for so long, it's finally my turn to fight back.
Yang Muqing sneered and summoned the Xinyuan sword. Zheng! A compelling sword energy emerged quickly. At this moment, the surging and powerful air waves quickly spread to all directions. With Yang Mu as the center, the huge meteorites hanging in the air all around seemed to have been struck by thousands of swords. Under the constant clanging sounds, sword marks were revealed one after another.
Yang Muqing! I saw him!
A warrior felt a warning sign and quickly looked forward, only to see Yang Muqing standing on the meteorite. At this moment, their eyes met. The next moment, a terrifying golden light slashed directly from the void. Chapter 1444, Sword Sweeping the Starry Sky.
Chang!
A fierce sword sound resounded throughout the meteorite stars at this moment. Yang Muqing held the sword in one hand and slashed down quickly. As he slashed out with his sword, the whole world came to a complete stop. Everyone saw a sword energy that surpassed the heaven and earth rushing past rapidly. Wherever the sword light passed, they only heard the breaking sound of
bang! Bang!
Bang! The meteorites that stood in front of the battle puppet were chopped off on the spot by a knife. This moment, among the countless pupils, only this sword energy that spans the world is left. This sword almost split the entire meteorite starry sky in half. In the shocked eyes of countless people, this sword that split countless meteorites struck the battle puppet heavily. Squeak! The harsh sound of metal friction resounded. In an instant, the battle puppet was split into two halves in full view of everyone.
Boom!
The battle puppet cut in half exploded with a bang, and the burning fire illuminated the chaotic starry sky as brightly as daylight.
What? This boy, is he going to change the world? Instead of running away, he actually stayed and took action like this?
Seeing that Yang Muqing did not take advantage of the chaos to escape as he imagined. On the contrary, he hid in this starry sky, and even dared to attack these battle puppets, and even killed one. For them, this was simply shocking. Starry sky. The constantly shining firelight illuminated Yang Muqing's face with an extremely cold look. At this time, the remaining combat puppets, no matter how idiotic they were, discovered Yang Muqing's traces.
This boy! Destroy him!
Under the bursts of roars, huge fireballs also illuminated the starry sky at the same time. At this moment, the 12 fireballs had completely blocked all directions of Yang Muqing, leaving there is no way for him to avoid, no way to hide. Boom! However, this time, Yang Muqing did not run away, but faced the difficulties. The silver light in his eyes flashed, even at this moment, suppressing the light of the flames. The reason why I didn't fight these battle puppets before was because the distance was too far. Even if you use Void Transit, it will take 3 or 4 times to flash in front of these combat puppets. I am afraid that they will be burned into a vacuum by the fireball before they reach the opponent. Now, this chaotic meteorite area has blocked this space, allowing Yang Maicheng to quickly approach these battle puppets with these meteorites.
Zheng!
A thought flashed through his mind. Shen Yuan's sword burst out. At this moment, it was like a blast from the void, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye.
Boom!
The huge fireball was directly pierced by this flying sword. In an instant, Shen Yuanjin blasted into the core of the battle puppet amid the admiration of countless people. Then, a terrifying sword energy burst out from Shen Yuan's sword, directly cutting this huge battle puppet into countless pieces. Boom! A fireball exploded in the air. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. If the first time Yang Maicheng smashed a battle puppet was just a surprise to everyone, then this time it was a shock.
The second one. He has destroyed 2 battle puppets in a row. Is he trying to confront Lung Feng Pavilion? Impossible. With his personal strength, the most he can do is run away in embarrassment when being chased by Lung Feng Pavilion. How can he have the right to challenge Lung Feng Pavilion?
However, Yang Mucheng's next action declared his determination to everyone. Yang Maicheng took one step forward and quickly avoided the remaining fireballs. At the same time, he activated his spiritual thoughts and poured all his spiritual thoughts into Shen Yuan's sword. I saw that terrifying sword rainbow. After smashing the second battle puppet, pulled out a semicircle in the starry sky. With an extreme inertia, it slashed down in the air and cut the third battle puppet into 2 halves.
Boom!
Another flame exploded. For a moment, the battle puppet worth 10,000 gold was actually split into 3 pieces by Yang Maicheng. Moreover, Yang Maicheng still had no intention of stopping. He controlled the Shen Yuan sword and continued to blast towards the 4th battle puppet.
No! Yang Maicheng is bombarding us again! Hurry up and stop that sword!
Seeing this scene, the faces of the people who had been chasing Yang Maicheng suddenly changed wildly and started shouting crazily. Huge fireballs flashed in the sky, bringing out dazzling tongues of fire in the endless starry sky, trying to intercept the bombardment of Shen Yuanjin. But Yang Maicheng poured all his murderous thoughts into this sword. How could he be stopped easily by these people? Clang! 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 The huge fireball, which could burn everything, was directly split into 2 pieces by Shen Yuan's sword. After that, it was the battle puppet who was completely exposed to the sword energy. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, these battle puppets huddled together were unable to form a formation or organize an effective attack and defense. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them were wiped out, and only 4 solitary battle puppets were left in the chaotic meteorite star field. The warriors who controlled the battle puppets were also split in half by a sword at the same time.
Not good! We've fallen into a trap!
Only now did they realize that Yang Maicheng was not fleeing like a headless fly under their pursuit. Instead, he deliberately led them into this space and used the terrain here to completely kill them. Originally, they did not think that Yang Maicheng had the capital to fight against them. But now, in just this battle, most of the 13 flying puppets have been blown to pieces. After witnessing all this, who else dares to compete with him? The remaining 4 combat puppets turned around and quickly fled away into the distance without any hesitation.
After chasing me all the way, do you think you can escape?
Yang Maicheng narrowed his eyes and sneered as he looked at the 4 battle puppets that had fled. These things are nothing more than powerful attacks. If they only know how to run away. In Yang Mucheng's eyes, they are not even as good as a sandbag that doesn't fight back after being beaten.
Zheng!
He waved his hand casually, and an extreme sword energy suddenly swept across the starry sky. At this moment, the entire starry sky seemed to be split in half. Under the shocking gazes, the remaining 4 battle puppets were split into 2 halves on the spot, bursting into shocking flames.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At this moment, the entire starry sky was filled with bright flames, and the faces of everyone who witnessed all this were as pale as white paper. Chapter 1445 Shock. And at this time, the people from Lung Feng Pavilion, who were following from a distance, also came after them quickly. This time, they came out in full force, with the intention of killing him, and they wanted to see the person alive and the body dead. How could they let Yang Maicheng go so easily? Therefore, Even if Yang Muchung fled far away, they were still in contact with the battle puppet following Yang Muchung.
Yang Muchung has been surrounded from the front. Yang Muchung has hid in the meteorite starry sky. Lost Yang Muchung's goal.
Signals continued to come from the front line one after another. Leng Tianyin, who was leading the army, had a gloomy expression that was almost dripping with water. This time, the whole army of Lengfeng Pavilion is dispatched. If that boy Yang Muchung is allowed to escape, Lengfeng Pavilion will become the laughing stock of the entire starry sky in the future. Until Yang Muchung appeared again and killed a battle puppet. Leng Tianyin actually smiled instead of getting angry.
This Yang Mu is really arrogant. Faced with our pursuit, he not only did not choose to escape, but even wanted to use this meteorite space to fight back. He is simply seeking death. If he uses this space to escape, maybe we really can't do anything to him.
Hearing the news from the front line, not only Leng Tianyin was stunned, but the other warriors in Lingfeng Pavilion were also shocked, with disdainful looks on their faces.
How arrogant! If we can capture him alive, we must let him know how powerful our Lengfeng Pavilion is. How is it possible to capture him alive? That kid might have been burned to ashes long ago.
Everyone laughed at him. Even if Yang Muchung can fight back. And then the meteorite starry sky smashes a flying puppet. But so what? There are a total of 13 flying puppets in Lingfeng Pavilion. No matter how powerful his cultivation is, he will be completely killed and burned to ashes. At this moment, news suddenly came from the front line.
Master! News from the front line. All 13 flying puppets who went to hunt Yang Muchung were destroyed.
Quiet. For a moment, the people who were originally laughing and joking fell into silence. Everyone's eyes widened, and they froze on the spot. In the cold weather, the flaming faces ashen.
How can this be? There are a total of 13 battle puppets. No matter how powerful Yang Muchung is, he can't kill them all. Could it be that Yang Muchung's reinforcements have arrived? Or some powerful existence has intervened in the battle?
After all, Leng Tianyin is the head of the family. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly came to his senses. He just wanted to know what method Yang Muchung used to resist his all-out attack.
No one else intervened. It was Yang Muchung who killed him with his own hands.
The messenger, who was stared at by Leng Tianyin, was numb all over, and said cautiously,
Yang Muchung hid in the meteorite formation, using that terrain to fight each other. The puppet was chopped into pieces. The weapon he used was the Xinyuan sword. Xinyuan sword.
Leng Tianyin narrowed his eyes, and in the depths of his eyes, a hint of greed flashed involuntarily. He saw with his own eyes the terrifying power of this Xinyuan sword to crush everything. The grade has even reached the highest level of heaven, and it is only one step away from reaching the super heaven level. If Yang Muchung can be killed and this sword is obtained, even if Lingfeng Pavilion has lost the mineral stars, they can rely on this sword to make a comeback.
Where is Yang Muchung now?
Thinking of this, Leng Tianyin asked quickly.
Over there at the meteorite array. He has not escaped again since he killed the 13 flying puppets, but has stayed where he is. It's like...
The intelligence officer was about to stop talking.
Like what? It's like waiting for us to pass.
Hiss. The intelligence officer's words immediately caused everyone to gasp uncontrollably. This Yang Muchung, after killing 13 battle puppets, still didn't escape. Instead, he stayed there, waiting for them to pass. Everyone looked at each other for a while, and couldn't help but have a thought in their minds. Could it be that Yang Muchung really wants to completely cut off his grudges with Lengfeng Pavilion today? At this time, outside the meteorite starry sky, many warriors were also shocked and looked forward with frightened eyes. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a warrior in the heavenly saint realm could smash 13 battle puppets into pieces in just a few moments. Now, the originally dim starry sky was completely illuminated by flames. The meteorite suspended in the void was wrapped in the flames when the battle puppet exploded. And there was a crackling sound. Yang Muchung was sitting on the largest meteorite, with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, with his body as the center. The surrounding space was vaguely distorted.
Did I see it wrong? All 13 battle puppets were chopped into pieces by him alone.
A warrior exclaimed and howled like a groan.
What kind of enemy has Lengfeng Pavilion provoked? With such an existence, no wonder they want Lengfeng Pavilion to come out in full force. But even so, even if they come out in full force, they may not be able to kill Yang Muchung.
Another warrior couldn't help but be amazed. With such an overwhelming force, another heavenly saint might have died dozens of times. But Yang Muchung not only survived, but also killed 13 battle puppets.
What is he doing there?
With a pair of eyes. When they looked forward, they saw Yang Muchung sitting on the meteorite. He actually began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the spot and restore his depleted cultivation. Many people couldn't help but show a hint of surprise.
Yes. At this time, it is natural to escape for your life.
Another warrior interjected.
I heard that the army of Lingfeng Pavilion has already known the news of the defeat on the front line, and is coming at full speed at this time. If not at this moment, escape. It won't be that easy when the Lingfeng Pavilion army arrives here later.
When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nod their heads. Lung Tianyin is a peak heavenly saint warrior. In addition to Lung Tianyin, Lingfeng Pavilion also spent a lot of money to recruit many powerful people at the heavenly saint level this time. With so many people crowding in, no matter how strong you are, you can only surrender obediently.
Humph. How do you know what he is thinking?
At this time, a cold snort came from the side, and a man sneered.
Old Demon Yang is staying here and not leaving. Naturally, he is waiting for Lingfeng Pavilion's army. He is determined this time, and wants to fight Lingfeng Pavilion to the death. If he doesn't destroy Lingfeng Pavilion, how can he give up? So what? Is he worthy of his name? Old Demon Yang?
Hisses. When everyone heard this, their eyes widened, and they looked at the young man in front of them in disbelief. Chapter 1446 Kill You. In another star field. And Xiaoqing, Jin Long, Axianu and others stopped. Although they wanted to stay and fight side by side with Yang Muchung in the previous mining stars, the situation at that time simply did not allow them to do so. Once Lingfeng Pavilion launches a full-scale attack, they will all become Lingfeng Pavilion's attack targets. And they will become Lingfeng Pavilion's means of containing Yang Muchung. But this does not mean that they will run away willingly.
How's the situation?
After they escaped separately, and Xiaoqing immediately sent several people back to investigate the situation. But now, the news has not been able to come back. It wasn't until a moment later that a sound came from the sound transmission stone.
Master Yang fled into a sky of meteorites and stars. 13 combat puppets were all killed by Master Yang.
The battle reports that kept coming back one after another made everyone present feel excited. Originally, they were forced to flee, leaving Yang Muchung alone to resist foreign enemies. Everyone felt extremely aggrieved. I couldn't wait to go back directly, but I couldn't go back at all. But now, after hearing this constant news, I just feel extremely happy. It just felt like I was soaking in a hot spring, and all the 18,000 pores on my body couldn't help but relax.
13 battle puppets, and they are extremely powerful Swanee type. If it were me, I would only be able to kill 3 or 4 of them even if I tried my best.
And Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel excited in her heart. Although I can't come, I yearn for it in my heart. Many warriors present were even more fascinated, wishing that they could be like Yang Muchung, fighting the opponent for hundreds of rounds, and smashing the 13 battle puppets one by one.
Where is the boss now?
Jin Long was also excited. He couldn't help but get excited and shouted quickly.
Has the boss escaped now? Without the battle puppet, the people in Lingfeng Pavilion can't catch up with him. Yeah.
Everyone nodded. Axianu and Xiaoqing and others quickly looked around, wanting to know where Yang Muchung was at this moment. However, the news coming from the sound transmission stone shocked everyone.
He didn't run away. He just stopped under that meteorite starry sky.
Stop? Everyone quickly asked why. On the other side of the sound transmission stone, there was silence for a moment. It was not until a moment later that an inference came back that even I couldn't believe, and was sure of.
Master Yang seems to be preparing to fight to the death with Lingfeng Pavilion under that starry sky.
Hiss. There was deathly silence all around at first, and then a gasping sound erupted.
Why are you still standing there?
Jin Long picked up the dragon's halberd and let out a roar.
Why don't you hurry up and get out?
Outside the entire meteorite starry sky, countless people came after hearing the news. There were caravans passing by, wandering stragglers, and disciples traveling. Everyone gathered here, looking forward with surprised, shocked, and unbelievable eyes.
It's him! 1 against 10,000? That's the army from Lingfeng Pavilion.
Many people were talking in low voices. Of course, there are also some warriors who don't believe it. But when others pointed towards the starry sky, these people immediately shut their mouths. The starry sky where Yang Muchung was standing was still burning with flames of war. The smashed remains of 13 combat puppets were suspended in the starry sky. Jumping flames and suspended corpses turned the starry sky into a ghost land. when they heard that Yang Muchung had single-handedly killed all 13 puppets. Many people were shocked and speechless.
Now that the battle is over, why doesn't he leave here?
Some people looked towards the starry sky, their eyes full of doubts. The spiritual energy in the starry sky is thin, so recovery is several times slower than normal. And so many people didn't leave. Staying in this area and watching him recover would inevitably make people suspicious.
There will be a big battle later. Why do you want to leave?
A warrior said with a smile.
Yes, Lung Feng Pavilion's army is approaching. But this boy's expression has not changed. He is staying in this starry sky, preparing to fight. I want to see how this boy will deal with Lung Feng Pavilion.
There was a tall and burly warrior who smiled disdainfully. Those warriors who didn't know why heard these words. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it.
The head of the Lung Feng Pavilion is a person at the pinnacle of heavenly sainthood. This kid is only in the early stage of Tian Sheng. Furthermore, in addition to the head of Lung Feng Pavilion has also led many strongmen this time. Does this kid dare to fight with his own strength?
When everyone heard this, they thought it was extremely ridiculous. There are too many people in Lung Feng Pavilion who can kill a boy who is in the realm of heavenly saint. How dare he stay here and fight against them? Call! 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 At this moment, figures one after another came from afar quickly. These people are Jin Long, Axianu, and Xiaoqing and others.
Boss!
The golden dragon saw Yang Muchung sitting among the meteorites and stars at a glance. However, when it wanted to rush forward, it was stopped by Xiaoqing, facing the former's doubts. And Xiaoqing shook his head and said,
Lung Feng Pavilion is here.
Jin Long was stunned and quickly looked to the other side. But he saw the Lung Feng Pavilion's army crushing them crazily with a horrified attitude. Although the speed is not fast, it gives people a shocking feeling. For a moment, an endless suppressed aura surged rapidly. At this time, Jin Long also understood that they should not be exposed. Otherwise, it would be easy for Yang Mu to become distracted. Just saw that in the army that was rolling in like a tide. Lung Tianyin, whose beard and hair were all white, wearing a white robe, like a master, stood in front of countless people. Just when everyone was shocked to realize that Lung Feng Pavilion had arrived, Lung Tianyin's figure that shook the void also resounded at the same time.
Yang Muchung, you are so courageous. After destroying our 13 war puppets in Lung Feng Pavilion, we still dare to stay in this starry sky.
As he spoke, he waved his hand. Immediately, the army behind him surged forward like a tide, completely surrounding the starry sky in front of him in an instant. For a moment, the starry sky filled with meteorites was immediately surrounded by the Lung Feng Pavilion army.
Lung Tianyin!
The young man sitting cross-legged on the meteorite star slowly opened his eyes, and a forest of starlight burst out from his eyes. The starry sky was illuminated out of thin air, and his shocking voice also resounded at the same time, actually suppressing Lung Tianyin's roar.
Of course I won't leave. I stay here to kill you.
Chapter 1447 You are not worthy yet. To kill you. Yang Muchung's words fell on the scene, making countless warriors feel shocked. You know, there are also some heavenly saint warriors among them. But if it were them, they would never have the guts to speak like this to a powerful being at the peak of the heavenly saint. Some juniors looked at Yang Muchung with fascination. Since ancient times, this starry sky has respected the strong. The powerful beings in the realm of cultivation have been crushing them. Now someone finally dared to jump up and resist, which shocked their hearts. But there are also some people who are sarcastic.
Ha ha. A boy in the early stage of heavenly sage dares to talk to Lung Tianyin like this? Is it true that he is at the peak of heavenly saint's cultivation, so he can only look at it and not use it? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. He can cultivate to the realm of heavenly saint at such an age.
And he must have had a smooth journey. But a person must have a sense of awe, facing the strong. If you don't even have a sense of awe, who can forgive him? He?
Many people shook their heads inside. They all laughed at Yang Muchung for not knowing how high the sky is, and how high it is. However, Lung Tianyin's expression turned serious. He looked at Yang Muchung and snorted coldly.
Yang Muchung, you want to kill me? Now, this starry sky has been completely blocked by me. I want to see how much you are capable of.
After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and fell into the void. Suddenly, Lung Tianyin's terrifying peak heavenly saint cultivation had reached its ultimate level at this moment. In the eyes of countless people, he was like a wild dragon crossing the river, leaving behind countless afterimages in a sudden crash. The huge gap between the stars was almost bridged by him. And in an instant, it was already a collision. in front of Yang Macheng. Zheng. Then, he waved his right hand, and a harsh and shocking sound of a knife resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the sword light that crowned the heaven and earth crashing down. Crack. A crisp sound resounded. Yang Macheng jumped up, and the meteorite star he was standing on before had been split in half by Lung Tianyin's hand knife.
Why not use a sword?
Seeing Yang Macheng retreat violently and even retract the Xinyuan sword between his eyebrows, Lung Tianyin couldn't help but ask. Snapped. Yang Macheng spread his hands, like a gliding bird, and landed on a meteorite star not far away. He slowly shook his head and said,
"You don't deserve it."
After Yang Macheng finished speaking, he kicked hard with the soles of his feet. The meteorite star that he used as a stepping stone suddenly sank in at this moment, forming a depression of several hundred feet. The corresponding position on the back of the star was even more protruding. Everyone looked at it immediately, and their eyes almost popped out. That huge bulge turned out to be a huge footprint. And with the help of this terrifying shooting power, he shot towards Lung Tianyin with a horrifying attitude. This terrifying bombardment speed was actually even faster and more extreme than Lung Tianyin. This punch was like a cannonball fired from the barrel, with an attitude of shattering everything, and suddenly shot towards Lung Tianyin.
Humph. I'm not worthy of your sword? Yang Macheng. Do you really think that your reputation as an old devil is unparalleled in the world? Today I will use these iron fists to wake you up.
After saying that, Lung Tianyin waved his right hand, and suddenly a powerful wind swept up, pulling up a meteorite and sweeping it quickly, and it landed in front of him on the spot. Immediately afterwards, there was a tap with the right hand. Boom! His gentle pat was like the play between lovers. It fell on the meteorite and star, but it directly left a shallow palm print on it. The next moment, the meteorite star suddenly shot out of the hole like it was out of control. Bang! 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 There was a loud collision, and the star actually hit 7 or 8 stars in an instant. The next moment, 7 or 8 huge meteorites and stars swept over. Each of these meteorites is tens of miles in size and weighs an unknown number of kilograms. Now, everything that was slapped by Lung Tianyin's palm rolled, surged, and flew towards Yang Macheng in a horrifying manner. Such a shocking posture made people's scalp numb uncontrollably.
Does he want to completely kill Yang Macheng with one blow?
Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be speechless. However, what they didn't expect was that Yang Macheng would smash all of these 7 or 8 stars with one punch.
Lung Tianyin, it seems that your strength is no more than this.
After smashing the meteorite with one punch, Yang Macheng's eyes changed.
Is it?
As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Tianyin's figure was already charging towards him with extreme force. He rushed over quickly, bringing up a raging wind that directly smashed the rubble suspended in midair. And in an instant, he was in front of Yang Macheng. There was no flashy punch, but it came quickly and hit Yang Macheng directly in the heart.
This scene caused everyone present to shout wildly, and all their eyes immediately turned to look, wanting to see how Yang Macheng could withstand this shocking blow from the peak heavenly saint. However, when everyone looked around, they saw Yang Macheng standing there slouched, with disdain in his eyes.
He's dead.
Many people were shocked and lost their voices.
Although I am also at the peak of heavenly saint, I don't dare to take Lung Tianyin's punch. With his posture like this, Lung Tianyin must be able to hit him so hard with one punch that he will die on the spot.
A peak heavenly saint expert looked at this scene and couldn't help but shake his head.
Yes, I don't know where a boy like him, who is in the early stage of heavenly sage, got the courage to dare to compete with a peak powerhouse.
Another powerful heavenly saint also spoke out at the same time.
If it were me, I could only choose to avoid the edge temporarily. But if I avoid it, I will definitely fall into the inferior position and be attacked by Lung Tianyin. If the masters pass the attack, they will miss 1,000 miles. If you lose the first move, the next step will be we have to face Lung Tianyin's violent attack. And then we can only wait to die.
There are also many powerful heavenly saints who are secretly speculating on how they should deal with this situation. But soon, they discovered that they had no way to deal with this punch. The more this happens, the more terrifying the punch becomes. When everyone looked forward again, their hearts could not help but lift up to their throats. However, what was shocking was that Yang Macheng casually blocked Lung Tianyin's punch with one hand.
What?
At this moment, the calls continued. Unexpectedly, Yang Macheng blocked this punch so easily that everyone seemed to be unable to avoid it. Of course, among everyone, The one who was most shocked was Lung Tianyan himself. Chapter 1448, Determining the Country with a Fist.
How can this be?
Suddenly, Lung Tianyan's expression became extremely gloomy. He also didn't expect that Yang Mucheng could easily block his attack with one hand.
Is this boy's physical body actually so strong? I do not believe.
A cold glint flashed in Lung Tianyan's eyes. He raised his leg fiercely, and in the next moment, he slashed down like a giant axe on the spot, directly towards Yang Mucheng. The strong wind brought up by this blow even caused a harsh whistling sound, and the strong wind pressure caused several stars around to explode on the spot. Of course, Lung Tianyan did not stop. After finishing this kick, he took a step forward and struck forward quickly, his hands striking forward in an extremely skillful manner. In an instant, the sky was filled with the shadows of his fists pouring down crazily.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Every punch and every kick burst out with an extreme force of wind.
72 Sandho!
Seeing this scene, the crowd in the distance let out a cry of surprise. Obviously, this is an extremely advanced skill.
Boss! Young Master Yang! Owner!
Jin Long and Xiaoqing, Axianu and others who were hiding in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene. The fist prints and palm shadows that filled the sky were suspended in the air for a brief moment. And the next moment, they completely exploded like a storm formed by thousands of angry arrows. And Yang Mucheng was right in the center of this storm. But what was shocking was that Yang Mucheng, who was in the middle of the storm, actually had a calm look on his face. With one hand behind his back, he looked like a master, and easily blocked all the opponent's punches and kicks. Down. Seeing this scene, the voices around Lung Tianyan suddenly became much quieter. After all, many people simply cannot resist such a terrifying attack. However, Yang Mucheng intercepted it with one person's power. How could everyone not be shocked?
Is this kid's physique really that terrifying?
Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. A boy who was only in the early stage of Tiansheng was no weaker than a peak powerhouse in a fight.
Could this kid really be able to shake the entire Lung Feng Pavilion on his own?
When he originally heard that Yang Mucheng planned to fight against Lung Feng Pavilion and Lung Tianyan on his own, his sarcastic voice gradually became quieter. At the same time, the eyes of Jin Long and Axianu among the crowd were even brighter. After launching so many attacks in succession, even Lung Tianyan was somewhat out of breath. When he stopped, he found that Yang Mucheng had completely intercepted his attack with one hand, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could speak, he heard Yang Mucheng's long voice rang out at this moment.
Your physique is nothing more than this. Since this is the case, come and try my fist.
What? Lung Tianyan raised his head in shock and saw Yang Mucheng's fist coming out of nowhere. His heart trembled, and he quickly waved his hands, bringing up a cloud of energy to protect him, and shot it forward. The strongest defense is attack. Lung Tianyan will not make the mistakes of others. In an instant, both palms swung forward, and the vast internal energy of qi and blood was lifted up in the air at this moment, turning into a shocking white rainbow, sweeping towards Yang Mucheng like an overwhelming force. This piece of white rainbow rose in the sky, churning to the extreme, and then slapped, as if it was going to smash Yang Mucheng into pieces. However, this shocking white rainbow was directly exploded by Yang Mucheng's punch.
Boom!
The shocking rainbow that exploded was like a tidal wave, and was quickly separated by Yang Mucheng's punch. Surging clouds immediately poured out from both sides of Yang Mucheng's body, and from the broken cloud, a fist as white as jade rushed out quickly and struck hard towards Lung Tianyan. Lung Tianyan's eyes suddenly closed. At this moment, all he saw was that the huge fist seemed to be punched directly from the white rainbow, as if tearing the void apart, and without any warning, it suddenly killed Lung Tianyan on Tianyan's chest. Click! At this moment, the power was like a tidal wave, sweeping rapidly and forcefully pouring into Lung Tianyan's body in an instant. Even a crisp sound resounded in the starry sky. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Lung Tianyan suddenly shot out like a cannonball from the barrel, hitting the meteorite heavily, leaving a human-shaped deep crater directly on the meteorite. Quiet. The surrounding starry sky was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, who was standing proudly, and at Lung Tianyan, who was blasted into the meteorite. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a peak heavenly saint was actually blown away, and the person who took action was actually an early heavenly saint.
Yang Mucheng!
Boom! In the deep pit, The extremely embarrassed Ling Tianyin stood up fiercely amid a burst of roars. If looks could kill, I would probably die 1,000 times.
He's not dead yet?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of surprise. His punch should have shattered something. Logically speaking, at this time, Ling Tianyin was probably struggling to even stand up. But he still had such momentum?
I see.
When he looked at Ling Tianyin again, Yang Mucheng discovered that the blue shield that had blocked his sword before actually appeared on Ling Tianyin's chest. Apparently it was this shield that blocked Yang Mucheng's attack. However, although this shield blocked Ling Tianyin's blow, it was completely useless at this moment. Under the gazes, it turned into fragments and scattered on the ground, and finally turned into a wisp of smoke.
You relied on this shield to withstand my blow? Now, this shield has been shattered by me. When the next punch comes, you don't have the magic weapon to protect you. What will you do?
After watching the wisp of green smoke disappear completely, Yang Mucheng turned his eyes towards Ling Tianyin and asked with a smile.
Next time? Do you think there will be another chance?
Ling Tianyin narrowed his eyes and slowly walked out of the pit. His heart was completely buried in anger. Originally, Ling Tianyin planned to teach Yang Mucheng a lesson before killing him, so that he would know the consequences of offending Lung Feng Pavilion. But now, he himself was blown away by a punch. If he didn't have the green shield in his hand, he would be completely killed in that moment.
You pissed me off. I have decided to completely kill you.
Ling Tianyin's eyes widened angrily, and he suddenly grabbed the void with both hands. He pulled out 2 wild goosewing swords from the void. Chapter 1449. One knife splits the road between life and death. Zheng! As the 2 swords were drawn out from the void, a fierce killing intent was quickly released from Ling Tianyin's body. If Ling Tianyin was just a peak powerhouse before, then now, he is a peerless swordsman who will do whatever it takes. At this moment, it seemed like a strong wind was blowing.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The breeze blew gently on the stars in all directions, creating terrifying marks of cuts and axes.
You are proud enough to be able to push me to this extent. But then everything is over.
Holding the 2 swords tightly, Ling Tianyin stepped forward.
Boom!
At this moment, a shocking sword intent surged crazily from his body. At this moment, Ling Tianyin has transformed into a crazy sword, as if it needs blood when it is unsheathed. Call. This strong wind swept across, even blowing Yang Mu's growth, and his robes also started to rustle at the same time.
What a powerful sword intention!
Feeling the chilling meaning in the wind, even Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his brows. Buzz! The dragon pattern in the center of his eyebrows burst out with a burst of dazzling light, and an extreme black light quickly flew out from his forehead. This black light quickly stopped in the virtual space and formed a black long sword. Zheng! When Yang Mucheng tightened his grip on the Xinyuan sword, a sword energy soaring to the sky burst out from his body at the same time, reaching a shocking extreme in an instant. Boom! As if triggered by Yang Mucheng's sword energy, the sword energy contained in Ling Tianyin's body also exploded at the same time. 2 waves of air visible to the naked eye surged up and flew towards each other fiercely. The shocking bombardment crushed the surrounding space with waves of shocking loud sounds, and even made everyone's eyes become distorted and blurred at this moment.
What a powerful aura! What a terrifying murderous thought!
Feeling these 2 turbulent breaths, all the warriors present felt their scalps numb, and they all retreated back with horrified expressions. Under the surge of these 2 auras, once someone is involved, they will be crushed and killed by these 2 forces on the spot.
What a powerful sword energy! It seems that Ling Tianyin has fully exploded. But Yang Mucheng's sword energy can actually compete with Ling Tianyin. Where did this kid come from? It's really scary.
The 2 earth-shattering auras were like hundreds of rivals competing against each other. They were actually comparing each other crazily, with no one willing to fall behind. Between the breaths, the constant bombardment caused the expressions of the warriors watching around to change drastically, and they retreated back one after another. No one could have imagined that Yang Mucheng, an unknown boy, could actually compete with Lung Feng Pavilion, and even be able to push the head of Ling Feng Pavilion to this extent.
Zheng!
When Ling Tianyin's aura reached its peak, he took action directly. He took 1 step forward, suddenly swung his 2 swords, and made a quick crosscut. The sword energy that surged up seemed to have found an outlet at this moment, and poured crazily into Ling Tianyin's shocking blow. Just saw that the crazy intertwined sword lights, like a giant cross-shaped blade, swept across the starry sky. Wherever it passed, the void tore apart, and meteorites were cut open like tofu. This knife had reached its extreme speed, and it struck in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant.
Can you catch it?
Even people far away from each other can feel the fierceness of Leng Tianyan's two swords. What about Yang Mucheng, who is facing this sword head-on? Everyone looked forward. They wanted to see how Yang Mucheng, who had suppressed Leng Tianyan physically, was good at swordsmanship, and whether he could suppress Leng Tianyan. Just when the sword energy that could tear everything apart came, and countless people looked at him, Yang Mucheng in the void actually smiled faintly. His aura suddenly changed, from being sharp to being domineering in an instant. Then, he grabbed the Xinyuan sword and slashed it quickly. It is as if this sword is the sword of the Emperor. Under the sword's edge, all the people surrender. This sword was slowly slashed out, causing the void to tremble suddenly. Not only was the space stagnant at this moment, but at the same time, even the arrogant sword energy slowed down under this sword, as if being crushed. A sword sweep. Just hearing a bang sound, the sword light was chopped into pieces by Yang Mucheng. All illusions were in vain. When countless golden lights disappeared, when everyone looked forward, Xinyuan's sword was already blocking the wild goose-winged sword.
Boom!
Then, the power contained in the sword completely exploded in the next moment. Leng Tianyan's body trembled, and he immediately shot towards the back.
Leng Tianyan! It's you who should end. No matter it's your body or your weapons. You have been suppressed by me. Without the battle puppet, Lung Feng Pavilion is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out in front of me. Not worth mentioning.
Zheng! Yang Mucheng slowly raised his sword and pointed it at the tip of Leng Tianyan's nose. After hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Leng Tianyan's expression turned completely gloomy. Even with his last move, he was still suppressed by this young man.
It seems it's really over.
At this point, even the most idiotic person can still see what's going on. Leng Tianyan has no means left. Today's result is that Lung Feng Pavilion is completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Listening to Yang Mucheng's words, he heard the discussions around him. Leng Tianyan slowly raised his eyes.
Yang Mucheng. I sit in Lingfeng Pavilion with the peak of Tiansheng, making Lingfeng Pavilion as stable as a mountain. If there are no absolute means, how can we deter one party? You are too young and will never understand how many methods a strong Tiansheng has. I'm not dead yet. I'm not defeated yet. Really?
Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and didn't care. His trump card is no worse than Leng Tianyan. Whether it is the 3 seals of the God of War or the Stone Dragon Mountains, they are enough for him to stand proudly in this starry sky. Seeing that Yang Mucheng didn't believe it, Leng Tianyan shook his head coldly and did not explain anything. As a swordsman, when he used a sword for the first time, his master told him that the ultimate secret of swordsmanship is to transform oneself into a sword. It's just that this move consumes too much energy and is equivalent to sacrificing one's life, no matter whether the opponent is alive or dead. After this knife is struck, he will exhaust his mind and die.
Yang Mucheng, I bet your life with my last sword. I'm going to use this knife to split the road between life and death.
The words just fell. Leng Tianyan held up a sealed Ju with his right hand. In an instant, the 2 knives in his hands decomposed and turned into thousands of rays of light, which instantly penetrated into the 18,000 pores on his body. Chapter 1450 The Final Madness. Turn your body into a sword. The terrifying sword light quickly poured into Leng Tianyan's body. The next moment, Leng Tianyan's body was seen shrouded in endless sword light. And the next moment, he merged into it.
Boom!
Leng Tianyan, who turned into a giant sword, was like a vast tornado, slashing from top to bottom with a shocking attitude.
Chong! Chong! Chong!
The shocking sword light swept through the void. Since it appeared, it suddenly shot towards Yang Mucheng, seeming to split the void in half at this moment.
TSK! TSK! TSK!
With the mad sword at his feet, the meteorites and stars under Yang Mucheng's feet were scattered like powder at this moment. And under the shocked eyes of countless people, they were eliminated as if they were peeling off cocoons. The onlookers who felt the terrifying sword light had their expressions change again and again, and they retreated backwards. However, facing this sword that could cut the world apart, Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, seeming to be thinking about something.
That's all. Just use this trick.
At a certain moment, it seemed that I had made up my mind. Yang Mucheng, who was holding the Xinyuan sword, did not make any movements, but his whole body suddenly changed in the next moment. He changed from the overbearing emperor, who was the only one before, to the current god, who controls everything in the world. When the emperor is angry, He can kill millions of people. But after all, it is not as good as God's. An aura of extreme indifference was quickly released from Yang Muqing's body. At the same time, his eyes also became indifferent at this moment. It was as if all the creatures in this world could be killed at will as long as he wanted. And there was no human emotion in his eyes.
Shang!
Then, Yang Muqing slashed out with his sword. Compared with the sword light that could cut through the heaven and earth, Yang Muqing's sword was ordinary. But when the sword fell, it was like a sword entering tofu. As if it was not hindered at all. And it directly penetrated into the blade.
Not good!
Lung Tianyan's complexion changed slightly. As he turned his body, the force of the knife slashing from top to bottom changed rapidly. At this moment, it suddenly transformed into a mad dragon capable of tearing everything apart. In the endless rage, it suddenly rushed towards Yang Muqing again.
Shang!
However, the answer to him was still a sword. At this moment, both Lung Tianyan and the warriors present heard the quietly resounding sound of swords. Almost at the same time as the sound of the sword sounded, everyone present saw the sword light shining to the extreme. This gorgeous sword suddenly cut through the void. Then, this eerie sword light pierced through the void. In an instant, the sword light that dominated the world had quietly disappeared. It was as if everything before was just a bubble, and it was completely eliminated in an instant. And Lung Tianyan, who had disappeared, slowly appeared again.
What kind of swordsmanship is this?
Lung Tianyan appeared and looked directly at Yang Muqing.
Killing sword style.
Yang Muqing said lightly.
I'm going to kill you with this sword. Do you still have any regrets? Killing sword style. What a killing sword style. I will die under this sword. And I will have no regrets in this life. But I am not willing to let Lung Feng Pavilion go like this.
Lung Tianyan shouted. And before he finished speaking, he spat out his words. A mouthful of blood. And a crack appeared between his eyebrows. Then the crack spread rapidly along the center of his eyebrows. And then the whole person cracked from top to bottom. Boom! Amidst the blood splashing, Lung Tianyan split into two pieces, and blood spread all over the starry sky. Quiet! Looking at Yang Muqing standing there. Looking at Lung Tianyan, who had been chopped into pieces. It was not until a moment later that everyone let out a cry of surprise.
Died! This Lung Tianyan was a peak heavenly saint. And he died in the hands of Yang Muqing? By Yang Muqing's sword? What kind of move was that last sword move that was so terrifying?
Thinking back to the previous sword strike, everyone felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that even they themselves had no resistance at all under that sword, and could only choose to bow down and surrender. At the beginning of this battle, no one believed that Yang Muqing would defeat a peak heavenly saint with his heavenly saint cultivation level. But now, he defeated his opponent with such an overwhelming attitude, which immediately shocked everyone. Because, once Lung Tianyan died, Lung Feng Pavilion no longer had a family leader, and no one could resist Yang Muqing's sword.
Boss! You win! Owner! Young Master Yang!
Oh! Jilong, Axianu, and Xiao Qing and others also shouted at the same time. Certainly, Lung Tianyan's death, to Lung Fengge, was as if the sky was falling and the earth was falling.
Master! The head of the family!
Waves of wailing sounds resounded. Brush! Almost at the same time, the miserable people in Lung Feng Pavilion turned their gazes towards Yang Muqing. They remembered that this young man had previously said that he would destroy Lung Feng Pavilion. This means that once Lung Tianyan dies, they will not be able to survive.
Kill him! If Yang Muqing doesn't die, our Lung Feng Pavilion will be completely destroyed. Even if the entire army is annihilated, this guy must be completely killed. Kill old demon Yang.
At this moment, there were constant shouts. Everyone in Lung Feng Pavilion who saw their master die in front of their eyes suddenly felt an absolute fighting spirit. At this time, many people also focused their attention on the Xingyuan sword in Yang Muqing's hand.
That sword, after the battle until now, doesn't even have a single crack. Not only can it cut through iron like clay, but it can also cut through everything. It must be some kind of magic weapon. That's right. Yang Lao Mo's last sword must have been severely consumed. At this time, he will definitely no longer be able to strike out with the previous sword.
For a while, the warriors watching around couldn't help but become greedy. As the Lung Feng Pavilion's army poured down, they headed towards Yang Muqing to kill him.
Not good!
Seeing this scene, Jin Long, Axianum and others suddenly lost their composure. How could they have imagined that the situation after beheading Lung Tianyan would be completely out of control? At this moment, He looked at the overwhelming army that was sweeping in, crushing madly with a terrifying attitude of overturning, as if it was going to completely submerge Yang Machung in an instant.
Oh! Want to fight to the death and crush me in this last blow?
Yang Machung narrowed his eyes, looked at the crowd of people coming like an overwhelming mountain, and smiled lightly. He made a seal, and Shin Yuan's sword suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew into the dragon pattern between his eyebrows.
In that case, let's use the fugitive seal to put an end to all this.
Chapter 1451 Separation. In the eyes of countless people, Yang Machung, who had already experienced a war, was their target. As the saying goes, kill him while he is sick.
Not good.
The expressions of Jin Long, Axianu, and Xiao Qing and others changed. It was too late to take action. They could only watch the crowd pouring down and rushing toward Yang Machung. However, he saw that Yang Machung had put away the Shin Yuan sword.
Sheathe your sword? Does he know that he is outmatched and has given up?
The people who attacked and killed looked at each other in shock. Just when they were wondering, Yang Machung pinched a sealed Jew, and in an instant, an extremely violent aura emanated from his body. Countless spiritual energy and inner strength gathered between his hands. In the eyes of everyone, Yang Muching's mark is obviously gorgeous, giving people an indescribable sense of beauty. But in everyone's eyes, it is like the god of death threading a needle. Countless talismans and ancient patterns quickly gathered between his hands, forming a small jade seal. But in the eyes of everyone, Yang Machung seemed to be holding the mountain peak in his hands, and he seemed to be holding the sun and the moon.
Blessed by heaven. In my name. Kill!
Yang Machung looked around, raised the jade seal with both hands, and gently clasped it downwards. It was as if there was an imperial edict in front of him, waiting for him to seal it. When Yang Machung finished speaking, the murder mark also fell slowly. At this moment, he seemed to have become a god and demon who controlled all life and death. And the rotating killing seal struck down on his head with a wonderful trajectory.
Boom!
Wherever the killing mark passed, everything around him was blown into a vacuum. The surrounding starry skies seemed to be torn apart crazily, with endless cracks everywhere, and then completely collapsed under the shocked eyes of countless people. The warriors who rushed to Yang Machung were torn into pieces at the same moment. Yang Machung stood in the starry sky. Those warriors who were halfway through the battle had been killed, and they stared blankly at Yang Machung. They thought that Yang Machung had already exhausted his efforts. After all, he had fought against a peak heavenly saint before, but they never thought that Yang Machung was still hiding such a method. The power of this move could not be described in words.
You want to kill me?
Yang Machung clasped his hands. Green light flashed in his eyes. The faces of everyone around him changed greatly, and they all stepped back. A smile suddenly appeared on Yang Muching's face.
You dare to attack me. According to my character, I should kill you all without leaving anyone behind. But I will give you a chance to kill the people in Lingfeng Pavilion. And I can spare you.
As soon as he said these words, the Lingfeng Pavilion warrior suddenly turned pale, as if he were mourning for his heir. The other warriors who were watching were also heartbroken, and did not dare to speak. Yang Machung looked at these people quietly, his eyes cold. At a certain moment, he took a deep breath and drank.
If you haven't taken action yet, are you waiting for me to kill you?
Boom! With this drink, the tongue shines like a lotus flower, like thunder. Both Lingfeng Pavilion and the onlookers were shocked at this moment, and they involuntarily started to kill each other fiercely.
Boss!
The golden dragon immediately swam over, carrying the dragon's halberd. It howled and prepared to join the battle group. When other people saw this, they also rushed in one after another. Yang Machung did not stop him. After Lung Tianyan's death, Lung Fengge had completely lost his mind at this moment. He originally wanted to fight to the death, but was stopped by Yang Muching's killing mark. Now facing the onlookers and warriors, Jin Long, Axianu and others were attacking him, and he was frightened to death. No matter how hard he struggled, it was like a fight between trapped animals.
Lingfeng Pavilion has been destroyed.
Seeing this scene, countless people couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. When Yang Machung took action, no one thought he could compete with Lung Fengge, and many people even laughed at him. But now, he completely killed Lingfeng Pavilion in full view of everyone. Not long after, everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion had been wiped out. Although a few escaped, they were all insignificant little fish and shrimps.
It is finally over.
Yang Machung couldn't help but exhale. His mission has been completed since he killed Lung Tianyan.
Young Master Yang. That's it for now. I have to say goodbye.
At this time, and Xiaoqing came up.
Farewell? Are you leaving?
Yang Mucheng was stunned for a moment, then saw the faintly glowing ring in the other person's hand, and couldn't help but smile.
I see. Your chance thing is in this starry sky. You and I are parting this time, and we will meet again next time we are destined.
And Xiaoqing cupped his hands and flew towards the starry sky. Seeing in Xiaoqing's disappearing figure, Yang Mucheng looked at the ring in his hand, suddenly shook his head and said,
In that case, it's time for me to leave. I've been delayed for too long along the way, and I don't know what my chance is. Has the thing been snatched away by others? Next, we can only continue to
Do.
This line of work is about looking for opportunities to join Shinzong. Yang Mucheng did not put the cart before the horse. He always had a feeling that Mr. Elegance's strength was definitely not as simple as he imagined. And maybe it was even higher than Tai. Without further ado, Yang Mucheng headed east. Wherever Yang Mucheng, Jin Long, and Axiana passed by, the crowds were staggered and did not dare to stop them. These people have already seen Yang Mucheng's power. How can they dare to say anything? After walking out of the crowd, a heroic man strode forward, followed by a long team, all holding treasure boxes, which contain heavenly and earthly treasures and magical weapons.
The Lu family, Lu Changtian, have met Master Yang.
The heroic man bowed his hands to Yang Mucheng and shouted loudly. The hundreds of people following him also bowed and shouted at the same time.
I've met Master Yang.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly, wondering what kind of medicine the other person was selling in the gourd. He turned his eyes and landed on the heroic man.
It's the Lu family.
Seeing this man, there were bursts of exclamations from all around. The Lu family, like Lung Feng Pavilion, was a force in the middle reaches of the 4th tier. But the foundation of the Lu family is stronger than Lung Feng Pavilion. And the foundation is stronger than Lung Feng Pavilion. Although they are both in the middle of the 4th tier, there is a huge gap in strength. Now, what are these people doing here? Many people looked at it in confusion. But I heard the heroic man Lu Changtian say,
Master Yang, my old man heard that Master Yang has extraordinary magical powers, and wants to ask Master Yang to be a worshipper of my Lu family. To show the sincerity of my Lu family, I specially send you 100 heavenly and earthly treasures and a magic weapon. As long as you nod your head, these will be yours.
Hee hee. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and walked over directly without answering. Lu Changtian was left stunned on the spot, his face turning green and red. As the eldest elder of the Lu family, when had he ever been ignored like this? Even Lung Feng Pavilion, who was also a 4th tier force, had to sell him 3 points of the Lu family's noodles when he saw him. But now Yang Mucheng walked directly past him and ignored him rudely, which made him angry. But so what? Even if the Lu family wanted to destroy Lung Feng Pavilion, they would have to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 to themselves. But Yang Mucheng did it alone. It was precisely because of this that he realized how terrifying Yang Mucheng was. Chapter 1452.
White Tiger Strengthening Technique.
Leaving this chaotic starry sky, Yang Mucheng headed eastward. In addition to Jin Long and Axianu, he was followed by a group of big guys from the Heavenly Prisoner Star. Seeing Lung Feng Pavilion completely destroyed before their own eyes, and seeing a 4th tier family rejected by Yang Mucheng in person, without even daring to let go, they became more and more determined in their hearts. According to Yang Mucheng's plan,
he was preparing to dismiss these people. But after thinking about it, I gave up. Along the way, there were many people, but a lot of trouble was saved. Some starry sky pirates didn't dare to approach at all, let alone block the road and rob them. So the speed was actually a bit faster than Yang Mucheng expected. About a month's time, Yang Mucheng's ring finally responded. Under the darkness of night, the ring with its glimmering light became more and more obvious. However, when he saw where the glimmer of light was pointing, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel a headache. The location pointed by the glimmer of light was a cluster of stars. This is not like the meteorites and stars from before. You can wrap them all with your spiritual thoughts in an instant and search for them inch by inch. But there are more than a dozen huge stars. Each star is very huge, no less than the former Kyushu.
We're in big trouble.
Jin Long looked at the dozen stars that were constantly flying around in a specific trajectory, and smiled bitterly.
If you want to find something of chance on such stars, do you have to wait until the year of the monkey? Even if you use your spiritual mind to search little by little, it will take at least 3 to 5 months for each star.
This is no exaggeration. Things of chance can go up to heaven or earth. Maybe in the mountains. Maybe hidden underground. Even if you turn it upside down. If you miss it even slightly, you will probably miss it completely.
Master Yang, leave these matters to us.
Lu Heng bowed his hands to Yang Mucheng.
Those of us have also explored a lot of intelligence on the Heavenly Prisoner planet, and are very good at collecting intelligence information. We only need to ask the local people if they have discovered anything falling from the sky in the recent period. Already? Okay. I'll leave it to you then.
Yang Mucheng nodded. Present. Everyone used a suspended meteorite as a temporary camp, while others were sent to each star to find out the news. But even so, Yang Mucheng also knew that finding things of chance on these more than 10 stars would be a huge project.
I'll go to a star myself and find out what's going on.
Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng walked towards one of the stars. This cluster of stars is called the Zhou Zone Cluster. It is composed of 13 stars in total. Each star is independent and has some connections with each other. The star that Yang Mucheng came to is called the Shenghui star, and it is the smallest of many stars. However, what surprised Yang Mucheng was that there were many people in this star, and there were many people coming and going. After just a little inquiry, he heard that an auction was being held in the Holy Star. It is said that there are also many martial arts and martial arts skills being auctioned, and some rare materials are also included in the auction.
Boss, let's go in and take a look too.
Jin Long likes to join in the fun, so naturally he has been eager to try it out for a long time.
Good.
Yang Mucheng nodded. He also hoped to get the last
White Tiger body training technique
in this auction. Even if you can't find it, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get some materials you can practice with. Since this kind of auction can attract so many people, it naturally has enough capital, and the things it brings out are naturally very impressive. At the beginning, a mid-grade 9-ring golden sword of heaven level was auctioned.
What a rich man!
Jin Long was speechless. It thought that it had accumulated enough assets by killing all the way. But if it were lost in this auction, it might not even make a splash. However, Yang Mucheng soon discovered something was wrong. The entire auction was almost taken over by one person. Everything big and small, no matter what it is bought by the same buyer.
Boss, who is this buyer? Isn't this too aggressive?
Jin Long was speechless.
I don't know, but I understand that the other party is very likely to take over all the products.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, most of the next products, except those that the other party was not interested in, were pocketed. At this time, in addition to Yang Mucheng, everyone else in the auction house also noticed something was wrong.
The following is a body training method, but it is not that easy to practice.
The host made a seal with his right hand, and 5 big characters suddenly appeared in the void.
White Tiger exercise. What is that? I've never heard of this kind of bodybuilding technique. Is it possible? It seems to be one of the cultivation methods of the 5 elements spiritual body, although it is only 1/5. If it can be practiced to the level of Dzogchen, it will be very amazing.
Suddenly many people frowned and started talking.
Huh?
Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with joy.
Boss, we succeeded?
Jin Long was also stunned, then overjoyed.
It really took no effort at all. I was still worrying about this last skill. I didn't expect to meet it right here.
Yang Mucheng was also overjoyed.
This time, I have to buy it no matter what the cost. I wonder if that bitch will interfere.
Jin Long narrowed his eyes and looked towards the box behind him.
Have no idea.
There was a hint of worry in Yang Mucheng's eyes. The woman in the back box bought all the techniques, weapons, martial arts, anything that could increase her strength. If nothing else happens, she will definitely buy this
White Tiger body training technique. If she dares to buy something from me, then don't blame me for being rude.
Looking back at the box behind him, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He didn't care what that woman wanted to do, and he had no interest in knowing. If Yang Mucheng gets offended by her lavish purchases like this, Yang Mucheng will naturally not be polite to her. When the time comes, even if you don't kill her, you still have to snatch the technique away.
Hey, I hope this stupid woman won't do stupid things.
Jin Long clapped his hands and shouted. But everything went against expectations. As soon as the
White Tiger body training technique
came out, the woman in the box bought it at a high price. The price has reached a height that not only makes Yang Mucheng, but also the entire auction daunting.
Boss, let's do it.
Jin Long was so angry that he picked up the dragon's halberd and wanted to kill him on the spot.
Etc.
Yang Mucheng stopped it and said in a deep voice,
In addition to us, this woman has also offended many people. Let's wait and see after the auction.
Chapter 1453 Girl. Just like what Yang Mucheng said, this wealthy woman not only caused dissatisfaction on Yang Mucheng's side, but also made many warriors at the auction dissatisfied.
What does that woman want to do? Does she want to buy everything in the entire auction? Even if you have a lot of money, you don't have to look so ugly.
There were waves of displeased comments. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Although there were many auctions to come, his attention was no longer there. He just wanted to see who the woman who wanted to steal his
white tiger body training technique
was. But while Yang Mucheng and everyone present at the auction were dissatisfied, the auction in the box still did not stop. The one calling out the price was a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Behind her, there was a burly middle-aged man. He couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw the girl's posture.
Miss, if you do this, not only will you not be able to recruit these warriors, but you will make people angry. Next, we will go to the treasure to find the elixir for the old man's life. If you do this, I am afraid it will make it difficult for us to move. Luo Hun, you don't understand. I am going to use this method to recruit helpers.
The girl smiled lightly and said,
I don't want to recruit some trash. Now that I have bought all these things, if those people want to get things from me, they have to show some strength. Many people have died in that position. If an ordinary mediocre person enters it, there is no precedent for them to come out alive. If we don't find some experts, how can we find the elixir for us?
The burly man shook his head and sighed. After all, he is just a slave of the Luo family and cannot take charge of this kind of thing.
Grandpa's health can only last another half year at most. If we can't cure it, our branch might be swallowed up by his branch. Moreover,
several other branches have already recruited many experts to prepare to enter there, so I can only make dangerous moves.
Thinking of this, the girl's face became even colder. As it was said, the auction was just like that, and it ended not long after. Being so disturbed by the girl, not only did Yang Mucheng fail to buy what he wanted, but other people also failed to buy what they wanted. Although Yang Mucheng looked calm, he was holding fire in his heart, so he did not leave after the show ended. In addition to Yang Mucheng, there were many warriors who also stayed where they were.
I want to see which woman is so bold and robbed our things.
Jin Long cursed and was very unhappy. It was actually pinned on the head by a woman. If Yang Mucheng hadn't pulled it, it would have turned and killed her on the spot.
They're out.
At this time, Jin Long's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked forward. Really? I saw the blonde and blue-eyed girl walking out slowly, with an exotic flavor. Although she looks tall, she lacks the delicate atmosphere of a little daughter. But she is more sentimental. Her graceful figure attracted many people's attention. As soon as she appeared like this, many people immediately recognized her.
It turns out she is the daughter of the Luo family. No wonder she is the only one with such deep pockets that she can buy everything in the entire auction. But if she buys things like this, it will make people dissatisfied.
Right? Everyone around started whispering and talking. Originally, some warriors who wanted to teach the girl a lesson suddenly stopped after learning the identity of the other party. They simply could not afford to offend such a being.
A bunch of trash.
At this moment, an unceremonious female voice broke in. Everyone was stunned and immediately looked towards the source of the sound, only to see the girl stopped.
What did you say?
Some people originally had anger in their hearts, but they couldn't express it well. But now they didn't expect that the other party would actually come to provoke them. Who else could swallow this breath? Many people were already shouting angrily.
Humph. Didn't you just buy so many things because of the Luo family's wealth? That's right. You bought something and then humiliated the person in front of him. Isn't that a little too much?
Jin Long was also ready to get involved, but was stopped by Yang Mucheng again. The latter shook his head, signaling it not to be impulsive. Under normal circumstances, this girl had already aroused public outrage after buying something. She should leave as soon as possible. But now instead of leaving, she deliberately stayed here to anger others. As the saying goes, there must be monsters when things go wrong. In this case, Yang Mucheng naturally had to take a closer look. Jin Long was stunned when he heard the sound, nodded, and also stopped.
Is not it?
The girl didn't seem to realize what she was doing, and she still spoke rudely.
You losers. You were robbed by me, and you didn't dare to speak. You could only hide in the corner like mice.
When everyone heard this, they became even more furious. But I can only dare to be angry but dare not speak. There were also some warriors who wanted to take action. But as soon as they moved, the burly man named Luo Hun behind the girl raised his eyebrows, glanced at everyone with a pair of tiger eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Any one of you who dares to harm the lady, I will kill you." Boom! Suddenly, those people were startled by Luo Hun's words and retreated towards the rear. Seeing the pale faces of everyone, the contempt on the girl's face became even more intense. In the star field where she is located, all the masters have been recruited in advance by several other branches. If he couldn't find an expert, he wouldn't go to this area specially. But now looking at the appearance and posture of these people, she naturally felt a little disappointed in her heart. Although I know that the chance of finding a master is not high, I have already arrived, so I can't give up just yet.
I know you are dissatisfied. Don't blame me for being unkind.
The girl turned her eyes, looked at the crowd and said, "Everything you want is in my hands. If you can persist in 10 moves without losing in Luo Hun's hands, it will be considered your victory. You can freely obtain anything from the items I auctioned before."
The E tribe girl's words immediately made everyone stunned, showing a hint of surprise. And they all turned their eyes towards Luo Hun behind the E tribe girl. However, when everyone looked at it, they couldn't help but look shocked. This Luo Hun's aura was really terrifying. He just stood there motionless, giving people a terrible feeling of depression.
Interesting.
When Yang Macheng, who was standing outside the crowd, heard his words, his eyes lit up at the same time. Chapter 1454 Challenge? In fact, not only Yang Macheng was stunned when he heard these words, but also other people present were stunned and looked at the girl with surprise on their faces. But when he looked at Luo Hun, he immediately reacted. Luo Hun's posture is really too powerful. I'm afraid not many people can catch his 3 moves. It is precisely because of this that the girls are so confident.
Let me give it a try.
As soon as he finished speaking, a warrior stood up. Yang Macheng looked over immediately, but he saw that this warrior was also a strong and burly man, and he was no less generous than Luo Hun. He was Di Yifeng, who wanted to buy the 9-ring golden knife, but he was stabbed by a girl and finally gave up with hatred. Now that such conditions are proposed, it is naturally extremely beneficial to Di Yifeng.
Please advise.
Di Yifeng stepped forward and raised his hands to Luo Hun. The next moment, he had already taken action, taking 1 step forward and blasting towards Luo Hun fiercely.
Well done.
Luo Hun did not give in at all, and fiercely mobilized his inner strength to step forward and meet the opponent's fist.
Boom!
There was an explosion in the void. The two of them exchanged punches, which made them stand out. Luo Hun stayed still, while Di Yifeng trembled and took a few steps back. After being knocked back by a punch, Tiyu's cover turned blue, and he continued to press forward. Luo Hun stood there, and the two sides exchanged a few moves again.
You have passed,
the girl said.
What about my sword?
Humiliation flashed in Di Yifeng's eyes. These 10 moves were all made by him to attack in advance. But instead of gaining even the slightest advantage, he was severely suppressed. Now, he just wants to take the knife and leave quickly. The girl did not lie, but handed the 9-ring golden sword to Di Yifeng in public. This scene not only surprised Di Yifeng, but also made many dissatisfied warriors around him look puzzled. The other party spent such a high price to buy these items, and then used this method to return them. What exactly did they want to do?
Thank you.
Di Yifeng took the golden sword, and after confirming that it was correct, he cupped his hands towards the girl and prepared to leave.
Wait!
At this time, the girl spoke again.
You want to go back on your word? This knife is in my hands, and it's not that easy if you want me to return it.
Di Yifeng looked wary. The girl smiled faintly and said softly,
Of course, I will not take back what I have given you. Mr. D is very powerful, and I want to hire you to help me find something. This 9-ring golden sword is the deposit. After the job is completed, I will give you double the reward. Good.
Di Yifeng condensed for a moment and nodded sharply. The value of the 9-ring golden knife is not low, and you will get double the reward after the work is completed. This kind of good thing is not common. Seeing Di Yifeng agree, the girl smiled sweetly, as if she had put down a stone. She looked around, and her clear voice sounded again.
Everyone here can participate. However, I hope that those who come to participate will be self-aware of their own strength.
Obviously, her words were a warning to those warriors with low strength not to get involved rashly. Some people were very knowledgeable, although the previous fight between Di Yifeng and Luo Hun didn't seem like anything. But in fact, these two people are both powerful beings. Even the powerful heavenly saints must carefully weigh their own strength.
I'll try.
As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stepped forward. The young man bowed to Luo Hun, and then took action first.
Snort.
A trace of anger flashed in Luo Hun's eyes.
Miss has made it so clear before, those who come to participate must be self-aware of their own strength. With your strength, do you want to fish in troubled waters?
As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hun waved his right hand. For a moment, the young man felt as if he was in a violent storm. He immediately lost his balance, and was blown away by the strong wind on the spot under the shock of his eyes. It made a muffled sound, and hit the ground heavily.
It's just a half step to nirvana, and I'm not even qualified to take action.
Looking at the young man who fell to the ground, Luo Hun couldn't help but snort coldly. The girl didn't speak, but her posture seemed to agree with Luo Hun's words. Everyone looked at the young man who was thrown away, and then at Luo Hun, speechless for a moment.
I'm afraid his strength has reached the late stage of heavenly saint. Yes, with just a wave of your hand, you can injure a half-step nirvana warrior like this.
After seeing this scene, some warriors couldn't help but feel afraid. Some of those under the realm of heavenly saints did not even have the courage to take the field. The only strong heavenly saints looked at Luo Hun with great hesitation. Then, there were a few strong heavenly saints who bravely took the field. But they could only barely sustain 3 or 4 moves.
Tian Sheng late stage.
After watching for a moment, Jin Long also understood the rules of the field, as well as Luo Hun's strength.
Boss, I also want to go up and challenge him. With my strength, it is still difficult to defeat him. But it is so easy to be undefeated in 10 moves. Then you go first.
Yang Mucheng smiled and nodded. Originally, he planned to go up first. Now that Jin Long had spoken, he gave him the opportunity first. Jin Long was overjoyed when he heard this. During the previous auction, the other party also snatched the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure it wanted. Now that there is a chance to get it back, how could it give up? Just when Jin Long was about to go on the field, the battle on the battlefield had a new result. Luo Hun casually slapped the other half-step Tian Sheng, who had resisted 3 of his attacks, and directly flew him away with a palm, beating him until he vomited blood and flew away on the spot. In the field, Luo Hun became more and more impatient after repelling another applicant. His cold eyes swept around and looked at the people outside the circle.
Those who are below the level of heavenly saints should not try again.
He defeated several people in succession, and everyone around him saw it. If you want to be undefeated in Luo Hun's hands in 10 moves, even an ordinary heavenly sage can't do it. At least you need to be in the middle stage of heavenly sage. But there are only so many heavenly saints here, and the few who have been defeated have already lost. And heavenly saints are not qualified to participate. For a time, no one dared to challenge him in the surrounding area.
That's it.
Seeing this scene, the girl couldn't help but sigh.
I thought that there would be many experts in this auction, but I didn't expect that they would all be a bunch of losers. Luo Hun, let's go!
Before he finished speaking, a faint voice suddenly came from behind him.
My boss and I are going to challenge.
Chapter 1455 Golden Dragon vs. Luo Hun. Someone comes to challenge. And? Is there more than one? Seeing Jin Long and Yang Mucheng separate from the crowd and walk up, everyone around them showed a hint of surprise. The girl and Luo Hun, who were about to leave, were also stunned with surprise on their faces. When they saw Yang Mucheng and Jin Long approaching, their eyes suddenly looked strange.
You, a boy, dare to challenge me?
Luo Hun said impatiently.
There were a few warriors in the early stage of Tian Sheng who couldn't even resist my 3 moves. Are you sure you want to give it a try?
Yang Mucheng was about to speak, but Jin Long grinned.
Luo Hun, you are only a late-stage Tian Sheng. What's so arrogant? Others can't teach you a lesson.
But it doesn't mean that we 2 brothers can't deal with you.
Yang Mucheng nodded. The warriors around them couldn't help but be very surprised when they saw the postures of Yang Mucheng and Jin Long. Even the girl showed a look of surprise, but she immediately nodded contemptuously.
Since you have confidence, you can naturally come up and give it a try. But the ugly words come first. And fists and feet have no eyes. If you are injured by us, you will have to admit it on your own. Which one of you 2 comes first?
Jin Long took a step forward.
In that case, I'll go first.
It looked at Luo Hun, hooked its hand, and said with a smile,
You strike first. Should I strike first?
Luo Hun's face darkened.
If I strike first, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist my 3 moves.
Call! He took one step forward and forced himself directly in front of the golden dragon. With one punch, he brought up a fierce wind that roared towards the golden dragon. Gale Fist used the inner strength to drive the wind, forming a roaring force, and used powerful force to suppress the opponent. Luo Han had previously used this method to easily defeat 7 or 8 applicants. The golden dragon grinned, but did not take out the wandering dragon halberd. He immediately waved his right paw and struck forward. Just hearing a "bah" sound, the wind and waves were immediately torn into pieces by it. As the wind and waves dissipated, Jinlong's claws had grasped Luo Han's right hand.
It actually blocked it. No wonder this guy dares to speak arrogantly. It turns out he really has some strength.
Seeing Jinlong easily blocking Luo Han's punch, the girl who was originally a little disappointed suddenly lit up her beautiful eyes.
What a powerful wrist.
The warriors outside the field originally thought that the golden dragon would be suppressed and beaten by Luo Han. But they never expected that the opponent would easily break Luo Han's iron fist with one claw. You know, even some warriors in the middle stage of Tiansheng cannot do all this easily. Who are this boy and this dragon? The warriors around him were in disbelief. And Luo Han, who was fighting against the golden dragon, did not expect that his fist would be caught by the golden dragon's claws, making his face suddenly look ugly.
This is the first move.
Jinlong grinned. How unreasonable. Luo Han was furious. He changed his previous casual fighting posture, showed a serious look, and immediately attacked with all his strength. Naturally, the golden dragon is not weak. It relies on its tortoise SH.L to withstand Luo Han's attack without retreating, and it even counterattacks at the same time.
Good.
Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but nod. The biggest difference between the demon clan and the human clan is the use of weapons. Although the previous golden dragon had already obtained the wandering dragon halberd and the tortoise SH.L, it had never been able to deeply explore the effects of these two things. Now in this battle, the golden dragon has finally shown its strength. Call! If it doesn't move, it will be like a mountain collapse. After Jinlong blocked Luo Han's attack, he counterattacked with thunderous force, directly grabbing at Luo Han's throat. It was half an inch away, almost touching Luo Han's clothes. One claw missed. This thrilling scene made everyone's hearts rise to their throats. At the same time, Luo Han also turned around, without looking back, and immediately slashed his leg downwards, sweeping towards the golden dragon. Boom! Jinlong immediately turned his inner strength, thrust out a claw, and caught Luo Han's punch. The two sides were going back and forth, with such a fighting posture that everyone around them couldn't help but show a look of horror.
Although this golden dragon is only in the early stage of Tiansheng, its strength is not bad. It can actually fight on par with Luo Han.
A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the girl. However, when she looked at Yang Mucheng, she showed even more doubt and curiosity.
This young man's demeanor is also extraordinary. It's rare for me to see some warriors in the heavenly saint realm possess his kind of confidence. I wonder if he also has enough strength. At this time, the battle between the two sides on the field had reached a fever pitch. In one move, several changes may even occur. In the fifth move, Golden Dragon still had the advantage. But in the next move, Luo Han immediately took the lead.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of fierce fists and kicks suddenly erupted, and each blow could trigger a hurricane and set off a wave of wind. The Golden Dragon also meets its opponent in chess, and the more he fights, the braver he becomes. The seventh move, the eighth move, the ninth move. Boom! When the final move was about to determine the outcome, Luo Han's eyes opened angrily, and a golden glow shot out from his pupils, making the air crackle out of thin air. At this moment, he released the aura of the late heavenly saint and swept out with a bang.
Not good!
Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they felt Luo Han's shocking aura. It was clearly agreed that it was just a competition. But Luo Han got angry. He wants to fight with the peak level of Heavenly Saint. Doesn't this mean the Golden Dragon will definitely lose?
Hey, is it possible that I can still be afraid of you?
Feeling Luo Han's aura, Jinlong chuckled, trembled all over, and at the same time burst out a monstrous aura. This churning demonic energy swept away, and it was no less powerful than Luo Han's inner strength. Feeling the shocking auras from both sides, the warriors around them all looked stunned. Crackling, the crazy squeezing of the two forces, at this moment, squeezed the surrounding space until it burst. Even everyone's vision became distorted and blurred at this moment. Feeling the shocking collision of these two forces, the surrounding warriors all looked horrified and retreated back. Then, under the shocked eyes of countless people, the golden dragon carried a monstrous amount of demonic energy, and Luo Hun exploded with equally huge internal energy, and the two sides violently clashed together. Immediately, the shocking power collided fiercely.
Oh my god!
For a while, there were constant shocks. Everyone looked towards the fighting position in stunned silence. This was obviously just a competition, but who knew it actually made both sides angry? They want to see who wins in this last move between the two sides. Chapter 1456 Yang Mucheng takes action. Boom! The two fierce hurricanes collided fiercely. The dust and air waves danced wildly, forming a shocking tornado on the spot, tearing up the surrounding ground. That moment, both sides in the battlefield were completely shrouded in dust, and only two standing figures could be seen. Phew! There was a sound of gasping all around. Powerful. Too strong. They had no idea that only the golden dragon in the early stage of Tiansheng could have such a powerful cultivation level. It can even be compared with Luo Hun in the late Tiansheng period. At this time, a strong wind blew and blew away the dust. The two figures in the field gradually became clearer. Luo Hun's clothes were somewhat torn. His hair was messy. His face was slightly rosy, and he clearly had the upper hand. The golden dragon, on the other hand, was pale and had many scars on his body.
Obviously it was just a competition, but in the end I actually got angry.
Jin Long felt his teeth itching with hatred. If it hadn't been for the 10-move rule, it would have picked up the wandering dragon halberd and killed it.
I am invincible in 10 moves. Bring me the spiritual treasure I want.
Jin Long shouted angrily.
Okay.
The girl from the Yi tribe nodded and handed the spirit treasure to Jin Long. After concentrating for a moment, she took out 2 more spirit treasures.
This is our apology. We have no eyes for our fists and feet, so there will definitely be some when we fight. Damaged. How embarrassing.
Without reaching out to hit the smiling man, Jin Long got 3 spiritual treasures at once, and his anger immediately subsided a lot. After stuffing the ling bao into his mouth and swallowing it in a big gulp, Jin Long walked back with a smile. Yang Mucheng walked up, looked at Luo Hun, and said calmly,
Next. It's my turn to challenge. I want the
White Tiger body training technique.
However, you may not be my opponent. I advise you to be early give up.
Give up? Not an opponent? Luo Hun, who had even gotten angry due to his previous fight with Jin Long, had already been taught a lesson by the girl to calm down his temper. However, Yang Mucheng's words still made him furious. Being suppressed by a demon dragon in the early stage of Heavenly Saint does not count. Surprisingly, a boy in the early stage of Tiansheng appeared now, and said in front of him that he was no match and should admit defeat as soon as possible. Could it be that the warriors in the late Tiansheng period have become useless in the eyes of others?
Boy, haven't your elders taught you that you can eat randomly but not speak randomly?
Luo Hun's eyes flashed with anger. Jin Long chewed the spirit treasure, squinted his eyes, looked at Luo Hun, who was trying his best to suppress his anger, and said with a smile,
He is just a late-stage Heavenly Saint. But our boss has killed even the peak Heavenly Saint. If I fight with you, the outcome is only 50-50. But if my boss takes action, he can defeat you in 3 moves? Is it?
Luo Hun closed his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng chuckled and was noncommittal. Seeing his posture, whether it was Luo Hun, the girl, or the surrounding warriors, their eyes widened.
Isn't this arrogant?
A warrior couldn't help but exclaimed.
Yes. The reason why the demon dragon is on par with Luo Hun is because it relies on its tortoise SHL and the body of a demon clan to be invincible. But what about that kid?
Another warrior looked Yang Mucheng up and down and couldn't help but shake his head. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the previous battle, and the reason why Jin Long was able to fight Luo Hun was based on something. But it's just a guarantee of being undefeated.
If you say that he can be like a demon dragon and remain undefeated, maybe I will believe it. But if you say that he can defeat Luo Hun in 3 moves, I don't believe it.
A warrior shook his head.
Moreover, Luo Hun has become angry now. If he experiences such provocation again, he will probably take action out of spite. Hee. You don't know how high the sky is. If you talk like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape today.
Some warriors sneered and shook their heads. Sure enough, as soon as everyone finished speaking, Luo Hun's expression turned completely gloomy. He looked at Yang Mucheng and nodded.
Okay, Let me teach you your clever tricks. Take action.
Yang Muchung frowned slightly, looking uninterested, as if fighting Luo Hun had humiliated him. A trace of anger flashed in Luo Hun's eyes. This kid first boasted that he would kill him with 3 moves. But now, he behaved like this when facing him.
Boom!
His eyes opened angrily. And at this moment, shocking power burst out rapidly, sweeping in all directions. A wave of air visible to the naked eye surged rapidly. The warriors around felt this aura, and they all retreated towards the rear with horrified expressions.
Luo Hun is angry. Yes, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist the next 10 moves.
Many people thought secretly.
Upbraid.
Everyone's thoughts changed, and Luo Hun roared. In an instant, the explosive aura became completely fierce. The ground all around was torn apart by this momentum, leaving traces of cracks on the ground.
Boom!
When this momentum reached its peak, Luo Hun took a step forward. At this moment, the ground beneath him was being trampled until it collapsed, revealing a huge pit, which was clearly his footprints.
Oh my god! So strong!
Boom! The wind was blowing violently, and everyone around them exclaimed in surprise when they saw the scene. This punch was obviously many times more powerful than when he fought the Golden Dragon before. Every move he made was like an ancient Tyrannosaurus. This posture immediately made many people tremble. At the same time, pairs of sympathetic and pitiful eyes looked towards Yang Muchung. This kid is really asking for death. However, only an early-stage Heavenly Saint's cultivation dares to be so presumptuous to a late-stage Heavenly Saint. Everyone thought to themselves and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The late Heavenly Sage is so terrifying. What if he is at the peak of Heavenly Saint? Many people feel desolate in their hearts. But when everyone looked at Yang Muchung, they couldn't help but be stunned. I saw Yang Muchung standing there, relaxed and without any resistance. It was as if what was charging towards him was not a peerless strongman, but something like a cat or a dog. Just when everyone was shocked and confused, Luo Hun had already come to kill them. He swept wildly, leaving a shocking hole in the ground with every step he took. Such power makes people lose all their color.
What on earth is this kid doing? Is he planning to receive Luo Hun's attack forcefully? Is he crazy?
Faced with such a fierce killing of Luo Hun, Yang Muchung's nonchalant attitude was naturally shocking. Compared to everyone's shock, Jin Long looked disapproving.
Crazy? It's so easy for my boss to deal with this kind of thing.
Chapter 1457. It's not that easy to leave. Easy? Jin Long's words were like adding fuel to the fire for Luo Hun. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he hugged his hands fiercely in front of him. The infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly gathered, and at this moment, it quickly transformed into a golden sledgehammer. The moment the golden sledgehammer formed, it suppressed it fiercely.
Boom! 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 Boom!
A monstrous offensive surged in front of Yang Muchung in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. However, when faced with this terrifying blow, Yang Muchung still maintained a nonchalant attitude. He stretched out his right hand and struck forward without any haste. And then he took Luo Hun's blow forcefully.
Boom!
The two forces collided in horror, and a shocking explosion suddenly erupted. In the explosion, a wave of air visible to the naked eye spread out quickly, blasting the surrounding rockery, trees and buildings into powder.
What a terrifying power! Can he block it?
Seeing the air waves sweeping in all directions, everyone present felt their scalps go numb and quickly retreated towards the rear. While their hearts were shocked, they couldn't help but look forward. They wanted to see what kind of ability this young man, who claimed to be able to defeat Luo Hun in 3 moves, had. However, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air at this sight. I saw that the golden war hammer, which was as huge as a millstone, was stopped by a flawless white palm, and the owner of this white jade palm was none other than Yang Muchung. The surrounding earth was completely torn apart with his body as the center.
How can it be?
Luo Hun's eyes were full of disbelief when he saw Yang Muchung standing unscathed despite resisting his full blow with one hand. Even the late-stage Heavenly Sage did not dare to resist his full blow. Now, he was intercepted by this kid.
Defeat!
In Luo Hun's shocked eyes, Yang Muchung twisted his right hand with his fingers, just like the Buddha holding a flower, and then flicked it fiercely. Call! An invisible fingerprint came rushing over. The fingerprints were so fast and violent that before Luo Hun could react, he felt as if he had been hit by a hammer. His body suddenly trembled, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards.
Defeat the enemy with one move. It's not that this young man doesn't know how high the sky is. It's because we have blind eyes and can't see the mountains.
Seeing Yang Muchung casually pointing his finger, Luo Hun was bombarded with vomiting blood and exploded. The warriors around him only felt that their expressions were awe-inspiring and equally incredible.
Young man, demon dragon. I should have known who they should be. If it were him, he would be able to do all this with a flip of a switch.
A warrior looked at Yang Muchung, and his eyes changed from ridicule to deep fear.
It turns out to be him.
The warriors all around fell silent, and the face of Luo Hun, who fell on the ground, also turned from green to white, from white to red, and finally he could only let out a long sigh.
Your Excellency has won!
Although Luo Hun was unwilling to accept his defeat at the hands of such a young man, the opponent still managed to catch him with all his strength with one hand from beginning to end, and seriously injured him with just a flick of his finger. This strength has exceeded his expectations. The girl was also shocked. Like everyone else, she took Jin Long's previous words as a boast. But now that she saw that the other party defeated Luo Hun with just one move, she was shocked and happy at the same time. Thinking of this, she quickly stepped forward.
Your Excellency, according to the regulations, this is the
White Tiger body training technique
that you need. In addition, I will offer you another body training technique of the same level. I hope to hire you to find items for our Luo family this time.
Yang Muchung took the technique, opened it and looked at it. A trace of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. If you get the
White Tiger body training technique,
you will have completely gathered the 5-element spirit bodies. His incomplete 5-element spirit body can be so strong that it can withstand a full-strength blow from the late heavenly saint without being damaged. If it is cultivated to the extreme, what will its power be like? Hearing the words of the girl, Yang Muchung smiled faintly, shook his head and said, "This White Tiger body training technique
originally belonged to me, but you cut it off at the auction. If you don't give it to me, I will take it by force. As for hiring me, you don't have that yet. Qualifications. Wait."
The girl was furious when she heard this. She looked directly at Yang Muchung and said,
"Did you know that my Luo family is powerful? So you said that I am not qualified to hire you?
If such a master were to let him run away with a copy of
White Tiger body training,
wouldn't it be like losing his wife and losing his troops? How could she endure this? Even if she tried her best today, she still had to tie Yang Muchung to her worship." Yang Muchung looked at the girl and smiled.
"I was in the crowd earlier and heard people talking around me, so I got to know your Luo family a little bit. The Luo family is a 4th-tier family. The most powerful one in the family is the Tiansheng Grandmaster. In addition, there are 3 or 4 Tiansheng completions outside the family. It's just that the Luo family is now torn apart. The Heavenly Saint Grandmaster has been seriously injured. The 4 Heavenly Saints have no one to suppress them. Each of them leads a branch and is preparing to snatch the position of the head of the family."
The girl's face turned pale. She had already heard the conversations around her, but she had never paid attention to them, because the information is disorganized. No one can get to the point. But this young man just walked around in the crowd and combined all the information together to deduce the current situation of her Luo family. How could she not be shocked by this? However, what shocked her was yet to come. But I heard Yang Muchung continue.
"It's a pity that your branch only has one Heavenly Saint peak. Without a strong and powerful person to dominate the formation, you can't compete with the other 4 branches. So you can only come up with this method to recruit strong people here. So what?"
the girl from the E tribe said bravely.
"Although our Luo family is torn into pieces, if you take out any branch, it will still have the strength of the 4th-tier lower family. Could it be that this branch of mine cannot afford you? This great god? I can't afford it. I can't afford it."
Yang Muchung laughed and shook his head.
"Little girl, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Injuring Luo Hun can be regarded as a lesson to you. Don't do such things that harm others, and do not benefit yourself in the future."
After saying that, Yang Muchung put away the
White Tiger body training technique
and prepared to leave. He was in a good mood. Originally, I just planned to take a stroll and look for information about chance objects. But I didn't expect that I accidentally collected all the skills. It was considered a worthwhile trip.
If you want to leave, it's not that easy."
Just when Yang Muchung was about to leave, the cold voice of a girl came from behind. Chapter 1458. Invite old demon Yang to come out. As the girl's voice sounded, the surrounding atmosphere quietly fell silent. Yang Muchung, who was about to leave, paused and his expression immediately darkened. At this time, the warriors around who were about to leave all looked towards the field.
Are you sure you want to stop me?
Yang Mucheng turned around slowly and looked at the other party with a face full of teasing.
That's right. You took my things but don't want to do anything for me. Do you think it's so easy to leave?
The girl looked at Yang Mucheng, her eyes full of anger.
Although our branch does not have a strong consummation master, it does not mean that there are no existences that can deal with you. I don't believe it. With my current strength, I can't even defeat you. Luo Han, Di Tianfeng, Zhao Hin, Yang Dongming,
the girl shouted coldly. Except for Luo Han, who was her personal bodyguard. All of these people had resisted 10 moves from Luo Han before. They were considered to be powerful beings, and their cultivation had reached the middle stage of heavenly sage. Obviously, the girl planned to let these people stop Yang Mucheng.
I'll give you one last choice. Do it for me. I will give you 3 times or even 4 times the reward. Otherwise, I will not only make you vomit out the
white tiger body training technique,
but I will also teach you a lesson to make you understand that even if the head of our Luo family is seriously injured, it is not something people like you can look down upon.
Hearing this, Yang Mucheng slowly narrowed his eyes and scanned the warriors who had been recruited before. Then he raised his brows, revealing his teeth as white as LS, and said with a smile,
You guys dare to stop me? Why don't you dare?
Di Tianfeng frowned and was about to speak out, but he was stopped by Zhao Hin. The latter shook his head and made a gesture. Di Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that except for him, Yang Dongming and others all looked at the young man with fearful expressions. In addition to them, the warriors around him also looked at this young man with fear on their faces. Even if Di Tianfeng is an idiot, he can still know that this young man is not simple. At this time, all the people around looked at the girl with shocked eyes, as if they were looking at an idiot. Among the people present, she was probably the only one who hadn't figured out the situation yet.
I'm telling you, my patience is limited. Today, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not. You must agree to my employment. Snort.
Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and snorted coldly. Suddenly, the girl who was still speaking shuddered from the shock of the loud sound, took a few steps back, and fell to the ground. Even Luo Han, who wanted to take action, was glared so hard by Yang Mucheng that his whole body trembled. He was frozen on the spot like a stone sculpture and did not dare to move.
How dare you?
The girl was about to scold her, but Zhao Hin on the side quickly covered her mouth to prevent her from speaking any more.
Master Yang, please forgive me. She is too blind to recognize Mount Tai.
Yang Mucheng glanced at Zhao Hin lightly, then at the girl, and left with his hands behind his back. At this moment, the girl felt that her whole body was soaked in cold sweat, as if she had emerged from the water. But since she was little, she has been the bright moon in everyone's hands. How could she endure Yang Mucheng's treatment like this? Moreover, when he wanted to get angry, the warrior he hired actually covered his mouth and apologized to him. How could he bear it?
Zhao Hin, what on earth are you doing? I am your employer, and instead of doing things for me, you cover my mouth.
The girl shouted coldly.
Miss, do you know who he is?
Zhao Hin shook his head and smiled bitterly.
You really can't please this great god.
The girl, who was about to get angry, couldn't help but be startled and looked suspiciously. But I heard Zhao Hin continue.
His name is Yang Mucheng, known as Old Demon Yang. Did you see that he was young? Why did he get the name Old Demon Yang? Yes.
The girl nodded. Zhao Han smiled bitterly and said,
Before he came to this star field, he had just wiped out a family in the middle of the 4th tier. And with the power of one person, even the head of that family died in his hands, under his sword.
You couldn't even move him. If I hadn't apologized quickly, if I had angered him, we would all have died here. I don't believe he dares to kill us.
The girl was a little scared when she heard that Yang Mucheng was so powerful, but she still said bravely,
You don't know something. He does everything in his life based on his preferences. If you stop him and make him angry, even the emperor will not be able to save us.
Zhao Hin said,
He doesn't care who you are, as long as you offend him. Because of this, he has the name of Old Demon Yang.
When the girl heard this, she suddenly gasped. No wonder so many people are afraid of him. It was only then that she understood why the other party said she couldn't please him.
Miss, he alone is equivalent to the strength of a 4th tier family. No wonder he said that.
Luo Han couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Miss, we can't afford to offend this person. Nor can we afford to hire him. So let's forget it.
Terrible. Thinking about it now, Luo Han couldn't help but feel scared. Previously, I fought against such a being. If one accidentally angers the other, the whole family might be implicated. When the time comes, not only will it be impossible to save anyone, but you might even get caught in it.
Is Yang Machung?
The girl looked at the direction Yang Machung was leaving, and couldn't help but have a strange light in her beautiful eyes.
He alone can resist a family. If we can hire him, we don't have to be afraid of the other branches. But he has clearly told us that we can't invite him.
Luo Han was startled. He had long known that his young lady would not give up so easily. But when he knew that the other party was still plotting against Yang Machung, he almost bit off his tongue. Cooperating with Yang Machung is no longer called seeking skin from a tiger. Instead, he is calling himself a brother to the King of Hell. If you are not careful, you will get yourself involved.
We will definitely be able to invite him. It's just that we haven't come up with anything that can tempt him.
Think of this. The girl suddenly stood up and said to Luo Han, Zhang Han and others,
I don't believe it when we go back. We can't bring out anything that makes his heart beat.
Luo Han looked at the girl's determined expression and couldn't help but sigh. But he knew that once the young lady decided on something, there was no room for turning around. He could only hope that the young lady would give up on her own after being rejected by Yang Machung several times. Chapter 1459 Branch Dilemma.
The last skill of the 5 elements spirit body is finally available.
Looking at the
white tiger exercise
in his hand, Yang Machung couldn't hide his excitement. Although being interfered with by the girl from the Luo family disturbed some of his interest, Yang Machung was still very excited.
My Qilin body has been cultivated to great perfection. Xuanwu's body is a small one. Qinglong's body is a big one. And Suzaka's body is also a big one. Once the white tiger body is cultivated, you can build the 5 elements spiritual body and form a mutual generation and multiplication from then on.
Yang Machung closed his eyes and memorized the skills of
white tiger body training.
In his heart, really, this technique is the same as the others. If you want to practice it, you must use the purest water items. But these things are also very rare. And it doesn't mean you can buy them if you want them. Even at the auction before, Yang Machung had never seen one.
It seems that we can only look for opportunities and look for them again.
Yang Machung naturally knows how to distinguish between priorities and urgency. He knew that the most important thing at the moment was to find the thing of opportunity.
This white tiger body training technique
can be used to slow down. As time went by, the warriors who went to explore the galaxy came back one by one. The required information about Yang Machung is very scarce. As for the unusual golden light that could be found landing on this galaxy, no one knew what it was about. Just when Yang Machung had a headache, the girl had returned to the family.
Luo Ming, I have heard about your behavior at the auction today. As soon as he stepped into the family gate, a mocking voice sounded from the side. Luo Ming looked to one side and found a young man standing in front of him, looking at him with a playful face.
My father also heard about it, and he is very angry now. I am looking for masters for our branch,
Luo Ming shouted. The boy in front of her is her eldest brother Luo Yu. Because he likes to eat, is lazy to cook, doesn't like to practice, and is a playboy and incompetent. He is not liked by his tribe. Now that their branch is facing the dilemma of being swallowed up by others, Luo Yu's behavior is naturally brought out and reprimanded. Luo Ming naturally knew that Luo Yu must have complained about this matter again. As soon as she finished speaking, a servant came over and asked her to go to the lobby. Enter the lobby. But I saw that the lobby was full of people. There is an old man with a gray beard and a training uniform, a handsome young man with a sword on his back, and a burly and domineering middle-aged man with a golden sword. Obviously, these people are all experts invited by their branch. Directly above the lobby, there was a middle-aged Confucian scholar sitting upright. He is Luo Ming. Luo Yu, the head of this branch, Luo Liansheng.
Luo Ming, I have heard about what you did at the auction. The situation in our branch is very bad now. I saw that you are smart and sensible, so I gave you some funds. But I didn't expect you to do these things. Come!
Luo Liansheng was very dissatisfied. After spending so much money, they finally invited 5 or 6 mid-stage heavenly saints. This is really different from their previous expectations. Thinking of this, Luo Liansheng sighed and said,
After all, You are just a female prostitute. You can't handle this kind of thing at all. And I shouldn't expect anything from you.
Luo Ming shouted unconvinced.
Father! Although I didn't invite any famous strongman this time, I did meet Yang Laomo. If we can invite him, he alone will be the best.
We can protect our branch from being annexed by others.
The hall that was originally filled with whispers suddenly became silent as Luo Ming spoke.
Who are you talking about just now? Yang Mucheng. Old Demon Yang?
Luo Liansheng stood up suddenly, with a hint of horror and shock in his eyes. He has also heard about Lingfeng Pavilion. Although Lingfeng Pavilion is weaker than their Luo family, it can still be regarded as the fourth tier. Now that it has been destroyed, how could he not pay attention? There was excitement in his eyes. If Yang Mucheng was really invited over, then as Luo Ming said, they could easily protect their branch from being annexed. Maybe it can also help them find the elixir to treat the old man's illness and injuries.
Master Luo.
At this time, the old man in training clothes said leisurely,
Everything about old Demon Yang seems to me to be false. It is rumored that he is just a young man. Do you think someone can destroy a fourth-tier family? Anyway, I don't believe it.
I think so too. The handsome young man also spoke slowly.
In my opinion, maybe they are just some people who deceive the world and steal their reputation. The Luo family leader does not need to pay too much attention. Since you have invited us people, we will definitely protect your branch.
The burly man with the golden sword even shouted loudly.
Yes. What about Yang Laomo? Lu Laomo? Is he really that powerful? Anyway, I don't believe it. If he dares to be arrogant in front of me, I will kill him with a knife. You can chop his head off.
It is true that young people become famous. But in their opinion, the rumors are all based on rumors. How can you know whether it is true or false without seeing it with your own eyes? How powerful is a fourth-line force? If it were destroyed so easily, wouldn't the entire starry sky be in chaos? Hearing what everyone said, Luo Liansheng couldn't help but hesitate. As long as one person is invited, one of their branches can be saved. This is really an exaggeration.
Father!
Looking at Luo Liansheng who was hesitating, Luo Ming quickly said loudly,
I'm not lying. I have seen Yang Laomo's strength with my own eyes. Even Luo Hun has fought against him.
Brush! At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards Luo Hun.
Luo Hun is one of the most powerful people in their branch. A late-stage Tiansheng. He is also Luo Liansheng's confidant. Even in this hall surrounded by masters, he can still stand proudly.
What was the result of the fight?
Luo Liansheng asked quickly. Everyone also looked at it immediately.
The opponent only has the cultivation level of Heavenly Saint,
Luo Hun said. Hearing these words, Luo Liansheng couldn't help but show a look of disappointment on his face. And several other people couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Some people even did not hide their ridicule.
See, I was right. How powerful can a boy in the realm of Heavenly Saint be? That's right. It's not worth mentioning at all.
In the eyes of everyone, the cultivation level of an early Heavenly Saint was simply not worthy of being compared with them. However, Luo Hun's next words shocked everyone.
Old Demon Yan defeated me with just one move.
Chapter 1460 Something happened. Hiss. Following Luo Hun's words, the hall that was originally bustling with laughter suddenly fell silent at this moment. Luo Liansheng froze on the spot. The look of disappointment on his face immediately froze. Several other people also widened their eyes and opened their mouths, as if they heard something incredible. This result was an unabashed slap in the face to them. Everyone's face is full of complex expressions, and they look even more wonderful.
What did you say?
After a while, Luo Liansheng stood up suddenly and asked loudly. If Luo Hun was not his confidant, he would definitely order someone to drag Luo Hun down and give him a severe lesson.
I struck with all my strength and used the sky-shaking hammer. Yang Laomo blocked my attack with one hand. I swear, I have tried my best. But this hammer hit him. Not only was it unable to hurt, he didn't do anything, but it almost shattered the bones of his hand. Then, he hit me again, and with just a flick of his finger, I was knocked back to the point of vomiting blood.
Quiet. There was deathly silence in the main hall. Although, Luo Hun said it simply. But everyone can think of that scene. And think of the young man who calmly blocked his attack with one hand.
Is this still a human being? I tried my best to hit him, but it didn't work. How could there be such a powerful body in the world? With just one blow, a powerful late-stage Heavenly Saint was seriously injured.
Everyone who was laughing before suddenly shut their mouths. Among them, there are those in the late stage of Tiansheng and those in the middle stage of Tianxing. There are even some peaks. But there are not many who can confidently catch Luo Hun's full blow with one hand without being hurt. Or even hurt Luo Hun with one finger.
Is this old demon Yang really that powerful? He can really do this?
Everyone present was shocked. Shocked. And in disbelief. But more than anything, they were doubtful.
Father!
Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Luo Ming saw the opportunity and shouted quickly.
This is a rare opportunity. As long as we can ask old demon Yang. Even if we can't find the spiritual treasure and save Grandpa, he can still protect our branch from being swallowed up by others. Good.
After pondering for a moment, Luo Liansheng nodded.
In that case, the matter of recruiting old demon Yang will be left to you.
Luo Ming was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately kowtowed and said,
Thank you for your trust. Father, I will definitely invite old demon Yang here.
Speaking of Luo Ming's branch, they are discussing how to invite Yang Mucheng. On the other side, Yang Mucheng was in trouble. On the one hand, it is because in this star field, after searching for so long, there is no news about the chance object. Not even a little bit. On the other hand, Lu Heng was detained.
What's going on?
Yang Mucheng looked at the people kneeling in front of him, suppressing the anger in his heart, and asked aloud.
Master Yang, it looks like this. We were detained by the Luo family.
A big boss spoke up and explained quickly. Only then did Yang Mucheng understand what was going on. It turned out that Lu Heng and others went to the casino to investigate the news. But they did not want to conflict with anyone. The opponent was a young master from one of the branches of the Luo family, leading a group of people. Although Lu Heng was in the middle stage of Tianxing, he was no match and was quickly captured. During the fight between the two parties, the casino and surrounding shops were destroyed, and the other party put all the debt on Lu Heng's head. The lion even opened his mouth and asked Lu Heng to pay several times the price to compensate for their losses. They had no choice but to come back and tell Yang Mucheng.
I see.
Yang Mucheng nodded, with a cold flash in his eyes.
Anyone who dares to detain me is simply seeking death. I want to see who dares to be so bold.
Zhou Haixingchen. Gambling shop. Luo Zheng crossed his legs and stepped on Lu Heng. At this moment, Lu Heng was tied there by the demon-binding rope, unable to move. In the middle stage of Tianxing, when someone stepped on his head like this, a trace of humiliation flashed in his eyes. Looking at Luo Zheng, he said fiercely,
How dare you devise a plan to lure Master Yang here? When Master Yang comes, you will definitely die.
Lu Heng is not an idiot. He was detained here, and after hearing everyone's discussion, he finally understood why these people came to find him. Turn out to be, the Luo family has a total of 5 branches. In addition to Luo Ming's branch, there are 4 remaining branches. One of them is the lineage of the young man named Luo Zheng, and they also wanted to annex Luo Ming's branch the most. They don't know where they got the news that Luo Ming was planning to invite Yang Mucheng to come out. So they deliberately set a trap here, triggering a fight between the two parties here, and detaining themselves. The purpose is to lure Yang Mucheng here.
Hee hee. Are you talking about Mr. Yang?
Luo Zheng heard this and sneered, then stepped hard on Lu Heng's head with the sole of his foot.
Others are afraid of him, but I'm not afraid of him. I want to see what kind of virtues and abilities he has that he is praised so highly by Luo Ming. As long as we invite him. Can we keep their branch? Ha ha. Forget it if old demon Yang doesn't dare to come. If he comes, we will never let him get out alive. That's right. He is a junior. But he dares to be called an old devil? Perhaps. He has already been so frightened that he has fled away.
Everyone around burst into laughter. Lu Heng's eyes were full of ridicule.
You guys have no idea what it means. How dare you deal with Master Yang even if you are a peak heavenly saint? Humph. We are enough.
Luo Zheng's eyes turned cold, and he stepped hard with his feet. Just hearing a bang sound, Lu Heng's head was stepped into the soil on the spot.
After I kill old demon Yang, I will be famous. Yes.
Waves of laughter kept coming.
If the young master can kill old demon Yang, he will definitely become famous all over the world. Yes. That one is the one who killed Lung Feng Pavilion. One person is equivalent to a 4th line force. Many people will be frightened when they hear his name. I heard that this guy's sword is a top-grade weapon at the heaven level, and he is more likely to be promoted to the super heaven level. If we can capture that sword, the strength of our branch will definitely increase greatly in the future. Maybe able to swallow all other branches and become the real master.
Luo Zheng sneered when he heard this. He looked at Lu Heng at his feet and smiled lightly.
If Yang Mucheng dares to come, I will definitely kill him. I will let his reputation as old demon Yang be completely cut off by my hands.
However, just as Luo Jing finished speaking, a cold voice quietly sounded.
You want to kill me?